coming in. The next state I want to bring up for you, West Bengal, because the picture has turned there as well. Because just a couple of moments ago, it looked like on the back of the leads that it was a close contest between the BJP and the TMC. It's slightly in favor of the TMC. Remember, this is, of course, Mamata Banerjee's battleground. This is about her legacy as well. So West Bengal, now the TMC edging closer to 21 and the BJP at 15. The Congress at 2. Adhir Chaudhary is leading at this point in time as far as West Bengal is concerned. And let's bring up Maharashtra as well, because again there it is very, very close. The NDA now at 23, the India Alliance at 23. It doesn't get closer than that. So those are the three big states to watch out for. West Bengal 21 now to the TMC, 15 to the BJP, 2 to the Congress, MP 4 to the Congress in terms of leads and 23 to the BJP. Maharashtra, the NDA leading in 23, the India Alliance leading in 23. Punjab, the Congress leading in 8, the Aam Aadmi Party leading in 2. Madhya Pradesh, the BJP leading in 23, the Congress leading in 4. And Haryana, the India Alliance now leading in 6 and the BJP in 4. That's the story that's playing out at this point in time. The final tally on the back of the leads coming in so far at this point: 295 for the NDA, 242 for the BJP, and 217 for the India Alliance, and 95 for the Congress. The Congress is hoping to get closer to that century. So that's the picture at this point in time. But I would imagine that all parties are going to be watching those three states very, very closely: Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and Maharashtra, because it is not going as per what the polls were suggesting, specifically as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. That is going to be the one to watch. It looks like the Samajwadi Party has clearly pulled in the stops there. 39 now for the India Alliance in UP, 40 for the BJP. That's the latest that's come in. Let's bring back UP, because that has changed since the time that I started my conversation. So barely in the last 2 minutes, that number has changed. It is now 39 for the India Alliance on the back of the leads that have come in, and it's 40 for the NDA. Prashant.
No, absolutely, Shireen. I mean, that is just incredible, right? What you're saying, Uttar Pradesh. And that is the one state where, I mean, people just did not have any doubts. I mean, exit pollsters, they were actually sort of piling on numbers on top of what the NDA was able to do last time. And, so as they say, the numbers are, you really know when you know, and then when the votes are counted. And I think today is a true testament of that. And before that, everything which happens, of course, is polls and polls, etc., etc. Venu is with us, but so is Samir. Samir wants to make, I think he wants to get on the phone with, his investors and the local guys here as well. But so, Samir, you wanted to make a point. Go on.
But my guys, but anyway, I wanted to say one point before I go. That let us say that in the exit poll, the number had come out for NDA 295, which is what I can see on your screen. What would you think would have happened yesterday to the market or today or combined?
Nothing.
Nothing. Market would have been flat.
So that is what I'm saying. It would have been nothing plus minus 1% here or there, and that is where it will rest, and then we will move on. That is what I'm saying.
So you're saying with this...
If this number had come on Saturday,
right,
then yesterday's hyper and then today's reverse hyper would not have happened. You would have been saying, okay, they have won, but with a lower majority, but that is what normally happens in a third term. And there are some lessons here and some lessons there, and hope that as time goes on, there'll be some more consolidation, and maybe there is a market feedback or an economy feedback to the government, and so I would have moved on. Nobody would have been hyper.
But Samir, the thing is, these are still leads. These are not final numbers. We must keep that in mind as well, right?
I agree. But assuming that these leads are going sort of at this rate, of course, if it falls, then of course it's a different game.
Samir, we'll let you go for now because you want to, only because you want to, and we'll have you back in about an...
my guys and say, anybody getting hyper, I am not. That's why I've been hanging around here.
No, but please. This is what you're saying. If these numbers hold, kal ke number saaf ho gaye, kal ke gain saaf ho gaye, and this is it. Maybe a few percentage points more, maybe. But if these numbers hold.
You tell me. I am asking you, how do I know? I am just saying, if they had said in the exit polls 290, 300, who would have bothered?
Yeah.
It would have been neither plus nor minus. You would have said, chalo, big event out of the way.
Correct.
That's what.
Okay. Samir will join us. Samir will join us about an hour, hour and a half when we have the firm tally. So thank you very much, Samir, for staying with us for now. Venu is with us. Venugopal Garre, head of research at Bernstein. Venu, I mean, you know, you've been listening into the conversation, looking at the numbers. Shirini has been telling us what's going on. You know, your thoughts. You heard Samir as well. Would you kind of agree with that? That if the government is formed, that is essentially what matters. Beyond, of course, the intraday volatility, which is because of positioning as well, because people went long, so they would be, you know, pairing of positions, etc. But beyond today, if the government is there and there is continuity, it should be okay.
No, I think broadly I agree with Samir as far as, you know, the medium to long term is concerned. So continuity of power is a very critical requirement for all the thesis with respect to how you look at cycles, how you look at medium-term growth, how you look at investments, you know, from both domestic and FIIs into India. So as long as you're coming into power, that's good enough. The question around if the number of seats, of course, are not as high as you anticipated, would that lead to a situation where you go a bit populist, get into a bit more of subsidies? I dismiss this idea because I think at all that has to be done, that can be done 2 years later. It doesn't need to be done now. So I don't really see much of a change in flavor around what will happen post-election in terms of the broader agendas and policies of the government, right? So that is probably something which holds good. But on a very finer measure, look, what has been happening over the last 1 month is broadly trading, right? If these number of seats didn't matter, then we should not have seen the market also move anywhere, right? And my thinking is if Saturday, if exit polls had given you something like 290, 295, the market would have actually fallen yesterday materially. And then when you actually get 290, 295, the market would have actually been a bit up today. So yesterday the market would have fallen. So that is a reality because people had in their minds that there will be at least 330, 340 seats for NDA. 360, 390 was something which was cemented earlier when the pre-polls sort of came in before phase one, right? And 400 looked like a very tough act anyways, even at that point of time. So this is all trading going on right now in any case. So I won't read too much into where we end the day, you know, in terms of market.
All right, Venu, so you're basically saying that, you know, going by that pop that we saw and now the flattening out, this event could be a non-event on the whole, provided there is continuity at the helm. Venu, the couple of themes that you've liked actually have been this capex-related themes, manufacturing-related themes. Those were sectors that you liked in comparison to IT or consumption. Any changes out there now? Will you get a little bit skittish? Private capex doesn't come back in a big way. You know, will that make you a little nervous?
See, capex and manufacturing are the core agendas of this government, right? I don't think that is going to change. When you see the 100-day agenda as well, you are going to see a lot of tangible announcements around those areas. That's going to be given. And more importantly, irrespective of whichever government had come to power, capex cycle basically is a cycle. It doesn't stop. You know, so broadly over the next 3 years, you will see government capex transferring and shifting towards private capex. Now, private capex is something which doesn't happen purely through policy. Of course, policy is required, but it is pretty much an organic capacity utilization factor. So capacity utilization will go up, economy does well, you tend to set up more capacities. So that is more an eventuality. It always tend to lag in any case in cycles like this. So broadly, I don't think this script is going to change. Now, the way we are positioned is, of course, the fact that, you know, we have selective bottom-up picks within these areas, because in general, this is a discovered space. So valuations are not necessarily as cheap as they were before. So people have been pricing in some part of the cycle. But there are some areas where we felt that, for example, financials, for example, where valuations are not necessarily that aggressive, where there is still decent growth. We are overweight sectors like those, right? So it's not like we are purely overweight a cyclical capex play.
Okay. Let's just go back to the screen for a bit. It's still about 700 points lower. For what it's worth, I mean, now I think the dip has finally priced in the new reality. The first couple of minutes up until the first half an hour was all about pricing in what none of the polls threw up. So now that this has been priced in, the dip has stabilized to about 652, about 500 odd points. Shireen, yeah, we're looking at those numbers far more closely than perhaps one would have imagined at 8:30 in the morning.
You know, guys, I have to bring up UP for you because this is not a number that anyone expected. Forget what the exit polls said. And this takes me back to a conversation that we had when we were on the road in UP. And, the Congress said the alliance is going to do very well. And when we asked them that what does very well mean, the view was healthy double digit. I did not imagine that we would see this number on our screens. Still leads, we're caveating that, but no polls, no exit poll suggested anything of this kind as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Let's bring up UP for you. It's virtually 40-40 now. It's 39 for the India Alliance. It's 40 for the BJP as far as UP is concerned. So that is going to be the big one to continue to track and to continue to watch. But I also want to bring up some of the other states where Rajasthan, for instance, again, the expectation was that because of infighting within the BJP that there would be a cost that they would have to pay. But in the last few days, again, what we were hearing was that they have managed to recoup and recover. So if you look at what's happening, even as far as Rajasthan is concerned, it's BJP 13, 12 to the Congress at this point in time. So again, much closer than what anybody had expected as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Also bring up Karnataka, because again, the polls said that Karnataka is going to be a clean sweep for the BJP as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned. 19 now for the NDA, 9 for the Congress as far as Karnataka is concerned. So the picture has turned a little bit there as well. Again, we're caveating that these are leads at this point in time. Similarly, if you take a look at West Bengal and Maharashtra, and let's bring up West Bengal and Maharashtra for our viewers, it is now the TMC at 21. That's the lead for West Bengal, and BJP at 16. The Congress, as I pointed out, Adi Roy Chaudhary, that seat is where it continues to lead. NDA 29 in Bihar, the India Alliance at 9. Maharashtra 23 for the NDA, 23 for the India Alliance at this point in time. That is how the story is stacking up as far as the other big state of Maharashtra is concerned. 23 for the NDA, 23 for the India Alliance. So it's now 291 for the NDA, 239 for the BJP, 216 for the India Alliance, and 94 for the Congress. Arvind Sawant now leading there as far as Maharashtra is concerned. He is Mumbai South leading. He is part, of course, the Uddhav Sena faction. Muzaffarnagar, the Samajwadi Party is leading in Muzaffarnagar, and that is telling you how the UP picture has turned differently from what the polls were suggesting and what the polls were predicting. Rajasthan now, the latest tally, 13 for the BJP, 12 for the India Alliance. Andhra Pradesh, 22 for, so this is going along expected lines, 22 for the NDA, Chandrababu Naidu pulling in his weight there, and 3 for Jagan Reddy's YSR Congress. The question now, of course, is how long drawn this process is going to be. It is clear it's not going to be an early call as we saw in the case of 2019, but we will have to wait to see how this plays itself out. What's happening in the markets, guys?
Shireen, I can tell you what's happening in the market is very different kind of buying. There is some buying that's emerged because the dip that was over 800 points odd is now down to just about a 550 point dip. It's not PSUs, it's not the Adani stocks that are getting bought, it's defensives all the way. The green is back on a Lever, Britannia. Pull up, these are the Nifty winners right now. So Lever, Britannia, Sun Pharma, Nestle, Apollo Hospital, Cipla, TCS. The market's moving back to safety. That's what this morning has been all about. Away from aggressive sort of economy-facing names, PSU names, back to safety. That's where the money is going in. Well, I think, Nigel?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Nifty Bank, Surbhi. That's come off the day's low by close to around 600 points. So there's clearly some kind of bottom fishing that we're seeing on the Nifty Bank. So just keep an eye out because of the recovery that we're seeing actually in the Nifty Bank. That's why the Nifty as well has pulled back from those lows, Surbhi, that we're talking about, or around 22,400. The breadth of the market, that's where it'll be hurting your portfolio because you have only 190 stocks that are advancing. You have more than 2,000 stocks that are declining. So the crisscross lines come up for you on the screen, and that's why your portfolio is hurting because the breadth of the market is in favor of the declines.
And it's a market that's focused on nothing but the polar arithmetic. So let's do one thing, take a break. We'll come back with some political strategists, political experts who can make sense of all these trends and these leads that have come in so far. Back with that coverage. It is election verdict, full throttle. Back in just a moment with more.
if the government kickstarts reforms that we are all been hoping for, then I think, with the visibility that these reforms can bring in sustainable economic growth over long term, I think there's a reason to believe that valuation multiples can sustain higher for longer. So if you do get a political continuity, and which is a very big if, we will figure it out next tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if you do get that continuity with the mandate that the exit polls are forecasting, I think the pace at which you can now do the policy making can be much rapid.
Welcome back. So the market's digesting what was absolutely not thrown up by any of the polls. That reality has now sunk in after that big gash of about 800 odd points, 830 points. Now the cut is around 500 odd. So let's get in some experts on politics to make sense of what's going on. In front of us, we have Vivek Singh Bagri, political strategist at Lead Tech Political Consulting, as well as Niranjan Ramesh Babu, political analyst, joining in. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for being with us. It just takes me back, and I'm not drawing parallels, but it just sort of gets back to that story that polls are not always the same as, what the final reality is. There was 2004. This is not the same, I'm repeating. But again, this is not something that this was not the base case, as we say here in the markets, that, most were working with. So, Mr. Bagri, if I could start with you, what do you make of the fact that UP has emerged as, again, not to use harsh language, but, a bit of a Waterloo in the sense from projections of 60 plus, leads right now are indicating just about 40.
See, there were many factors changed during the election time. One is that Kunda Raja, if you talk about Kunda Raja, he went against the BJP and, he is a leader of the Thakur Samaj. So small factors played in this election, and Congress and India was setting the agenda, and this is the this was the new change that BJP and NDA was answering their set agenda, and BJP was not setting the narrative. Congress and these people were setting the narrative that, see, humne garda uda diya, and how crowd are coming in our rallies and they are breaking the barriers. So the kind of narrative they set for in their campaign, that has given a good boost to the India Alliance.
Gentlemen, good morning, Mr. Bagri, Mr. Ramesh Babu, Prashant here. These are still trends which are coming in, right? Mr. Bagri, how much would you, but they tell you the direction very clearly.
See, basically the results are going to be like this only. It will not change much.
Okay. It'll be broadly in the same...
broadly in the same category, maybe 2-3 seats here or there, but mostly the results, whatever you are seeing at present, you will see the same results.
Niranjan, you agree?
Yeah, it will be like, I think within 2 to 3 hours, the result will be announced, like the final result will be announced. So it's not going to be changed, like almost it's leading, so it's going to be the lead. That's how I actually predict. But the thing is all the things as you told, UP and Congress are what BJP thought is and as well as the market share, as we were discussing previously, the thing is it was performing good in the morning, but now it's very going everything in the red, showing it. Because India Alliance, they thought it won't cross 200 mark, but now it's crossing 200 mark, and it's now in 216 plus. They're looking into it. This might be a downturn in any big stocks. That's one reason. Yeah, and almost from another perspective, if you look into the narrative, what BJP and Congress said is something different, and the thing is people want Congress government, but BJP is very much more stronger than Congress. That is what is happening here. Yeah.
Got it. Got that. Niranjan, we'll come back to you. Thank you for joining us for now. Mr. Bagri, you want to make a quick point?
Yes. Basically, I want to add that Mayawati voters, Jato Samaj, which are traditionally voting for the, BSP. This time they have also tilted towards India Alliance because they don't find, if BSP was fighting with full throttle, then definitely their vote consolidation and the vote would be the vote would have been divided. But in this election, Mayawati ji was not playing, so strongly. Therefore, their vote base, shifted to Congress Party and India Alliance. And that was also a, repercussion that BJP is not getting such kind of figures.
All right. Got it. Mr. Bagri, it's a good point that you make. We'll sort of come to you, but thank you for joining us at this point. I want to just take a quick look at the market as well. We're down, 420 points, 22,835, which means that, the market actually has come up from the day's low by a decent margin. We were down about 3.25%. The low is 22,389. We're at 22,822. So it's a big swing day so far. And we're, by the way, it seems like a long time, but we've not even been trading for an hour so far, right? Markets have started at 9:15. It's not even 10 o'clock this morning, and so much has already taken place. The Nifty Bank has also seen a very large swing. The low today is 48,741, and we're at 49,434. So really large swings. Even with regards to stocks, Nigel, the Adani Group stocks, they were all down 10%. They've recovered about 5% on an average. Some of the defense stocks were down, 9-10%. They're all recovering 4-5%. BEL is down about 6%. It's a big volume day as well. So look at BEL, which is down 6. NHPC is down about 4.5. GAIL is down 6.5. GAIL went up 12% yesterday. GAIL is down. SJV, and it's all, yesterday was, the leaderboard was all PSUs. And today, the big movers with volumes are all essentially PSUs. But of course, it's on the other side. PNB is down 6. IRIDA is down about 4%. HUDCO is down about 7%. IRCON, Bharat Dynamics, both are down 5% each. NBCC, IFCI, Shipping Corporation, and so on and so forth. So, it's a long list of volume-led losses today. But as I said earlier, what's happening on the stock market, very much tied to the hip to what's happening as far as the results which are coming in and the numbers that we are showing.
Just to pull up a few stocks, the FMCG names, the way they've recovered from the low point of the day. You have HUL, one of the biggest gainers in the last 40 minutes or so. You have Dabur. That stock is bursting away. It's up more than 5% as we speak. Some of these stocks are rural facing as well, and that explains why they've seen a big recovery. You have Colgate, Marico, all these FMCG related names are seeing a big recovery. And also you have Apollo Hospitals. The stock was down close to around 3.5-4% odd. Now it's up close to around 2%. So select stocks, they're seeing a big recovery as we speak. Shireen, I think, wants to come in. Shireen, over to you.
Well, you guys are talking about the markets coming off the intraday lows and staging a recovery. So I just want to point out that there is a little bit of a recovery that we are seeing for the BJP in UP as well. The NDA now at 45, the India Alliance at 34. Remember, just a couple of minutes ago, it was 40 for the NDA Alliance and 39 for the India Alliance. So now 45 for the NDA Alliance and 35 for the India Alliance. So again, as we've been pointing out to all of our viewers, these are leads that are coming in. It is changing real time. So we need to be very, very careful before drawing conclusions and extrapolating, beginnings or endings of any kind. But this is the story at this point in time. The NDA now recouping a little bit, 45 now for the NDA and UP and 34 for the India Alliance. Of course, nothing close to what the exit polls were predicting, but nevertheless, in the last few minutes, we've seen a little bit of a recovery coming in there. Let's just bring up Delhi as well for you, because the picture there continues to be along predicted lines. It is largely in favor of the BJP, with one seat so far going for the India Alliance. So Delhi continues to be a stronghold as far as the BJP is concerned. Somnath Bharti, the last I checked, up against Masiri Swaraj, that was the seat that he was leading in. We'll have to see if that continues to be the case. Maharashtra, NDA 23, India 23, and that continues to be the story playing out there. So again, close. Gujarat, the BJP 26, India 3, and West Bengal, now you have the TMC at 22 and the BJP at 15. Overall, 297 for the NDA, 211 for the India Alliance, 91 for the Congress, and 242 for the BJP. So minor recovery coming in there on both the election ticker for the NDA as well as for the market ticker. Guys.
No, absolutely, Shireen. But, you know, it's a fast-moving screen here with the Nifty down 550 now. So, I mean, from the last time, from when we came to you, we're down a little bit more. But that's the kind of day we are in for. Nilesh Shah is with us right now. Nilesh bhai, good morning. Good to have you with us here. You know, it's Shireen was outlining, right? In many of these states, it's much closer. You know, UP especially. I don't think anyone really put the numbers as they're coming in. Almost 50-50. These are trends, and we'll have to wait for the final tally, etc. But what does it mean for the markets, Nilesh?
Well, Prashant, my sense is markets honestly will wait for the final outcome. I mean, I think, of course, the headline numbers may not necessarily be, scary, or it may not honestly mean any change because still the NDA has essentially a majority. But yes, I think the internals, which is like what you said, the tally in Uttar Pradesh, these are some of the things which the market will begin to notice maybe after a day or two. I think for now, I think what the market will just be looking at will be is what are the headline numbers and who's in a stronger position to form the government. What it looks like from the headline tally, that it is going to essentially be the NDA and it's going to be a third term there, assuming these numbers turn out to be true by the end of the day.
Well, point taken, Nilesh. This is quite a surprise for the market and for all poll watchers. But the important point is these are leads. Let's not jump the gun. Leads do turn, and it could be phase-wise counting. So even the market shouldn't be jumping the gun at this juncture.
Rather, you know, CNN is saying that round one is much slower than anticipated. The UP round one is not yet completed. So,
the counting,
so to the point that you're making, that these are trends which are coming in.
Exactly.
It seems, of course, and we had a political expert earlier who was saying that, you know, this should largely be similar, I mean, the final numbers. But, yeah, these are trends.
No, I heard Bagri say that trends don't change. But we have seen in our own time.
That's what I asked him.
I'm a veteran of enough elections. And things have turned midway. So I think we shouldn't jump the gun. And those, of course, people who have money in the markets will have to think differently.
Yeah.
But clearly, we have to just wait before we pronounce anything. But, you know, Nilesh, what went through my mind is that if the BJP is dependent on alliance partners, and if this is what it is, by close of counting, then does the BJP become a more welfarist party? At the moment, their welfarism has been hemmed in by fiscal deficit, which was very good for markets, for, you know, macroeconomic resilience. But do you think welfarism can come back? And that's why consumer stocks are doing well. Anyway, your thoughts, Nilesh?
Yeah, that's the reality of politics, Lata. And that's the reality that, yes, in the past, traditionally, coalition governments or not necessarily the strongest of coalitions have essentially been, they have been more welfarist. That's the reality. And I don't think we should be surprised with that. Just that I don't think, it's going to increase quite dramatically. I mean, there's already a fair bit of welfare measures which have been going. We have said this even earlier, that even 2019, the re-election was partly due to some of the welfare policies initiated during the first term. So things like free food for 80 crore people and some of the other welfare measures are still anyway there. So I actually don't think whether there's room to further increase meaningfully, the welfareist things. Yes, there could be, some bit of tweaking here and there and all, which can look to be kind of massively more welfareist. But otherwise, I think there are anyway significant number of welfare measures out there. So I'm not too sure that will change quite dramatically. What can happen is at the state level, and as different states go for elections, there you could see maybe a fresh bout of welfarism coming in, in terms of the DBTs and things of that kind. So that can surely come in. But I think at the central government level, I'm not quite sure if there is room to kind of significantly up the welfare things.
Okay. Well, as I was saying, we must be wary of calling leads as wins. We shouldn't confuse the two. And in the past about 5-10 minutes, we have seen the NDA number. Of course, this is out of 538. Jump from about sub 300 to 308. So clearly things are turning.
Our colleague Hormuz tells us that Suresh Gopi, who is a very popular Mallu film star, I mean, not yesteryears, but yeah, I mean, over the last couple of decades, he might become BJP's first win in Kerala. So he's leading in Thrissur by over 15,000 votes.
No, Thrissur was expected.
That's a large lead.
And Thrissur was the only one expected from the start to go. And there is also one of the constituencies outside of Thiruvananthapuram.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Thiruvananthapuram.
Attangal.
Attangal and Thrissur are expected. I mean, that's where
they have
very
the most
strong
chances,
BJP.
Yes.
No, absolutely. And I guess for that reason, he will earn his place in the history book. So beyond all the films that he's done on a lighter note. But, I think for the market, the question that we'll be putting to a lot of our experts as we go forward is that whether there needs to be a shift. A lot of portfolios, domestic portfolios, domestic institutional mutual fund portfolios have been geared towards, loaded up on the PSU, loaded up on the CapEx theme, and a little sort of perhaps, under-representation by FMCG. Nilesh, since I have you with me on the screen, before we go to Mangalam, let me actually put that question to you. We're seeing some of that shift, knee-jerk shift obviously play out immediately today. But could this be a reality over the next coming weeks that portfolios, institutional portfolios need to tilt away from CapEx, PSU defense and back to a bit of defensives?
Yes, Surbi, that's quite likely to happen, assuming, of course, that this tally, the numbers that we are seeing on our screen in terms of tally, they hold out to be true. We really don't know that, but that's something which can surely happen. As it is, there has been a massive rally in PSU stocks, and it's quite possible that situations like this trigger some bit of profit booking, recalibration of exposures and weights to the PSU pack. So I definitely see some bit of tweaking happening out there. Whereas, the vast majority of the capital goods stock, yes, again, there could be some tempering in terms of exposures, but I don't think they will be quite significantly impacted. On the other hand, there could be a bit of shift towards defensives. IT, pharma, FMCG, these essentially could also be favored sectors, especially with crude oil prices falling. And if we were talking earlier of some of the other welfare measures, obviously that's going to boost rural spending, and the FMCG sector will be a direct beneficiary of some of these factors. So I think, yes, going forward, I surely see some bit of tweaking and recalibration of exposures happening.
Okay, speaking of FMCG, we have our resident in-house FMCG expert joining in. Mangalam's with us, not only to talk about FMCG, but overall market trends. Mangalam, it's been quite an exciting morning. What are you tracking?
Quite an exciting morning indeed, and not the least exciting for someone who's tracking the FMCG space, Surbi. But what's most exciting about the market right now is that the volatility index itself is the most volatile since morning. It opened lower. Thereafter, we saw a big spike of nearly 22, 23% and thereafter it's cooled off a little even as the market recovered from the lows. And now as that recovery is being sold into as well, it's the India VIX, which is now sitting with a gain of double digits itself. So that's something that we need to track. That will be the lead indicator of which way the market goes. The other things to track, of course, will be the kind of moves that we're seeing in stocks which are considered to be favorites of a continued policy. So PSUs, Coal India, BHEL, ONGC, SBI, all of them lower, giving up all the gains that we saw in yesterday's trading session. Even the pet theme of the government, which is power, defense, infra and rail. So we have Power Grid, PFC, REC. PFC, REC actually were, the ambassadors of the up move that we saw in both the PSU, power and finance themes. And then we saw some, give back in gains for names like HAL, BEL and Bharat Dynamics as well. And the rail stocks, they've been near 10 baggers over the last couple of years or so. And now as, the leads come in, we are seeing some sell-off in all the rail stocks as well, more so in the PSU-owned rail counters like RVNL, IRCTC and IRCON 2. Financials, a lot of the street was hoping for some sort of, recovery in the financial space, in particular, given the focus on rural housing and affordable housing. But that seems to, be taking a bit of a backseat right now as well. We are seeing some decline in housing financiers, some of them like LIC Housing Finance as well. And then the Adani Group had seen a near 40% rally in some of the stocks over the last two trading sessions, and now all of them are under pressure. Now, speaking about FMCG, all the FMCG stocks are doing well. The street is hoping for some more swaps coming in from the new government. At the same time, we are seeing signs of rural recovery. We are seeing signs of monsoon advancement. And FMCG in a volatile market anyway is seen as flight to safety. Add to all of this, given the sort of up move that we've seen in all the other sectors, the valuations for FMCG seem relatively unchanged over even 2019 levels. So all these factors are doing well for them. So irrespective of what the outcome of the results are, seems like that, for the near term, FMCG looks like a good place.
Well, that's exactly what money managers seem to be thinking right now, going by the cuts that are coming in on the CPSE index, on the bank PSU index, PSE index, and so on and so forth. Bit of a portfolio shift towards the defensive side of the market. Remember, you're getting all of this analysis live coming to you from the CNBCTV18 HDFC Sky Election Headquarters. With that, let's go back to Shireen. Let's see what she has her eye on now. Shireen, so markets are kind of stabilizing. They've digested this new normal, as they say, with about a 450-point cut.
I wouldn't know about digesting just yet, Surabhi, because things are still changing as we speak. And since you were talking about the market internals, let me go back to the election internals as well. And let's bring back Uttar Pradesh for our viewers, because the tally has changed since we last spoke. It's now 43 for the NDA and 36 for the India Alliance. In fact, a crucial couple of seats in UP to bring up. Rahul Gandhi extending his lead in Rai Bareli by about 18,500 votes. This is as per the Election Commission's data. And in that crucial seat of Amethi, where it was expected to be a battle between Smriti Irani and Rahul Gandhi, but eventually turned out to be a battle between her and Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress Party, old hand of the Congress Party, a local of Amethi, extending his lead to 14,000, this as per the Election Commission website. So those two big seats in UP, and of course Akhilesh Yadav is leading at this point in time in Kannauj. But the tally for UP, 43 now for the NDA and 36 for the India Alliance. Let's just bring up West Bengal, because that has seen a change as well. Since the last time that we spoke, the TMC has edged up higher. 27 seats now for the TMC in West Bengal in terms of leads, and 15 where the BJP is leading at this point in time, and it's 1 for the Congress Party, but it is 27 now in terms of leads for the TMC in West Bengal. So that's the story there. Also interesting, it's not just the Lok Sabha elections. We do have assembly elections on in 2 states. So the TDP, Chandrababu Naidu, leading in 90 assembly seats in Andhra Pradesh. So this was expected. This is what the polls had thrown up, and it is going along those lines. So trouble for Jagan Reddy, this YSR Congress, the TDP now leading in 90 assembly seats as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. And guys, it is going to be a comeback for Chandrababu Naidu, has been forced into political oblivion for the last several years now and has made his way back, and it is expected to be a victory for Chandrababu Naidu's TDP there as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. But NDA now 42 in UP, 37 for the India Alliance. We do have all 543 leads now coming in, 305 for the NDA, 15 for the India Alliance, 96 for the Congress, and 248 for the BJP. Back to you.
Okay, things are a bit malleable or moving at this point in time, Shireen. Our data, which includes Election Commission as well as ground reporters who are close to the Election Commission, giving the NDA 306 out of 543. Another channel is giving 286 out of 543 to the NDA. It's a huge difference, 20 seats difference. Of course, all are leads. But, I mean, it's just so, on the wall, as it were. It's Humpty Dumpty on the wall. It could go either ways. We'll have to wait and see. By the way, Shireen, another minor state which we don't, or rather small state, which we don't think of often, Chhattisgarh, was expected to be a clean sweep for the BJP. It's now split down the middle. Maybe if we can get Chhattisgarh, I think I saw 6 and 5 for NDA in India a little while back. It's only 11 seats at stake, but expected to be...
it's 8 and 3. 8 and 3, Lata.
8 and 3 now. All right. A little while ago...
It's 8 and 3 for Chhattisgarh at this point in time.
A little while ago, it was a little more even, Stephen. So things are moving very much over there as well. Okay, Nilesh, let me come back to the question I asked you about the FMCG performance. I'm going by exactly like my DNA, a bond market reporter. Yesterday, the bonds went down all the way to 6.94, the 10-year. Today, it is at 7. In fact, it was 7.01 a little while back. clearly the expectation being that the huge fiscal deficit crunch that was expected may not come after all. Perhaps that's what the bond market is fearing. Otherwise, there's no reason, because the US bonds actually fell overnight. So the only trigger, and crude has fallen. Everything should have pushed the bond yields even lower, but bond yields have jumped.
Yesterday, bond yields were absolutely flat, right?
694. You were looking at the older 10-year. The new 10-year went down from 6.98 to 6.94. That's the overnight close. Now it is 7.0. So, 6 basis points higher. Probably that big faith that fiscal deficit will go down aggressively is getting watered down, or maybe this is just trading profit taking at this point. But just to come back to you, Nilesh, if these are the final results, around 300 for the NDA and the India Alliance coming in with a fairly decent 215, 220, do you think you will change your positioning in terms of stocks? Would you look at a different set of stocks, Nilesh?
Lata, yes. Obviously, the emerging political scenario definitely will call for some kind of recalibration or some tweaking in terms of allocations to different sectors. There are a set of sectors, primarily PSUs and some of the other infrastructure and capex-oriented sectors, which have witnessed quite significant price appreciation. A lot coming in because of PE re-rating or multiple rating, and the markets kind of having much higher levels of confidence and therefore assigning significantly higher valuation multiples. If this is essentially the final, if the numbers that we see on the screen now is going to be the final tally 24 hours from now, you surely seeing some softening on those PE multiples, particularly for the PSU pack. So if we see the situation actually emerge like this, there would surely be some kind of compression in the P multiples, and it's going to essentially lead investors to allocate or take some money off the table from PSUs, because obviously keep in mind they're significantly in the money right now. And obviously that capital will get allocated to some of the other sectors. In an environment like this, yes, FMCG is going to look to be the most defensive. It is going to look to be the most strongest fort out there. In addition to, of course, what we see on the political front, in addition to that, the softening of crude, the upping of rural spending, all of that augurs well for the FMCG sector. And you're going to see some bit of allocations also go into IT and pharma, because those are the sectors which are the least dependent on any government policy.
Okay. What about manufacturing and construction? Those were the other big winners in the run-up to the counting day.
That still remains a strong play. I don't see this political uncertainty impacting manufacturing or construction activity. I think that will continue unabated as long as we have a conducive interest rate environment and there are no major policy changes. I continue to believe that manufacturing will essentially continue with its outperformance. Keep in mind, for any administration, any government, that whole shift from farms to factories would require a big leg up to manufacturing. So irrespective of which party is in power or which alliance is in power, I still think the focus on manufacturing will not go away. The China Plus factor is still as strong and as structural as ever. So I still believe that manufacturing as a sector still looks extremely attractive.
Okay, all right, Nilesh. On that note, we will let you go. It's been a roller coaster morning. Thank you so much for being with us. And of course, we'll be touching base with you, fairly frequently as we make sense of a lot of these trends when they finally, come down to the overall tally. Let's move on and say hello to our next set of guests. Subrikant Panda, who is the former president of FICCI, as well as the managing director of IMFA, as well as Subhash Garg, former finance secretary. Both of them have joined in. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. Mr. Garg, let me open with you. I think, the narrative, the discussions here have now moved to asking the question, will policy, if we work with the assumption that NDA is coming back a third term, will policies and priorities be any different if the number stands at 300 and not 350, 360, which the polls were predicting? Your sense?
So my sense is that one big message which the NDA government and the Prime Minister Modi should be reading is that there is a real distress in people, whether it's coming out from the unemployment or lower income, lower consumption, as you see it in the data reflected very clearly. Only the investment is going in big way, and that investment was also funded largely from the borrowed money, whether it's housing or in the corporate sector. So that message, if the government reads, and I am assuming at this moment that the government will be again that of the BJP led by Prime Minister Modi. It may not hold that way as we go along, but at this moment I'm assuming that. So if that message is read, then I believe that there would be change in the fundamental policy construct which the government has been following for last 3 years, which is high capex led, lower on the employment and wages story, partly supplemented by the Labharti, the giveaways in the form of free food, free fertilizer, etc.
Yeah.
So that might change if the message is read rightly.
Okay.
But if that message is not read that way and it is taken as confirmation of what the strategy in NDA 2, that is 2019-24, which is very different from NDA 1, which is 2014 to 2019, then much of what we saw in last 3 years might continue. More capex.
No, absolutely, sir. And thank you for raising that point. That's a very important point that you've raised. And Prashant, it just gets me thinking, you know, we've all spent the better part of the last 1 year talking about premiumization trends, talking about, you know, booming consumption at the top of the pyramid, those houses, you know, in NCR selling for 6-7 CR, and the struggle at the bottom of the pyramid. And perhaps some of that could be maybe resonating in some of the numbers that we're seeing specifically in the north.
Surabhi, you're young. I've gone through the India Shining campaign, and perhaps there are shades of it.
But I started my career when India Shining happened, so I have very good memory of 2004.
You know, but I'll tell you one thing though. We were in the morning when we started, we were saying that by 10 o'clock, 10:30, 11, it'll all be clear. I don't think this will be clear by 1 o'clock, I think even 2 p.m. We'll have to wait till 2 p.m. to get a real sense of, you know, what the numbers actually will look like. So
yeah, we have egg on our face, but a lot of people have much more egg on their faces.
Yeah. Actually, let me just put one question to, just one more follow-up to Mr. Garg. Mr. Garg, it's interesting what you say because, you know, as Surabhi was also pointing out that many in stock markets who invest, they've also been saying, well, maybe it's time to look at things which have not done well, and things which have not done well are things which is, you know, mass-oriented, not at the premium end. What, you know, if you were to look ahead, what could be not populist, but from a government sort of policy perspective, top-down, what could be the focus? Some have suggested it could be, you know, housing, right? You know, electricity, Nal, Jal, all of that has been the focus over the last couple of years. Could housing come back in a big way as a theme, a macro theme? What's your sense?
See, housing has been the big theme of the government already in the second term and as well as in the first term. It's only in the last year, if you look at very closely, there was some momentum loss in the government program on housing, especially on the rural housing. That I found was a little surprising because the implementation record of this government has been phenomenal, but in the housing sector, it looked that the thing was not doing that well. Similarly, the Nal se Pani, that Har Ghar Jal, Har Ghar Jal and Har Ghar Nal program seemed to have actually sputtered in the difficult areas where it was really intended to bring benefit, and we had still about 5 crore to 6 crore connections which were not delivered, which was otherwise promised. So the implementation of these populist, I wouldn't say them completely populist, they actually serviced the real basic needs of the people. And in the first tenure, the record in electricity, toilets, housing was phenomenally good.
Yep.
But in the second term, that record was not that good. So if you read that, that's a very direct way of reading. Instead, what you saw was very high expansion on fertilizer subsidies, food subsidies being given away completely 100%, which was not at all required. And in between, for about 2 years, you had raised 5 to 5 kg to 10 kg.
Yeah.
So those are more direct populist
The
kind
point
of
is taken, sir. I agree with you, but I would assume that there was a logic in saying that 10 kilos was, a bit too much, and also grains stocks were depleting after the Ukraine war. I guess there was an emergency which the government had to address. It was an El Nino year as well. So with the higher prices, the procurement wasn't as successful. But we'll come to that. We have the industry veteran, Subrakanta Panda, also with us. Mr. Panda, thank you very much for your patience. Are you expecting tweaks in policies?
Look, good morning, first of all. And let me put it this way. I think from an industry perspective, the view is actually more of the same, irrespective of which government comes to power. And having said that, it does look like at the moment that that the NDA will be back in power, and therefore it should be the Prime Minister continuing in his present role. But there is a lot to be done to cement India's progress, what we have gained in the last decade or more in terms of becoming a viable alternative as a manufacturing destination, not just the backroom office of the world, but also the factory of the world. So therefore, there is a lot of work to be done. I think primarily focused around strengthening manufacturing competitiveness. There are many steps that need to be taken in this regard to again build on the efforts of improving enhancing the ease of doing business and reducing the cost of doing business. But a lot of work needs to be done in that regard. And besides that, I think there are measures which can be taken, such as, in my opinion, initiating GST 2.0, because GST was obviously the most significant reform which this country has seen. But I think the time has now come to further simplify it in a revenue-neutral manner, which will build on what it has achieved, which is to dismantle the internal barriers to trade as well as greater formalization of the economy. And one of the success areas which has been the PLI schemes, I think in a considered manner, the incoming government should look at broadening the scope, but more important.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Supanda, we have just lost your voice. We'll come back to you, but I think the point he's making is well taken. That there were many sensible schemes and they should and would continue. Yep. See, let's look at the reality. If it is going to be 300 out of 543, it's a comfortably stable government. It's very good for the citizens of India. If there is a government which, regardless of its stability, has to look over its shoulder to see that it is not losing it. So we are actually in for a much better situation if this tally continues. A government that doesn't feel it can get away with mistakes, that it can get away with, the odd MP who is misbehaving and is not brought to book soon enough. It's actually a very good tally if it comes this way. We have a stable government, we have continuity of policy, but we have a government that feels a little more responsive, would be the way I look at it. But the bigger thing is, will they now have the courage to go with one election, for the state and center elections together, the one that is, very much on the anvil. Shireen, before I come to you for just a minute, let me get a very quick answer from Mr. Garg. Mr. Garg, do you think that one nation, one election gets a little postponed now?
I don't think that's even constitutionally and legally possible, practically impossible. I don't think that's going to happen.
All right. Well, I just feel that politically the BJP may feel that this is not the right time. Over to you, Shireen.
Well, I just wanted to go back again to some of the numbers that we continue to track and bring up West Bengal, UP and Maharashtra, because those are the three big battleground states. And if you take a look at the leads now, the NDA now leading in 42, the India Alliance 37. That is how the story is playing out for UP. If we bring up West Bengal, 31 now for the TMC and 10 leads for the BJP. So the TMC has been edging up through the morning and now crossing the 30 mark. Bihar, clear dominance for the NDA as per the leads at this point in time. 34 for the NDA, 6 for the India Alliance. Maharashtra, the India Alliance has the edge. Let's bring up Maharashtra for our viewers because the India Alliance now has the edge in Maharashtra. 27 coming in for Maharashtra for the India Alliance versus 20 for the NDA. So those are some of those, big battleground states that we need to watch closely. But the NDA tally has crossed 300. The BJP now 245, the Congress at 95, and the India Alliance at 221. Let's just bring up Tamil Nadu for you because, there'll be plenty to smile about in the DMK camp. Look at the way that Tamil Nadu has gone. As per the leads, India leading in 36, the AIA-DMK 2. Even in Karnataka, it's not a washout as the polls were predicting. The Congress leading in 8, the NDA in 20. We will have to see. I think Prajwal Ravana was trailing, but now is back in the lead, but very, very slim margin. We don't have the margin pictures as well at this point in time. In many seats, we are seeing margins very, very thin. So we will need to watch those contests closely as well. Supriya Sule now back in the lead as far as Baramati is concerned. And as we pointed out, Rahul Gandhi leads both from Raebareli as well as from Wayanad. And that is Dimple Yadav, Mainpuri, the big seat in UP, and Kannauj, where her husband Akhilesh Yadav is also leading at this point in time. And Haryana as well. It's now in favor of the India Alliance if you go by the leads. Remember, Haryana has 10 seats, all 10 leads coming in. India leading in 7, the BJP leading in 3 at this point in time. So off script, at least as far as some of those states are concerned, when we talk about what the exit polls were forecasting and what the number at this point in time, again, at this point in time, are suggesting. 300 for the NDA, 222 for the India Alliance. Back to you guys.
Shireen, that West Bengal number that you put out, right, which some of the exit polls were talking about how that sort of coast of Bay of Bengal and, how some of the losses in the Hindi heartland could be more than made up by what's happening there. I mean, that's not playing out. That's a big number for the. These are, of course, leads still, just to re-emphasize, but 30 for the TMC, as you said.
Absolutely, Prashant, and that's why I've been bringing up these states because this is going contrary to what the polls were predicting, what the polls were expecting. And these are going to be crucial states to get the BJP to that 272 number as well. Remember, the BJP at this point in time is 245. So while the NDA by itself may have crossed the 300 mark, the BJP is at 245. So this is going to be crucial as well because you know how much bargaining power, how much leverage one can enjoy, how much weight one can pull. All of those will be important. But we'd also have to look at vote share because remember at the start, Prashant, when we were talking, and I pointed out that all the polls were consistent in saying that the BJP would be almost double of the Congress vote share. So they were predicting a BJP vote share of close to about 40% and a Congress vote share of about 20-odd%. In fact, I think one of the polls gave it a number of closer to 23%. But if you look at what the EC website is suggesting at this point in time, the last I checked, and that was about 30 minutes ago, it was about 28% in terms of vote share for the Congress. So perhaps, and this reminds me of what Yashant Deshmukh, the pollster, was cautioning that, we need to be mindful of just doing this sort of vote share to seat share conversion, and we need to be mindful of that, which is why they were, CSDS, for instance, didn't put a seat share number. But all of this is still up for grabs. And 307, so edging higher now for the NDA, 250 for the BJP, gains coming in there. The TMC now in West Bengal leading in 27 and the BJP in 14.
Well, all right, Shireen, thank you very much for the latest over there. So pretty much still at the edge of our seats, us and I think everybody who's watching this electoral outcome. Well, let's also welcome in the conversation Mr. Surjit Bhalla, who's an eminent economist, author and columnist. Sir, thank you very much. Great to have you join us in this discussion and this debate. So, yes, I mean, right now our tally is talking about around 305 plus 307 as per the latest leads. And the discussion that we were just having before you joined in was that do you expect any significant change in the policy tilt if this number indeed stabilizes at around 300 as opposed to 350, 360? Your thoughts?
No, I don't think if this is the end result, and it looks like it's converging to somewhat 300 to 320 or 290 to 320 for the NDA. I don't expect changes in existing policies, but some of them, which I just wrote about, for example, the attitude or the policy towards foreign direct investment, etc. So those policies should change and probably will change. So it's a fantastic check and balance than what we are seeing operating here. My own forecast, as written in the book, how we vote, was for a much larger mandate to the NDA and to the BJP. So I think, you know, it's democracy back in action. So whenever you have close, if you will, races, it is the policy that you will get will be less extreme and more balanced. None of the existing policies, I think, in terms of the economic policies, are likely to change. Some of the political policies might change.
Political policies may change, not economic. You know, that's not what the bond market is going by, Mr. Bhalla. At the moment, bond market yields have gone up by 7 basis points. As we were speaking, the yield went from 6.94 overnight to 7.02, now at 7.01. So just a fear that the fiscal discipline of yesteryears may flag a bit. But Dr. Bhalla, just wait on for a minute. Surjit, Shireen has more political updates. Shireen?
No, I actually wanted a quick question in with Surjit Bhalla, because, you know, I moderated the launch of Citizen Raj, which was the book that he previously wrote. I missed this one. So, Mr. Bhalla, thanks so much for joining us here. You know, my loss entirely for missing out on the launch of this one. But I just wanted to understand from you, what do you make of what we're seeing play out in UP, what we're seeing play out in West Bengal? Because it's contrary to what the polls were predicting, and it's also contrary to what your own expectations were.
Yeah, so UP, West Bengal, and you missed out on Rajasthan. So there are 3 states that are going completely contrary to the exit polls. So I think one of the talking points after the election is over is that there was first a massive convergence in the exit polls. And normally when you have a massive convergence in the exit polls, you don't get them wrong. So this is the case where the whole class failed. And the only other time that I remember, and at that time I was on the right side of the coin, was the Bihar election in 2015, when the whole class was saying that Lalu would lose, and he came back with a resounding victory. So, you know, these checks and balances are fantastic, both for democracy and for policy, because I think now there will be a greater coherence in the policy on the economic side. And, you know, on Lata's question, I think, look, I don't think the fiscal deficit is in threat. In other words, or the reaction of the government. The government is not, in my opinion, not going to go out and spend more. I think what Mr. Modi has shown is a strict adherence to fiscal deficit, actually much more than I have advocated and liked. So I think that one is fairly stable and not where I would expect any changes, if you will, towards a more expansionary fiscal policy.
So Bhalla, just to give credit where it's due, there was one poll which gave 281 to the NDA, and that was the Dainik Bhaskar exit poll. So to be fair to them,
there was,
at the moment they are the ones who are perhaps a little closer, but we could never, you can't tell. At the moment it still looks like the NDA is not 281. But their range was, I think, 281 to 330 or something. So they are perhaps well within the range compared to the other pollsters.
You know, the so-called Satta market, that follow the... I remember Thursday evening, this is last week, Thursday evening, their number was 303 for the NDA. That was for the BJP.
Okay.
303
for the BJP. Yeah. BJP is now not 250.
Yeah, for the BJP. So, I mean, you know, yeah, actually, so this is a very different kind of...
Satta market and the exit polls have both got it wrong
on the opposite
point in time.
Absolutely.
Mr. Garg, Oh, Femi? Okay. Well, Mr. Garg, just wanted to finally ask you if the tally remains around the current levels, as Mr. Bhalla says, and something I'm really happy about. It's good that democracy is reasserting itself. You have a stable government, but a government which genuinely feels that it is answerable because it has lost about 50 seats compared to its previous tally. How do you think things can change in terms of the way the policies could go from in the first 125 days?
And if I could just add to Lata's question, exactly was coming to that point, because Mr. Garg, you started by saying that if the NDA decides to read and interpret this result in a way that it needs to do more at the bottom of the pyramid, then just tell us. I mean, and you've been in the hot seat, been there, done that. What tweaks would you expect, if at all, on policies which are more rural facing, beyond a lot of the flagship schemes like, Har Ghar Nal and Ayushman Bharat, etc.? What else would you expect this government to do?
And by the way, before you respond to that, Dr. Bhalla was also, he also used to be a money manager. I don't know if you still do that, Dr. Bhalla, but go on, sorry.
No, Mr. Garg.
I left that about a decade ago.
Just coming to you, Mr. Bhalla. Mr. Garg, what should we expect by way of policy?
I think one very critical and crucial factor is how much BJP ends with.
Okay.
Don't read NDA number as a very stable mandate for the BJP government led by Prime Minister Modi. If that is below 250, then you have a very great destabilizing factor as far as NDA is concerned. And if that government gets formed with NDA, let's say about 300, and with BJP at 240, 250, that would have a very, very different sort of complexion of policy. Then you can't assume continuation of term 2 policies, which to my mind are not very much economically sound. We can debate that. The big plank of the government in phase 2 or term 2 was non-economic issues. You go to Ram Mandir, you go to Kashmir, you go to polarization and many of those things, and found out the opposition by using or misusing EDs and others. If this mandate comes, I don't think the NDA allies would go with that policies to continue, those 3 kind of things. And that may bring a lot of friction and instability. So I think it's too early to wait for how do they redefine their economic policies and their beneficiary policies. I don't think it's the time for making guesses on that. Let's wait.
Sure. No, I agree with you, Mr. Garg. I think that's a very valid point that you make. And let me take that point across. In fact, you preempted the question that I wanted to put to Surjit Bhalla. Mr. Bhalla, if you look at the screen at this point in time, it's 303 for the NDA, down 50 versus 2019, and 218 for the India Alliance, up 100 for the India Alliance, going by the leads so far. But the BJP at this point is at 246, Mr. Bhalla. As Mr. Garg was pointing out, I mean, yes, NDA 300, 310, whatever the number eventually may be. But BJP, anything less than 272, how does it change the dynamics?
Well, okay, there's a political dynamic and there's an economic dynamic. So here I am afraid I have a divergence of opinion with Mr. Garg. I think economic policies, if anything, would be better if these numbers pan out. They won't be worse. For example, as I just wrote on foreign investment, etc., that they will be concerned with more growth rather than less growth, with more investment rather than less investment. So on economic side, I'm very comfortable with this kind of a scenario panning out, with the BJP getting maybe 250, 260. I think what Mr. Garg pointed out correctly, it's on the political side that you will expect changes, or one should expect changes, and that they will the political side will move more towards the center rather than to the edges. And so I think in that sense, it's a win-win situation. On economics, I feel very comfortable stating that I don't expect any negative changes on economic policy. And that's not to say I don't expect any zero change. I do think that there have been some negative economic policies. We had the famous credit card thing that they came up with, which nobody could have imagined. And thankfully, it didn't get passed. So I think, this may be a very, very positive scenario opening up, both on politics, that it will be moving towards the center, on economics, that it will be more responsible policy.
Right. So just again, recapping the numbers, it's 302 for the NDA, 245 for the BJP, 218 for the India Alliance and 92 for the Congress. Back to the crucial states of West Bengal, 28, that's the lead coming in now. For TMC in Maharashtra, the India Alliance leading in 26 and the NDA in 21. If you look at the state of Haryana now, the India Alliance leading in 6, the BJP in 4. UP, the NDA at 40, leading in 40. So that's the picture playing out there as far as those crucial battleground states are concerned. 246 for the BJP at this point in time. Interesting internals. Could we see an upset in Thiruvananthapuram? At this point in time, it looks like Shashi Tharoor is trailing by about 5,000 votes. He's up against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So could we see an upset there? Smriti Irani also continues to trail in Amethi. That's the Kerala picture playing out for you. Prashant Lata, back to you.
Okay.
All right.
So here we are at the moment 304 for the NDA out of 543. But of course, still counting. We just want to remind viewers that you are tuned in to our election exchange, which is being sponsored, of course, by HDFC Sky as well. Let me get to Mr. Bhalla again. Mr. Bhalla, you began by saying that the credit card scheme, foreign credit card expenses and capping that was a nasty jar that came from the government. Anything else you see changing?
No, I think on foreign investment, it's down and a lot of people have commented on it. And we try to look at as to why it is down. And it is likely to be because of the bilateral treaty imposition. So I think that is something that I would very much expect to change. So that's another, if you will, a negative policy that can move in the positive realm. On the subsidies, etc., I don't see too much change in there. And as far as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the fiscal deficit, I think the government will continue to be fiscally responsible. So, as I said, basically on the political side is moving more towards the center. And on the economic side, is moving towards more responsible policy.
Right. Mr. Bhalla, I want to come back to the political aspects and the political dynamics now. And if these numbers play out the way that they are looking at this point in time, then let's talk about the possible kingmakers as well and the leaders who could enjoy leverage. Nitish Kumar delivering for the alliance in a way, I suppose, in Bihar, the NDA alliance with leads in 33. And if you take a look at the TDP's performance in Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu is back and is back with a bang. Sujit Bhalla, if the BJP's tally is lower than 272, the possibility of others playing kingmaker, what do you make of that?
No, I think it'll be more cooperative. So, if it is less than 272, the BJP on its own obviously doesn't have a majority, and it'll be more of an alliance. And in that sense, you will get the, if you will, inputs from outside of the BJP, and that cannot be bad, if you will, in any organization, etc. There are advantages to having one party in a dominant state, and you can get several bits of reforms happening, which we saw happen over the last decade. And there are some failings that can happen when you have one dominant party. And that's what we've talked about. So, you know, I honestly don't see much change in economic policy and a more cooperative political policy. Now, here I will disagree, and obviously that's how horse races happen, and that's how politics happen. On Kashmir, I think, you know, Mr. Garg was pointing out that that was a disaster. I happen to think Kashmir is a huge success in terms of the political policy, which could not have been made if it was an alliance situation.
No, that point is taken, sir. No, that point is taken. I think the more broader issue that you point out, I don't know if it'll be cooperation, because the BJP had 303 in the outgoing Lok Sabha, and the TDP had 4. The Janata Dal had about 16. Now it's, you know, TDP probably coming back with, 20 seats and the BJP going down to 250. The tussle between a 303 is to 4 and a 250 is to 20 will be a little different. So chances are the states get a better look in. Because most of these are, you know, state parties. So chances of the states not losing out so much, or
when Shireen used the term kingmaker, it really jolted the memory, right? Because we haven't used that term in, I think, the last 3 elections. But this one is definitely turning out.
Go ahead, Shireen. Do you think states get a better look in?
No, I just want to bring up UP because that picture has changed. Lata, Prashant and Surbi. India Alliance now in the lead, 41 for the India Alliance versus 37 for the NDA. So the picture for UP, since in the last few minutes that we were talking with Dr. Bhalla and Mr. Garg, India Alliance now 41, the NDA at 37, minus 27 seats there versus the 2019 delivery that had gone in favor of the BJP and of the NDA. So this is turning out to be completely and totally unexpected. You know, forget the polls suggesting anything. I mean, I don't even know if you know, you didn't hear even the opposition talking. I mean, as I said, you know, I heard a lot of healthy double digit, but I don't know if they meant 40 or even anything close to that. But let me just bring back Surjit Bhalla on this. Mr. Bhalla, the UP number. I mean, what do you make of this?
I think, look, first of all, this is a huge surprise, as you said. Whether you look at the exit polls, whether you look at the voting record, whatever you look at. And so one has to now, and I think a lot of pundits will try and examine as to what happened in UP. And as I mentioned earlier, what happened in Rajasthan, which is also, I don't know what the latest numbers there are. So these are the 2 big surprises in northern India. And this is where the political side, the dog whistling, etc., which a lot of people had commented on, that what are the gains to be made when you're already in a lead position to go ahead and, if you will, make further polarization. So I think that's a fantastic check and balance that will now emerge precisely on the political side again, not economic, on the political side, that I think the BJP overstepped its mandate, overstepped its rhetoric, and I think this is where, you know, people sat back and said this is not good, and have come in and provided a check. So, and it's interesting, these are the 2 northern states where, if you will, the Muslim presence is significant rather than small. I don't know what the numbers on Punjab are actually, which is the other area that I would find interesting in this battle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, we'll come back to you, Dr. Bhalla, in just a bit, but I just want to make a look at the market as well. This is a second leg down, sharp leg down. We are down 800 points now on the Nifty. You know, you basically had gotten down to a point
in a big way by the bank Nifty.
Yeah, you had gotten to a point where the market had recovered about 400 points from the low. Now you're basically back at the day's lowest level once again. So, you know, 840 down. There's a sharp cut. You know, I guess what would have happened is initially there would have been a little bit of disbelief, etc. That this could change. This could as more and more rounds get completed. But I think as the time and the hour has passed, and the numbers are where they are and what they are, and some of these states like UP, etc., are coming through, as Srini has been pointing out. I think that realization is kind of setting in that this is going to be a tough one. I still think we will have to wait for another hour and a half till we get a really settled picture of what the numbers are looking like. But now things are taking a very sharp dive. 900 points down on the Nifty. We are down 22,354 at this point in time. I just want to, Nimesh is with us. Nimesh, I'm going to come to you, but I just want to bring in Sachin Salgaonkar as well of Bank of America. He tracks telecom and other sectors closely. Look at something like it's not exactly the front and center stock, but idea, right? I mean, telecom tariffs were something which everybody was waiting for, tariff hikes post-elections. Idea is down 10%, Bharti is down 4-5%.
No, I think the U-turn in the last 1 hour has come from PSU banks, Union Bank, just in the last 5 minutes, last 1 hour, is down a further 5%.
The selling is intensified on
Intensification is PSU banks and Adani group of stocks.
Absolutely.
Those are the
that's
ones.
the high beta that's done the most on the upside, so there's a cut coming here. So it's now approaching 4-digit mark. I mean, almost 950 gone now as far as the Nifty is concerned. Sachin is with us. Sachin, thanks for waiting. Your first thoughts, I mean, you've tracked markets, you've tracked politics, etc. for a long time, more markets than politics, I reckon. But your take on some of these things like, potential for tariff hikes, and these are a lot of the things which markets were betting on as dividend of political continuity, which seems to be not in doubt, but it's weaker than what many thought. Your thoughts, Sachin?
No, thank you for the opportunity. See, as a starting point, India telcos is a consumption story. So at some level, it's slightly disconnected from what we are seeing on politics. But you're right from a point of view that for the longest time, the sector was waiting for a tariff hike, and the general thought was that post-elections, we are going to see a tariff hike. I do think that event will still play out. A simple reason for that is all three telcos are okay with a tariff hike. And this is the decision which has largely been taken by the telcos. Of course, the timing and magnitude is something which no one really knows. The general expectation was this will happen immediately post-elections, and let's see, where these things do go out. Our general expectation is it's still around a 15 to 20% hike. Reason being is for the last 2.5 years, we didn't see a tariff hike, and we are at a point where the market is generally okay. From a consumption point of view, to take that tariff hike around.
Okay, all right. Well, it's still 900 down on the index. Selling intensifying in a lot of PSU names and the Adani names. I mean, some of the stocks like BHEL, etc., they're down in double digits, 10-11%. Some of them trade in the F&O, so they hit that 10% first circuit, then it flexed, and then there's additional selling after that circuit, down circuit opened up. So there's a lot happening, and it's all on very high volumes as well. Nimesh, you've been working the phones, I'm sure, and it's been quite a roller coaster for most people on their trading desk this morning, right?
Oh, absolutely, Surbhi. It's been extremely volatile in the first 2 hours of trade. But again, what we're seeing right now is just a reversal of what happened yesterday. All the Adani Group stocks, the PSUs were up, 10, 11, 12%, and that's got reversed in the first 2 hours of today's trade. But again, I've been talking to a lot of large HNI investors, and the feedback is this is still early stage, and they'll wait for some more clarity as far as the final outcome is concerned. So there is no panic, so to speak, from the larger investors, at least till what I spoke to half an hour back. Interestingly, from a flow perspective, the early morning trend was that there are buy flows from larger FIs. Interestingly, there is a large basket MOC buying. When I mean MOC buying, it basically happens in the last 30 minutes of trade, and there is a long list of stocks where there was an MOC buying at a leading FI address. So need to see whether that gets played out in the last half an hour of trade in today's market. Even apart from MOC buying, there is buying interest from larger FIs, especially in the private bank stocks and some select large cap names. We are seeing some bit of trend in the FMCG names in the first 2 hours of trade. So looks like that's getting played out as far as flows are concerned. Even in terms of select PSU names, largely in the metal names and some large PSU bank stocks, there is a bit of buying interest from the larger institutions. So while there is a bit of knee-jerk reaction to what we are seeing right now as far as the election trends are concerned, but from a flow perspective, there is buying is what I understand. And from larger HNI feedback, it seems like it's a wait and watch for them, and they're still not taking a large call whether to buy or to sell out. But if this trend seems to continue, you will see a bit of further knee-jerk reaction, especially in Adani names as well as the PSU stocks.
Well, yes, that is the Adani Group under pressure, as Nimesh was pointing out. Also, the market's under pressure. But, you know, I just want to go back to that flash that you're seeing on your screens, and that will perhaps explain how and why we have seen things play out so differently from the exit poll. Because let's bring back the vote share picture. As I had pointed out at the start of the program, that all exit polls had pretty much given a consensus view as far as vote share for the BJP, around 40%. But the best case scenario for the Congress in terms of vote share was a little over 20%. In fact, one poll had said 23%, but it was around the 20%. Vote share, if you look at it now, the BJP vote share at about 39.5%, and the Congress vote share much higher than what the polls were projecting, almost 27%. That is the kind of vote share change that we are seeing versus what the polls were estimating and what the Congress is doing at this point in time. So that perhaps could be an indicator to look out for as to why we have seen this change emerge as far as many of those crucial battleground states are concerned. But speaking of the battleground states, let's bring back UP for you because again there, you know, it has gone completely off script for the NDA alliance. It is just neck and neck. The NDA now leading in 40, the India Alliance in 39. So neck and neck there. West Bengal, the TMC clearly in the lead 30, with the BJP leading in 12. And Karnataka is the other one where things have not gone as per what the exit polls were suggesting, where it's about 8 or 9 leads for the Congress at this point in time versus 19. And it was expected to be a clean sweep for the NDA Alliance in Karnataka. Rajasthan and Haryana also, we need to bring those two states up for you to tell you where things stand, because even in Rajasthan, the dynamics, as I was pointing out, and there was speculation on whether the infighting could have cost the BJP, and it looks like that at this point in time. It's 294 now for the NDA, it's 240 for the BJP, it's 227 for the India Alliance, and it's 95 for the Congress. Remember, two individuals to watch out for now who have gone in strong so far as the electoral leads are concerned: Nitish Kumar in Bihar and Chandrababu Naidu at the TDP. So those two individuals will also need to be closely watched, and we will have to see any comments that come in from them. But the tally is changing as we speak. It's 294 for the NDA, 240 for the BJP, 227 for India, and 94 for the Congress. Back to you guys.
You know, Shireen, the other point we need to note is that the BJP's vote share has not fallen much. I mean, they were around 40% in the 2019 election. They remain there. It's just that the non-BJP vote has consolidated under India. And that may also explain why the seat share looks very different from what it was previously.
And at the end of it all, ultimately, it's that seat tally that really counts for anyone who's looking at the big picture. Just a reminder, remember, you are getting all of this analysis live coming to you from the from the CNBCTV18 HDFC Sky election headquarters. Back to Sachin for some perspective. Now, Sachin, right now we're seeing this absolute mayhem play out on a lot of capex stocks, a lot of PSU stocks, PFC, REC, BEL, BHEL, they're all down in double digits. But even if these numbers stabilize where they are, or maybe I'm saying worst case, if they start dipping, irrespective of who's in, would you expect any big change in the focus on, public expenditure, on manufacturing? And therefore, how would you look at these stocks? The only thing that's perhaps working against them is I'm sure, valuations. What are your thoughts on this now?
Yeah, I just want to flag that I'm the telcos media internet analyst. Let me speak it from the telcos perspective. So at least from the telcos, most of the 5G capex is largely behind. You do have a bit of a catch-up capex. So from that perspective, we in fact actually see free cash flow improving for all these entities. Of course, the magnitude of tariff hike is lower, then the free cash flow improvement may not be as high. From a valuation perspective, these stocks are not as expensive, so there is still some room to catch up out here.
Okay.
Look at
but Sachin, don't you even look at infrastructure stocks? If you do, then do you think that the bet on infra will be brought down a bit?
sorry, I don't look at infrastructure.
Okay, all right. It's just one of those sectors that were played up in the run-up to the counting day. Expectation that the capex, which has been very good, one of the strong points of the outgoing government, 3.3% of GDP. 10 trillion rupees. It was a fantastic investment in capex. Much of it went into construction, not so much into machinery, and therefore, of course, infrastructure was expected to get a leg up.
Lata, look at the wicks at the bottom of the screen.
Exactly.
I mean, you don't see this. It's actually we've not seen this as the flash says at these levels for many years. It's the single largest gain in 9 years, and it's understandable with the kind of reaction that we are seeing. It's a full 1,000-point sell-off now, which means that in the last 45 minutes, the market, after having consolidated with a 500-point cut, has added on another 500, piled on another 500 on the downside. So this is the shock which is coming through.
Nifty down 1,000. That four-figure number itself is a bit rattling.
Names like SBI are down 10, locked down 10%, right? SBI went up 10% yesterday. It's fully given back all of it.
The Adani Group
right now.
is down 13,
of course, I mean,
14 to 18%, depending on which stock you pick.
Absolutely. I mean,
So
they're all
much
down
of
10, 14%.
yesterday's gains or last
Look at
2-3
defense.
days gains.
Actually, we should put some of these names up. These are all circuit lower, circuit down. If you can follow me, HAL is down 10%. That's a circuit limit, right? 4746. Look at BEL, that is Bharat Electronics. That's down 15%. It's circuit lower.
Even BHEL.
Look at BHEL come to REC, 15% down. The circuit down. IRFC is down 10%, circuit lower. PFC is down 15%. It's a circuit lower. There is GAIL, which went up 10%, 12% yesterday. It's down 10% right now. Canara Bank is down 10%. You mentioned BHEL, which is down 14%. These are large cuts. NTPC is down a full 10%, went up 10%. I mean, so, for some of these, it's just reversals from yesterday, but it tells you the ferocity of the move. IREDA, IREDA is down 13%. Huge, humongous volumes in all these names. PNB is down 10.
Even big stocks, ONGC, Punjab National Bank, all down 10% and on circuit.
Power Grid is down 10%, Lata. SJV, and as you would notice, most of these are from the PSU space. Cochin Shipyard down 10, Mazgaon down 16. Right, Mazgaon down 16%, Hudco down 13-14%, SAIL down 10%, and of course, as you said, ONGC down 10% as well. This is, just some of the largest volume-led losers, and they're all mostly, I think, 80-85% of the list that I read out is all in the PSU space.
No, absolutely.
Let me just get Mr. Bhalla in for a minute on...
Just a point on the massive extent of PSU selling that we're getting. I think right now it's that phase of book profits and get out of the door quickly enough, because these are stocks that have moved up. Or Cochin Shipyard up about 700%, HAL up about 300-400%. So that's what's going on. But beyond PSUs, I'm trying to see what is happening in the rest of the market as well. And the issue is, look at the Bank Nifty. PSU selling, one of course understands. But the Bank Nifty has its own issues. Look at Reliance. Reliance Industries is down 7%. That's the extent of the impact of the numbers that we're seeing on the screen as of now. Look at it, IndusInd Bank down 9%, ICICI Bank down 5.5%, HDFC Bank down 5%, Bharti Airtel down 7%. This is not just about sell PSU, shift your portfolio, buy something else in this market. This right now is a complete rejig. It's a complete let's get back down to the drawing board sort of a situation, take the money off. And that's 1,200 points down on the Nifty on the verge of breaking the 22,000 mark. Indeed, this is a massive day, and for the time being, it's a massive day on the way down.
In days of yore, we used to say London opening. At about 12 o'clock, we would always expect some serious changes, and that would mean the FI's desks are opening. Maybe that's the trend we are getting. It's only 11, so the accelerated selling has come even before noon. So quite clearly, a lot of trading activity and people taking money off the desk at any price seems to be the mood at this point in time.
Absolutely.
Shireen, you have more?
No, Lata, I was just saying that the reason perhaps why we're seeing this accelerated selling coming in is because the numbers are changing on the election ticker. So it's now 290 for the NDA, it's 235 for the BJP, it's 231 for the India Alliance, and it's 97 for the Congress. And the numbers have changed significantly in the last few minutes, even as far as UP is concerned. So if we bring UP back up, the India Alliance now leading in 43, the NDA in 36. So that is the story that has changed changed again in the last few minutes in terms of leads. But again, we want to caveat that many leads were given to understand very slim margins on many seats at this point in time. But perhaps the reason why you're seeing this accelerated pressure and sell-off in the market is because the election ticker has now shown you the NDA at 289, the BJP at 234, and the India Alliance at 232. So it is going to be important to see how the political dynamics change, Lata, if and Prashant and Surabhi, if we are not in a situation of the BJP getting majority on its own. So we will have to now start to factor in those scenarios as well. It wasn't a scenario at all that anyone was considering up until now, but I would imagine that if this holds, then those will have to be scenarios that we will need to start factoring in.
Shireen, forget about the BJP. The NDA is now holding on to the majority just by the skin of its teeth.
289.
I mean, 289 is only a small distance away from the 273 mark. So, 275 mark. So we have to really watch out. Of course, it still looks like it will romp home if the trends continue, but it will be a very different color to the government, the confidence to the government. And my own sense is that the center-state equation is going to take a definite change. The extent of centralization we saw in the past 5 years or past 10 years is perhaps likely to slow down a bit because parties like the Telugu Desam, the TDP, parties like the Janata Dal will have a slightly bigger voice even within the NDA, and therefore walking away with state powers into the center will perhaps have to slow down. We have more guests joining us now, and we have to concentrate on the market because we are seeing serious losses, especially in the bank Nifty. So we have invited Suresh Ganapathy, the managing director and banking expert at Macquarie. They're also going to be joined by Nilesh Shah, the head of Kotak AMC. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. First to you, Nilesh. There seems to be a serious taking off of money from the market. It's not just infrastructure stocks and PSU stocks that are going, but even unrelated stocks are beginning to see taking away of money. What's the mood in the market?
Undoubtedly, market is, on the way up because of exit poll, and now the actual results are way below what exit polls were indicating, and that's why there is a correction in the market. Investors are looking forward to the actual results. Markets had factored in continuity of government and policy push towards accelerated growth. With this kind of result, people will wait on the margin to see what kind of formation happens.
Gentlemen, so yeah, I mean, we got to start to think about that kind of stuff, right? I mean, what kind of formations and whether, because as Lata was pointing out, I mean, it's not just the BJP, the NDA itself is now under the 289, 288 or so. Suresh Ganapathy is also with us. Prashant here, Nilesh Bhai and Suresh. Suresh, what does this mean? I mean, there is, there was people who were expecting a dividend because of political continuity, and that may still be there, but these numbers broadly, as an equity analyst and then as a bank analyst.
Yeah, look, I think, Prashant, it's back to basics, right? I think some of the multiples were just getting expanded and re-rated without any substance. So just to give you an example, SBI just cannot structurally cross an ROE of 1.1%. So on what basis the markets were giving high multiples to SBI beats me. The RBI's annual report talks about a whole lot of important regulations, be it ECL norms or be it project finance norms coming through. The market were giving complete scant regard to any of those regulatory, changes which are expected, which is definitely going to affect the PSU banks more than the privates. So my point here is, at the end of the day, what matters is earnings, what matters is ROA, and what matters is ROE. So it'll be back to basics, and that's where I think the reality will kick in, and some of these names will... I've seen the selling and will continue to see the selling going forward.
Absolutely. Yep, Shireen, any further updates?
No, just wanted to give some more market internals, Lata, and back to the UP picture, because it is moving now, trending in favor more so for the India Alliance, 43 now for the India Alliance, 36 for the NDA. That's the picture that's playing out in UP. Smriti Ilani, I was just taking a look at the latest numbers. They're trailing by about 27,000 votes. Kishori Lal Sharma of the BJP, of the Congress, old Congress hand, a local of a leader, giving her a fight there in the battleground of Amethi. Mahua Moitra, by the way, the TMC has also edged higher in West Bengal. It's upped its leads in West Bengal, and Mahua Moitra now leading. The TMC is leading in 32 seats, including the seat for Mahua Moitra. Krishnanagar is where Mahua Moitra is also leading at this point in time. It is now 230 for the India Alliance, 293 for the BJP, down 60, and it is up 111 for the India Alliance at this point in time. Again, back to the vote share numbers, just under 40% for the BJP and just under 27% as far as the Congress is concerned. West Bengal, as I pointed out, 32 now, leads coming in for the TMC, and Karnataka, the NDA leading in 18, the Congress leading in 10. So, you know, many of those big battleground states are going contrary to what the exit polls were indicating, what the exit polls were predicting. It's 238 now for the BJP. We are going to have to start to monitor Chandrababu Naidu, Nitish
Shireen,
Kumar.
can you read out Maharashtra as well? I think Maharashtra also was a big battleground state.
Yeah, Maharashtra is a big battleground state, and the last I had checked, the Maharashtra leads India leading in 25, the NDA leading in 22. So still close, but India has the advantage, leading in 25 seats as of now. Look at Haryana. The expectation again was that the BJP would you know, do a slam dunk in Haryana, but you're seeing the picture change there as well, with the India Alliance leading versus the NDA in Haryana as well. It's 294 now for the NDA, 238 for the BJP. 228 for India and 93 for the Congress. Those are some of the NDA allies on your screens as well. The TDP at 15, the JDU at 15 as well. So they've delivered their numbers.
Sure, okay, got that, Shireen. Thanks for that. I mean, it's
two states that sent the largest number of parliamentarians to Lok Sabha are Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
Absolutely.
And in both those, I think there have been very severe reversals.
Maharashtra was a complicated election. Maharashtra was a complicated because it was, you know, two Shiv Senas and two old and new.
You're right that Maharashtra was the known devil.
Yeah.
UP has turned out to be the unknown devil for...
Absolutely. So, I mean, the top tally on our screens is still reading around 298 thereabouts for the NDA combined. Nilesh, the markets now sort of pricing all this in right now with about a 1,200 point fall. Now, we have to work with scenarios till we get the absolutes, right? So, if we work with a scenario where the NDA is still managing between 290 to about 300, then how do you expect the next couple of days to play out? Is this like, you know, a knee-jerk COVID kind of OV? You do a knee-jerk reaction, then you kind of move on and then sort of get back to usual? Or is the market going to take time to really read between the lines in this verdict? What happens, I mean, tomorrow onwards? I'm working with scenario 1 right now, which is NDA roughly around 300.
So a lot will depend upon how things evolve. What markets would like is essentially corporate earnings growth, which in some sense is linked to GDP growth. Our markets are also trading at a premium valuation over other emerging market peers because of political stability. So there could be some amount of derating if there is no political stability. Policy decisions will make a material impact. Now, can one say that this result is indicating the subdued consumption? We have seen our GDP growth driven by public investment and trade far more than consumption and private investment. Now, if there are steps taken to boost consumption, then certainly consumer stocks will do well. If steps are taken to boost infrastructure investments, then infrastructure and capital goods will do well. So one is the valuation of India, which is kind of linked to political stability and continuity. And second is the policy steps taken by the government, which can influence certain part of the market.
Very well put. Nilesh, a lot of clarity in how we have to think. Overall valuations can also see a bit of cooling off because of the political stability premium going off a little, and specific sectors like defense or infrastructure or power likely to get a bit of a beating, and public sector banks, let's not forget. Suresh, you spoke to us about how the public sector banks, some of them were really trading at very high valuations given their historical ROA. But do you think that this makes the private sector banks get a look in? We didn't see too much of attention being paid to the Kotaks and the HDFCs and the ICICIs in the run-up to the election, especially the counting. Do you think they get a look in now?
Yeah, definitely. I think the narrative over the course of last couple of years were to move more towards the PSUs because they were better in terms of liquidity conditions and LDR ratios. And of course, the sentiment was very strong. I mean, now the focus will shift back to the private sector banks in our view because of the fact that, they are still reporting pretty stable, I would say, earnings growth and ROE. The ROEs of the private sector banks across the board is 16 to 18%. In fact, interestingly, Lata, if you look at it, the gap between the PSUs and the private sector bank valuations before today's, of course, changes was the lowest seen in the history. That's partly got to do with, of course, stocks like HDFC and Kotak not doing well and stocks like SBI having done pretty well. But now, if you were to really look at the outlook going forward, purely in terms of earnings growth, ROE trajectory, and more so even the balance sheet buffers and contingencies that the private sector banks carry. Remember that, as I said, some of these ECL regulations are expected to come as per RBI's own admission, and the PSU banks don't carry any buffer. So the focus will now again go back to what kind of ROE, credit costs you're going to report, rather than just re-rating on the back of a narrative or a story out there, right? So yeah, that's how we look at the focus back towards, let's put it this way, the defensives, which would be the private sector banks at this point in time.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
Suresh,
guess
thanks for
stocks for times when things are going haywire. Suresh, thank you very much for that point of view. Really appreciate you being with us on this busy, all-important morning. I just wanted to point out here that the extent of selling is such that a lot of these PSU stocks, which are also in the F&O market, the first circuit hit at 10, then there was a bit of a freeze, then there was a flex, then it moved to 15, again a freeze, flex, and now many of these stocks are almost 20% on the lower side. I mean, look at REC, PFC, HUDCO, BEL, BHEL. BHEL is down 17% right now. GAIL is down almost 15%. Bank of Baroda. I guess we're also, dealing with a market which was absolutely a lock, stock and barrel in these stocks.
Yeah.
So,
Nilesh, actually on that, Nilesh, you touched on a point that a BJP with 235, 240, at the moment I believe it's around 235, will have less negotiating power within the NDA itself. You touched on that point. Do you think that seriously takes down valuations for India because the existing stability also will be seen as less stable than what the 293 makes it out to be?
Undoubtedly, the first reaction of investor will be that if there is a coalition government versus one-party government, the policy making will get influenced by coalition politics. Then the focus will be on actual delivery. If they see that the policy reforms are continuing in right direction, then the re-rating can happen. But the initial reaction of investor will be that compared to one-party majority versus coalition politics, there will be push and pull, and economics will probably take a little bit of backseat vis-a-vis politics. There will be focus more on boosting consumption than, let's say, infrastructure investment.
But maybe that's not such a bad thing, Nilesh, at least for that part of the market. I know it's not the heaviest weight, consumer stocks, but if there are indeed steps taken to boost consumption at the bottom of the pyramid, would that necessarily, and maybe, not without letting the fist completely run away, would a boost in consumption necessarily be bad?
And let me tag in one more question, quite different. What kind of lows are you seeing for the market, Nilesh? Does it go below 22,000? Should we be prepared for a slightly bigger cut than we were?
So let me answer easier part. It's very, very difficult to estimate where is the top or the bottom in a day like today. A lot will depend upon how the actual results pan out. And boosting consumption at the bottom end obviously is not wrong. It's appropriate. However, how it is funded is also critical. If it is funded through, let's say, increased dividend from RBI, which has been already announced, then certainly it's a step in the right direction. So a lot will depend upon how policies evolve. I do believe that while there is a potential derating of Indian market because of political stability, the other fundamentals continue to remain in good stake. Our market cap to GDP ratio is well above averages, but profit to GDP ratio is also well above averages, and debt to GDP ratio or listed companies leverage is well below historical averages. Valuations are fairly priced, but it's not extremely expensive, bearing low floating stock counters. So at some point of time, fundamentals will prevail and create a bottom, but where that bottom is, today it's difficult to predict.
There's a lot of numbers on debt and profit to GDP, profit to market cap and market cap to GDP. What about earnings per share itself? EPS for Nifty was 1,000 rupees for the current year, right? So what do we go with in terms of
FY24 EPS?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So FY24 EPS actually came 3% ahead of expectation at the beginning of the year. This is one of the very rare years where analysts had to upgrade the Nifty earning per share. And largely it was driven by financial services sector. There were obviously sectors like IT and chemical where profit growths were well below expectation. FY25 market is expecting about 1145, 1150 kind of Nifty 50 EPS. And again, it will be a broad-based earnings growth. So from a valuation point of view, we are reasonably comfortable. We do trade at a premium to others, but many of our peers are stuck in their own domestic problems. Russia is stuck in Ukraine, Brazil has a communist government, South Africa is going into coalition politics, China has real estate challenge, and Taiwan. So in some sense, we are also getting a premium because others are not doing well.
Right, just a quick point on, I don't know if you guys talked about PSUs with,
Yeah, we did to some extent. But go ahead.
Any thoughts on, stocks are circuit down. Again, many of them had low floating sort of stock. Not many, but a few had. But broadly, what's your sense here? This was also, of course, the best way to express a view in terms of continued sort of reform momentum or whatever. But and now they're, of course, all going on the other side with some ferocity. Where do they settle?
So Prashant bhai, we were talking about how concentrated holding or low floating stock in PSUs and other counters is resulting into valuation way ahead of fundamentals. And, we did expect that if there was a capital raise in those counters, the discount could be as high as 25 to 30 to 50% also. Now, when you trade at that kind of valuation and there is a disappointment, undoubtedly corrections will happen and corrections will be swift and severe. Again, it's very, very difficult to predict where the bottom for the PSU stocks will be. But again, when correction happens in a market like today, the good, bad and ugly all gets hammered. This will be an opportunity to pick up those PSUs where floating stock is reasonably high, price discovery is more market driven than thanks to the low floating stock or concentrated holding. And you will see a bottoming out process happening in fairly valued PSUs fairly early compared to, let's say, low floating stock counters.
That Nilesh has been cautious for the last 6 months, at least.
Yes.
And he's been has been saying valuations are high, but I don't think. And correct me if I'm wrong, Nilesh, but you don't think you would not have imagined that the risk would come from this. I mean, the final the correction would happen because of this.
That's what they
So
say,
as they
right?
say,
The real risk is the one that you don't know.
It's
the unknown.
No, and actually not just Kotak AMC in the form of Nilesh Shah, but Kotak Securities,
Absolutely.
quite
They've
a
also
different
been-
wing, also were cautioning. And I remember some of the stock market anchors almost jeering, saying that why are they so cautious? You know, everybody else was much more gung-ho. And this is as recently as yesterday. I heard some stock anchors poking fun at the Kotak Securities. But now that caution is actually well received.
Absolutely. Sanjeev Prasad has been extremely cautious in a lot of the notes that Kotak Institutional
Especially
Equities puts out.
mid-caps.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I remember the Mad Caps report. But anyway, different arm, completely different from the AMC. But Nilesh, to come back to the point that you just made on, you know, a lot of other emerging markets having their own problems. So I'm going to put a question to you, which actually should be put to, you know, your peers on the foreign buy desks. But I'm sure you talk to them anyway. So let me get your sense on this. You know, this FPI buying has been missing for a long time in this market this year. You folks have been sort of picking it up. Now, if we get this sort of a result, what do you think? I mean, if you could, you know, step into the shoes of a foreign fund manager for just a second, is this a 1,000-point dip which is presenting a great opportunity to finally enter India at better levels? Or is this a moment in time where things become a little more unclear?
So we did see some amount of foreign short covering yesterday on exit poll. Today, obviously, things have changed. And if we see their behavior, it was kind of 1 month of buying, 2 months of selling, 2 months of buying, 1 month of selling. Yes, in the financial year, April and May, they have been net sellers. But otherwise, whenever they got an opportunity, they have participated in block selling by some of the multinational companies, some of the IPOs. My feeling is that global investor, just like domestic investor, will keep on evaluating opportunities. And as long as our fundamental story remains intact, there will be a buyer on correction. Does not necessarily mean today, but certainly they'll be looking to add to India over a longer period of time.
Fair point. Just a number, Nilesh. At the moment, if I go with what, 11,145 you said, 1145 is the Nifty EPS for FY25. In that case, we are still like almost 20 times. Do you think that, what is the long-term average? Does it go to 18 times, 19 times?
So Lata, we are already in the month of June. So in some sense, we are looking at a earning 10-month forward and not 12-month forward. Now, on a day like today, it's difficult to, make those kind of adjustments. But my feeling is that over the next 6 months, we will be transiting to FY26 earning, which will be more towards 1250, 1300 times. And that we will be somewhere around 18.5 times. That's somewhere around historical averages. So we will see some amount of consolidation, which we had been saying some times ago. And as Prashant mentioned, for 5 months and 29 days, we were wrong on low floating stock PSUs. But finally, your conviction pays off.
Well, Nilesh, we will come back to you when we do have a decisive verdict one way or the other, when we have clarity, because we're still going with what the leads are indicating. But many thanks, as always, for joining us today on a very important day for politics in this country and, of course, for the markets as well. And we will come back to you in a short while from now. But here's the latest tally, 296 for the NDA. The India Alliance continues to lead in UP now at 42. That is the latest number coming in there. While the numbers on your screens are changing, whether it's the markets or it's the election ticker, there has been one constant here on CNBC TV18 through the course, not just of the last 44 days, but even for periods before that. And I think I call him our Sachin Tendulkar and Rahul Dravid combined, but Parikshit Luthra has really been driving the election coverage here on CNBC TV18 and doing a stellar job of keeping us up to date with what's happening. And he's standing by on the magic wall. Parikshit, to take us through some of those big contests, who's ahead?
Well, the results are changing very fast and they've surprised the stock markets and surprised everyone, including pollsters. 239 for the BJP as of now, Shireen. So way back in 2019, this was at 303. Congress at 95. In 2019, they were at 52. So big jump there for the Congress party. Big fall in numbers for the BJP. The Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh is turning out to be a giant killer. Look at the numbers in Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party, the big gainer right now, and the India Alliance actually ahead, majorly because of the Samajwadi Party. And the NDA's numbers are at 37, down 27 from last time around. So clearly something is happening on the ground in Uttar Pradesh. Let's look at some of the VIP constituencies. Constituency number 36, you've got Rahul Gandhi winning with a comfortable margin against Dinesh Pratap Singh. In the next door constituency, that is Amethi, Smriti Irani seems to be tailing, and Kishori Lal Sharma seems to be very comfortable with over 20,000 votes as of now. In Sultanpur, that is the constituency of Maneka Gandhi from the BJP, she's trailing, and the Samajwadi Party leader Rambual Nishad is gaining ground. So clearly something has worked in terms of caste equations for the Samajwadi Party on the ground. So they could be very decisive in government formation in case any bloc falls short of the majority mark. As of now, the BJP not forming majority on its own, but still, it will be an hour or so before things become really clear. I'd also like to quickly take a look at West Bengal, where it seems that Mamata Banerjee has managed to save a lot of ground, save her bastions. TMC leading on 30 seats, the BJP just 11. If these numbers hold true in a few hours from now, then it would be a loss for the BJP. Let's also look at the state of Bihar. Very crucially, yes, the NDA is doing better, but the ones who are actually leading the way from them is the JDU. All these green seats that you see are JDU doing well for the BJP. So very important to see what will happen with the JDU going forward. Let's also look at Maharashtra, where we had seen a lot of fragmentation. We see the NDA's tally coming down very significantly, down 18 seats compared to last time. The India Alliance gaining 18. So it seems that the breaking of the Shiv Sena alliance, the breaking of the NCP has somehow benefited the India Alliance. Even though the likes of Supriya Sule were trailing from Baramati, overall the India Alliance seems to be gaining. So where all is the BJP actually picking up? Well, in Telangana, sometime back, the BJP was in the lead, but now it's almost neck to neck with the Congress benefiting from the fall in the BRS, and even in states like Rajasthan, for that matter. Rajasthan has been a big setback for the BJP. They tried to change a lot of things. They tried to replace at least 11 MPs. In fact, in this Lok Sabha election, more than 102 MPs have been replaced by the BJP, and the India Alliance winning at least 12 seats as of now, the BJP at 13. So it seems that the Congress has really improved and done a lot of groundwork, which seems to be paying off. So the national picture at this juncture, not looking very good, but these are early leads. NDA comfortably in the lead, but will the BJP get the majority mark on its own is something that a lot of experts are asking. Back to you.
Taken, Parikshit, at 239, it definitely looks like a very big ask to get anywhere near the majority tally. And that makes Naidu and Nitish Kumar kingmakers. I mean, if 15 and 15 of those, I think it's 20 for TDP at this point in time, if they were to switch to NDA, as some people in the market are very scared about, switch to India, then actually they become kingmakers. Of course, that's perhaps wildly speculating, but for the market, it means money that is at stake. So there are all kinds of wild speculations.
We've recovered a little bit, you know, because, you know, this is, a lot of it is, of course, immediate reaction, positioning, etc. But from the lows, the market has recovered about 300 points. But there's
no recovery, Prashant, in the fixed income and forex market. People were looking at 82.75 for the rupee. It is actually now at 83.50. Yesterday, for a brief period, the rupee became cheaper than 83. You required less than 83 rupees to buy the dollar. But now the dollar is 83.50.
I guess even the
likewise in bonds, 7.12.
Yeah, I guess even in the money markets, the big hope was that, I mean, apart from the dividend and what will happen and great budget expectation for July, the hope that more foreign money will come in. Yesterday's money buying, FPI buying was over 6,800 crores. Now, will we see more of that in the near term? I mean, will they come in and buy this dip? These are questions which are out there. But what's happening right now is that the money is coming in selectively in defensive stocks. That hasn't changed. It's still, Lever is now surging almost 5% higher. Sun Pharma, Britannia, Cipla. It's still most of these, because on the other side of the screen, your Adani Group stocks, likes of Coal India still down 13, Power Grid, SBI is still down about 11%. Yes, it was down almost 15% at one point. but that's still a double-digit cut. You know what Horma's also just confirmed, I was just checking with our team at the back end, this is the biggest fall that the market has seen since COVID. I mean, this kind of a 4-digit decline is not what we've seen in the last 4 years. And Prashant, I think that's something that on mind as well, whether it gets bought or whether this is more long drawn out. And then you get into a bit of a range and you need to navigate this differently.
You know, I think, maybe it's too early to say what will happen, but I think it won't be if these numbers hold, that is, I don't think it'll be a COVID-style V-shaped recovery. Because that was, you basically wanted two things. You wanted a vaccine, which came in November of that year, and you wanted a stimulus, a big stimulus, right? Big bazooka. I think this is that. I mean, this is...
I take your point. See, COVID at that point in the March of 2020, we worried, we were not sure how long it will last. And there was a genuine fear that, if there is a lockdown for 3 months, 6 months, we don't know, economic activity will be completely decimated. So we saw the Nifty going, to 7,000. It was a very big fall. We are not anywhere in that picture.
But the pole vault. The pole vault was very dramatic in COVID. And what we're discussing is whether the recovery, and eventually, the market moves on, whether the recovery is going to be as quick and swift or not.
Since this is more an evolutionary situation, perhaps it's not that V-shaped, but let's wait and see. Much will depend on the numbers. We have to take a break. Haven't done that in a bit. Coming back with more experts. I think this time we will have more political experts joining us.
What we're seeing is typically, there is a lot of, just like in urban India, there is a lot of stigma as well as, say, lack of awareness. There's also a lot of belief in religious practices and faith healers. So we have to go into the system, be extremely patient in our approach, which is why I keep harping on 5 to 7 year period, right? So this is something that takes time. At the end of the day, social change and behavior cannot be achieved overnight. So this is what we're doing, and this past year alone, we've been running this program since 2016, and this past year alone, we've actually impacted about 13,000 people across 6 states. We've trained about 4,000 healthline workers, and about 20 to 25,000 caregivers have been provided psychosocial support, counseling, etc.
I think, like you said, and like many of us have said, the conversation about inclusion has to now go beyond policy, because it's no longer just about policy, it is about culture. It's all too well, I think most organizations of today, and especially those that want to be organizations of the future, will have policies in place. But have they translated?
Welcome back. You are tuned to CNBC TV18 HDFC Sky's election headquarters for the big verdict today. The verdict has been quite different from what the exit polls led us to expect. The NDA at only 292 now, still in with a majority, but the BJP at 238. So the big question we should be wondering is whether the NDA allies stay together with the BJP, which now has a much lower clout, does not have a majority in its own right. Joining us to answer those questions and more, senior journalist Sanjeev Srivastava and Ninad Sheth, also a senior journalist and political analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Sanjeev, let me come to you first. It looks at the moment, of course, that the NDA is in with about 290 plus seats. It's a very moving picture at this point in time. It appears that between 290 and 300 will be the NDA's tally, but the BJP is down less than 240 at this point in time, probably 238 when I last saw. Do you think there is a problem of stability? Do you think some of the NDA allies like the TDP and the Janata Dal, which see themselves, the JDU, which see themselves as kingmakers, could jump ship?
See, the truthful answer, Lata, is that nobody knows what will the NDA allies do. But going by their track record, especially track record of someone like Nitish Kumar, who changes parties virtually every year on his every birthday, he has a new fellow partner. So what will he do? He has had a long-running problem with Prime Minister Modi. Remember, before 2014, they were like daggers drawn. And then circumstances make stranger bedfellows. So they have come together, come together. Now what he does next is anybody's guess. Same is the question with, there are not many other allies really who may stick or not stick with them. JDS is inconsequential. They have 2 or 3 MPs. I'm surprised with the manner in which the BJP's number has gone down. I was expecting it to be nowhere near the exit polls, and we spoke earlier about this. But for them to capitulate in this manner, if they were 10, 20 seats plus from here, things would have been relatively more stable. But now everything is up in the air. I'm told the UP election counting is going real slow. Yep. So that may also change some equations, and that maybe what the BJP will be hoping for as a best case scenario. But what is one thing is certain, the jalwa or the oomph or the swagger of 2014 and 19 is well behind the present leadership.
Now, I take your point on both issues. We are absolutely jumping the gun if we think that the leads will be converted into final seats, because even in the course of the last 3-4 hours, we have seen things, zigzag a goodish bit. But over to you, Ekta and Rima. Your thoughts first, Rima. The market's absolutely taken a U-turn.
Oh, absolutely.
From yesterday.
And we're once again down to nearly the day's low, so 22,153. But let's continue with our discussion with our guests. Ninad Sheth, senior journalist, is also with us. Ninad, afternoon. Do you think it's a real possibility that Congress may, lay claim to form a government? The India Alliance plus others throw in a Nitish Kumar, and there is a possibility that Congress makes a claim to form a government this time?
I think everything depends. The template to see right now is not the respective alliances. The pitch has turned dramatically. It all depends on the single party majority point of BJP. I think for the market, it's very important that BJP comes as a single party, because otherwise there's a dramatic change. We were expecting that if the BJP comes back, then all the infrastructure spending which the government has been, shouldering will be now complemented by private sector spending. That will radically shift if Congress comes, because Congress's promises are welfareistic. So not only will the infrastructure spending and all the other spending, expenditure of government shift, it will shift not from productive assets to welfareism. And that will, have a very long-term negative impact on the market. To my mind, the key figure of the third consecutive single-party majority is the defining question. I think if that happens, then BJP has enough, what is called Sam Dam Dand Bhed to go on and have 5 years. But with majority not being there, single-party majority, I think everything changes, and it is very difficult, therefore, then to predict the policy outcome as well as the government outcome in the very short run.
Yeah, I think we would be in the realm of speculation if we talk about policy certainty and continuation until we know what that number is for the BJP, currently at 238. But if the BJP by itself falls short of majority, what will the dynamics be within the alliance itself with alliance partners? That's the big question. But let me get Sanjeev back into the conversation. Sanjeev, great to have you here on CNBC TV18. Sanjeev, let's talk about these three battleground states. And I'll start by asking you about Rajasthan, which is your home state in many ways. What's going on there? I mean, the polls made it very, very clear that it would be the BJP all the way, and it hasn't turned as per script.
So, Shireen, I seldom get these occasions when I can gloat a little. Usually, I always have egg on my face. But this time, on 19th April, when the first phase of voting was happening, I said that Rajasthan is likely to be 18-7 in favor of BJP on your show. And then I think the last time we spoke on CNBC was on 13th, when the day Maharashtra was voting. And then I said the BJP is likely to get less than 270. And I think we have the same fellow panelists here who asked me to travel a little more. So the thing is that if the BJP on its own gets 250 or north of 250, I think the government structure will more or less be the same. That can be taken for granted. Prime Minister same, top leadership same, NDA government, of course, BJP not getting a clear majority, but broad contours and structure of the government remains the same. But if it is reduced to what the number is, if the trend right now of 238, 240 gets confirmed, then really a lot of things go up in the air. Where do the allies go? Where does a Nitish Kumar who just changes parties every season, where does he go? Where do other allies go? And what about, if at all, there are some rumblings which begin within the BJP? So then a lot of possibilities get thrown up. I really don't have the answers. I don't also have any inside track of what may be happening there. But these are very obvious possibilities.
Yes, those are possibilities that will come into play if, as you point out, that number for the BJP is less than 250 at this point in time, tracking 238. Sanjeev, you know, speaking of travel, I know that you did travel, not the length and breadth of the country, but a fair amount to gauge the mood. How do you explain what we are seeing happen in UP, for instance? 42 now in favor of the India Alliance, the NDA leading in 36. I mean, this was UP where, again, the polls predicted that it would be a slam dunk in favor of the BJP, especially coming on the back of the Ram Mandir, etc. What would you put down as reasons or factors, besides, of course, the fact that perhaps we've seen a consolidation of votes and we don't know whether the BSP votes have gone to the SP or not. But, what would you put down as what has happened in UP?
So, Shireen, I would have expected the result in Maharashtra and Rajasthan, some other states, but UP has also left me stumped. For one, we didn't travel to UP. But from what I am gathering now, couple of things really happened. One, Akhilesh Yadav, who is the senior partner of the alliance in Uttar Pradesh, opposition alliance, his party was largely seen as a Muslim Yadav party. But this time, very smartly, he gave just 5 Yadavs tickets out of his quota and just 4 Muslims. The rest of the tickets he gave based on a very smart social engineering to other castes, Dalits, Kurmis, Kushwas, Rajbhat. So that umbrella and that spread or the net of the opposition alliance became wider with these smaller castes joining in this opposition alliance. The other thing which I think played out was some bit of Rajput anger, because remember what Arvind Kejriwal said in his press conference soon after coming out of jail on bail, that Prime Minister won't stay Prime Minister after 75. He's asking vote for Amit Shah and Yogi will be sacked within 2 months. So now the BJP was very categorical in denying the first thing, that the Prime Minister is going to stay. But there was radio silence on Arvind Kejriwal's statement about Yogi Adityanath. which may have unnerved Yogi himself or his supporters. And so really, what has happened in UP has left me quite stumped, because it was a state where the BJP was doing well, law and order was good, Yogi and Modi double engine on the face of it looked very formidable. But the result and the trends, if they stay this way, then that will be the turning point or the game changer of this election.
Yes, speaking of game-changing elections, it is clearly turning out to be one, completely, as I've been pointing out, unexpected, what the numbers are indicating, at least in some of those crucial battleground states. And we haven't looked at Maharashtra. Let's bring Maharashtra back up, because remember, you've seen a split of the NCP, you've seen a split of the Shiv Sena, there is the Congress and there is the BJP. So most pollsters yesterday were talking about how Maharashtra would be the hardest state to call. And in fact, what you're seeing happen in UP has left everyone with their jaws touching the floor at this point in time. The India Alliance in Maharashtra, 28 seats in which the India Alliance is leading, 18 for the BJP. So that is the latest, as far as 19 now for the NDA in Maharashtra. And it's going to be important. This is also a prestige battle. It's a prestige battle for Sharat Pawar and Supriya Sule of the erstwhile NCP, the original NCP. It's a battle for Uddhav Thackeray, trying to reclaim the legacy of his father, Balasaheb Thackeray. And I would imagine that there's a lot of bruised egos involved as well. 290 for the NDA, 237 for the BJP, 232 for the India Alliance. The Congress now edging closer to 95. Will it cross the 100 mark is the question that we have to watch for the Congress party in specific. It could change the nature of the game for Rahul Gandhi as well. Quick take on the markets, guys, before we head into a break.
Bad for the markets, Shireen. It's, I think, at the lowest point of the day, 5.5% down. Navneet Munot of HDFC AMC is with us, and Navneet, you perhaps have not seen the screen for the last 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is a long time in the markets. 1,250 down on the Nifty as I speak. 22,000 is about to be given away. It's 22,009 as I speak. 8, 22,003, 22,001, and I think 22,000 has just about saved itself for the moment. Your sense, Navneet, if for the next few days, do you think the market is going to plumb lower depths? How would FIIs think about the market, since a given 5-year stability seems under the cloud?
We're talking about 294 seats, right? If I see the screen, 290 or whatever. Between 1989 and 2014, no party had majority. In fact, between 1999 and 2004, the first NDA had a substantially lower seat than what it is today, right? During that period, Sensex has gone up from 750 to 25,000 between 1989 and 2014, 33 times increase in Sensex. I think we are overplaying this. Of course, market has gone up. 22,000 looks like market has fallen substantially. The fact is, few days back, we celebrated that. Now we have hit 22,000. Yeah. It is an all-time high. We celebrated 20,000 for the first time in our history just few weeks back. So market has gone up quite a bit. I think the comfort on the valuations was very limited, while all the macro parameters look very good, whether the GDP, inflation, external sector, corporate balance sheet, fiscal consolidation on every aspect. But it's just that valuations did not leave any margin of error. Any negative news flow, which market thinks is negative, had to have this impression. And of course, we shouldn't forget that yesterday was like a big bump up in market. Last couple of months have been a big rise in market. We must be prepared for something like this.
Okay. But Navneet, I think the market is fearing the standalone BJP number at this point in time as well, and how exactly the politics are probably going to pan out. Do you think that the next 4 years, if in case these numbers do come through, the government might be a little more populist, and that's what the street is probably fearing?
No, I don't think so. Depends
just
on
to
what you call...
Just to buttress her point, the bond market seems to think so, because the yields have gone up from overnight 6.94 to 7.12. I can't remember when 18 basis points rise in yields.
On a single day.
Yeah, which means 3 rupees bond prices have fallen.
But maybe a month back we were at 7.12. So
Yeah,
I think we
it's entirely because of the RBI dividend.
The RBI dividend and
the
some
bond
of
index
that news
inclusion.
flow took us below 7%. I think if we compare with the global bond market movement, I don't think this is something
anyway, go ahead. I think the fear
But
of
absolutely
populism.
right. My point is that it depends on what you call populism. To me, the biggest reform that has happened in last 10 years is a high quality social security net, which is like an LPG cylinder, a toilet, a tap water at home. I mean, your Ayushman Bharat, Atal pension, a PM Awas, free food or whatever for 800 million. I think that should continue. We are a democratic country where there are millions are yet to get the basic necessities, and this is what we have done. We are delivering it through a digital mean, leveraging on biometric card, bank account, and a mobile phone. That will continue. If that gets a little more pace, I think a large part of corporate India would be happy. The entire consumption growth, which has been slightly slower, if that picks up pace because there is more spending on the rural area, if there's little bit of spending on that side, I don't think that is bad for the economy.
Oh, no.
But the fundamental, just give me 30 seconds. I think the focus we have on building a first-class digital infrastructure and the physical infrastructure, that is unlikely to change.
No, I take your point entirely. A GDP of 7 to 8%, and even if you take the GVA, 7.2 cannot be disputed, and that momentum cannot really lose speed,
From a
lose
fragile
pace.
5 to the top 5 economies in the world. I mean, we will surely be the third in next 5-6 years.
Okay, let me get another opinion. Sandeep Tandon, the founder and CIO of Quant Mutual Fund, is also joining us. Sandeep, given that political stability for the moment looks a little under the weather, do you think valuations will now come under threat? Do you think, we come down to 19 times or 18 times?
So, Lata, frankly speaking, from a very near-term possibility is high that you might see some sort of re-rating in certain stocks, certain like capex stock or PSU, which has a rate significant. You might see. But ultimately, what we have to look at is something is going to change from a longer-term perspective. And the answer is big no. Given the Indian macro, which we have seen, I always say in the last 33 years, I have not seen this sort of macro ever in my life. On absolute basis, they are great, and relative basis, they are extraordinary. Now, how you look at this opportunity? I will look at a buying opportunity. Look at the one of the channels I was talking about, the VIX level. VIX is closer to 30 mark. Okay, typically it peaks out around 32-34% mark, unless you have a COVID-like situation go up to 86%, which is not the case. So we are now looking at either we believe that my market has broken down completely, or it's a buying opportunity. So we are looking at VIX is peaking out, and a lot of people are looking at VIX breaking out. So I think that's the way the perception is. Now, what we have to look at the narrative. Obviously, narrative has been about certain developments, certain policies, but I think in reality, nothing will change, okay, except our mindset, because which were so used to certain way of doing things. So that could be a change, which might take a quarter's time to accept a new reality, and everything will come back to normal. So as an institution player, as a mutual fund house, and when we manage long-term money of the investor, I think I'm looking at a great buying opportunity. We have seen this 15-20% cut in last post-COVID also on multiple occasion. Market has fallen sharply, and I will say market is becoming very healthy when this extraordinary hype or with the froth which get built in certain pocket of the sectors or in the economy, I think it's opportunity. So I will look as a buying opportunity rather than getting panic, and I will request a lot of people to use this opportunity to increase your exposure in India, given the Indian macro, which is very, very constructive. So I think I will look as an opportunity rather than getting capitulated at this point of time.
Okay, can we just bring up the intraday of the Nifty? The time when I was telling you that 22,000 is being given up, since then it has given up 200 points actually. We are now at 21,800 and change. So intraday of the Nifty, as you can see in the last 10 minutes or so, there has been a slightly steep fall. Perhaps the market is counting in that as you get deeper and deeper into the counting cycle, the feeling that perhaps there will be a change. After all, these are leads. These are not seats. These are leads. These are not wins. We were all telling ourselves, let's not jump the gun. But as the hour ticks on, the clock ticks on, you want to convert leads into wins, and that inductive leap is coming in the market. Sandeep, Shireen, would you say that now this trend getting seriously reversed is becoming a bleaker and bleaker prospect?
Well, we'll just have to wait to see because, you know, if you just look at the Amit Shah constituency, he's leading at this point in time with 5.5 lakh votes, and I believe 4.5 lakh votes are yet to be counted. So, you know, there's clearly no reversal expected on his front, but it also tells you that, as Sanjeev was also pointing out, that, for instance, in UP, it's taking much longer. So, let's hold back the conclusions and let's just follow what the numbers are telling us for now. And the numbers are telling us that it's 289 for the NDA for now, and it is 237 for the BJP, the India Alliance at 233, and the Congress coming in at 93 at this point in time. But I want to go back to Sandeep Lata. Sandeep, you know, you said that you believe that this is an opportunity to buy because this has helped perhaps correct a little bit of the froth that we were already seeing in the market. You know, what would you buy into at this point in time, Sandeep? What is looking good to you, both in terms of valuations as well as in terms of future earnings?
So, Shireen, frankly speaking, let's look at the larger thesis. What was driven, you know, India capex cycle, infrastructure thesis. Okay, I think these are the two sectors where market was very constructive, and some hype also got bought in some of these pockets. Let's look at some of the sector which is completely neglected down. Let's say consumption names, IT names. Okay, for various reasons, IT has corrected. If IT corrects further, that could be a great buying opportunity. We strongly believe consumption names has already reached a neglected phase. Okay, where they are looking attractive and rural economy is coming back. That could be the area. Maybe if financials also correct meaningfully, I think that's the area which we can increase our exposure further from the current level. And even some of the larger names. So right now, like our focus will be on the large cap companies rather than looking at the smaller and mid caps name, because even from the let's look at from FII perspective. FIIs are finding it difficult to come back to India purely on the valuation perspective, because India on the relative to China or related to EM or even related to some of the DM market was relatively more expensive. With this steep fall, I think they may also start looking or pondering to coming back to India. So I think I will look for a larger caps name initially to start with, and then venture into small and mid caps names. So some of the sector which we still like, I think financial should do well. If you look at a larger infra thesis, will continue to do. Consumption is looking good. So I think there's some of the areas which we look at. I will not say that I've been very vocal for last many months that easy phase of bull run is over in India also. We are in decisive bull run, but within decisive bull run, we are in a difficult phase. Okay?
Same
if
question.
that background, then we have to look at the sector rotation, stock rotation will play a very important role rather than saying that I'm going to hold this stock for 5 years and 10 years.
Fair point. What about your thoughts, Navneet, on the same issue? Where will you come in?
No, absolutely. So what has changed? Whether the India's macro has changed, the long-term growth potential has changed,
Yes.
not really.
Yeah, so where
Number two,
which
the bottom-up
sectors should
stock
we look at?
opportunity hasn't changed. And the third is the biggest, I would say, stabilizer for the market is the monthly SIP flows. That is unlikely to change. In fact, I expect a lot of investors who have been sitting on the sideline to use the opportunity over the next couple of days or weeks to actually put money to work. Where we would put money, I think we have been saying for last couple of months that there is a part of market where we have seen froth building up. And I think those are the sectors, those are the stocks where we may not have participated. Now with this correction, some of those stocks may become lucrative to look at again. And also I think from a foreign investor's perspective who looked at India very positively from a macro corporate profitability perspective, but were kind of like not going full throttle because of the valuation. Now with valuation correcting, I also expect some of that money to flow in.
Go ahead. So just a quick word then, right? So you would buy financials, you're comfortable with financials, consumption has been under-owned, and now even defense, manufacturing themes, which have, you know, been frothy so far, but now with the correction, they look attractive to you. What are the sectors that you would avoid? And one more question, is today the day to buy? If this political uncertainty lingers on for a little more time, do you think we're in for lower levels on the markets, or would you go out and recommend buying today?
I mean, the largest party is some 140 seats ahead of the second largest party. Yeah. We haven't seen that for a very, very long time. In last 10 years, we got used to this, you know, high majority number for the largest party, but that has been like hasn't happened for 25, 30 years. We should not forget that. And we have carried out structural reforms during that period. I don't see any reason for the conviction of the next government to be less on continuing with the structural reforms. I think the country wants higher growth, right? There is no doubt about it. We have to make that inclusive, and of course there would be some
she's asking you a pointed question.
I'm just saying that so
Which
from a
sectors?
sector perspective, that's what, I mean, I'm coming to that. The consumption, and you mentioned about the consumption, but there also, maybe the discretionary part, maybe a part of the staples. I think some of those opportunities may be looked at now. But again, another thing is that some of the sectors where valuations had gone up, but you were looking at a longer term opportunity. Now that the valuations have come down in next few days, I think it will be a paradise for stock pickers, right? I mean, it will be such a great opportunity because market will go through this volatility where a lot of positions will get squared depending on where the retail interest has been, will give great opportunity to long-term investors who are not swayed by what happens in politics and on the political channels.
So are we taking that as a yes, that if you have that extra money, you have to put it into the markets today?
Yeah, some of the funds would have that cash they will look to deploy, and some of the funds where maybe a part of the portfolio may also undergo some change.
Okay. Well, let's update on the political situation again. Shireen?
Well, you know, as far as the political situation is concerned, not much has changed in the last few minutes. It's 291 for the NDA. UP continues to be the India Alliance in the lead at 44. It's 231 now for the India Alliance. Overall, 92 for the Congress, and the BJP coming in at 238. Maharashtra, the India Alliance now at 26. The NDA at 21. So that's the picture as of now. But, you know, Navneet, I want to go back to that statement that you made and put that question to both you as well as, you know, you said that this is going to be a stock picker's paradise. So, Navneet, you know, just leave us with where you believe we could perhaps see the biggest opportunities, the big moves come in post this electoral result, whatever it may be, being digested. And secondly, a pointed question on what we are seeing as far as the Adani Group stocks are concerned, obviously reacting to the political dynamics today. But, you know, how would you play them?
So I won't be able to comment on one group or maybe individual stocks, but Shireen, I agree that I think there is going to be continuity in policies. There could be minor tweaks here and there, the way they get delivered. Mr. Arun Jaitley used to say reforms is an art of possibility. And I think we have seen earlier in coalition governments, we have seen big reforms. I don't see any reason that if this government gets formed, of course, I think they have to take everybody on board. I don't see a change in like government continuing with focus on infrastructure. I don't see a change in government continue to focus on how do we build our exports, both goods export as well as services exports. I don't see broader change in that, continuing on the path of fiscal consolidation, which is in general good for our economy. I think in the financial services, we are so underpenetrated in India across all spheres. I think that there will be many opportunities. And as I mentioned, because of this whole retail speculative interest, some of the stocks which had really become very frothy, in the mid and small cap space, there is a possibility that even some of them may become attractive for fund managers to reconsider.
Sandeep, that same question to you before we take a quick break. Oh, Sandeep has left. We are going to take a break. We haven't taken one in a very long time. The tally on your screens, 290 for the NDA, 232 for the India Alliance, 237 for the BJP. The markets continue to trend lower, pressure across the board. We're back in a moment with more.
So it's all too well that you're giving women maternity leave and they're going away for 6 months. But are you welcoming them back with challenging roles when they come back?
Yeah.
You know, it's great to have flexi work hours, But to those who avail those flexi work hours, are you offering your high value, high learning projects?
Yeah, or do they get left behind?
Do they get left behind? So I think the lens with which we view and implement our policies have to change. Is the lens that we want to bring in and retain female workers? Because if that is, then that's no longer enough. Because we're not here to stay. We've quoted enough Maya Angelou on this table. We're here to rise.
Yeah.
What lesson have you learned that you wish you knew when you were starting your business, your career, and perhaps would like to advise to women entrepreneurs today?
I think, it would be don't shy away to ask for help. Don't shy away to speak out because, as someone was saying in the previous panel, we women, most of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Like, probably we are the ones who actually, do the best, but question ourselves so much and our abilities. So I would say, don't shy away to speak out and don't shy away to ask for help any given time.
All right. Go ahead.
I think just listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, I wish 9 years back we had some mentorship. We were aware about networking sessions, Sometimes, being in a smaller city, yes, you get some pros for the same, but there are some cons where you do miss out on these networking sessions. So I think looking up for a role model is very important and definitely trying to network with more like-minded entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay, Kavita.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is don't take anything personally, right? The second one is to always
That's
stand...
hard to do, but yes,
No,
very
don't
important.
take. Even the procurement guy is telling you that you are overpriced. It's not you are not overpriced. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for the product, right? So that's one. Second is always stand in your competence. As women, we always focus on things that we don't have. Stand in your competence. And the third one, which is an extension of the second, is always operate from a position of abundance because you're enough, right? You don't have
All right.
to. Wow,
So,
a very good one.
That was wonderful. You're enough.
Welcome back. You're with us. We're coming to you, of course, from the CNBC TV18 HDFC Sky studios. Look at the market. Strange things do happen. They happen rarely, but they do happen. I mean, 2000 and, memory goes back to, it's not exactly the same, but memory, at least my memory does go back to what we saw back in 2004. Of course, that was a complete shift where one party, the incumbent, lost and unexpectedly the opposition came into power. This is not that, but this is the closest we have to that because expectations, exit polls, everything was lopsided to one way, and you have things going, things not going according to what the expectations were. So actually, big divergence, big deviation from that. 1,600 points down. We're at 21,600. The PSU space is where I think you have to just look at it. I think the index itself is down 15%. Yesterday, the PSU index went up 8%. And today, the PSU index, the PSE, the CPSE, you've got a bunch of these. You can look at the PSU bank as well. 19% down on the index, the Nifty PSE index. I think so. There is a fair bit of selling which is going on right now. Nilesh Shah is, of course, with us. We've been chatting with him on everything that's going on. Nilesh bhai, market is sort of in the process of digesting these numbers, watching the screen closely, not just the markets, but these election results as well. What else, should we focus on? Because should we look at these results as a bit of a regime shift, not in terms of political regime, but how you think about markets, return expectations, etc., or you think not really?
So a lot will depend upon how political parties analyze this result. We were aware that our GDP growth, which came at 8.2% in 2024, was led by public investment and trade and was not supported as much by consumption and private capex. Now, could the focus shift towards consumption? Because in some sense, voters have voted for, subdued consumption. And can the focus of the budget go from investment towards consumption? We'll have to see and observe how things come. Second, we are seeing that with this correction, valuations which had become a little bit on the higher side are now trending towards historical averages. While it's difficult to predict where the pendulum will stop, but as the valuations becomes attractive, some amount of bottom fishing may start in certain counters.
Bottom fishing may start in certain counters. But yeah, I mean, now perhaps is not the day. Just one point, Nilesh bhai, you know, the market down, Nifty down 1,600, 1,700 points, while we are saying that there is going to be political continuity, right? But of course, I mean, the point is BJP falls short of the majority. It is that, I mean, there's no real sort of discussion of that not being there, right? Political continuity not being there. Or do you think these prices are a fearful reflection of that outcome as well, in some way?
So if there was a event like 2004 where there was a regime change, you know, the market had locked down at the circuit level. Right now market is corrected, but it is still above circuit level. So my feeling is that this is the disappointment over exit poll, and it's too early to predict what will be the exact formation of the government. I think so far about 20-25% of votes have been counted. The leads are still narrow in many seats, and pendulum can swing either way. So market will still continue to absorb the data, and as comfort on continuity of government comes, it will start bottoming out. If there is no comfort on continuity of government, then certainly there could be more correction.
Well, yes, you know, as you rightly pointed out, Nilesh, we do need to keep a watch on those margins, because in many seats the margins are slim. But at this point in time, the tally 298 for the NDA. What we are picking up at this point in time, and this is news coming in from Raebareli, that is the constituency that Rahul Gandhi contested from, leading there. But his rival has put out a post apologizing to the electorate of Raebareli. So that is one of the key indicators of a potential win that's coming in there as far as Raebareli is concerned. And the JDS has won from Kolar, that's the constituency in Karnataka. So the JDS winning that. So we are now starting to see wins coming in, decisive victories being declared in some seats. But at this point in time, still across the board on many, there continues to be counting that is underway. The latest picture in UP, the India Alliance now at 43, the NDA at 31. In West Bengal, the TMC firmly in the lead at 31, the BJP at 10. In Maharashtra, the India Alliance at 27 and the NDA at 20. The figure for the BJP now, standalone, the standalone number for the BJP at 239 and the standalone number for the Congress party at 93. So, of course, all of these are the current tally that we are tracking at this point in time. But Nilesh, I just wanted to go back on, you know, on what could potentially happen if we do see a number lower than 250 as far as the BJP itself is concerned, and of course significantly lower than the majority for the BJP by itself. You know, and we can argue about what coalition governments have done or not done for the economy, but the markets and the economy has only grown through periods of coalition governments as well. You know, what do you see changing in terms of political dynamics with BJP potentially at under 272?
So one, how do they analyze this below expectation results? Their focus was definitely on infrastructure investment, building highways, providing tap connections and so on and so forth. If they feel that this election they have lost because of consumption slowdown at the bottom end of the pyramid, then we will certainly see measures which will be supporting consumption. We could also see that maybe fiscal prudence will take a backseat as more benefits and subsidies will be given. A lot will depend upon how political parties analyze this verdict and make adjustments, markets eventually will have to make an adjustment to the policy direction which is set by the new government.
Okay, all right, Nilesh, just hold that thought. Guys, just wanted to update you in terms of, since we are moving towards the low point of the day, we're at around 21,375 approximately. Now we're within kissing distance of the 200 DMA on the Nifty itself. We are moving lower and we're moving very, very briskly. So we're only 200 points away from the 200 DMA. That's point number one. Point number two is, in the event of us moving towards the 10% lower circuit, well, the number you're looking at is 20,938. If it hits that mark, which is close to around 350 points away from current levels, then we'll have a temporary freeze. That is a 15-minute break is what we'll have. And point number three is the market capitalization that we have lost in a single trading session. Yesterday, we were celebrating 14 lakh crores in terms of market cap addition. Today, the total market cap lost is 40 lakh crores as we speak. So, I mean, it's a hard hit.
The numbers just boggle the mind, right? I mean, but that's the quantum of the cut. Nearly, it's a 2,000 point cut nearly. Who would have thought? 21,326. We have Ramdev Agarwal joining us now, Chairman and Co-founder at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Ramdevji, thanks very much for joining us. I mean, this is the market, of course, voting with their feet. Shock and disbelief for now. A lot of the pre-positioning from yesterday being taken out, I mean, would have been out by now. But your first thoughts as you look at these numbers trickling in?
Yeah, Prashant, this is a classic risk of investing in the markets, equity markets. So very clearly, the risk was not visible for quite some time. For the last 3-4 years, it was looking as if there is no risk in the market and there is only buy on the dips or whatever. So now this deep cut is coming in, and it is because the expectations set were at a very different level altogether in terms of very large majority for BJP itself, and I mean we are talking about closer to 360, 370 seats for NDA. So there is a huge gap, and I think whatever little they can make up in final tally, but it can be either way, in the sense that in the final tally, when the trends are bad, typically final tally is also conform to the bigger trend. So I would think that what is visible on the screen, and market has voted with a with a bang, and 40 lakh crores of loss. That's quite significant. So the issue is that right now there is no buyer. There is a blood on the street right now. So it reminds me of Buffett's quote. I mean, be greedy when others are fearful. So I think, those kind of thoughts are coming now, but it's quite a shocking mandate. It is a kind of fractured mandate. There is no majority to any party. But good thing is that we have a NDA coalition claiming they will form the government, and BJP is going to be the large party, 240, 250 seats, maybe even 250 upwards kind of thing. So I think on the whole, everything is not lost, but I think there is a big loss in the political dialogue, and maybe what the politicians will do in the incoming budget, or the way they will manage the economy.
Okay. Just one question, just to follow on. If, say, the NDA lands up at about 300, I mean, there is political continuity, as you said. Will whatever has to happen will happen today, and from tomorrow it perhaps becomes a bit more settled. I mean, there'll be obviously groups of stocks which are where there is additional pressure. Whatever, it'll happen. But as a whole, you think that'll be the case?
Yeah. Domestic investors are fine, in the sense that mutual funds and domestic investors, they are fine. I mean, I think the real issue is that what the FIs will do. In any case, they were selling. India was looking expensive to them, and now with this slightly uncertain political environment, they will be even more emboldened to sell. That's my sense. So I would keep my fingers crossed what would be their activity and what they will do, and hence for a few days it will be fluid. Market will be fluid, and it will take time. And even the people who have incurred losses, they also need to absorb the losses and get back to the ring. So I think it's a lot of mess right now in the market.
So Ramdev, when you say it's going to take time for things to settle down, it's still fluid. Do you think till budget, markets could be in this tenuous state right now?
No, it's the, yeah, I mean, at some, I mean, let's see the final, there are a lot of things, like today itself, let's get it over, what is the final verdict, then, you know, what is going to the dispensation in terms of the PM, and then what is the kind of coalition, what the coalition partners are saying, who else further joins here. So all these things will keep happening, and then finally once the government formation starts, maybe in a week's time, then I think by that time all the pessimism will be over, and then we'll start looking at again India, because India has the momentum, that 8.5% growth, that is not going away. Your broad leadership of NDA is not going away. So there is a lot still, I mean, in this pessimistic environment, there is a lot positive also. I mean, you can't, please don't underestimate the 8% momentum in the economy. It takes a lot to bring that kind of momentum, particularly in a global environment which is not that supportive. So clearly there is a lot going for the economy, and now and the more or less same kind of government is going to come with little less bargaining power. So let's see how they negotiate, how do they manage the economy, and but my sense is that negative thoughts will max is going to happen today and maybe tomorrow, and then I think things will start stabilizing.
Okay. Ramdev, you know, on that point, in the past couple of years, what retail investors have also focused on is their mid-cap and small-cap portfolio. Given what we're seeing on the screen, what would your recommendation be to a retail investor who is heavy on mid and small caps at this point? Do you lighten your portfolio, or do you stay through this volatility, and if so, for how long?
Yeah, you have to stay through this crisis if you are a true investor, because as an investor you can't be you can't be selling low and buying high, otherwise it will be disaster. So this is a part of the total process. I mean, if you have made 4x, 5x in last 3-4 years, then some 20-30% you have to give in, and that is where the patience is required to be an investor. That bad time has to be faced in your portfolio, and this is the bad time. So have patience and have courage. That India's story has gone nowhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure whichever the government, whichever the whatever is the whatever little coalition or something, I think broad India's story is not derailed, and everybody wants development. Maybe a little bit of I mean, the consumption, the rural distress, and even the monsoon has been very bad in last 2-3 years. Currently, a monsoon will be better. So I think a lot of good things are happening. Just that the expectations set till yesterday in the markets were like gigantic, and today we are getting complete shock, and that shock is being corrected in the market, and maybe some more correction in next 2-3 days or 4 days, and then the India story again continues.
You know, you're absolutely right. But also, as they keep saying, and as we've been pointing out, it is not done till it's done. You know, the pollsters are going to have to do some serious introspection and some serious talking through as to what happened as far as some of those crucial battleground states are concerned, but that's a separate story altogether. And you know, Ramdev, I completely agree with you. The India story is robust. The India consumption story, the India infrastructure story, and no alliance, whether it is the NDA or the India Alliance, is going to want to upset the growth trajectory, or is going to want to upset the growth path that India has been on. You see it in state after state, even in states where the BJP is not in power, and you actually have the Congress or you have other parties in power. They're all competing to draw in investments. They're all competing to draw in foreign direct investment. Look at the state of Tamil Nadu, battling it out with Gujarat, etc., to try and draw in investors, to try and get FDI in. Look at Telangana, similar story playing out there when it was the BRS, or now it's the Congress. They're doing exactly the same thing. The BRS had made Davos their big investment pitch, and now the Congress government under Revanth Reddy is doing exactly that. So I think we need to be mindful of the fact that governments, irrespective of whether they're at the state or the center, understand that they need to deliver on the promise of growth. They need to deliver on the aspirations. It's a young population. In fact, another very interesting statistic that the exit polls threw up, and we will have to bear out whether those match with the final numbers. numbers was that there was dissonance in the youth in the 18 to 25 bracket, especially in states where the BJP is in power. They were unsettled or wanting more and impatient. So these are many factors that governments, whether at the center or the state, recognize and realize that they have to deliver on the promise of growth. They have to deliver on the opportunity of jobs, irrespective of who is in power. But the tally at this point in time, and comments coming in, but we need to verify those on Chandrababu Naidu's comments. Remember, he is a potential kingmaker given the TDP's performance in this election. And remember, he has also now dislodged Jagan Reddy, on his way to dislodging Jagan Reddy in the state assembly. Andhra Pradesh went to the state polls as well as, of course, the Lok Sabha elections. So Chandrababu Naidu is going to be a key man to watch out for. Of course, a veteran politician, and has always been an investor's favorite and investor's delight. So we'll have to see what he makes of this electoral result. 240 to the BJP, 293 to the NDA, 229 to the India Alliance, and 93 for the Congress. UP is where the script has gone off track for the BJP. The India Alliance now at 42, the NDA at 36. We are going to take a quick break. The Sensex down 7%. We're back in a moment with more.
Piece of advice that's honestly, I think the era of building businesses just for profit is over. I think that we are living in a world that has a lot of social and environmental issues going on, and I think we have to build businesses with a soul and a conscience, and we have to build businesses for good. So I think thinking about environmental, social, and economic kind of goals that are all congruent to one another is the future of doing business.
They are your final words.
This is not just to all women founders, but all you women out there. Give yourselves the crown, right? Don't wait for someone else to put the crown on your head. Give yourself the crown, feel good, and have fun.
So currently we're at 65% occupancy, and our focus this year is on increasing volumes, and that will get reflected in occupancy. While we're at 65%, we're looking at 68 to 70%. Having said that, our asset utilization has actually moved up because we've reduced our loss. So to give you an example, our hospitals, some of the metro hospitals which are at 80% occupancy have an R loss of 4. So when we've been decreasing the R loss, not only has the RPOB gone up, but it has also given us headroom to, to offer more beds.
The Indian markets have not just grown, they've broken several records in the last 25 years.
India's contribution to incremental global GDP was as low as 0.2% 25 years ago.
Over the last 25 years, CNBCTV18 has closely followed the remarkable ascent of India's pharmaceutical sector.
There was a time 25 years back that it was all about the FIIs. If FIIs would buy, markets would rally. If FIIs would sell, market would fall.
Earlier, we were net importers of steel.
From IT services to SaaS, from consumer electronics to space tech.
Welcome back. Well, as we speak, the markets are under pressure, but just to get you a programming note, welcome to CNBC TV18 HDFC Sky Election Headquarters for the big verdict today. Well, as we speak, the markets actually, we went down to around the 21,300 odd, and we have bounced off that. So we have bounced close to 200, 250 points odd. We're in conversation with Ramdeo Agarwal. Ramdeo, good day and good to see you in. Well, we were talking about various scenarios, but I think as of now, even though the markets are down close to 8% approximately, we're still factoring in an NDA-led government, right? What if that isn't the case? Then do you think there'll be far more pain?
Please repeat your question.
If, as of now, with this 8% drop, you're factoring in an NDA-led government still. What if these numbers, don't plan out as we're seeing it as of now? There's 290, 295 approximately for the NDA, 285 to 295. And if that's not the case, and it's not an NDA-led government, then, will there be further pain from here on?
Yeah. So right now, market is clearly pricing NDA-led government.
Okay.
And clearly, BJP to be a dominant, biggest party with 240, 245 seats.
Yes.
So that is why the market is still holding out. It's not a complete rout for the NDA. So if for some reason you say that in next 2-3 hours, if by chance that entire scene changes and there is non-NDA government, I think then of course there will be yet another correction or upheaval in the markets. But I think right now we have to see 294, 295 NDA and 240 seats of BJP. We should talk as the flow of events are. I think that itself is pretty big downgrade from yesterday's expectation.
Right.
And now we have to start counting our pluses in the sense that what I would say, let's find good things in current mandate. One is that it is still NDA, so we'll get broadly the same government. I hope Modi ji leads the NDA and BJP, this formation. But then, there is again a way to manage the government in a slightly different way when you don't have your own majority. So maybe a little more compromising, maybe some of the things they have to do for consumption or rural distress, which might be different. But basically, India's story, which is growing at about 8%, that seems intact because the corporate profits, ultimately stock market is all about corporate profits.
Yes.
I don't see in this mandate still major threat to the corporate profits or the way economy is going to work. I'm not seeing that threat. Yes, politically, what dialogue we would like to hear is not there. And particularly the people like FIs and all, they may have a little more sentimental reaction to this and maybe they might dump a few $1 billion worth of stock in next 5-10 days. But that might throw, and they are the guys also, they are looking for this break to get in because they missed out on India big time. They are holding in India from 21-22% has come down to 16%. So maybe this kind of break, they might enter in big time. So you don't know what is going to happen. But I would think that another 5-10% correction and markets will look very healthy with the 8% GDP growth rate.
Okay, all right, Ramdeo, since you're saying that we're looking for opportunities even in this sort of a market, and as you highlighted, if the mandate is not what it is, then there could be some kind of, push for the rural themes and the consumption themes as well. Just to put out a data point, HUL in the last 4 years has done nothing. Today we're talking about market capitalization erosion of 40 lakh crore. HUL is up close to 5% virtually at the high point of the day. So would you think some of these FMCG names that have actually not done much, suddenly they come back on the buy list?
No, it's too early. Maybe people are playing defensive because you are losing everywhere. So where is the place to hide? Maybe some of these defensives like some pharma companies, maybe HUL and all. And they might be right also in terms of the change in the trend. This is quite a significant thing. I had not noticed it, but saying that it is up by $100 and 5% on such a large stock, clearly that market is saying that some changes in offering for sure. So yes, that's how the market is a wonderful place where the one thing is never permanently right. So they are seeing the churn of the sectors which have not performed, particularly the consumption-led sectors, that might come into vogue, and all the capex-led sector which are kind of a grossly overperformed or outperformed, and with a literally blindingly people were buying into that. There could be some correction, and the sectors which had not performed, they will come back. provided the economy, which is growing at about 8%, that momentum continues. And I think whatever Sarkar comes, I think everybody would like to not only do it at grow the economy at 8%, but actually grow at 8.5%, 9%. And since it's NDA itself, I don't see any reason why one should doubt at this juncture, as things stand, that economic growth and corporate profit growth is in danger at all.
Right. Ramdev, just to give our viewers an indication of the comments that have started to come in now in the JDU leader speaking to our sister channel saying that we are with the NDA alliance and we will form the government with the BJP. So that's the word coming in there as far as the JDU, which is of course Nitish Kumar's party in Bihar, delivering the goods as far as the NDA alliance is concerned. 293 now for the NDA, 238 for the BJP, 229 for the India alliance. In UP, it's now 41 for the India alliance versus 37 for the NDA. Anurag Thakur, the Information and Broadcasting Minister, fighting from Himachal Pradesh from the constituency of Hamirpur, has won. So that is another clear win that's come in. That's not a lead, it's a win. So Anurag Thakur has won from Hamirpur. We'll have to see what's happened to Kangana Ranaut from Mandi. She was up against Vikramaditya Singh. Whether there has been, whether she has won her debut election or not, we will get you updated on that. But Ramdev, you know, going back to the point that you were making, that the India story continues to be robust, the momentum build will continue. But specific themes and, you know, the PSU theme through the course of the last 5 years, specifically through NDA2, has been one of the big themes for the market. Forget privatization, etc. But the PSU theme has been a big theme, specifically as far as the markets are concerned. What would your read now be on that?
Yeah, I think somehow this PSU thing, which was languishing for 15 years, I mean, literally it had become dead. I mean, irrespective of whether it's good or bad, it was dead and out. And then post-COVID, all the PSU banks, they started doing well, and they were hands off in terms of managing these banks from the Delhi. So clearly, even the performance improved, and it became darling of the market because the stocks were available. Literally, they had become penny stocks. So they had 2P multiple, 3P multiple. So clearly, I mean, in last 3-4 years post-COVID, from 2020 onwards, these have been the huge wealth creators for the retail masses who got into those PSU stocks. And yesterday, when this 400, 350, 60 expectation got built, in fact, that was the eye of the storm in the sense that maximum piling on happened in the PSU stocks. So I think today there is a disappointment, and they're just giving up whatever gains were there in last 1 week or so in the expectation around the rally. But I don't see any reason why the prospect, whatever is the prospect, fundamental prospect for these companies, will undergo any major change. But the over expectation which had happened, or the squeeze in terms of demand which has happened, a lot of lofty expectations were built, that will definitely get subsided.
So Ramdev, while the prospect for PSUs is still very promising over the longer term, long-term investors do have the option to churn their portfolio, because the current mandate suggests the loss of political dialogue and they may need to compromise. So would you recommend booking profits in, say, PSUs where you made a lot of money and reallocating that money into consumption, which could be the new focus area?
It's too early to say anything on this because it's a very dynamic situation right now. We are not even 24 hours into whatever is the mandate, and even mandate is not finally done, in the sense that I mean, we need to wait for another hour or so that where exactly it settles, what is the contour of because still BJP is the largest party with 240 seats. So they will have the say, and alliances would also play the ball with them. So maybe the same thing will continue what was there earlier, just in the outgoing Lok Sabha. So I think we need to watch a lot. I think I'm more concerned not so much about the sectoral thing. I'm more concerned about will it impact the economy per se. I don't think the economy will get impacted. The broad story of India still continues. the broad retail revolution which is on, that will also continue. And hence, yes, there is a shock today, and the shock may continue for a few more days. But I think this is a great correction which was overdue for a very long time. Okay, it has happened in unfortunate situation, but this is a great correction. I would think it is a correction which was very desirable, and it has happened, and it is happening right now. So there will be people who will be looking for, maybe FIs would also come in and start fishing in Indian markets.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And, you know, a fund manager I was talking to 2-3 days back, he kind of made similar points. And this is before exit polls or anything. He said, well, whatever the result, companies over the last couple of decades have grown mostly sort of not because of politics, but despite politics, right? So that's a slightly zooming out philosophical way of looking at things. But that would be true in the longer term. Right now, here and now, you know, as you said, we are reacting to the verdict which is coming in. So that shock is there. By the way, I have to point out that the market has recovered about 600 points from the day's low, and we're down about 1390 points. I mean, it's fast changing, 50-60 points coming and going very, very quickly. Two things, Ramdevji. One is, you said, I noticed you said a couple of more $1 billion, perhaps FIIs next couple of days on the sell side possible. And then other thing you said 5-10% from here. Possible. Just sort of contextualize that. Both those things. FIs have been selling in any way. So is this... yeah, go on.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that is most likely to continue, because when they were selling, BJP government was very much in the office, and the expectation was that even a stronger BJP government is going to come in. Despite that, they were selling. Now, story is actually somewhat weaker, that we don't have a full majority BJP government, though a large minority, in the sense that 240-245 seats, and coalition is there. So we have a same government dispensation. Some more coalition partners will be there. So I think the economic management would not change that much. I mean, of course, some of the what you need to do in a growing economy at 8%, you have a lot of leeway for even taking care of wherever the stress is. And I think this government has, and what happens is the government which is there in the power, they have to face the brunt of, say, bad monsoon. If the rural India has a very bad monsoon for 2-3 years, I mean, the stress is coming now and they're feeling the heat of that. So, so I think good monsoons also can help a lot. But yeah, hello. Hello, Prashant.
Yes, Ramdev, please complete that point.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that let's not read, I mean, today what is happening in the market is a lot to do with what happened yesterday. And the expectation, misled expectation was set. And so I think it will take maybe today and tomorrow again. And then I think we'll start finding the good things about it. And we'll get into we'll get over it, and we'll get about seeing the formation of new government, new budgetary expectations, all those things will start. So my sense is that economy is growing well, and nothing is going to disturb the economic momentum which we have.
Oh, yes, Ramdev, appreciate you joining us, but please hold on and stay with us, because we are now perhaps getting closer to the last lap. Many leads are now being decisively converted into wins or losses. So we do have results coming in. As I pointed out, Anurag Tiwari has won. Anurag Thakur, apologies, Anurag Tiwari is our producer. Anurag Thakur has won from Hamirpur in Himachal Pradesh. We've seen Prajwal Revanna lose. So that has been a significant verdict that's come in. He has lost in the state of Karnataka, and we are still waiting now for Amethi and Raebareli. It looks like Rahul Gandhi has consolidated his lead in Raebareli, as has KL Sharma in Amethi against Smriti Irani. The tally at this point in time, 292 for the NDA, 237 for the BJP, 230 for India, 95 for the Congress. The markets may be lower, but our numbers on YouTube are looking looking very, very strong. So remember, if you're on the move, you're not sitting in front of your TV screens in office or at home, then you can visit us on your mobile phones, your laptops, your tablets. Just go to CNBC TV18 on YouTube. We've got all the action live there for you. Follow us on all our social media pages. We are giving you the market internals as well as the election internals. It is still just short of 1 p.m. We are going to take a quick break and return with all the election action.
Programming to AI/ML.
Cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles have significantly become much more expensive than they were 2 decades ago.
Discounting is high there, but their focus is squarely on the 125cc segment.
Now it is contributing 16% of incremental global GDP.
Now we are looking at exporting the steel that's made here in India.
Welcome to the first ever India Business Leader Awards.
Cars, two-wheelers and vehicles generally being manufactured today are much lower on emissions and much higher on safety.
India's technology industry has been at the forefront of cutting-edge innovation over the last 25 years.
It's the retail which is the driving force for the market right now.
Clearly, we have arrived on the global economic stage.
Sensex and Nifty hit a record high.
The Nifty rallying to a record high.
We invite you to join us as we persist in leading coverage of the pharmaceutical and healthcare domain, documenting India's expanding expertise in medicines.
25 years of excellence and unparalleled growth.
CNBC TV18, embarking on a quarter century of excellence.
Well, we continue our coverage here on CNBC TV18. This is your election headquarters. That is the tally on your screens. The markets, of course, have been volatile, to say the least, through the day, swinging as the election ticker moves up or down. It's 294 for the NDA, it's 228 for the India Alliance at this point in time. What is crucial is that we've seen a little bit of a recovery, perhaps on account of the comments that have come in from some JDU leaders suggesting that, look, we are with the NDA and we are firmly supporting the NDA. We will form the government along with the BJP. So maybe that's had some salutary impact as far as the markets are concerned. But these are going to be the political developments to track. These will be the political leaders to track. Nitish Kumar at the JDU, Chandrababu Naidu at the TDP. At this point in time, it looks like there are still some seats where the contest and the margin is very, very slim. So we are going to have to wait longer. But I would imagine that we are in the last lap of being able to get a clear idea of which way this election is going to close. That's the tally in Maharashtra, 29 now for the India Alliance and 18 for the BJP. So things have not gone as per script in several of those crucial states, but in others like Gujarat, expectedly so, the BJP romping home. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP romping home. In Chhattisgarh as well, the BJP doing well. But in several of those big ticket states where they were expected to gain ground, and they were certainly not expected to lose ground in Uttar Pradesh, but they have lost significant ground there. We are going to have to see the market internals in terms of vote share and whether there has in fact been a change as far as the rural vote share is concerned away from the BJP, but that is something that we will need to confirm. We are going to take another quick break here on the election headquarters and return with plenty more. Stay tuned.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
CNBC TV18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhat.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes
Welcome back to our coverage of counting day. Well, it's definitely turned out to be a recovery for the markets, not as much. So it's around a 600-point recovery for the Nifty as we speak. And at one point in time, the mid-cap index was down around 11%. As of now, the mid-cap index is down around 7.7%. So as you can see, there is an intraday recovery which has taken place. Let's see whether this sustains or not, because it is an extremely volatile day. In fact, we now have Parikshit joining in from the wall, from the magic wall, to give us all of the numbers that he's tracking. Parikshit, ever-changing and dynamic.
Well, it's definitely a nail-biting election for the opposition, which has been out of power for over a decade, and a nail-biting election for the NDA alliance. Can they come to power for a third term? That remains the question. The reason why I'm asking this is because the BJP is yet to reach the majority mark on its own. Last time, they had won 303 seats. And as far as the Congress is concerned, they've gained in a big way. They had won 52 last time, and this time they're at 93. The big gains coming from Samajwadi Party, which were in low single digits in 2019. They are winning 35 at this juncture, majorly from the state of Uttar Pradesh. And you can see this, all these green seats that you see, all of them going towards the Samajwadi Party opposition. The Congress also winning about 5 to 6 seats right now. Even we've been speaking a lot about Smriti Irani trailing from Amethi, but let's not forget, even Maneka Gandhi is trailing from Sultanpur. She's the candidate who's winning there is the Samajwadi Party candidate. So SP could be a big bargaining player in this. The TMC, in fact, has gained a lot. Let me just bring up the numbers for West Bengal at this juncture. West Bengal is a state with 42 Lok Sabha seats, one of the highest Lok Sabha seats in the country, and the TMC has gaining 9 seats. They are winning 31. The BJP is down to 10, -8 compared to last time, and the Congress is at 1. So the TMC is doing extremely well as of now, but these are still trends. The final numbers will be out in 2 hours from now. Which are the other states where there have been upsets? I would like to bring up Rajasthan as well. We have seen how the BJP had replaced 11 or 12 MPs in Rajasthan because of anti-incumbency. Here, currently, the BJP is leading on 14 seats. The India Alliance leading in about 11. So the BJP down 10 seats. Rajasthan was a complete clean sweep last time around, but this time things don't seem to be going very well for the party right now. Let's see how things pan out, whether these numbers change. There are more EVMs to be counted, more rounds of counting to take place. Let me also bring you the state of Gujarat. Something interesting happening here as well. Now, Gujarat is a state which traditionally the BJP has completely swept across all 26 seats. This time, you've got 2 seats where the Congress is leading right now. This could well change, but it's interesting that Congress candidates are putting up a tough fight in a state where the Congress did not put too much attention. Now, let's also look at Punjab right now, another border state, which is very crucial. 13 seats over here. The BJP winning on 1 right now, and the candidate winning from Firozpur is Gurmeet Singh Sodhi of the BJP. The BJP will take heart from this because till morning they were not winning anywhere. The Congress winning about 5 seats, that's down by 3. AAP is winning 4. So the fight anyway was said to be between Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party and not for the BJP. Let's also look at the state of Chhattisgarh. Let's bring this up for you. The BJP in the driver's seat here doing comfortably well with 10. Let's also look at Haryana. In Haryana, you've got an almost neck-to-neck fight between the BJP and the India Alliance. India Alliance actually doing better. Remember, this was a state where the BJP Alliance had been affected just a few days before the elections began. Manohar Lal Khattar, the Chief Minister, stepped down, making way for Naib Singh Saini, and Khattar went and fought from Karnal as well. India Alliance right now gaining in 6, so the Congress somehow seems to be regaining ground in Karnataka. An interesting story coming out of Kerala as well. In Kerala, you've got 2 seats. Let me bring up Suresh Gopi from Thrissur. He is in the lead. And also, let's not forget the crucial seat of Thiruvananthapuram. It was being said that if the BJP wins, it will only be from Trivandrum. And here, Shashi Tharoor, the incumbent MP, is trailing. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is in the lead. In Tamil Nadu, nearby Tamil Nadu, the BJP is winning 1 seat as of now. That is the NDA. The NDA is winning 1 seat. What we've been told that the NDA's vote share has gone up beyond 10% for the very first time. So that itself will be a gain for the NDA. But the big loss, of course, coming from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Yes, take a look. 42 seats, big gains there for the Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance. 36. This is a big number that is worrying the NDA and will be a source of confidence for the Congress Party. Let's also quickly look at one more state before we move on. That is Maharashtra. Very interesting election. Parties like the Shiv Sena had been divided. Parties like the NCP had been divided. It is clearly advantage the India Alliance. Now, Maharashtra is the state with the 2nd highest number of seats in the country after UP. Now, out of 48, the India Alliance leading on 29. That is 20 more than 2019. NDA at 18, down 20 compared to 2019. So, look at the performance of the BJP allies. BJP itself winning 12. The likes of Piyush Goyal, Nitin Gadkari, Narayan Rane, all winning comfortably. The Shiv Sena Shinde faction, which is allied with the BJP, is winning just 5 seats. The NCP Ajit Pawar faction is winning 1 seat. Even Baramati, which was Sunetra Pawar, Ajit Pawar's wife, versus Ajit Pawar's cousin, Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule is leading there. Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction, somehow they have benefited from the break in the Shiv Sena. 11 seats going to the Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction. Congress winning 11 seats. And the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction, winning 7. So it seems to be advantage Congress, advantage India Alliance. Now, finally, to a nationwide picture, we really have to see what happens across the country. Assam is also a state where the BJP has done considerably well. In fact, Himanta Biswa Sarma was confident that they will win 12 or 13. They are right now winning about 11 seats. So let's see what happens in the next few hours. Delhi has been a crucial prestige battle. We've seen limited impact of Aam Aadmi Party and Kejriwal's release here because the BJP is winning all 7 seats and the AAP so far has not shown any kind of leads over here. You saw JP Agarwal leading from Chandni Chowk, but that lead has changed now. It is a dynamic election. These numbers may not hold true after a few hours or so, but it seems that the AAP factor and the Kejriwal factor has not worked in Delhi, so to say. So this is the nationwide picture. We'll continue getting you more numbers. What happens in states like Odisha? Odisha, the BJP has gained in a big way, will be important. Telangana, Andhra Pradesh will be important as well. Madhya Pradesh seems to be a clean sweep for the BJP. But this is not a number that the NDA would be very happy with. But NDA leaders are very confident that come 2:30, come 3 p.m., the numbers will be very different and they'll win with 350 seats.
Parishad, that's very exhaustive. Do we know how many constituencies where there is voting still going on, where the difference in sort of votes is small? I mean, 1,000, 2,000 votes. I mean, that kind of difference. Do we have that number?
Yes, we can bring up some of the tight fights over here.
We know how many of these seats are there? I mean, just to get a numerical sort of perspective, which then gives us a sense of...
There would be...
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just bring up some of the filters here. These were places where the BJP, the Congress, had a very close fight in 2019. So these would be the seats, at least 186 seats which we would be watching out for, where the battle has been very close. And all these seats that you see in blue right now, where the numbers are changing, these are seats where the opposition is putting up a tough fight, where there is a tough fight and a close fight between the BJP and the Congress.
All right, Parishad, thank you very much for that. We'll keep coming back to you. It's a fluid situation for, of course, the numbers there on the sort of polls, the results, and, of course, for the market as well. The market, by the way, is pulled up from the lows, of course, we're down about 1,400 points. But these are massive moves. I mean, Vedanta, I just checked. I mean, just came to my I looked at it. It was down 15%. It's down 8% now. So, big swings. And this is, of course, just one stock, but it kind of tells you the kind of big volatile moves that we've been having. Sunil Singhania is with us, founder at Abacus Asset Management. Sunil, good to have you with us here. Good afternoon. Thanks for waiting. Just your first sense. This is, of course, a bit of a shock, and markets are reacting like they are, but we have to work with some base case, and the base case right now still is, even though the BJP may be short of the 272 mark, that may also change. I was just asking Parishad, if there are very close seats, so we don't know. I mean, things may change in the next 2 hours, even there. But let's assume that the ND overall gets to about 300. What does it mean for the market after a 6-7% kind of a fall that we've seen today?
Thank you, Prashant. Actually, absolutely right. I think the only thing is we are hovering around 295 for the last 1.5 hours. So the base case should be that we should be approximately in this range even after end of voting. Actually, if you just go back a little bit, a week back, I think the markets was anyway expecting 300 to 325 seats for the NDA, and they were pretty okay with it. I think what happened over the weekend, obviously, is the exit poll, which raised expectations. And yesterday, you had a big move due to the exit poll. And to that extent, today's fall also has to be seen in line with the yesterday's move. And Nifty, frankly, Friday was 22,500. Today it is 21,900 as we speak, and that means that you are down like 3%. From Friday's level. But from yesterday's level, it looks like a big fall. There are some stocks which have fallen more. Obviously, the PSU pack, Adani stocks or defense stocks or railway stocks, or even the PSU bank stocks, where there was a little bit of built-in, particularly over the last one day, yesterday, and also over the last 15-20 days. And therefore, the fall looks to be a little bit, amplified. But from Friday to today, we are down like 3% on the Nifty, and which was I would say expected, that if BJP comes out winners with a slightly lower than expected numbers, the market might fall to 3%. If they come out with a slightly higher number, the market might go up to 3%. So I think as long as we are at 295, 300, I think we have seen the levels which we have seen today holding on.
Oh. Okay, so you don't expect further downside in the markets. But Sunil, as we speak, we're probably recovering to levels of around 22,000 as well. 21,911 is where the Nifty is at. and the low today was 21,281. I know it's too micro to talk about, but what would you attribute this intraday recovery to? What might the market now be factoring in?
So no, I think that is the nature of the market. I always say that markets are like cardiogram. You always have ups and downs, and that keeps us alive. I think markets are like that. So, when you are positive, you end up being a little bit more positive than you should be. And when you're negative, you end up being more negative than you tend to be. So I think when the earlier trends came, there was a fear that it is possible that there might be a change in the government, which can still be possible. We don't know because there's still counting going on. But I think given the fact that we are hovering around 295 for the last 1.5 hours, I think is giving a confidence to the market that yes, it's not a great outcome or below expected outcome, but we'll have a continuity as far as the government is concerned. And maybe that is leading to investors who are on the sidelines and who have gunpowder in terms of cash coming in and making use of the opportunity and buying good stocks, maybe 20-25% lower.
Sunil, you were talking about the markets being like a echocardiogram. Hopefully, we're not going to flatline at the end of it. And I think many today have probably been suffering from tachycardia, which is like your heart is like racing. But I would imagine that that's really been the story that's played out through the course of the day. But Sunil, with the kind of fall that we've seen, with the correction that we have seen today, specifically, and many who have joined us, including Ramdev ji, etc., were talking about how this presents itself as a buying opportunity. So, what is it that you would look at? In fact, Navneet Manot was the one who said that this is a stock picker's paradise. What would you consider at this point in time, Sunil?
So I think whoever has survived this last 25-30 years has seen multiple spikes in the echocardiogram. And by nature, I think, we are all beneficiaries of what has happened in the economy over the last 20-30 years. And, very sure that we'll be beneficiaries of what is going to happen over the next 10-15 years. And therefore, our view has always been that, these kind of events will come. Obviously, they will cause a near-term spikes in your cardiogram and therefore shake your view. But as long as you're confident that this country is going to grow, I think it is obviously a good time to invest. Whether we should invest today or tomorrow, frankly, I don't know. I, for one, don't like to be too fast in reacting to any such spikes because, then you're not taking a call on the fundamentals, you're just taking a call on the market movement. And, whether it is 1% higher or 1% lower, I don't think over a period of time it makes too much of a difference. So I would wait till 2:30 to get a clear picture. My analysts and the team are already working on figuring out stocks which would not get impacted fundamentally by whether this government comes with a 300 seat or 320 seats. And wherever we get an opportunity, because it's not about price, it is also about liquidity. Today, it's a buyer's market. You'll be able to buy what you want without impact cost. But we'll just like to wait till at least 2:30 to get more clarity.
Yes, and that is the wise thing to do because counting is still underway across many constituencies and many seats, while some seats are being called at this point in time. For instance, in states like Himachal, where, as we pointed out, Hamirpur has been called. In Karnataka, I think 4 or 5 seats have been called so far, but it is prudent to wait till it's done. It's never done till it's done. The tally at this point in time, 294 for the NDA, 230 for the India Alliance. It's 239 now for the BJP and 96 for the Congress Party. KL Sharma, he's up against Smriti Irani in Amethi, one of the battleground seats, and so far consolidating his lead over Smriti Irani. I think the last I checked, the lead had gone up further. He spoke with our colleague Shivani Bazaz. Let's just listen in before we get back to the markets.
देखिए लीड ग्रेजुअली बढ़ रही है, राउंड वाइज राउंड बढ़ रही है, तो होप तो है कि लेकिन लेटदा क्योंकि 28-29 राउंड होने हैं तो सारे हो जाएं तो इलेक्शन की तरह ही सोचा जाता है। तो मतलब यही है कि अभी पूरा फिनिश होना चाहिए।
पर आपका जो कॉन्फिडेंस था चुनाव से पहले भी कि आप जीतेंगे अमेठी से, वो उस कॉन्फिडेंस का क्या रीज़न क्या है सर? कहाँ से आता है वो कॉन्फिडेंस? आपको ग्राउंड पे क्या लगता है?
तो गांधी परिवार का जो मेरे को उन्होंने बहुत मदद किया और प्लस यहाँ की अमेठी की जनता ने ये चुनाव लड़ा है, क्योंकि इतने कम दिनों में अगर जनता साथ नहीं होती तो रिजल्ट बेटर नहीं आता। तो उसी के बेस पे मेरे को होप थी कि अच्छा रहना चाहिए। तो अभी तक तो अच्छा है, 5-6 राउंड हो गए, तो अभी आगे भी देखिए क्या होता है।
तो सर रायबरेली में भी कांग्रेस की लीड चल रही है, अमेठी में भी कांग्रेस की लीड चल रही है, कैसा लग रहा है आपको? दोनों सीटें जो हैं बड़ी मुख्य और इम्पोर्टेंट सीटें हैं कांग्रेस के लिए, तो अगर लीड चल रही है अभी 12 बजे तक तो काफ़ी अच्छी लीड है, राहुल जी की भी और आपकी भी, उस हिसाब से क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, उस समय जनता ने साथ दिया हमारा, जनता ने हमारी बात को समझा, तो हमने मुद्दों पे इलेक्शन लड़ा है। हमने किसी को बुराई करके, किसी को नीचा दिखा के इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ा। हमने, राहुल जी ने भी मुद्दों पे लड़ा, मैंने भी मुद्दों पे लड़ा। तो हमने इलेक्शन में एक गारिमा रखी, एक मतलब किसी बहुत नीचे नहीं जाना है, तो ठीक है कि मतलब ये है। तो ये थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को कि हम यूज टू हैं अमेठी की जनता से, हाउ टू डील विद देम। तो अमेठी की जनता, मैं वही बार बार दोहराता हूँ कि ये प्यार से डील करोगे तो हैंडल विद केयर है।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे मेरा ये है कि आपने कहा कि आपने मुद्दों पे ये इलेक्शन लड़ा है, क्या सबसे बड़े मुद्दे हैं अमेठी के?
नहीं, देखिए यहाँ पे आवारा पशु का मुद्दा है, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा है, तो ये सब तमाम तरह के इस तरह के मुद्दे हैं जो उन्होंने फॉल्स किया कि भाई हम लोग किसानों की आय दुगनी कर देंगे। तो ये सारी चीज़ें थी जिससे कि मतलब लोग हुआ कि 10 साल हो गए, कुछ हुआ तो नहीं। कि जो 2 करोड़ नौकरी की बात थी तो हुआ तो नहीं कुछ भी। तो वो मुद्दे हमने लेके गए जनता के बीच में।
Well, that's KL Sharma, the candidate for the Congress from Amethi, up against Smriti Irani, holding on to his lead so far. But as he also pointed out, the voting is still underway, so it's not a done deal just yet. But the other important statement from him, handle with care. And I think that is the message to all politicians and all political parties. At the end of the day, the voter decides your fate, your destiny. Handle with care, says KL Sharma. That's his message from the voters of Amethi. But let's go across to my colleague Ashmit Kumar. He's standing by at the Congress headquarters. Ashmit, what's going on there? Have meetings begun? Are leaders in a huddle there looking at the numbers that are coming in?
Well, in fact, we just managed to slip out of the Congress headquarters for a wee bit. We tried to have a word with Kapil Sibal here. In a brief conversation, he was very critical of the exit poll numbers which came out, which suggested that there was a much bigger size of the pie that the NDA will command. He was very critical of how these exit polls were in fact lining up on the 1st of June. Second, he was and continues to be very confident of the performance that Samajwadi Party has delivered as far as the state of UP is concerned. That, he says, is something which can be attributed back to the party, back to the leadership for maintaining its touch with the ground, with people on the ground. And that, he says, I beg your pardon, is being reflected in the results in the beginning, that we're beginning to see a tough fight there being given to the NDA, which was the state that was considered to be a walkover as far as the BJP was concerned. As far as the Congress headquarters is concerned, we've spent a large part of this afternoon, this morning at the Congress headquarters. There is a noticeable amount of enthusiasm there. There were rounds of clapping that were being undertaken every time there were certain results being announced or certain leads being announced. There was a lot of sweets being distributed there, a lot of flags being waved, a lot of high fives being exchanged between Congress party workers, a lot of enthusiasm there. What the vibe that you get from the headquarters is essentially is that they're hoping and they're batting for the India Alliance to actually stack up that magical number of 272. They're not dissuaded by the fact that as of right now, NDA is adding up to about close to 300 seats. What they are saying is that they've managed to take a big chunk out of the BJP vote share, that the BJP is nowhere near close that number of 272. It's south of 250. And what they're saying is that they're taking a big enthusiasm from the performance that they've delivered in the Hindi heartland. So a good deal of enthusiasm, but they continue to say that the numbers are yet to firm up. We need to see a few more rounds of counting before actually opening up, uncorking the champagne bottle. Back to you.
Absolutely, Ashmit. Many thanks. And of course, we will keep coming back to you as we get more clarity on the verdict itself. These continue to be leads at this point in time. It's 295 for the NDA, 240 for the BJP, 230 for the India Alliance. Let's go across to my colleague Abhimanyu. He is at the BJP headquarters. Abhimanyu, take us through what's going on there. Of course, many of those crucial Hindi heartland states haven't gone as per what the BJP's expectations were. Are there meetings underway? Are there conversations happening with allies?
Well, conversations with allies always have been taking place, and it's no exception today too. Of course, they are treading with trepidation right now as the numbers solidify, as they firm up, because currently it's mostly leads, and as leads keep on confirming into victories or defeats for parties, more strong strategies, particular strategies would be chalked out. Now, speaking of the BJP's performance so far as the current leads suggest, they have lost several seats possibly, and they are about to lose several seats in northern India. However, they are trying to offset that kind of a loss from seats in southern India, particularly in Kerala, Telangana, and also Odisha. However, it's as far as the leads suggest, it's not going to completely offset whatever they have lost. And also, interestingly, many parties may play kingmaker, because the BJP currently hovering between 235 and 240 will need support from many of its allies from the NDA. Of course, many smaller allies, many smaller parties with less than 5 MPs will pledge their support. But still, if the BJP falls short, if the NDA falls short, of course, parties like the TDP from Andhra Pradesh or JDU from Bihar will get the opportunity to play kingmaker. So it remains to be seen how that is going to pan out. Also, interestingly, Samajwadi Party has emerged as a large party as far as these polls are concerned, to the extent that they currently are leading in the third largest number of seats after the BJP and the Congress. So clearly, Samajwadi Party in all likelihood for the next 5 years would play an important role as far as the opposition is concerned, at least on the numerical basis. The BJP had tried to expand to several other areas, and they also have been successful to a certain extent. However, their vote shares have not completely transformed into seats, and that is something which is visible in several states like Punjab, where they are currently leading by a very small margin in the seat of Firozpur, despite a 17.85% vote share across the state. They also have a vote share of over 10% in the state of Tamil Nadu, but they are not leading on any seat. So, of course, it's a mixed bag currently for the BJP and all other parties.
All right. Thanks a lot for that. Well, as we got that quick update on the political front, we've got a big recovery underway in the Nifty. The Nifty is up close to around 800 points from the low point of the day. We're on the verge of moving to around the 100 DMA. Remember, we went very close to the 200 DMA. We bounced from there. Let's get the intraday chart up for you on the Nifty itself. Big bounce is what we've seen from the low point of the day. And, a lot of stocks actually have recovered as well. Well, Sunil, good afternoon and good to see you in. So, opportunities like this actually are a blessing in disguise at times, provided you're sitting on some cash. A few stocks, a few of these PSU-related names, they're up anything between 12 to 15% just in the last 60 minutes. BEL, Canara Bank, BHAL, RVNL, NALCO, SAIL, there's a long list out there, but some of them are up even more than 15%. Now, fundamentally, a lot of these businesses, they're doing quite well. Order books are good, they have cut some costs, operational efficiency as well has come in there. How do you approach this theme? Because it's clearly made a lot of money for investors, and maybe, everything is not yet in the price.
So, Nigel, I think, these kind of choppy movements look good in hindsight, depending on which side you go right. So yes, from the bottom, you can say that they're up 10%, but, on the other hand, you can say that they're down 20% from where they were maybe yesterday. And there is absolutely no denying the fact that quite a few of these companies have transformed themselves over the last 3-4 years. Obviously, the government has also been a big catalyst because they have allowed them to function as private companies. Business environment generally has been good because a lot of these PSUs also work in sectors where there has been a tailwind. But having said that, I would, be a little bit, I would say differentiating in the sense that a lot of them, I would still say, are trading at significant premium to their, fundamental valuations. And I would say the reason why these companies fell much more than the market was obviously there was a huge overbought position, but also the fact that they are fundamentally still, I would say, expensive. So I would not be in the camp of people who would say that buy what has fallen the most. In fact, this is a time where you buy what you wanted to buy, but couldn't because of valuations and because of issues. So just stick to your fundamentals rather than just trying to buy.
Yeah, we get what you're saying, Sunil, but just hold on. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but we do want to fill our viewers in with important information that's coming in. We're given to understand that Prime Minister Modi has called TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu. Remember, as I've been pointing out through the course of the day, Chandrababu Naidu becomes one of the key individuals to watch as the political dynamics change, with the BJP not achieving majority on its own. The mark for the BJP today at this point in time is at 240, so they need allies. Getting allies on board is going to be crucial. The TDP is an important ally to be able to get the numbers for the NDA, which currently stand at about 295. So we're given to understand that the Prime Minister has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. There was a lot of speculation that perhaps overtures were being made by the India bloc to reach out to Chandrababu Naidu, to the TDP, to Nitish Kumar and the JDU as well. Those were the rumors, but what we are given to understand now is that the Prime Minister has called Chandrababu Naidu, a leader of the TDP, to ensure that the NDA stakes claim to form government. In fact, we do have the TDP spokesperson here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Could you confirm that to us, that the conversation between the Prime Minister and TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu has happened?
Yes, it has been. And we've been very happy. All our efforts, everything that we've been praying of, not as just an official spokesperson of Telugu Desam Party, as a normal citizen of the state, we've been suffering immensely from the last 5 years. Jagan Mohan Reddy has been, he has only spite, and he's been filled with political vendetta within him. And he completely forgot that Andhra Pradesh was a newly formed state. And it actually needed more.
Ms. Kavali, I'll come to Jagan Mohan Reddy in just a second. But, this is going to be important to understand. So I'm coming back to the point. Can you take us through some more information of the conversation that has transpired between Prime Minister Modi and Chandrababu Naidu? There was speculation that perhaps the India Alliance had also reached out to the TDP, to Chandrababu Naidu. Can you give us some indication of where things stand?
It's too early to talk about. I don't think there was any call from that side. But we are very clear about our coalition and our friendship with NDA. We've been doing this, and we've been, we didn't want the vote share to split. That's the reason we made friendship with Janasena Party leader Pawan Kalyan Garu as well as Modi ji. And we are very clear about forming NDA government, and we are only looking at the improvement of the administration, let it be in Andhra Pradesh or in the state, in the country as well. I don't have a right or anything to say about the other calls that are made. Probably a congratulatory call that must have made, but we are very clear about being friends in NDA, and we are very happy that our numbers are going to help NDA. And we are very proud to say that TDP has stick to the promise, and we have delivered according to our promise.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing the TDP spokesperson there making it clear that the TDP stands with the NDA. Even if a call has been made by the India Alliance, perhaps it's a congratulatory call, as Ms. Kavali is pointing out, but firmly in step in line with the NDA Alliance, which currently is tracking at 297. Ms. Kavali, any indication given by the Prime Minister on what next now that the BJP is below the 250 mark as things currently stand? Has there been any indication on what the next steps will be?
This is, I don't think we should say anything before 3 o'clock. I personally think from the party side also, let us wait for some time and let all the results come. And, they have, India is forming the government in the center, that is for sure. and TDP is going to back it up. Numbers can be changed. Numbers, then it might not reach the number we thought of, but it is definitely forming the government. And the conversation between Modi ji and Naidu Garu, it's purely between them. And we would definitely don't want anything to come out right now, or we don't, I personally think it's too early for us to talk about it. Well, let's just wait. We have been waiting for 5 years. Why can't we just wait for a few more hours? Just 2 more hours.
No, no. I completely accept what you are saying. Yes, perhaps is early days still and premature to maybe talk about the next steps. But at this point in time, what we are hearing very clearly and unequivocally from the spokesperson of the TDP is that the conversation between Prime Minister Modi and the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has in fact happened, and that the TDP has expressed its support to the NDA in that conversation. Let me also bring in GM Shaheen, President of J&K for the JDU. Mr. Shaheen, thank you very much for joining us. To start with, what do you make of the kind of numbers that have come in so far, not along expected lines for the NDA overall, but of course for the JDU, strong performance coming in there as far as Bihar is concerned?
See, Shima, that was expected because when earlier there was, that exit polls going on, and I told that time, also my friends, my media fraternity, that over the result will be around 300, and the same thing happens today. And as per JDU is concerned, we are getting all the seats back from Bihar, as we was having the earlier. And second, JDU is a part of NDA Gathbandhan. I believe the Modi is our Prime Minister. We are backing him completely from our end. And as per their situation is concerned, now the result is in front of us today. It's confirmed that our Modi government will be formed within the next couple of days. And as per the India Gathbandhan is concerned, this was obvious, and that was understandable that this thing will happen. They will touch some about 230 to 35. No doubt there was a hard work from India Gathbandhan side, but we believe that we have to work hard further, as we were supposed to touch 400 seats in our country. Not possible this time.
Mr. Shaheen, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Some channels at this point in time are reportedly suggesting that JDU chief Nitish Kumar has dialed Sharad Pawar. Can you throw any light on this again? I don't know whether this is true or not. I'm merely reading out what some channels are flashing at this point in time.
See, this India Gathbandhan, they are living in this world of rumors. And that is their work, to make the rumors like these sort of things. That is quite impossible. We are the part of NDA Gathbandhan, and we never will think anything about anything about India Gathbandhan. Not at all. Not in our whole this political career. We are with the Modi, and we believe that the Modi government will be formed, as I told you, within a couple of 2 days. And these are all rumors made by India Gathbandhan. We are denying all these things. We never support. These are the rumors made by this India Gathbandhan that this thing is going to happen. That thing, not at all. They are in their dreams. They are sleeping in their dreams. And still today, that the result is in front of you. Because as they blame that the whole media fraternity has created an atmosphere towards Modi, that they are touching 400, there will be no more the Facebook channels, the YouTube channels of these India Gathbandhan. That was completely something different if you think about just 2 days before. So don't go in the rumors. These are the rumors only that we are stood here. NDA Gathbandhan will be formed within a couple of days.
Okay, so you're saying that the JDU is firmly with the NDA. Let me bring in the leader from the BJP as well. Mr. Subhash, many thanks for joining us. The results not mirroring what the exit polls were suggesting. At this point in time, it's 294 for the NDA and it's well below 272 for the BJP, currently tracking at about 239. What do you believe has gone wrong?
Election results are now in the way, and then most of the places the counting has been taking place. We are also eagerly waiting what will be the end result, but all said and done, that many the stakeholders of India alliances, especially regional parties, they had very good performance as far as the results are concerned. And then we don't attribute that this is the Congress which is really winning in that, because the issues are different in different places. As we take in UP, and there are the local issues which have really prevailed. That's what prematurely we can tell. But as far as the South is concerned, definitely the Bharatiya Janata Party has made a very good impact, especially in Telangana and in Karnataka, and then we are opening an account in Kerala also. And as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, we are very confident, and right from beginning that our ex-partner who have again joined with us, we had an impressive performance there. And in Telangana also, we have improved remarkably. So we have to just wait, and then we are also not really happy with the results where exit polls are, almost all exit polls have given a very good results, and then we are hoping that definitely we'll be achieving the remarkable mark, and then the halfway mark, and more than in the 2019 elections. But let's just wait and watch, because the things is not yet over, and then the returns have been closed.
No, you're right in pointing out, Mr. Subhash, that it's not over. What we can also tell our viewers is that not just the Prime Minister, the Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached out to Chandrababu Naidu now. So both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister calling TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu, and we're given to understand that Mr. Naidu will take oath on the 9th of June. So that's going to be the big day, the big comeback, the big return. That's one of the big stories of election 2024, the return of Chandrababu Naidu. But Mr. Subhash, coming back to you now, what can we now expect realistically in terms of the next steps, assuming that maybe latest by about 3-4, we have clarity on the election numbers. What are the next steps now as far as the NDA is concerned?
We are very confident we'll be forming our own without any support without any new alliance partners. As far as alliance partners and the BJP is concerned, we will definitely cross the halfway mark. But definitely this is a dent in our the party affairs, because what is happening is we are really looking forward for the 400 place, and we have to really sit and talk that what went really wrong in that, and the party has to analyze that what are the reasons where where we failed, because in one part of the country the party is making an inroads. As I said earlier, even in Kerala also we are opening our account, and in the Northeast also we have really done impressively well. And as far as some of the parts in the states of Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan, definitely the local issues must have prevailed, because so many issues which have been really, because it was really looking rosy earlier. But at this point of time, it is premature, and I'm not the right person to talk about and then make a statement on that. But definitely, we are not very happy at this point of time, but nothing is over yet. And I'm 100% confident that on our own, we are going to form the government in center. Modi will be making the third time as the Prime Minister. Definitely, this is the hope we have, and 100% this is a very optimistic results which we have really expected. But at this point of time, after 4 or 5, we'll know the exact figure, because there are some places where the counting is still in progress, and it's only 5th or 6th round. It is premature to come to exact conclusion on that. We are hoping the Central Party will make a statement on this, and once the results are over.
Right. Yes. all of those caveats are well taken. Let me get a quick last word in from the TDP spokesperson. So we are given to understand that it'll be the comeback of Chandrababu Naidu as he is sworn in on the 9th of June.
Yes, it is. And we've been waiting for this day so eagerly and so patiently. It's not just us, the whole state been waiting for it. Not because of a state which was just newly born, and it needed more love. Like I said earlier, it needed more love, it needed more support, it needed more concentration on the government, and especially from the chief minister. Instead of doing all this, Jagan Mohan Reddy has concentrated on doing political vendetta on Telugu Desam party and Telugu Desam leaders, and especially putting false cases, false allegations, taking the help of police, doing a lot of silly things which are not necessary at all. And the whole state suffered because of that, and every sector, let it be men, women, anybody, let it be children, especially the youth who didn't have any jobs. We just imagine a state, we didn't have a capital for there were 3 capitals. One state, we didn't have a capital for more than four years, and he simply said that I'm going to make this as a capital, that as a capital. He really thought that the new formed Andhra Pradesh was a game, and the people of Andhra Pradesh has put Jagan Mohan Reddy in his place and proved that definitely an administrative chief minister they needed, and Chandrababu Naidu Garu is going to be that.
Yes, Ms. Kavali, congratulations to you and to your team at the TDP. I would imagine that celebrations underway at the TDP headquarters. Many thanks to Mr. Subhash as well as Mr. Shaheen for joining us here on CNBC TV18. The JDU and the TDP both saying that they are firmly in alliance with the NDA and they intend to stick with the BJP and form government. At this point in time, it's 238 for the BJP. 293 for the NDA, 230 for the India. The Congress edging closer to the 100 mark. We are going to take a break here and return with the market action right after this. Of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself as India's longest running show on startups and entrepreneurship. Celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21. Only on CNBC TV18 and CNBCTV18.com.
Going forward, next 5 years, when we look at if the economic growth continues to be in high single digit in real terms, call it 6 to 8, you should have base case low double digit, call it 11-12% kind of earnings growth, and if the profit cycle gains further momentum, we can approach mid-teens, in which case earnings can double over the next 5 years, and markets, if it remains where it is in terms of multiples, which while higher than most of the world, it is not unusual, it is not uncharacteristic of what India has been historically. And so we can see a market again, approaching a double over the next 5 years.
What we're seeing is typically, there is a lot of, just like in urban India, there is a lot of stigma as well as, say, lack of awareness. There's also a lot of belief in religious practices and faith healers. So we have to go into the system, be extremely patient in our approach, which is why I keep harping on 5 to 7 year period, right? So this is something that takes time. At the end of the day, social change and behavior cannot be achieved overnight. So this is what we're doing, and this past year alone, we've been running this program since 2016, and this past year alone, we've actually impacted about 13,000 people across 6 states. We've trained about 4,000 healthline workers, and about 20 to 25,000 caregivers have been provided psychosocial support, counseling, etc.
I think, like you said, and like many of us have said, the conversation about inclusion has to now go beyond policy, because it's no longer just about policy, it is about culture. It's all too well, I think most organizations of today, and especially those that want to be
Welcome back to our coverage of Counting Day from the CNBCTV18 HDFC Sky election headquarters. Well, as we speak, the markets have staged a very, very good recovery. In fact, the Adani group of stocks as well have cut their losses. They're up close to around 8.5–9% just in the last 60 minutes or so. So I think we should get some of those stocks up for you. Adani Ports, Adani Enterprises, they're cutting their losses big times, big bounce on the low point of the day. A couple of these ferrous and non-ferrous related names as well, Hindalco as well as Tata Steel. Both of them have bounced back close to around 6 to around 8% from the day's low. Explains why the Nifty is now 900 points off the low point of the day. So it's a nice recovery that you've seen from the day's low. In fact, my colleague Hormuz joins us to run us through some interesting tidbits that he has on the markets. Hormuz, take it away.
You know, usually counting days are generally range bound for the market or some slight bit of movement here or there, because the street mostly factors in what is in store when it comes to the election outcome. But this has not been something that the street was anticipating. The exit polls had not anticipated this kind of a close contest, almost being a fight to the finish. And you can see that in what the market has been in today's trading session. The last time something like this happened was way back in 2004, when the Nifty had declined by 7.8%, when the results were declared on the 13th of May in 2004, and on the 14th of May the Nifty had declined 7.8%, and on the 17th of May the Nifty had declined by 12%. But then the recovery began because the market found a floor. The next 2 days the Nifty was up almost 13% on May 18 and May 19. So the market, and a similar trend seems to be following today as well. It's been extremely choppy. The market has though recovered significantly from the lows of the day. There is still this news that the NDA will definitely form the government because they continue to remain above that majority mark of 272, and that is showing in the Nifty as well. It's off the lows of the day, as is the Nifty Bank and the Sensex. The Nifty at one point was down almost 8%. It was the biggest single day low since the COVID-19 drop, and now the recovery is coming in the index as well, as is the Nifty Bank. But the PSU banks, that and the PSU stocks in general are taking it on the chin. Almost 6 of the top Nifty losers, PSU stocks, all of them declining in double digits in today's trading session. And that is the kind of decline, the kind of run-up also that we saw in PSU stocks. So it's par for the course that there is some extreme profit booking that is taking place, considering the trends that are emerging on this counting day. The India VIX as well, that is up almost 30% in today's session. So that tells you about the volatility that we have had on the street. The metals index is down 12%, and almost all of these high beta indices, right? The broader market has taken it on the chin. The mid-cap, small-cap indices are down almost 7%. The realty index was down almost 10% as well. The kind of rally that we saw in real estate stocks, that is now seeing a bit of reversal from the elevated levels. And as I mentioned, the PSUs, they are the ones that are taking it on. They're taking a massive knock as well. REC, PFC down 20%. That is the biggest fall for them on record that both of these stocks are seeing. Concor, GAIL, BHEL, all of them seeing losses of anywhere between 15 to 20%. So there is some bit of recovery in the market from lower levels. FMCG is the pack that is leading the recovery there. The IT index is also not participating in the fall. So that is another positive, but not very good going for PSU stocks.
Absolutely, Hormuz. Thanks a lot for joining in and giving us that quick data point. In fact, as Hormuz took us through that data, you know, the Nifty has recovered close to around 1,000 points from the low point of the day. Just take a look at it. It's a massive recovery that we're seeing. And just a couple of data points, guys. You know, the India VIX, just an hour or so ago, it was close to 31.7. It's come back down to around 25 odd. So that fear index has cooled off a little bit if we get that volatility index. And the other one is the total market capitalization loss that we're talking about when we were speaking to Ramdev was around 40 lakh crore. Now it's around 20 lakh crore. So it's cut its losses by half. It's not a small number, but still in comparison to 40 lakh crores of market cap erosion, For the time being, that number is half. It's at around 20 lakh.
And we've
crore.
also crossed and now moved above our 100-day moving average, which is 22,168. We're still below the 50-day moving average, which is 22,400 thereabout. But it's a solid 1,000-point recovery from the lowest.
Yes, absolutely. And I think for the small cap index as well, around a 2,500-point recovery from the low. So overall, net, I think the street is a little more optimistic than what it was probably 2 hours ago.
I think that's largely because, 50% of the, voting counting is done, right?
Yeah.
So, and now you're basically, I think there is at least certainty that there's continuity.
Yes.
There's NDA. That much, I think we don't have to sort of dither on that now. So it looks like it's 300, around that 300 number for the NDA, according to what the polls, etc. are saying. Yesterday, over the weekend, actually, somebody was saying that Monday, actually, I think it was Ramdev who said Monday and Tuesday, it's not a time for analysis because, it'll be crazy. No, I mean, there's no time to think. So it's, and Monday was up.
Yeah.
Today is down. And again, there is no, it's a broad move up and a broad move down. That's what we've seen. So, I mean, from lows, of course, markets have recovered quite a bit, but it's just, it's very difficult to, participate. And most people will kind of try and come in once things are a little settled. And I think that's the right way to go because, by the time this election is called, I think it'll be a few hours more. It's not done yet. I don't think it'll be done even by 3:30 when markets close. That's something to watch out.
You want to keep some ammunition, right?
Yeah.
In case you get a bigger dip, then you want to have money to allocate. Otherwise, if you go all in, then there won't be anything left, And I think what the markets have done in the last, say, the 90 minutes or so, is they come to terms with, we'll have some continuity, but may not be to the measure that we earlier thought. It may not be the 350 number all, but we'll have continuity, we'll have a stable government, and that could explain partly why we've seen a recovery both on the Nifty and some of those PSU-related themes as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And, no, I think... what we'll do is we can go across to Ritu, I believe, right? I think we'll take a break.
Now,
We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll keep going across to our reporters on the ground as well to get you a sense of what's happening because, I mean, they're spread across around counting centers in the key constituencies, key states, etc. So that's coming up in a bit from now. We'll, of course, have an eye on the market as well. Very close to being down now in 3 digits, not 4 digits. And I think that's... small mercies. We are back in just a bit.
Will have policies in place, but have they translated into culture? So it's all too well that you're giving women maternity leave and they're going away for 6 months, but are you welcoming them back with challenging roles when they come back?
Yeah.
It's great to have flexi work hours, but to those who avail those flexi work hours, are you offering your high value?
Okay, welcome back. And this is, of course, our coverage of the counting day. Market seeing a big reaction, big recovery from the day's low as well. As I said, we'll keep getting you a sort of view from the ground as well. My colleague Ritu is joining in from the BJP headquarters in Karnataka with an update of what's happening there. Ritu, over to you.
Well, Prashant, the BJP, the NDA rather, in the lead here in the state of Karnataka, but the final word has not yet been said. Congress, the ruling party in the state, they've been able to lead in about 10 seats so far, and this number has been fluctuating by 1 or 2 since morning. So like I said, the final word is still awaited, but some, interesting takeaways so far. If you look at the constituency trends, for instance, in the city of Bangalore, Congress has not won a single Lok Sabha seat in the last 25 years. But if you look at the current trends, you have Congress's Mansoor Ali leading from Bangalore Central, which may come as a positive surprise. In other constituencies like, Bangalore Central, of course, the lead is about 73,000 votes for Congress. So, that looks like an interesting trend to watch out for. Apart from this, in Hassan, that is a constituency the entire country is watching because the sitting MP, Prajwal Revanna, is in the eye of the storm. He's been accused of various counts of sexual allegation and so on. But interestingly, these allegations came to light only after the voting had concluded in Hassan. And now if you look at the trends, he is trailing, with Congress coming out on top. Again, the final word has not been said there just yet. Interestingly, in Hassan, it's a Gowda family versus Gowda family battle, where, of course, Prajwan Rebalda is the grandson of Deve Gowda. And then you had Shreyas Patel, who is the grandson of Puttaswamy Gowda, a Congress leader. And there's been generational rivalry in the state. And it is, typically you see this constituency going to the JDS. But this time around, it looks like Congress may come out on top. Apart from this, you have Basavraj Bommai, he's also leading. In Tumkur, you have B. Somanna from BJP, who's also leading by a fairly wide margin. H.D. Kumaraswamy, wide margin of more than 2.8 lakh votes in the constituency of Mandya. Jagdish Shettar, again, former chief minister, leading in Belgaum by more than 65,000 votes. So several of these trends playing out. We'll keep coming back to you for these. But, some of these constituencies, it looks like maybe a big upset for Congress. For the JDS that was running from only 3 seats, they seem to be trailing in 1. The other 2, they've come out on top. And for the BJP, the current count is at 18, nowhere near the clean sweep that they'd had in 2019, where they'd won 25 out of the 28 seats.
Okay, all right, Ritu, thanks a lot for that. Just looking at a few winners actually on the screen, which are far and few. Heritage Foods, that's one of the stocks that's up and about in today's trading session. And just looking through the shareholding, it's promoted by the TDP chief, who is all set to take control again, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. So I think we should pull that stock up. Heritage Foods, one of the few stocks that's locked up. I think it's up close to around 9 to around 10%. They're also appointed a CEO there, professionally run company now, I think a year or so ago from Coke. So that's one of the stocks. I think we should get it up for you on the screen. Explains why that one is up close to around 9.5%. Taking a cue from the good performance coming in from the TDP as well. Time to slip into a short break. You come back. We'll continue to focus on markets and get you all the latest updates with regard to these elections.
Or do they get left behind?
Do they get left behind? So I think the lens with which we view and implement our policies have to change. Is the lens that we want to bring in and retain female workers? Because if that is, then that's no longer enough. Because we're not here to stay. We've quoted enough Maya Angelou on this table. We're here to rise.
Yeah.
Testing.
Well, you continue to watch our coverage here on CNBC TV18. The election exchange is underway. 291 for the NDA, 233 for the India Alliance, the BJP now at 237. The Congress crossing 100, 101 for the Congress. That is the latest picture that has emerged. Now remember, as we've been pointing out, with the BJP falling short of that 250 mark as things currently stand, conversations are underway between allies. We already reported and we told you and got that confirmation from the TDP spokesperson that both Prime Minister Modi as well as Amit Shah, the Home Minister, have spoken to Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP, and the TDP has expressed its alliance, reaffirmed its alliance with the BJP and the NDA. Of course, Chandrababu Naidu takes oath on the 9th of June. But what is breaking on our sister channel, CNN News 18, at this point in time is, as per sources, that Nitish Kumar has dialed Sharad Pawar. Remember, the JDU spokesperson who was on the air just a short while ago here on CNBC TV18 denied, said, don't buy into the rumors. We are very firmly with the NDA. We will form government with the BJP. But sources to our sister channel CNN News 18 seem to suggest that Nitish Kumar may be talking to Sharad Pawar. But of course, who knows how all of this will play out. It will eventually depend on the final tally that will come in. There is a Sharad Pawar press conference that is expected in a short while from now. We are given to understand that Sharad Pawar is going to address the press at about 3 p.m. So the news that's breaking at this point in time is that Sharad Pawar has spoken with Nitish Kumar, has reached out to Nitish Kumar, or Nitish Kumar has reached out to Sharad Pawar. We're working on that story. But these are going to be things that we will just have to take in our stride and deal with. This is all live, and these are conversations that are all happening as the election ticker throws up a different number. And at this point in time, it looks very clear that the BJP needs all of its allies to be on board. And of course, the India Alliance is hoping that they can try and bring some of the NDA's partners, some of the NDA allies onto their side. But of course, all of this is still in the realm of speculation. 290 on the NDA, 236 for the BJP, 234 for the Congress, 234 for the India Alliance, and 101 for the Congress. Prashant.
Shireen, thanks very much for that. And I saw a flash basically saying that Shashi Tharoor is back up again, leading by some 4,000 votes in Trivandrum and over 5,000 votes. So that's essentially what's coming through from Kerala. So we'll some of this interesting stuff at the bottom of the screen, which we will keep referring to. Markets had recovered almost. I mean, they were down in 3 digits, almost down in 3 digits, but they backed down a little bit more. So 1250 points lower on the Nifty. 22,036 is where we stand at. So that continues, right? A little bit of recovery, then a little bit of sell-off, and we still have almost an hour and a half to go for markets to close. Gautam Dugar is with us, Head of Research at Motilal Oswal Equities. Gautam, what a day, right? Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. First, give us a flavor of the mood, the conversation, the chatter. What are you hearing from your sales guys who deal with foreigners? What are they hearing? What are the kind of flows they're seeing? Just give us that sense first.
Hi Prashant. Thanks for having me. See, look at it this way. There is obviously the final tally, which is turning out, because now I think 60-65% of the votes have been counted, and the eventual tally obviously is going to be lower than the exit polls, which is what market was celebrating yesterday. And to an extent, today's reaction also includes unwinding of yesterday's big rally that we saw. If you allow the dust to settle down in few hours, I think eventually you will see that the government is coming back with much lesser numbers. Obviously, it's going to be a coalition government now, the way numbers are stacking up. If BJP is at around 240, 245, or wherever it settles, with both of its allies, big allies, JDU and Chandrababu Naidu, possibly somewhere closer to that 300 mark NDA is showing right now. So clearly, we are going back to that pre-2014 era where there is a coalition. Obviously, is going to be a much stronger coalition because the single largest party is going to have around 240, 250 seats. To that extent, the reaction that you are seeing in the market is an unwinding of the expectations that market had set up closer to 370, 400. So today's reaction is a bit of correction of that. To answer your specific question, obviously people are trying to see through the stock reactions and find where there is value now, because some of these spaces which had seen tremendous rally in the last 6-12 months and which were also on the back of the continuity of a single largest majority that we have seen, which was the expectation also in exit polls. I think to that extent there could be some reversal of trades insofar as sectoral allocations are concerned. So you are clearly seeing the reaction today in the way the PSU stocks have got hammered. In some of the heated up spaces in industrials and railways, they have seen hammering. Real estate have corrected. So as we move forward, there are another 3-4 state elections lined up in October. Depending on the way and shape in which the government formation happens, I think this exercise itself will take another week or so. To that, I think till that point of time, you will keep seeing a lot of nervousness and uncertainty. Once the swearing in is done and you know the portfolios allocated to various ministries, I think that is when people will start again looking at things from a slightly different fundamental lens. As of now, it's a reaction to the verdict as it is unfolding.
Gautam, afternoon. Since we are going back to the coalition politics pre-2014, do you think there is going to be a change in the winners and losers going ahead in the next 5 years?
Rima, I think that will be a function of where the final numbers settle and who gets what portfolios. Because now when you are running a coalition government, obviously the portfolio exercise is slightly different compared to when you have a full majority. Point number one. Point number two, obviously, given the reaction given the reaction that we have seen in the counting so far, there would obviously be some tweaks in the policy. I think you will definitely see some competitive welfareism coming in to, sort of win back some votes that they've lost. If you have 3 to 4 state elections in October, November, I think Maharashtra is coming, Jharkhand is coming, and I think Haryana is also lined up. So you will see some tweaks happening there, but not major, because as long as you have the same dispensation coming back with slightly lower number, the focus on capex, the focus on real estate, the infrastructure creation, I think that should continue. Second, economy itself is in a very fine fettle. We have just closed the year at 8.2% GDP growth. Corporate earnings are in a pretty great shape. We ended FY24 with a 25% earnings growth. Next year's expectations are veering around 14-15%. So to that extent, I think economy is in a very strong shape right now. It's just the tweaks that we have to see and be sure of as to where the government changes its stance. Because so far it's been a one-way street for manufacturing, industrials, capex-oriented stock. Maybe there will be some change that portfolio managers will need to effect now.
Okay, all right. Gautam, just hold that thought. I want to ask you a question on the earnings, but we also welcome Pankaj Murarka, CEO and CIO of Renaissance Investment Managers, who joins us on the show. Hi, Pankaj. Good afternoon. Good to see you in. Well, just wanted to finish that point that Gautam was making. Gautam, you're factoring in, I think, a 14-15% earnings growth that you were talking about. So for FY26, the Nifty EPS should be in that vicinity of around 1,300 or thereabouts?
Yeah, our estimate is 1142 for FY25 and 1320 for FY26. We, of course, ended FY24 with about 1,005 rupees. Yes. I think in the preview we had about 980 rupees. So actual numbers are slightly better than what we had forecasted in our preview for fourth quarter.
Oh, that's interesting. Because Gautam, for so many years we have been talking, most of the years we end up the financial year with the EPS actually that was projected. Actually, by the end of the year, you're lower than that. But good to see that the last year, actually, the earnings were good. So going on a forward basis, actually, the markets are... No,
not necessarily, Nigel. Actually, sorry, just to correct you there.
Yes.
I know that is a perception which is there. That was the case till FY20.
Yes.
FY21, we had seen earnings upgrades throughout the year. FY22 earnings expectations were met. FY23 also markets delivered earnings in line with expectations. And 24 is slightly better. So last 4 years have been slightly different than the previous 5-6 years when we used to begin with 14-15% and eventually end with 4-5%. In fact, last 4 years, as this data is well known by now, FY20 to 24 Nifty earnings compounding itself is 20-23%.
Well, that's right. Gautam, the reason that I said that sometimes it disappoints is because in COVID year we had a bit of a low base, and from there, as you said, we are beaten for the last 4 years. So kudos to us on the earnings front. But I was just saying that since we have been in touch for the last, say, 10 years or so, a lot of times there was a bit of a miss. Now, looking ahead, given that we are factoring in these earnings of around 1,320 odd, then the valuations are far more digestible, right? I mean, at around 16, 17 times, 17 and a half times approximately, it looks much better than what we are talking about right now of around 21, 22 times odd. Your take on it, and which are going to be the drivers of this earnings growth that you're working with?
So, Nigel, if you're looking at FY26, obviously you'll find valuations more palatable.
Yeah.
But right now we are still in FY25 beginning. You know, we just completed 2 months of FY25. So I would think FY25 will be the right anchor for EPS. And there we are trading somewhere close to 19% now after today's correction. The 10-year average is somewhere about 20 times. So, you know, top down Nifty 20 times, 10-year average current 19 times, it looks fine. But the problem always is in the sectoral divergences when it comes to valuations. Some sectors are trading extremely, you know, reasonable. I won't call it cheap, but, you know, sectors like banking, PSU banks, some of the IT companies, some of the consumer names also have cooled off a bit in the last 3-4 years. So there the valuations are a bit more palatable. On the other end, you have manufacturing names, industrial names, which have shot through the roof in the last 12-18 months. Stocks have gone up 5x, 6x, and they're trading at 50 to 100% premium to their own averages. So index sometimes belie the actual picture. So while index is at 19 times, within the index there are many sectors which are trading upwards of 30 times. So as far as we are concerned, so far in our model portfolio, we've been running a big overweight stance on PSU banks because of a very strong earnings and very reasonable valuations that they've been having. We've had a big overweight stance on industrials, capital goods, real estate, and consumer discretionary. We've been running a neutral weight on auto and pharma, and we've been underweight a little bit on global cyclicals. But with this event, we need to reassess as to where the government formation eventually ends up, what are the priorities of the new government, whether they continue with their capex momentum, because last 5 years we have seen the government capex budget has gone up 5x, you know, 2.5 trillion to almost 11-12 trillion rupees now we are talking about. So let's see, I mean, where the dust settles. And then, of course, you can clearly look at tweaking the portfolio a little bit here and there.
Well, that is the story as far as the markets are concerned. We've got the first reaction coming in on Amethi from Priyanka Gandhi tweeting that she had no doubt that Kishori Lal Sharma, who of course was the candidate for the Congress party, he is a Congress old-timer and a local of the area. He stood against Smriti Irani, and Priyanka Gandhi tweeting now saying that she had no doubt that he would win Amethi. We are still waiting for the final count there as far as Amethi is concerned. That's been the big contest. Remember, that is the seat. Smriti Irani was the giant slayer when she took down Rahul Gandhi from Amethi. And Rahul Gandhi, of course, fought from Wayanad, and this time around Wayanad and Raebareli. The last I checked, he had a lead of over 1 lakh votes in Raebareli. But, you know, the big headlines, if I could just sum up for our viewers that are coming in so far as the elections are concerned, it on the back of the numbers that are coming in and have been tabulated at 217 this afternoon, the BJP by itself is short of the majority. At 236, the BJP is well short of the majority. Akhilesh Yadav has clearly scripted a turnaround for the India Alliance in UP. Look at the turn of events as far as the crucial state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned. It was expected to be a wipeout for the India Alliance, but what has in fact happened is quite the contrary. The India Alliance leading in 42 and the NDA in 37. Next up, the big headline coming in from the state of West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee has managed to stop the BJP juggernaut. Again, the exit polls had suggested that the BJP would make significant inroads in West Bengal and change the arithmetic on account of gains being made there. But Mamata Banerjee has halted the BJP's juggernaut in West Bengal. In fact, the last tally that I saw, the TMC was leading in about 30-odd seats as far as West Bengal is concerned. The other big headline that's coming in from elections 2024 is the comeback king. Chandrababu Naidu will be sworn in on the 9th of June. And remember, calls already being made. Prime Minister Modi has dialed him, Home Minister Amit Shah has dialed him, and they are going to want to ensure that Chandrababu Naidu is within the NDA, and that is going to be crucial for the BJP-led NDA to form government. So calls being made. Chandrababu Naidu has emerged as the comeback king of election 2024. And of course, even as far as the assembly elections are concerned, exit polls have got a drubbing across the board. Exit polls getting it wrong, and how, and that has ensured that we've seen the market selling off, because remember, it was post the exit polls that came in over the weekend that we saw the markets rally in the fashion that they did on Monday, and today we saw the markets giving up those gains, so recouping some of those losses in the last hour or so, but it has been a brutal sell-off that we've seen. As far as the crucial state of Maharashtra is concerned, the splitting of the Shiv Sena, the splitting of the NCP so far has gone in favor of the India Alliance. As I've been pointing out, it has been a prestige battle for Sharad Pawar, for Uddhav Thackeray. Sharad Pawar wants to ensure that the crucial seat of Baramati and the NCP, his NCP, emerges victorious in the contest against the BJP and his brother Ajit Pawar's NCP faction. And similarly for Uddhav Thackeray, it has been a reclamation of the Bal Thackeray legacy. That is the picture that's playing out as far as Maharashtra is concerned, with the India Alliance in the lead. It's 237 for the BJP, 292 for the NDA. So conversations will now start to happen on what happens next. What time will the election be called is the big question. We are still waiting to understand where we find ourselves as far as counting goes. So we'll keep you updated. But for now, back to the markets.
All right, Shireen, thank you very much. Indeed, watching that ticker carefully, 293 to the NDA as of now. Just taking it back to both our guests, of course, Pankaj Murarka of Renaissance is also in the conversation. And Gautam made that point earlier. I mean, away from earnings for a bit. I'm just going back because politics is center stage right now. And Gautam, you made the point saying that it'll be a coalition government. Then we see how it goes on. But the fact is, it will be a coalition government. And the fact is, the BJP will be, a couple of notches away from clean majority. Now, this is the kind of political risk premium that the market was absolutely not factoring in, right? We had a clean stretch last 10 years. So just your thoughts, Pankaj, let me give the floor to you. Your thoughts on how the market, now that 19 times forward earnings that Gautam was talking about, how it has to start baking in a bit of political risk as well. We do not know the contours of the coalition and how stable and steady it's going to be as yet.
So the question is for Pankaj or me?
Yeah, Pankaj, if you could open your thoughts, and then I want to take that to Gautam as well after that. But Pankaj, great to have you on. Let's hear your views.
Sure. All I'm saying is let's not overplay this political uncertainty, because from the likes of it, at least the way it's looking like is probably we'll have a stable government with BJP being a dominant party and probably some degree of support from the allies. So I still think that as long as we have a stable government, the market should be fine. I don't see a derating of India in terms of multiples or something, because India at the end of the day still remains a compelling investment story when you look from a global investors or perspective, or globally also, because more importantly, the point is India is a secular growth story. In democracies, meaning you have surprises, this is one of those days where probably markets were expecting a much higher number for BJP and NDA, and there's been some bit of a negative surprise. But I still think that what we're looking at, the sell-off, is nothing but a correction in bull market. I think the overall bull market remains very much intact. Also, we need to put this in context. See, last 1 year has been a ferocious bull market. Nifty index is up 40%. Last 10 years or last 20 years, Nifty returns are 15%. Nifty mid-cap index is up 50% last 1 year. So obviously, we've had a ferocious rally in equities in the last 15 months without a correction. It's probably first time in the last 10 years that we had a 15 months run in markets without a meaningful correction. So 10-15% pullbacks in bull markets are nothing but corrections. Corrections always happen when there are trigger points or events which could be either domestic or international. This time, election outcome has surprised somewhat on the negative side. But I still think that from the looks of it, it looks like we'll have a stable government. And as long as we have that in place, I still think that the bull market remains very much intact. I don't see a risk to India's valuation derating. More importantly, I think once we get contours of this government formation and all of that, probably in a week's time, we'll not be discussing elections and stability of government. Probably we'll be talking about economic policies. And I don't see in any manner economic reform slowing down or the momentum slowing down in India in any manner. So I think investors should just take this in stride as a correction in a long-term bull market.
Okay, Pankaj doesn't sound unfazed at all. He's saying just take it in your stride. This will be sort of rear view mirror talk in the next couple of days. But, Gautam, what do you say? Are we looking at a bit of a new normal with the new political reality? Or can it really go back to business as usual come, Thursday or Friday?
So, be all said and done, as I said in the beginning, the same government is coming back with the reduced numbers. Just to give you a bit of a context to the history, 15 years back in 2009, when election results were announced, Congress had won 206 seats, and it was considered as a very strong mandate, and market had hit an upper circuit. Today, with BJP somewhere close to 240, it's considered as a weak mandate, it's considered as a disappointment. It's all, vis-a-vis where your expectations are at the beginning. But as Pankaj said, I think as far as the economic policies of these government are concerned, there will not be much change. Maybe some bit of a tweaks here and there around the state elections. That's possible, because ultimately every government has to win the elections, right? So that is one thing. Second, as I have mentioned in our earlier interviews also, India right now is going through its own mini Goldilocks. Whether it's a 8% GDP growth, 15-16% earnings growth. We've had a very stable currency. Our fiscal control has been in very strong shape. Both current and fiscal account, fiscal deficit. And at the same time, we have seen very decent pickup in domestic savings inflows in equity markets. So that story continues. So once like I said, once the government formation exercise is over, which shape and form this government is ultimately installed, and once that oath taking is done, I think people will go back to normal operating fundamentals and discuss that. But yeah, next 1 week, there will be a lot of news flow around government formation, who's getting what ministry and all of that. So market will obviously have to take that uncertainty or, some bit of speculation around ministry formation till the time it actually happens.
I think there is another leg down, right, yes, which is happening because the market had recovered very sharply. We were down about 950,000 points. We are down about 1340 stocks. A lot of the PSU stocks which had recovered nicely, 6-7% recoveries in many names. I saw PFC, REC, but it's not just that. I mean, it's a whole lot of other names as well, which had seen these sharp recoveries, BEL, HAL. The Adani packet also all recovered nicely. Adani Ports, for example, was down 12%, is back down about 18-19%. Enterprises, Pawar. So there is this sort of selling. REC, PFC are down 22-23% each, right? Idea is down 21%, BHEL, GAIL, NTPC, these are all. So there's another wave. It's not done till it's done, and there is more selling which is emerging right now.
I guess, Prashant, also, I think the question mark is around a lot of these reports of phone calls happening. There's a press conference at 3 o'clock that Mr. Sharat Pawar is going to be holding. So while that NDA number is still looking, above 290, the question is we don't know how the dynamics and the equations are playing out behind the scenes. So I think we really need to wait and watch for another couple of hours.
No, I think we do, as you said, and I think that's what the market is paying attention to. But it's kind of tough to take a view.
To second guess, you just cannot.
So having said that, right, Pankaj, hi, good afternoon. Gautam, let me take this to you first. Give us 3 ideas for our viewers who are watching. Right, you got to imagine what will the situation a week out will be. I mean, assuming that we get there's continuity, the same government continues. Let's not quibble about the numbers. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, stocks are down sharply. Many of the stocks are down. Give us 3 ideas where people can look. I mean, if you're sitting on some cash, you can put some money to work, and you can talk about your published list because you have coverage on a wide cohort of stocks. Gautam.
So, Prashant, like I was mentioning, I'll obviously talk about my model portfolio where we have put out our preferred ideas a number of times. So, see, what appeals to us the most right now in our portfolio is PSU banks, because irrespective of whether it's 290 or 320 or 350, if the government is coming back, I don't think the policies are changing much in that regard. We've just seen the earnings season get over. PSU banks have reported fantastic set of numbers. Valuations are back to 1.1, 1.2 or 1.3. That
Gautam, within PSU banks, which is the best bet?
Somewhere about 18-19%. We are seeing 13-14% credit growth also. So that is one of the sector which we like. Second, like I mentioned to Surbhi, hello.
Which is the best bet within PSU banks? We can hear you clearly. But give us names, Gautam. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, we have SBI and Bank of Baroda in our model portfolio. Okay. These are the 2 preferred names that we have in the PSU bank list.
Okay.
We like hotels, we like real estate. These are both sectors which have seen upcycle after a long time. Obviously, the stocks have had a strong run-up in the last 18 months, but the results and operating fundamentals have been fantastic. If you look at the pre-sale numbers of real estate companies, they've done phenomenally well. And we have seen earnings upgrade for last 2 quarters in a row. Now, obviously, there can be another 10-15 correction. Nobody can predict that. But this is a space where the demand supply, when you look at it from a point of view of demand supply gap, it's still quite evident there. And lastly, consumer discretionary is a sector which we have a huge overweight on. So whether it's a DMart, whether it's a Titan, they both are present in our model portfolio. I don't think gold demand is going to change much depending on which government is in power. And we have almost 60-65% of the gold demand in a year, which is attributed to wedding season, which obviously is again independent of which government is in power. So clearly the valuations obviously are expensive. So a little bit of a cool off there and those stocks will again look very attractive. So this 2-3 sectors that I mentioned, you can perhaps include auto also in it. We've had a very strong liking for M&M, which is part of our model portfolio. We just posted a very good set of numbers and we are seeing signs of normal monsoons again. All this news about monsoon got clouded in the exit poll results and elections. But if monsoons are normal, it augurs very well for some of the rural consumption oriented stocks. So which is why today you are seeing some bit of, portfolio reallocation towards defensives. Hindustan Lever is up 4-5%, I think, in a market like this today, which is also a reflection of not just the defensive trade, but also the expectation that crude is down and monsoons are going to be normal. Plus in the result commentary, managements have mentioned that across the board, consumer staple managements have mentioned that there is some recovery which is happening in rural. There are some green shoots which are evident. So those are, couple of ideas that I would like to highlight.
Gautam, just a follow-up on that, and congratulations to you, by the way, because your call on FMCG came in even before the Q4 results were out, before we heard from the managements. Just a quick follow-up on consumer. Are you hearing from clients that they have started reallocation? Are we going to see more of positions get shaved from capex, economy, industrials, moving to FMCG? Are you expecting that shift in the coming days?
So it's tough to say. It's just been 5-6 hours of this results being counted. So that we will see only when the portfolios are declared, which typically happens at the end of the month. But I won't be too surprised. We've been seeing this shift a little bit during the result season itself, especially after the consumer bellwether companies started reporting their results and they started highlighting about some bit of green shoots in the rural consumer demand, because rural consumption has been very, very weak for last 2.5 years. So some of it is already underway. Perhaps it might pick up if somebody wants to increase their allocation a little bit to defensives, given the the government formation exercise can take a couple of days. So you cannot predict things in such a short span of time.
No, we certainly cannot predict, where the markets are going to go or what's going to happen as far as the next government is concerned. We've been at it since 7:30 this morning. It feels like it's a lifetime, but to be fair, it's only been a few, at least not a few, but a substantial number of hours that have gone in of us tracking what's happening with the markets and with the election results so far. At this point in time, it's 290 now for the NDA, it's 236 for the BJP, it's 235 for the India Alliance, and it is important to note that the Congress has now crossed over to triple digits. So it's 100 for the Congress at this point in time. That is what the election ticker is telling you. There will, of course, need to be introspection on what has happened. Again, the internals in terms of vote share, in terms of what's happened with the Dalit votes, what's happened as far as rural parts of India is concerned. Has there been a dip in the vote share? And I think turnout, I think my colleague Parikshit was in conversation with the BJP spokesperson, with the BJP leader, and she alluded to the fact that the lower turnout could have impacted the BJP's chances, because they believe that it was the BJP's voters that perhaps didn't come to the polling booth. And if you go back to the election campaign itself, before the elections actually begun, you saw this 400 plus ab ki baar 400 par was the campaign slogan, and that was what was being bandied about. And at the end of phase 1 and specifically phase 2, that was no longer the case. And I think the sense that we picked up from speaking with people within the BJP and on the ground was that a sense of complacency set in, and perhaps got voters to think that a win is guaranteed, so why do I even need to bother going to the polling booth? It didn't help that you were doing this election in the middle of May and June with the temperatures running 47 degrees and 45 degrees. I mean, that's a different story altogether, being admitted by the Election Commission yesterday that that was a clear mistake and they intend to rectify that. They don't want to do elections in a peak of summer. In fact, the Chief Election Commissioner saying that the election should have ended at least a month back. So, you know, these will have to be factors that one will have to look at, but you know, postmortems are postmortems, and postmortems will be done. But at this point in time, it's still not done. The result still trickling in, changes still happening. It's now 289 for the NDA, it's 235 for the BJP, it's 101 for the Congress, and 236 for the India Alliance. Again, lots of permutations and combinations. We are given to understand that Sharat Pawar is speaking with Nitish Kumar. He is expected to hold a press conference in a short while from now. So all sides at this time ensuring that the current allies stay with them, and if there is any possibility of getting others to walk across or walk over, well, all of that is going to be in play. But that's the picture at this point in time, you know, as far as the election ticker is concerned.
Reen, I remember you were saying in the morning, we were remembering 2019, right? 10:30, it was all done and dusted. Well, I guess this time makes up for it. So this looks like a long evening ahead, doesn't it to you?
It looks, I would say it looks like a long night, guys. I mean, the markets will close for the day at 3:30. Yeah. But I don't think we are shutting. I don't think we are shutting down anytime soon. It looks like this is going to go well into the night.
Well, indeed, and we'll be tracking all those phone calls that are being made. Shireen, we'll keep coming back to you for updates on that front. But just a quick word, guys, on a couple of stocks that are doing well today. Sun TV has moved to the high point of the day, an otherwise wobbly market. You know, that's moved up, maybe encouraged by that good performance that we're seeing from the DMK out there. And as we've been stating over here, the balance sheet's clean. They have cash in their books. They have the IPL franchise. And assuming they do an EBITDA of around 2,500 crores, well, the core business is valued at around 4 times EV upon EBITDA. That's a rough analysis out there. That's moved to the high point of the day. And the other one is United Breweries. Keep in mind, Surbi, it's a dry day today. But United Breweries and United Spirits, both of them are higher. And in United Breweries, you know, I've read a sales note as well. And just to give a couple of reasons why that one's doing so well, in Telangana, there could possibly be a price increase. Point number one, that price increase will flow through the margins because barley prices, at least as it is, have cooled off. And you'll say, but there were so many, you know, dry days in the election period itself. But that is unlikely to hit volumes by more than 1.5% odd. So put all of that together, price increase, margin expansion, and volumes picking up in the second half of the year. Well, that explains why that's another stock that's up and about. I wouldn't call United Breweries a defensive, so to call it. Because when it's on the offensive,
it's a defensive. Consumption happens either ways, right?
No, when you know, I'm talking about UBL, I thought, well, he's going to talk about political consumption. Khushi mein bhi or gam mein bhi.
I was veering around to that.
You need to stack up, guys. Today it's a dry day. I'm quite updated on that. That's just a couple of winners, actually, Sun TV as well as United Breweries. Well, a good time to welcome our next guest. We have Siddharth Bhaiya, who joins us on the show. Hi, Sid. Good afternoon and good to see you win. You know, in our last few conversations, numerous times you have told me, Nigel, you need to be careful. You know, this party is getting a little too exciting. I'm not one to jump in. I believe there'll be better opportunities. And you've been sitting on a fair bit of cash as well. How are you positioned now? What's the last cash number that you're always sitting on? And are you all deploying? Or do you believe there'll still be better opportunities?
I think we just increased our cash level between yesterday and today. Oh. So, Nigel, to be honest with you, in 20 odd years of investing, I've never taken such an aggressive cash call.
You haven't bought today, Siddharth? Hi, afternoon. Not deploying anything today?
No, too early. Too early to buy. We just, probably this is day one of the bear market.
But, so what's your expectation? If this is day one, what lies ahead for us, Siddharth?
See, to be honest with you, I'll break it up into 3 aspects. Okay. First, from a political perspective, look, to me, this looks like a disaster, right? You have the NDA at less than 290, around 290 odd seats. And more importantly, BJP is below 272. And then you have, so you are basically looking at TDP and, you know, Janata Dal, which were not even part of the NDA till 6 months back. So you are going to have a coalition government, which is a reality. So from a political perspective, this could have been one of the worst outcomes for the stock markets. From an economic perspective, look, last 10 years were fantastic as far as India is concerned. You know, the focus was on growth, the focus was on, you know, the future. But now, going forward, with the election mandate, do we move back to the the populist measures? So that's something that's there. And then the third part, which is even a bigger disaster, is the stock market valuations. I think I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No. Why don't you just valuations? You've sort of hammered on that point for a while. But just to, and by the way, we have Pankaj Murarka. I don't know if you know him. He's on the other side, and he's on the screen right now. Pankaj, of course,
he was my senior and 1 year senior in CA. We did both our articleship together.
I had an inkling. So no, my point is, and he, by the way, is on the other extreme. He says, you know, it'll pass. There is no real. It's not going to be a big thing. I mean, there's a stable government, and it'll. So, Siddharth, so just to push you on 2 points, you used the word. You began by saying this is day one of the bear market. Now that is, you know, those words conjure up all kinds of memories. And why do you say so, Siddharth?
Yes.
I mean, these are.
See, again, as I said, don't look at the Nifty.
Yeah.
Don't look at the Nifty. The bigger excesses have been in the small and the mid-cap space. Okay, the small cap and the mid-cap index today quotes at approximately 30 to 40 PE multiple. It's at 4 times price to book, the whole index.
No, my point is...
In March 2020, probably it was at 0.5 times price to book.
So then bear market for some sectors. Is that the way to put it? To qualify that? Contextualize that?
I think I don't find... See, I would say 90% of the sectors would probably go through a very tough time.
Okay, let me just push you on...
The valuations that we are talking about, I'll tell you, Prashant, I just did a screener search, a basic screener search on companies which are quoting at more than 100 times P multiple in India.
Okay.
There were more than 500 companies.
Okay. 500.
I did a screener search on companies which are quoting at more than 10 times price to book.
This is on forward earnings and forward book or on trailing?
This is trailing.
On trailing.
Forward, nobody knows. Till yesterday, we didn't know what is happening. So don't focus on predictions, whether stock markets or exit polls.
Let me just push you on. Siddharth, let me just push you on that political point as well. You said it's a disaster on 3 counts. I think number 2, the first one was you mentioned politics. You said JDU, and the other one, I mean, they were not allies till recently. They've all just come on board. So, I mean, one can say, so what? I mean, if they are there, they're there. I mean, it could be a stable government, right? Siddharth, is that wishful thinking on your part? That it will not be a stable government?
Again, as I said, see, the BJP is winning far lesser seats than what it did last time around.
Correct.
Okay, so you have a weaker government, right? And if the development, a lot of good growth has happened in India, our GDP print came in at 8% plus. So now the point is, if that doesn't win new elections, then probably does the BJP go back to populist measures, which we haven't had in the last 10 years. So, as I said, you don't have a free hand as far as running the government is concerned. Both TDP and JDU were earlier part of NDA, then they left and now they've come back. So this is more like a
convenient arrangement.
I wouldn't call it as a very, very stable, long.
Okay, but Siddharth, since we're debating this, let me, add to the debate over here that we've had coalition governments in the past. I mean, the market did exceedingly well under the UPA as well. So, is this too much paranoia right now to assume that whoever is the party that's coming into power, that's going to go back on things like manufacturing, on indigenization, on sort of the overall reform process, stability in taxation? The one thing this country has managed is fairly stable economic policy without too much of massive tectonic sort of changes, irrespective of whoever is in power. So, I mean, are you questioning that?
So my bigger thing is, look, at this point in time, the markets, given the valuations, are not factoring in any form of risk. Okay, so anything negative, we were priced to perfection going into this market. You have the monsoons around the corner. We have heard of water table issues, water crisis in Bangalore, in Delhi. Look, in 5 years we've had very good monsoons. Never before in the history of Indian markets have we had 5 good years of monsoons. So all I'm saying is there's no margin of safety and all risks are uncertain. So if risks are uncertain, the only way to protect yourself is by having margin of safety. Nobody predicted the results that we are seeing today. So how do you cover for that? That is by having margin of safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's very clear that nobody predicted the kind of results. No, it's very clear that nobody predicted the kind of results that we are seeing at this point in time. You're absolutely right. And especially, I think, what happened with the exit polls and the kind of forecasts and the kind of predictions that were being made with the exit polls, it completely changed, whatever sort of factoring of risk may have been the case prior to that, because remember, up until the exit polls, we had seen a fair degree of volatility even as far as the markets were concerned. And then, you had the exit polls. You also had ministers talking about the markets rocketing on June 4th and so on and so forth. I just wanted to bring to the attention not just the tally, which is currently at 294 for the NDA, 242 for the BJP, 232 for India and 97 for the Congress. Jairam Ramesh tweeting saying that there is absolutely no need for panic in the market. Very soon the alliance will unveil its CMP, its Common Minimum Program, which will demonstrate the commitment of the UPA to fiscal discipline. He's actually quoting what we had heard from Prime Minister Manmohan Singh at the time that the UPA was sworn in. So Jairam Ramesh basically saying that, look, no need for panic on the assumption that it could be a regime change, that the Congress and the India Alliance will continue to also focus on wealth and will focus on welfare and growth. But at this point in time, it's clear it is edging closer to the 295 mark for the NDA. So 294, it's still down 59 seats versus the 2019 tally, and the India Alliance is up 114 seats versus 2019. So it's still on play. Play is on. Nobody has called this just yet. Some seats, of course, have been called where the margins are in excess of a lakh plus. But we'll get you some of those interesting contests. But that's really the update at this point in time. And again, more calls being made, since it is about speed dialing people at this point in time. So the Home Minister, we understand, has called Jitin Manjhi as well. And of course, lots of conversations are on with Chandrababu Naidu. Nigel.
Right. So calls being made, not heard of any resorts as of now. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that as well.
I don't know.
And I think, I'm looking at the EC website. I think the total counted percentage, I think, is now around 68-69% approximately. So that's just an update. But Siddharth, you were making a couple of points. I wanted to ask you for a couple of numbers. Could you tell us, you said you raised some cash even yesterday till today. And actually, you were at the contra, you were going contra in the market for the last, I think, maybe 6-7 months at least. You were saying, sit on cash, there'll be a better time to deploy. You don't believe that the time is here. So as a percentage, what are your cash levels at and how do they compare it to the averages? And if you're saying we're just getting started with regard to a pullback in the Indian markets, how low can we go?
So I think, see, Nigel, it's not going to be a one-way street where it's going to this. Typically, bear markets would last, 18 to 24 months. So you're going to have corrections and then you're going to have pullback rallies. And it's going to take time. Coming to the cash thing, I think we've moved closer to 40%. There'll be a drop in the portfolio as well today. So that's a very, very aggressive bet. I've never taken such an high aggressive cash call ever in my 20-odd years of investing. And look, if I talk about excesses, we'll probably have to do a 1-hour show separately with me about the excesses that are there in the Indian stock markets right now.
I tell you what, Siddharth, I think it'll be good to have you on. Let things settle in another day or two maybe. 40% cash in the portfolio, that indeed is a very, very aggressive call. But let's see what the final tally is. Let's see who's partnering whom and what is the shape and form of the next government. And I think then we can ask if you are willing to deploy some of that cash that you're sitting on. But thank you very much, Pankaj, as well as Siddharth, for joining us in the conversation this afternoon. Really appreciate you being with us today. Well, 1300 down on the Nifty, so that remains the picture with, of course, mid-caps falling a lot more. We do have to take a quick break. We will come back on the other side and we'll have Samir Arora joining in along with the next set of guests as well. Keep it with us.
What lesson have you learned that you wish you knew when you were starting your business, your career, and perhaps would like to advise to women entrepreneurs today?
I think, it would be don't shy away to ask for help. Don't shy away to speak out because, as someone was saying in the previous panel, we women, most of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Probably we are the ones who actually, do the best, but question ourselves so much and our abilities. So I would say, don't shy away to speak out and don't shy away to ask for help any given time.
All right. Go ahead.
I think just listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, I wish 9 years back we had some mentorship. We were aware about networking sessions, Sometimes, being in a smaller city, yes, you get some pros for the same, but there are some cons where you do miss out on these networking sessions. So I think looking up for a role model is very important and definitely trying to network with more like-minded entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay, Kavita.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is don't take anything personally, right? The second one is to always
That's
stand...
hard to do, but yes,
No,
very
don't
important.
take. Even the procurement guy is telling you that you are overpriced. It's not you are not overpriced. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for the product, right? So that's one. Second is always stand in your competence. As women, we always focus on things that we don't have. Stand in your competence. And the third one, which is an extension of the second, is always operate from a position of abundance because you're enough, right? You don't have
All right.
to. Wow,
So
a really good one.
That was wonderful. You're enough.
What's one piece of advice that's... Honestly, I think the era of building businesses just for profit is over. I think that we are living in a world that has a lot of social and environmental issues going on, and I think we have to build businesses with a soul and a conscience, and we have to build businesses for good. So I think thinking about environmental, social, and economic kind of goals that are all congruent to one another is the future of doing business.
They are your final words.
This is not just to all women founders, but all you women out there. Give yourselves the crown, right? Don't wait for someone else to put the crown on your head. Give yourself the crown, feel good, and have fun.
So currently we're at 65% occupancy, and our focus this year is on increasing volumes, and that will get reflected in occupancy. While we're at 65%, we're looking at 68 to 70%. Having said that, our asset utilization has actually moved up because we've reduced our loss. So to give you an example, our hospitals, some of the metro hospitals which are at 80% occupancy have an R loss of 4. So when we've been decreasing the R loss, not only has the RPOB gone up, but it has also given us headroom to, to offer more beds.
Welcome back. There's 30 minutes to go, 35 minutes to go for market closing. And what a day it has been for the markets. 1,340 points down, 21,900 or roundabouts is where things are at. Vikas Khemani is with us. Vikas, hi, good afternoon. Samir Arora is back with us. Samir was with us in the morning, and of course, we got some of his views earlier, and Devin Choksi is with us as well. Devin, good afternoon, good to have you as well. Samir, if I can sort of come back to you for a reassessment and how your thoughts have changed, if at all, after sort of discussing it with your team and generally getting a feedback and sense of things. How do things look now?
So as of now, we are doing nothing, waiting for this thing to be a little bit more clear. But in general, my idea is that if it is the BJP government with Mr. Modi having, say, 240 odd seats and the coalition guys stay, then the damage is less. If it is a completely new, that means the India team, then the problem is that even though in the long run it doesn't matter, but in the short term, because we have made enough money in those 2004 to 7 and so on and so forth to feel that it doesn't matter. But then in the short term, you don't know what is the exact priority, who's doing, which minister is doing what. And then you have to wait for the actual budget and then see some implementation. And secondly, the problem that I see in that case is that mostly a new government, stops all the programs of the previous government. And it's done even by BJP against their previous governments of other governments. And then they have to rename them, re-adopt them, and plus minus they come back into the market. So that wastes a lot of months and there's a lot of uncertainty because old things are thought over, and even if they make sense, they are adopted again with a lag. So that wastes 6-9 months. The good thing is, as I keep saying, that yesterday was a good day, today is a very bad day. So the combined returns are not that bad if it had been only today's returns. And therefore, if plus minus 3-4% from here, it all settles down, it's not the end of the world.
Why did you say, Samir, you began by saying that if they stay, is there a fear? That,
no, it's not a fear, but it's everywhere in all the channels where I'm reading the news.
The phone calls and the conversations.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, but if I see the Indian hotel stock, it is down a lot. So therefore, it's...
No, I like the way the equation that Samir put out, that yesterday was very good, today is very bad, so now the outcome is maybe not so bad. But let's bring in Vikas into this as well. Vikas, I mean, the shocker, the market's taken its own time to digest it. But the question is now, again, we're still working with assumptions. Even at 3:30, we will not have full clarity till we know the shape and contours of this coalition. But if you work with the assumption that, like Samir said, that it's, BJP plus with the two big allies, what does that mean for the market? I mean, will there still be that sword of uncertainty hanging, or do you kind of digest it and then move on? And then move on to what kind of a market next?
I think with that, probably the uncertainty will be behind. And I think in a few days, we'll probably forget that and move on. Because I think if the BJP plus government comes back to the power, then it will be more of the same continuity of lots of policies. They may not be able to carry out lots of, another set of big, bold reforms, but that's fine. I think even if currently at the cycle stage where we are, if the continuation of the current economic setup with a lot more thrust to manufacturing, a lot more thrust on infrastructure, and maybe a little bit more on the rural is good for economy. So I think if BJP or NDA government comes, I think it'll be fine. Of course, it might take some time to consolidate, because I think markets have been reasonably on tear for quite some time. So I think, but I would say that that construct is fine with the market. But if something else were to work out, then market will have to re-hypothesize based on what the let's say in India Alliance comes, what could be their policy, how they would go about and all. We'll have to defense what would happen. So all of these things market will be re-hypothesizing. But so hence, I think I would agree with Samir's view that if NDA plus government comes back, I think market will come back, and the consolidation, the things will move.
No, but Vikas, come back. I said come back in what form? That was the second part of my question. So if it is this NDA, if BJP plus, what happens to the whole, solid narrative on capex? And I mean, till yesterday, people were still buying PSU stocks, still buying capex stocks, saying that there's more leg room. The conversations, the whole narrative was as per the price. The price is different today. What happens to capex manufacturing and PSUs?
I tend to think that that would continue because I think the continuation of the same government means policy continuation, whatever they were doing. I don't think they're going to cut down significantly on infrastructure vision. They will cut down on manufacturing push. And I think today, let's say if a lot of steel plants and cement plants are getting announced or capex cycle is getting announced, that would continue and that would in turn benefit the banking sector. So I think the economic growth profile will continue if this government continues. I am not saying if other government was to continue, the economic growth will go away. The market will have to re-hypothesize based on what they outline, and hence, and that is unknown for the market, at least in a current setup, and that might make markets nervous. And that's the reason. So I think more of same would continue if NDA plus comes.
Okay, all right. Noted that view, Vikas. Well, let's get in Deven Choksi as well, Managing Director at DR Choksi, who joins us on the show. Hi, Deven. Well, you would have seen many elections, election results, many governments as well, coalition governments, dominant markets, dominant leaders as well. How do you approach the markets? This has clearly come as a bit of a shock. The numbers are far lower than what we were working with. Your approach to the markets, and if you could name a couple of stocks that you'll be looking to buy on these tips.
Hi, Nigel. Good afternoon. Well, clearly, I think it will take a while for all of us to basically reconcile the situation in which we are currently to. On one side, I think this government has produced incredibly high amount of surplus for the economy. And that is what is going to be the gift to any government which is going to come into power here on. And if this same government starts the new government under the coalition, I think they will have the power of whatever the surplus that they have produced. And I think they're likely to get produced in subsequent period of time. So that part of the narrative, I think, will remain as it is. I don't think that it will change. What would possibly change would be the equation in the parliament. You had the courage to take certain bold decisions when you were 272 and above as a single party. Now, if you are below 272 as a single party and working with coalition partner, there's certain amount of radical reforms which the Modi government talked about earlier. I think they may come into the challenge, and to that extent, the narrative will change. I don't think the narrative changes for majority of the frontline companies. Suppose if you look at, I think, the top 8 companies which led to a fall of 68% today, which includes Reliance, which includes 2 of the Adani Group companies and 4 of the banking and financial company along with Larsen. I believe that I think these companies are promising to double their profit growth in 4 years' time from now. So to that extent, I think the narrative is not changing. What is changing is the argument that whether the continuity of these reforms is there or not. And should that be the situation, then all of us will have to reconcile, as I said earlier.
Samir, would you say that political continuity has been one of the factors for India's resilient macros over the last couple of that? And is there a risk to that with a coalition government coming into power? And do you think these multiple state elections, which are on the anvil now, could they be a variable in the way policy decision is made and therefore even the kind of investment decisions you would make?
So a little bit, I agree with that there will be, even if it's the BJP government, there'll be a bit of a change because the feedbacks loop that may have worked for them may be that what they thought is the way to get votes is not working. For example, in Ayodhya, if you do everything, you make an airport, you make a station, I guess you improve the roads, forget even at the temple, and still you don't get votes, means that the public is wanting something else. I think that something else is jobs. So now that will change some, or maybe just straight money. So that would change a little bit. But, if, for example, our deficit goes up 40 basis points more, do you think we are able to directly relate the stock market with whether the deficit should be 5.4 or 5.8? I have always maintained that nobody cares, precisely because these things come out late. You get to know them late. For example, now this year, you got a $25 billion dividend from the RBI. Which was, I don't think anybody was really remembering that also is to be there, or maybe they did. But it was much bigger than what may have been expected. So if you spend all of that on even subsidies, how does it change the world? That subsidy you will anyway, that those guys will spend, you will take 28% back or 18% back as GST. Rest will go in buying consumer items or God knows what. In the end, these things of 20, 30, 40 basis point, nobody's spending 1.5% more on deficit. So if you do a little bit to keep other sections of society also to move along, it's not the end of the world. It is worth, maybe let's say it's worth a few percentage points but it's not something which overly changes the story, because ultimately the thinking of the government is one kind, but they realize a little bit that, okay, I need to make sure that for middle class see some tax cuts. Maybe they say that the FII needs a no hike in capital gains tax. So all these things are not this thing. You have seen for the last 25 years, India is in dollars, the number one performing market among all major markets, because I have not seen all 180, 200 countries. But if you compare to US, Asia as a group, emerging market, China, Europe, Japan, against all of them, in dollar terms, our index is high, which means we have handled and can handle all this, provided there is growth and provided there is some story, and you're not going totally out on a limb in terms of redistribution and social kind of things.
Samir, in the morning, you were basically saying that the market is not. By the way, the Sharat Pawar is holding a press conference, the Maha Aghadi here in Maharashtra, and what we'll do is there are some flashes at the bottom of the screen as well. One flash, the first one. This is he says people of UP have given a significant mandate this time. He talks about the beginning of the transformation in Maharashtra. So we'll put out these flashes. I think the press conference is in Marathi, but we'll have the lines coming up at the bottom, so you can sort of track that as we go along. Samir, in the morning you were saying markets were not really wild or overvalued to begin with. Today, minus yesterday, we're down 3% now, 3.5%. Have you bought anything today?
No. We haven't bought today.
No?
We will buy after 2 days, because today is quite a bad day in itself, and you need a little bit. But big picture, because I was saying that the markets don't have to be cheap for you to buy.
Correct.
Cheap means that you will get the earnings growth of the market, plus you make some money from re-rating or, the valuation going up. And sometimes you will lose money. Sorry, not you. If you buy a market expensive, then the earnings growth might come, but you will lose some or all of it, mostly some of it, on reduction in valuation. So today we feel, and even before today we felt, that the market is broadly in okay range. Okay range means just give me my earnings growth. And the earnings growth of the market is some 13, 14%, and some sectors are more. And therefore we think it's a good market. We don't have to always have a very cheap market for us to have buying, because those come around some very random events which you can keep waiting for 5 years, which is 2008, then I'll buy in 2020, then I'll buy when there is a change of government as a surprise. Those things are not the way funds can run, or even investments can run.
Vikas, what about you? Have you done anything? All right, will you look to do something over the coming days, and what?
I think broadly, we bought a little bit in the morning because we launched a new fund and we are sitting on almost 50-60% cash. So we kind of bought a little bit more, but we are still large part of the cash, because I think you want to see a little bit more clarity, in terms of how the setup will emerge. And there's no rush. If you ask me, I would rather buy a little higher once the clarity comes. So, and I think right now we are in a very, very, uncertain situation. It can turn either way, given the way setup is. So rather wait, but I do believe that long-term story of India would not change. We'll have to just wait and watch in terms of you might see a little bit of market correction further coming through as a lot of things play out. Because people will keep making hypotheses, traders will unwind position as the development happens. So we'll wait and watch, and I think next couple of days will be giving more clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. Markets hate one thing, and that's uncertainty. And that's exactly the thing the market's gotten today, completely out of the textbook. By the way, Mr. Pawar right now is still making statements more towards Maharashtra than anything towards the centre.
But he's not spoken to Mr. Naidu.
And he's saying that I haven't spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. I haven't spoken to anybody. So these are, of course, the statements coming in from that press conference.
We'll have to believe what he's saying as of now.
Well, absolutely. We have to see how this plays out. It's going to be a hectic evening, a hectic night, and maybe until final clarity emerges, maybe another 24 to 48 hours, who knows. But this is going to be extremely tentative. And because of that, the selling is back on 1,500 points once again. The low of the day was 21,281. Right now we are at 21,800.
We started at 9:15 this morning without clarity. We're ending at 3:30 without clarity.
With even,
this is,
even greater lack of clarity.
And think about it, right? BJP, right now the leads are 243.
Yeah.
It's 30 seats. Now, 30 seats is a lot.
Yeah.
But the point is, as someone was saying, that in a lot of seats, the difference, the margin is thin.
Yes.
Exactly.
So in the next many hours, say by 7 or something, it swings and you are closer to 270. Then tomorrow morning, once again, you'll have a big move.
Exactly.
So yeah.
one is we have to get clarity on the final, seat count, the final votes, till the last one of them has been counted, and then the clarity on who's calling whom and what is happening and who's calling, not calling, who's staying, who's going. So I think the next couple of hours will be tentative.
Voter turnout has hurt someone, right? Because there are so many seats in which it's neck to neck. The margin between the two parties is quite narrow. So the low voter turnout is going to hurt.
I think even on the low voter turnout, a lot of the exit polls was essentially were saying, I mean, at least a few, they were saying that it would actually benefit the BJP more because it's a cadre-based party. You've got the Panna Pramukh and you've got basically a very good organizational structure. So if anybody can get voters from their homes to the polling booth, it is the BJP, not the opposition. But I mean, obviously that is, along with the results and everything else, I mean, this is really gone the other way.
I think we started off the day saying that, 350 will be a decent outcome. I think currently, going by towards the end of the day, tomorrow if we come back and you have the NDA at around, 310 odd, the street will be quite happy about that. Because as of now, they're fearing that this number will slip from this 295 to 300 odd. So you have a stable government, the reforms continue, and then you have Prime Minister Modi as well at the helm. I think the markets will be okay.
I think we are some hours away from the word stable. I mean, that word has become extremely prime. Yeah, I mean, it's a very valuable word at this point in time.
And reforms continuing, right? And I think the next 100 days, the agenda that Narendra Modi had, where there is a lot of policy anticipation. So I think in the next 100 days, we will have clarity, even assuming NDA comes back and, Modi...
100 days is a long call. We're waiting for the next, I think, 10 hours just to get through the next 10 hours. Samir, just to sort of quickly comment on this, on the wave of selling. Now, at what point, because this is a, game of second guessing what's going on and who's to say, but at what point, I mean, if I don't know what's the cash level that you're working with right now, at what point would you start deploying? I mean, is it going to be tomorrow? Will you wait for the exact contours, wait for the phone calls to end?
I think exact contours will help. For example, 273, I used to say on your channel also that as long as they get 273, I don't care. As of now, if they get 260, it'll be okay, I think. Because what you need is that they don't have too much bargaining. They don't have to do too much bargaining with the rest of the coalition. And that's the basic thing. So let's see. I'm saying, if, as you were saying, if it is 260, 270, not 270 now looks wild. Let's say 255, 260, that will also make the market stable to maybe go up 1% or something like that. The thing is, if it is 240, even if both the guys say, the other guys, whatever, TDP and JDU says we are supporting, people will not believe it till there is swearing in, which will now take 5 extra days because they'll be bargaining. God knows what will happen. So therefore, if you are somewhat closer to 270 and it looks that the difference is small, then you will take it as if the little bit of certainty or a large part of certainty has come.
Samir, I want to go back to a point you made in the morning where you were saying, if, the foreign guys were thinking of whether to deploy or not. They're not looking at the micros here and there. They're looking at big picture. Who's forming the government, right? Now, let's go back to that situation. Now, for that foreigner who's waiting and who didn't come in when there was a stable government, when everything was going right, for that same individual to come in and decide whether to deploy today, I mean, there are two sides to it. One, finally, India is giving you a good entry opportunity with this 1,500-point fall. And on the other hand, there's this factor of perhaps political instability. All the conversations you've had in the last couple of hours.
Guys. We just got a call from one guy saying, I want $5 million tomorrow. So there are all kinds of guys, people who may have been waiting, people who don't care for short term, people like me, at least at a fund level, I care, but my investor doesn't care because anyway, he is not so close to the market directly. So there are all kinds of guys, but big picture in aggregate, this clarity now will come after 4 or 5 days, let's say, if not tonight, or 10 days. So 10 days is not the end of the world. The question is that in these 10 days or 20 days, what happens to the market? As I said, if we can see clearly that the BJP or Mr. Modi or the BJP as part of the NDA is forming the government, then you are not having much more of a form. That's all I'm trying to say. And anyway, either way, because today the market has fallen how much now? 6%. Not a lot. In the morning it was whatever, 8-9%. So if it falls another 6%, even a change of government would have been discounted.
Another 6%, huh? So that's another statement.
What I mean is,
in case there's a change of government, you're saying another 6% fall. Is that what you're saying?
I don't say. What I mean is, generally, what were we saying before? Because what happens is, if it was a surprise on day one, you get up in the morning, there is panic, it falls 20%. Now you've had a full day of anybody who wants to take whatever decision, and let's say there's one negative more that, it's been found by India. Then in between, India guys will come and say, we are doing this, we are doing that. So it falls another 8, 10%, 5%, 7%. Then what?
But that's the question.
What would make it fall 25, 30%?
No, but Samir,
the stocks have fallen.
But Samir, that's the question. I think that's what a lot of people are grappling with, because if what you're saying, if let's say it's going the other way, if India is forming the government, and if you're saying to digest that, the market needs to fall another 5, 6, 7%, then that's the question. People are waiting whether to deploy now or wait for this to settle.
See, the thing is, you see the stocks. So what happens at an index is that some stocks do well all the time. So now suddenly today Levers is up a lot, Dabur is up, some Tata Consumer, something else will go up. Right or wrong is later. But the index is able to stabilize. But people like we have some 15 extra % in PSUs on which you might lose another 10-15% instead of 5-6%. But at an index level, at a market level, you will keep, having some pocket or the other benefiting from that environment. Therefore, indices don't easily fall 30%. Stocks can fall.
Samir, value retail, consumption. You think that is a space can do well, irrespective from here?
I am not believing this, that suddenly you'll be giving money to these guys and they'll upgrade their soaps.
No. I'm not saying soaps. I'm not talking about staples. I'm talking about some of these value retailers, names like, I don't know, V-Mart. It came to my mind because valuations have been cheap. It's kind of bombed out. I don't know, QSR
it's too small
names.
A thing to connect in 1 minute.
No, no, I'm just saying that is it not staples? I mean, I think staples.
No, the point is, I don't operate most of the time like this, that, your cost of moving from one stock to the other or one sector to another is 20% in a day.
No, not moving. If you have fresh money, would you allocate to this?
Philosophically, the market level, somebody's moving. It doesn't have to be each guy. Somebody is selling a stock down 20% and somebody at the same time is buying a stock up, say, 7%, 6%.
Yeah.
So in one fellow, it could be the same fellow or a category or whole mutual fund or the whole FI or the whole market, but there is a 25% cost somebody is paying. In some of them, it is not even obvious that there is a direct loss to that guy. For example, why is ICICI Bank down 7%? What does it have to do with which government is in power or what? I mean, beyond a point, for it to be down 7 and another stock to be up 7 means that you are effectively paying a 14% difference to be in what you think is the stock for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Knowing markets returns over a year in good times are less than 14 or around 14%.
Yeah.
So that kind of a cost is the issue where if you save, you outperform.
Yeah. No, got that. I think there's 14 minutes to go for close. Vikas, when we come back tomorrow morning, okay, I think Vikas is sort of not with us now. Samir, I think we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for being with us in a way through the course of the day and sort of running us through your take. Very, very helpful, and we really thank you. Thank you. Well, just a quick look at the market, which is down about 1,300 points, 1320, 1330 points, and 21,935 is where we are at this point in time. Maybe just take a quick look at sectorally as well, what's going on, because you've got the top losers coming through in the PSE space, which is down about 16%. Actually, it's PSC, CPSC, PSU, energy. Energy, of course, also is a lot of PSU there. And then you got the metals index down 10%. Metals, Vedanta, and actually everything there. And there's real estate, which is down about 9.5%. Small cap index is down 8.5%. Bank Nifty itself is down about 8% or so. So it's a broad swath of losses coming through. FMCG as an index perhaps is the only one which is up, and actually up in a market like this, I would say 1% is meaningful. So it is up about 1.25%. That is the Nifty FMCG space.
And IT is relatively unscathed. The Nifty IT index is down, but just down close to about 0.3%.
Yeah, but it's clearly not enough to even offer any sort of a reasonable counterbalance to the extent and the pressure of selling that's coming through. We still have about another 12-13 minutes to go.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll slip into a short break, come back and see whether the last 12 minutes or so swings things around a little bit, either in favor of the Bulls or the Bears. Stay with us.
The Indian markets have not just grown, they've broken several records in the last 25 years.
India's contribution to incremental global GDP was as low as 0.2% 25 years ago.
Over the last 25 years, CNBCTV18 has closely followed the remarkable ascent of India's pharmaceutical sector.
There was a time 25 years back that it was all about the FIIs. If FIIs would buy, markets would rally. If FIIs would sell, market would fall.
Earlier, we were net importers of steel.
From IT services to SaaS, from consumer electronics to space tech, from mere programming to AI ML.
Cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles have significantly become much more expensive than they were 2 decades ago.
Discounting is high there, but their focus is squarely on the 125cc segment.
Now it is contributing 16% of incremental global GDP.
Now we are looking at exporting the steel that's made here in India.
Welcome to the first ever India Business Leader Awards.
Cars, two-wheelers and vehicles generally being manufactured today are much lower on emissions and much higher on safety.
India's technology industry has been at the forefront of cutting-edge innovation over the last 25 years.
It's the retail which is the driving force for the market right now.
Clearly,
Welcome back. Well, a lot of stocks are moving around even in the last 20 minutes or so. Just to pull up a few of them on your screen, Z Enterprises, they're going to be raising some funds. They're going to be meeting for that. That stock has slipped to the low point of the day. Gujarat Gas as well is down. Concord, one of the big gainers of yesterday. There's hope that, that divestment would be pushed through in Modi 3.0. For the time being, it appears the market's a little bit skittish. So that explains why that stock is down closer around 20%. But there are stocks that are cutting their losses. Bosch, intraday chart comes up, stock moving into the green. Intellect Design, I recall the stock being down 10%. Now it's down closer around 2%. Also, some kind of bottom fishing is what we're seeing on select names. And Coforge as well is another one that's on the verge of moving into the green. But Shireen joining us for a quick update. Shireen?
Well, that is right. Meetings are underway, Nigel. As we speak, we are given to understand that the meeting is underway between the Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, with the BJP party chief JP Nadda. So the BJP is holding its own set of meetings, and we just heard from Sharat Pawar. There is likely to be a meeting of the India Alliance tomorrow. That is the 5th of June. Of course, The India Alliance will also look at the possibilities of what happens next. But currently a meeting underway, we are given to understand, between JP Nadda, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh. Of course, the Prime Minister is expected to be at the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. Tonight. That was what the plan was. So let's see if it continues in that fashion. It is now 294 for the NDA. Nothing has really changed. It's 243 for the BJP. It's 232 for the India Alliance and 98 for the Congress. So not much has really changed as far as the election result is concerned. Sharat Pawar is the man of the hour at this point in time, of course refusing to comment on whether there could be any rapprochement between the Pawars. Will Ajit Pawar make a return to the NCP? Sharat Pawar merely saying that that is a conversation for another day, not today, but did confirm that there is going to be a meeting. He, of course, also said that he has not reached out to anybody at this point in time, saying that there will be a decision of the India Alliance, post which they will chart out the next course of action. But for now, meetings currently underway. The BJP in a huddle, senior leaders Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda and Amit Shah in a meeting currently.
Okay, all right, got that. Shireen, thanks a lot for that. Well, let's go to Jay Bala, who joins us of Cash the Chaos. Hi, Jay. You know, the last time you spoke to us, you're sounding a little bit cautious, on the markets. What are the levels you're looking at? Today has been a pullback day. We're down close to around 1,400 points in a single trading session. The levels you're looking at first on the Nifty as well as the Nifty Bank?
Yeah, hi Nigel, good to be here. See, the markets have broken significant support for the medium term on an intraday basis, though I would have liked to see a close below those levels, and that's not happened. So I'll wait till Friday as to what this market does. But the next levels are 21,137, which is the January low for the Nifty, and it's about 45,800 for the Bank Nifty. So those are the important supports I'm watching. But it already looks like this is a turn for the medium term. But because it's been so volatile, and this has been in the making for some time, and you've been talking about the big picture. The market will now revert to the big picture of looking at the global macros. The elections were just a distraction. And I've been saying for several weeks and months now that the move in 2024 is not an expansive new move to new highs. Even if the incumbent had come to power, the market would have sold off on good news. If you want to, if you recall my conversation in 2019, the market sold off from 12,103 to 10,600. So this is just for people who don't observe technicals, this might be puzzling. But the price was indicating this all the time, and I had been repeating that for several weeks on CNBCTV18.
Well, even now, some of these, auto stocks are seeing buying, particularly the ones where there is some linkage to the rural theme. So Hero MotoCorp is up 3.5%. Bajaj Auto is another one in the red, just down 0.3%. So hardly, and in the last 30 minutes, there has been buying coming through even in Bajaj Auto. So lower price stocks, the ones which have been hit in the last couple of months on account of rural distress, you are seeing buying emerging. And defenses, of course, continue to rule the market. HUL has now notched up a 6% gain. Nestle, Britannia, Tata Consumer also moving up quite smartly. So Jay, any stock-specific calls you would have? Last 4 minutes left to trade today.
Yeah, I'm watching too, but I wouldn't want people to act on it. It's only for very, very aggressive traders. Wait for the volatility to settle down. The one on watch on the bullish side is United Breweries Holdings, which is at about 1896. The stop should be about 1830. I'm expecting fresh 52-week highs for it. And on the bearish side, Bajaj Finserv has broken down from a head and shoulders top. The risk reward is not so attractive. It has potential to drop about 1,200. The stop should be about 1618. I repeat, it's not for everyone. You should better be off the market and wait for the dust to settle down. We'll get better opportunities later on. It's for only compulsive traders.
Okay. By the way, as we're getting down to the final a few minutes, the Bank Nifty is telling another story. I mean, it's 7.5% drop on the Bank Nifty. While we're talking about the PSU fall and the fall in the Adani Group, that's okay. But some of the private sector banks, they've absolutely not held up today for what it's worth. I mean, SBI itself is ending about 14 points lower. But the others, ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, even the other heavyweights like Reliance, none have managed to hold up in face of this sort of an onslaught. Jay, I mean, on the blue chip large caps, because people will want some ideas, people will want to know how to sort of hedge their portfolios. Any final, bigger stocks that you think can still be bought in this uncertainty?
No, sir. If you've been recalling our conversations, I've been saying since February that people should be raising at least 50% cash. If you're an individual investor, if you're an institution, you should be at the maximum level of cash. And as I said in my opening comments, this has potential to translate into a medium-term correction. And if it's going to, do that, it's going to shock a lot of people. The markets have been extremely bullish. Now, people who shouldn't be commenting about markets are talking about markets doubling from here, from yesterday's level of 23,000 to 46,000 Nifty. And that is the kind of euphoria that's been there in the market, and markets punctures those kind of euphoria.
Jay, just very quickly before we run into the close, you said this could be the beginning of a medium-term correction. How do you quantify that? From the top, we're down 6% as of today. How much more?
No, this market is likely to correct the move from 2023 low of about 15,183. So it should to 23,000 move. That's the kind of, so probably it's too early to talk about it, but it's just rough numbers. We are looking at about somewhere close to sub 17,000, but it's too early. I'll wait for what the market is doing on Friday's close, and I will wait for a bounce back to come through to act on it.
All right, Jay, and we look forward to speaking with you over the next couple of weeks as well. Thank you very much for joining us. There's Jay Bala. Just a couple of seconds to go for close, and you were saying this is going to be a day to remember.
Nail biter. What do we say?
I think it's, we were saying it's going to be a day to remember. It is a day to remember, but not in the way that we thought.
It's a day to remember, all right.
5.5% lower, 21,961, and, sharp cuts across sectors. And look at the advanced decline, right? 500 stocks higher, 3,000, that's a BSE, 3,500 stocks lower. So that basically tells you the broad, sort of sell-off that we've seen with very little differentiation really coming through. There were gainers, I mean, the FMCG, maybe a little bit of IT, there was Sun TV, there's Sun TV at the bottom of the screen, and so on and so forth. But more often than not today, by a very wide margin, some 6 advances or 7 advances to 7 declines to an advance. I mean, that basically was the market breadth so far. So you got one tally done, which is of course markets, but the other tally will keep changing, and I think that will go on for a few hours more till we have kind of settled rates. So it's going to be a long evening, not just of course for those on the political spectrum of things, but even from the market perspective. People will be glued to the screen to try and track where this one is going to finally settle at, because that will determine how tomorrow and the next couple of days, of course, will pan out like as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is not entirely over. It's not BAU come tomorrow morning for all those who are in the market. Anyway, just to quickly, point out the final damage on stocks on the PSU basket. REC 24% lower, PFC 21% lower, Hutco is down 20%. You've got BEL, BHEL, SAIL, Hindustan Copper, NALCO. These are all losses between 15 to 20% in most of these cases. Large names like ONGC, big names like Bank of Baroda, 15-16% down. But SBI itself is ending with a gash of about 13%. What's to say? But overall, all-round weakness in the PSUs and absolutely no sign of stability right till the end.
Market cap loss today is double of what we put on yesterday. 28 lakh crore in terms of market cap erosion today. Yesterday we put on 14 lakh crore. So it was that sort of a day. Rima.
Well, the final tick on the Nifty is well below the 21,900 mark. It's nearly 1,400 points gone. We're not closing at the day's low. The day's low today was 21,300. So from that level, we managed to recover close to about 600 points, but ending with a deep gash of 5.9% on the benchmark indices. Mid-caps underperforming. The mid-cap index down close to about 8%. With that, it's time for a short break. Our special election coverage continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
on the global economic stage.
With new milestones being achieved on the Lal Street.
21 years of the Nifty from 1,000 to 10,000 today.
Sensex and Nifty hit a record high.
The Nifty rallying to a record high.
We invite you to join us as we persist in leading coverage of the pharmaceutical and healthcare domain, documenting India's expanding expertise in medicines.
25 years of excellence and unparalleled growth.
CNBC TV18, embarking on a quarter century of excellence.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
CNBC TV18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhan.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV18, weeknights at 7 p.m.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. Hello and welcome to the CNBC TV18 HDFC Sky Election Headquarters with our special election broadcast. I'm Shireen Bhan. The big stories that we're tracking for you today on counting day, on verdict day. The NDA is set to return power for a third consecutive term, but the BJP falls short of a majority as of now. Allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu likely to be kingmakers. The opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters eat humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. A big jolt for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. Opposition leads in 42 out of the 80 seats. Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party emerges as the single largest. Smriti Irani set to lose Amethi. Rahul Gandhi wins Raebareli by a staggering margin. Gains in Bihar, Odisha, Andhra and Telangana keep the NDA above the majority mark. Nitish Kumar's JDU is leading in all 13 seats in Bihar. BJP gains over 15 seats in Odisha. The NDA gains over 25 seats in Andhra and Telangana. Stock markets plunge as the BJP falls short of majority. The Sensex and the Nifty down 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. The opposition alliance gains over 70 seats across rural India. The NDA loses 40 seats. India bloc also gains over 20 seats in semi-urban areas. The NDA leads in urban India even after losing about 5 seats. It's a super Tuesday that no exit poll predicted the BJP-led NDA has crossed the halfway mark comfortably, but the BJP, as per the latest trends, is looking like it will fall short of the 272 magic number. So that is the story at this point in time. 243 for the BJP, 295 for the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu, whose Telugu Desam party has stormed back to power in Andhra Pradesh, defeating Jagan Mohan Reddy, is likely to play kingmaker. Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar also likely to play a pivotal role in the formation of the next government. But the big headline, the opposition is alive and it is kicking. Pollsters eat humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. The Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. So recouping some of the major losses that it's seen over the last 10 years, but still improving and bettering on its 2019 performance. Let's go across now to my colleague Parikshit Luthra. He's standing by with the election magic wall. Parikshit, take us through what we know as far as vote share is concerned, also where things currently stand on some of those close fights, the tight fights.
Shireen, over the last few hours, we've been speaking to spokespersons from all parties, and the opposition is saying it's game on. We're heading for a hung parliament. If the BJP is not getting majority on its own, it doesn't matter whether the NDA has majority or not, because the opposition, the India Alliance, will make every attempt to form the government. Leaders like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are just a phone call away. They are heading for a hung parliament, is what the DMK is saying. So clearly, over the next few hours, there is going to be a lot of tussle when it comes to government formation. So all eyes on Rahul Gandhi's press conference now at 5:30. And let's see if the PM also addresses workers at the BJP headquarters. So a major setback for the NDA, especially in states like Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. This is where the losses have largely come from. 55 seats down compared to 2019. The India Alliance doing much better with 103 gains over last time's performance in 2019. Now let's bring up certain filters. I'd like to show our viewers how the NDA and the opposition alliance has performed in the rural seats. Now there are 338 rural seats in India. The NDA tally has fallen by 40. So clearly, be it issues related to farmers, issues related to inflation, poverty, joblessness, all of that has been an issue. And somewhere on these 40 seats, the NDA has not been able to capture the imagination of the voter. The India Alliance making steady gains all across the country. It's not about one particular state or two states. They have made big gains all across, even in states like Rajasthan in big numbers, also in Telangana. Now, let's show our viewers how the parties performed in the first few phases, especially on seats where there was low voter turnout. This was a concern for the BJP, and these statistics will show our viewers what went wrong. Now, these were the seats across the country. Around, all right, just a quick correction here. Yes. Now, let's look at the seats with the lowest turnout. There were 108 seats out of 543, which had the lowest turnout. The India Alliance winning 58 here, the NDA 47, 58 with a gain of 22. This clearly shows that wherever there was a low voter turnout, it was the BJP RSS voter not coming out to vote. And finally, the filter for the first 4 phases. These will show you how the India Alliance has actually gained across first 4 phases. Here are the numbers. 378 seats in the first 4 phases. The NDA tally came down by 23. The India Alliance gained by 58. And finally, let's show you the tight fights. The BJP Congress direct fights. Here are the numbers. There were 186 where there were direct fights between the BJP and the Congress. The NDA winning 138, down 33 seats compared to last time. So wherever there was a direct fight, the India Alliance has gained. And finally, just one more filter that I'd like to bring our viewers. There were more than 102 MPs that the BJP had changed. How did that work for the BJP? Well, there were 120 seats in total where the NDA changed their seats out of 543. Only 88 of those candidates have won, 32 have lost. So a lot of these statistics tell a story. When the NDA tally has come down, it's not because of one factor or one particular state. All over the country, there has been some issue. If you speak about low voter turnout, that is a problem. Rural vote, that is also a problem. Tamil Nadu, a state that they focused on in a big way, it's been a clean sweep. The Congress, the DMK alliance, and all the alliance parties that they stuck to, all of them have won in Tamil Nadu. The BJP could not make inroads. They are happy with the fact that they've increased their vote share, but no seat won. Right now, they're winning one seat in Kerala, that is Thrissur, with Shashi Tharoor most probably winning Trivandrum. With that, it's back to you.
Well, thanks very much, Parikshit. I think Trivandrum has been called in favor of Shashi Tharoor. I saw him doing a soundbite just a short while ago, so it looks like that is done and dusted. But it's not done and dusted overall at this point in time, and that is what the stock markets are reacting to. The markets plunged as the BJP fell short of majority. At least at this point in time, that is what the leads indicate. The Sensex and the Nifty fell over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market cap worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. Prashant is here with the details. Prashant, I guess it's early days to talk about whether there's been a bottom that's been achieved or a floor that's been set as far as the market is concerned, because, we don't know what the political dynamics are likely to be and how this is going to play itself out. Many on the channel said that this is a great opportunity to buy. Many others said that, look, it's time to wait and watch. So how would you sum up the mood in the market today and what you expect them to do from here on? I mean, it's a pretty sort of bad outcome from a purely stock market point of view, Shireen, in every which way. And I think the prices kind of show us that because, for the first time, so first of all, the actual results for both the BJP and the NDA falling far short of exit polls and expectations in general, which then means that even if the NDA comes closer to 300, and I mean, those numbers are evolving as you were discussing, they'll have to run a government with the help and support of other parties, right? That I don't think that was in the base case of anyone out there. Even those who were saying, well, they'll they'll fall short of what they were able to do 303 last time. It was always the base case that they'll sort of get to about maybe the bearish case was about 280, 285. In that zone, and then if you add the allies on, and you'll be somewhere in the 310, 315, 320 zone, right? That was the sort of bearish kind of a base case. But the fact is that, they're well short. Even if the NDA gets to about 300, the BJP will be well short, unless and until these numbers really change. And then, of course, it could be a different story tomorrow. So I think that is the real worry. So, and what that means is there has to be a bit of reset in terms of expectations. First of all, the first level impact is uncertainty. Because, till the government is formed and all the talk about that all of us heard from everyone, which was in the program from the morning, about whether there'll be a shift in policy, what kind of shift, whether there will be one, whether they'll go more populist, whether that is needed. We don't know. So that is one. First level is uncertainty. And I think the second level, of course, is, the fact that both positioning and valuations, the starting point for both those things has been at a bit of an extreme. All right, people have complained about valuations for a while now, but markets rarely just correct purely on that one front because valuations are too high, because something is trading at very high valuations. It usually needs a trigger, and this was the trigger, I guess, right? So I think that is the second level, which is a bit of derating in terms of multiples, reset in terms of growth expectations, return expectations sort of more powerfully. I think all of that, will be in the mix, it's a lot of it is, of course, psychological, and you'd wait for actual hard cues. But I think all of this will be going through the minds of many who are tracking what's happened to their portfolios today and beyond as well. PSUs, Shireen, right? I mean, just take a look at the cracks we've seen in the PSU index today. We've seen, 20% falls across the board. And there are a few of these indices themselves, PSC, PSU Bank, CPSE, and that tells you, that's been the best performing part of the market for the last, I think, about 6 months, 8 months more, depending on when one got in. It's been clearly the leader. And the correction there tells you that there is a deep sense of disappointment looking at the election results. But, as they say, life goes on. Market participants will come back, reassess, reset expectations. But that may take a while. That's the point I'm making. We've been talking about the stock markets all day. But look at the rupee. Rupee has also come up about 0.75%. The dollar rupee went up about 0.75%.
and there could be a bit of a slow burn all the way to 84 kind of levels as well. I mean, of course, there the RBI is pretty active, and they would not want too much volatility in either direction. Bond yields, I think, have also risen. Lata was talking about that earlier. So it's a bit of a risk-off kind of a move broadly that we've seen gone on today. And I think it's not done yet, as you sort of tossed to me by saying the numbers are still trickling in. And by the time things are settled, I think tomorrow we'll continue to track how things progress as far as stock markets go.
Well, yes, and things are changing still. I mean, we've seen a stunning reversal as far as constituencies in Mumbai are concerned. Varsha Gaikwad now in the lead, and she's up against Ujjwal Nikam of the BJP. So that just tells you that, you know, as we've been saying, that it's not done till it's done. But that's the latest tally: 297, 230 for India. Up 112, 297 for the NDA, down 56. We are going to go across to our team of reporters. They're standing by at various party headquarters across the country to tell you what is expected from here on. The exit polls didn't get it right this time around, and now the power play begins. Chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest-running show on startups and entrepreneurship, celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21, only on CNBC TV18 and CNBCTV18.com.
Going forward, next 5 years, when we look at, if the economic growth continues to be in high single digit in real terms, call it 6 to 8%, and nominal GDP is in low double digits, profit cycle is on the up move, you should have base case low double digit, call it 11-12% kind of earnings growth. And if the profit cycle gains further momentum, we can approach mid-teens, in which case earnings can double over the next 5 years, and markets, if it remains where it is in terms of multiples, which while higher than most of the world, it is not unusual, it is not uncharacteristic of what India has been historically. And so we can see a market again, you know, approaching a double over the next 5 years.
What we're seeing is typically, you know, there is a lot of, just like in urban India, there is a lot of stigma as well as, say, lack of awareness. There's also a lot of belief in religious practices and faith healers. So we have to go into the system, be extremely patient in our approach, which is why I keep harping on 5 to 7 year period, right? So this is something that takes time. At the end of the day, social change and behavior cannot be achieved overnight. So this is what we're doing, and this past year alone, we've been running this program since 2016, and this past year alone, we've actually impacted about 13,000 people across 6 states. We've trained about 4,000 healthline workers, and about 20 to 25,000 caregivers have been provided psychosocial support, counseling, etc.
I think, like you said, and like many of us have said, the conversation about inclusion has to now go beyond policy, because it's no longer just about policy, it is about culture. It's all too well, I think most organizations of today, and especially those that want to be organizations of the future, will have policies in place. But have they translated into culture? So it's all too well that you're giving women maternity leave and they're going away for 6 months. But are you welcoming them back with challenging roles when they come back?
Yeah.
You know, it's great to have flexi work hours, but to those who avail those flexi work hours, are you offering your high value, high learning projects?
Yeah.
No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeats in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work. And they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala.
Well, that was Shashi Tharoor leading from Thiruvananthapuram, set to retain that seat by winning the Lok Sabha election for a 4th consecutive term. He was up against Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and Shashi Tharoor, it is there from Thiruvananthapuram. Ritu joins us now from the BJP headquarters in Karnataka. I would imagine celebrations underway, Ritu, but of course they were hoping for a clean sweep. It hasn't quite turned out that way.
Yes, Shireen. In fact, the mood here is kind of sober compared to what we saw earlier in the day. Yes, from the numbers that have come in so far, and numbers are still trickling in, the Bharatiya Janata Party has emerged as the majority party for this state, for the 28 seats, Lok Sabha seats in the state of Karnataka. It has declared victory in Chitradurga and is leading in 15 others, whereas the JDS, which contested 3 seats, has been leading in at least 2 of them, with the Congress, the ruling party in the state, leading in another 10. So nowhere near the 2019 kind of sweep that we saw from the BJP. In terms of the big takeaways as well, big loss of face for Congress, for the likes of DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, with Congress losing, or rather trailing, in both Mysore and Bengaluru rural constituencies. The Vokaliga and Lingayat votes in the rural part of the Karnataka, they've clearly worked out in favor of the BJP and the JDS, and voted strongly against the Congress from the numbers that we've been seeing so far. For JDS, out of the 3 seats that they contested, and remember, JDS is in alliance with the BJP in the state, they're leading in 2 with Mandya, with HD Kumaraswamy, and Kolar with Mallesh Babu. For Congress, it is states like Bellary, Bidar, Chikkodi and Gulbarga where the Congress has been leading, and for BJP, of course, like I said, 16 constituencies where they've been ahead. The big surprise coming in from Hassan, which is seen as a JDS bastion, where Prajwal Revanna, the sitting MP in the eye of the storm, facing multiple counts of sexual allegations, has actually been trailing, and Shreyas M. Patel from Congress leading there by a wide majority. I have, in fact, with me, some of the party workers from the Bharatiya Janata Party and the JDS to get a quick check. Ma'am, you're from the BJP. Just a quick word to our viewers. What is the mood here among the party workers? Is this the kind of numbers that, the party was expecting in the state?
This was not our expecting number, which we won, but still we are happy, and we are going to form the government in the central again. Narendra Modi ji will become a PM, and BJP will be forming the government.
Sure. Why do you think BJP was not able to deliver on as many seats as it did in 2019, like it was expecting it may have done this time as well?
It could be in between internal politics. I hope you know, when we expected the worst result when the MLA election is in the Karnataka, 130 seats won by Congress, that is only because of a freebies, not because of any promise. And today, people are suffering because of that freebies. And now you can see the result. We won almost more than 15 seats MP in Karnataka.
Yeah.
Which people have showed, people have seen that what Congress government has delivered to the public.
All right.
So we are very happy, and this JDS also we part of us, and they also have won. So we are very happy that we are going to, within 1 week, we are going to form the government in the central.
For JDS, out of the 3 seats you contested, you're only leading in 2. What do you think happened there?
Actually, we were expecting the 3 seats in Karnataka, but because of some issues such as going in the last moment, it was a Congress government do some CD and R pen drive that issues, so that we have lost the 1 seat of in Karnataka.
Well, for our viewers, do keep in mind those allegations came to the fore after the voting had concluded in the constituency of Hassan. But that said, important numbers coming in from the state of Karnataka, a very crucial state for the Bharatiya Janata Party, seen as its gateway for its ambitions in the southern part of India. So numbers still trickling in. It's not done till it's done, but the BJP leading as of now.
Yes, it is on 17 seats in Karnataka and the Congress leading in 9, the JDS in 2. But the exit polls were predicting a sweep for the BJP. It hasn't quite turned out that way. Let's go across to Santhya now. She joins us from the BJP office in Mumbai. Santhya, you know, the battle for Maharashtra was always going to be a tough one to figure out, to call in this election season. And it looks like the splitting of the Sena, the splitting of the NCP at this point in time going in favor of the India Alliance.
Absolutely, Shireen. And see, after UP, if there is any state where BJP and the India Alliance is suffering massive losses, that's Maharashtra. Right now, we are outside BJP headquarters, and as you can see, it's far from buzzing. Let me try and speak to some of the party workers and see what they have to say about this. Namaskar, ma'am. Party worker हैं आप?
मैं party worker कार्यकर्ता BJP की state घाटकोपर. My name is Darsana Desai. I'm 63 years old. I usually come and always where the party is working, going on.
Okay.
And even this time I will sit in the polling agent as a
lovely. So Darshana ma'am, I think you are the right person. First of all, you are looking lovely with your pearl necklace.
Yeah.
So it's a very bittersweet sort of a situation for you with BJP still has some go ahead, some upper hand at the. But Maharashtra, why do you think BJP and NDA is suffering losses in Maharashtra?
I think BJP इंडिया गठबंधन अपने को क्यों मतलब कम सीट मिली यूं महाराष्ट्र में ये क्योंकि मेरा ख्याल से ये दो जुट हो गए शिंदे जुट हाँ और ये उद्धव ठाकरे का जुट ऐसे ही एनसीपी में भी अजीत पवार का जुट और शरद पवार तो लोगों ने मेरा ख्याल ये है कि लोगों ने सोचा कि कई लोगों ने कि मैं किसको वोट दूं उलझन में पड़ गए ये सही बात।
आपको लगता है अजीत पवार को शिंदे को शामिल करना, दो पार्टियों को तोड़ना महंगा पड़ गया बीजेपी को महाराष्ट्र में?
यही कारण है मेरी सोचे कि इसके वजह से अपने महाराष्ट्र में बहुत सारी लॉस खाई। तो महाराष्ट्र में कभी अपने इतनी लॉस नहीं खाते थे, लेकिन इसकी वजह से डेफिनेटली लॉस हुई। कई लोगों का ये बयान है क्योंकि इसकी वजह से महाराष्ट्र में लॉस हुई है।
So, Shireen, as you saw, she also said the same thing, that the alliance and the way the Mahayuti alliance was formed in Maharashtra, that's something that did not sit well with the party workers. Let me try and get across some more party workers here. So, for Maharashtra, BJP headquarters, ma'am, आप लोग party workers हैं, आप में से कोई? भाजपा party workers हैं, आप लोगों में से कोई? भाजपा party workers हैं? अच्छा, मुझे ये जानना है कि ये जो महाराष्ट्र में हुआ है, बीजेपी को नहीं मिले हैं अच्छे नंबर्स, महायुति को अच्छे नंबर्स नहीं मिले हैं, क्या अजीत पवार का, खास करके अजीत पवार का शामिल होना भारी पड़ गया आप लोगों को?
आई डोंट नो, अजीत पवार का नहीं पता है।
आपको आपके हिसाब से क्या लगता है कहाँ नुकसान हो गया? आप कुछ समझ पा रहे हैं नुकसान कहाँ पे हुआ आप लोगों को? Okay, so and we can understand obviously they have nothing to add here, nothing to say because of the numbers. आप में से कोई पार्टी वर्कर्स हैं भाजपा के? आप पार्टी वर्कर हैं? No. अच्छा. Okay, let me go across that side, Shireen. And in the meantime, let me talk about not just the factor, of course, the way the two regional
we'll
parties...
come back. Santhya, we will come back to you. Santhya, we will come back to you. Ashmit is standing by at the Congress headquarters. Let's go across to Ashmit. We'll come back to you. He spoke with the Youth Congress leader, B.V. Srinivas. Let's listen in. We are given to understand at this point in time that there will be a meeting of the India Alliance on the 5th of June. And here's Ashmit in conversation with B.V. Srinivas of the Congress.
So firstly, let me begin by congratulating you. The numbers are quite different from what we saw on Saturday evening. The exit polls gave a very different picture. This morning when we woke up and then slowly as the day has progressed, there's a very different electoral picture emerging.
That is the Modi's number. The Modi number, that is, we cannot believe this nation. Modi and WhatsApp university number, that is. Now they got to know many people are there showing like anything. I don't want to go on that much. But this is the election. There is this youth of this country. They got to know what BJP done last 10 years. Nothing, zero. You ask Narendra Modi's report card is zero. You don't have one cup was only rate card and 8 rate card. They have. That's it. So only one leader, Rahul Gandhiji, is fight like anything to save constitution and democracy. And is always fight all kind of sector people, youth, student, and small businessman, woman, kisan, means always is fighting parliament to vote.
Let me ask you one question that is topmost on everyone's mind. Who's forming the next government?
India Gadbandhan. 100% India Gadbandhan is form a government.
The numbers are still short of that magic number.
But they are making the purposely they counting as going to make slow. Why? They got to know. So that's why they, this old history of Chandigarh mayor election, what they did in front of the camera. So no one is believed. They want only power. For that they can do anything. So no one believes. This only one PM, no one is believe PM word. You know what all his promises, all promises, what all he given, means very cheap statements on this during election, whatever it in Corona time, what is given to do nation.
Sure.
This is Tali Bajao and Tar Chalao, Corona is Bhag Jayega. Means he is given all these cheap statements in the during election. People are everyone watching. Main thing, this another 1 hour will going to get good number, but that's why they're scared.
Well, slow counting is one concern that was red flagged by Mr. Jairam Ramesh as well. Let me ask you one more question. That in terms of coming to power, you were saying that the India Alliance will come to power. That many psephologists, experts say will require smart engineering in terms of getting the right candidates, getting the right parties. Are you confident of maybe swinging some major parties and leaders from the opposition camp, from the NDA camp to your camp?
I have a strong confidence.
Would you care?
Well, that is Ashmit there at the Congress headquarters. More breaking news just coming in. It is likely that Supriya Sule may have won that battle of Baramati. It's the big battle. The Sharat Pawar bastion of Baramati. Supriya Sule winning from Baramati is what we're given to understand. The Election Commission yet to update that on its website, but News 18's Election Hub is projecting that Sule is winning from Baramati. She was up against Ajit Pawar's wife. And remember, this is, as we've been pointing out, has really been that prestige battle after the split of the NCP itself. We will get more on that. Joining us now is Mr. R.C. Bhargav, the chairman of Maruti. Mr. Bhargav, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV18. Mr. Bhargav, you're a veteran of many elections, many election verdicts, many governments, coalition and majority governments as well. It hasn't gone as per plan. It certainly hasn't gone as per what the exit polls were suggesting. What do you make of the verdict so far?
Well, certainly it has not gone as was predicted in the opinion polls and the kind of media information which was being circulated before the election. But the fact remains that the same government which was in power in the last 10 years is going to be in power in the next 5 years. Now, there is a difference, of course, because the majority is much reduced. The BJP on its own does not have a majority, so there are some changes. But I'm sure that all the leaders which we have are very seasoned politicians, and they will find a way of making this work. As an industry man, Shireen, I think mine and I think most industrialists' concern is that the very positive policies which were in place for promoting competitive manufacturing, for the growth of industry, for doing business in a far more easier manner, that they should continue unchanged. The climate for industrial growth, manufacturing growth should continue, and there should not be any unexpected or negative impacts on policies because of this.
No, absolutely. I think that is the fear as far as industry and the stock markets goes. But Mr. Bhargav, if you take a look at the manifestos of the India Alliance, and at this point in time, there's no reason to believe that it won't be a BJP-led NDA that will form the government. And even if it were to be the NDA and not the BJP as a single majority party, I mean, you have the likes of Chandrababu Naidu who are going to be part of the government. He's one of the most progressive chief ministers. He's somebody who has courted investors in Davos well before, Prime Minister Modi discovered Davos, etc. So, from that perspective, is this overblown, the fear that perhaps there could be a change in track as far as economic policy is concerned?
I don't think that whether it's a state government by a different party or the BJP state government or any regional party, that any state government will deliberately adopt policies which will slow down the growth of industry and therefore the creation of jobs and create more problems for themselves by doing that. I think that would be like shooting yourself in the foot, because over these years, I think everybody has recognized that the main problems in India are creation of adequate employment for the youth. And for that, you have to have industrial growth. You have to have manufacturing growth. You have to have the demand for products rising, and you have to create the infrastructure for that to happen. And I don't think that any party, any government will actually, if it comes to the crunch, want to do something which is contrary to what I'm saying.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Bhargav. And, Maruti has a presence across different states, from Haryana, from Manesar to, of course, the state of Gujarat. And, you have a large supply base, and your supply base operates from all parts of the country, from the south to, of course, the north. So my point is that if you look at not just the central government, if you look at states as well, chief ministers now realize you have to deliver on growth, you have to deliver on investment, you have to deliver on jobs. There is, in fact, a competition underway to try and draw in both domestic and foreign investors. So, this expectation that there is going to be some dramatic change and we're going to move much more into welfareism and, fiscal prudence is going to be a thing of the past and so on and so forth. Again, in your experience, do you believe that that is a legitimate concern, or do you believe it's being overdone?
Some states may adopt different policies because some parties have come to power on certain promises which were made to the elections. But I think what you said, Shireen, I completely agree with you that what we've seen in the last several years now is the tremendous interest which state governments have in attracting investments and manufacturing companies into their states. All of them, when we were looking at our expansion, we've had so many states, and they were not BJP states, who were coming to us and offering all kinds of incentives and support for Maruti to come to this state. So I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. I think all states, irrespective of their political rulers, recognize the importance of industrial activity in creating employment and wealth as a result thereof.
Right. Mr. Bhargav, just hang in there, sir. We are just going to go across to my colleague Abhimanyu. He's been standing by at the BJP headquarters for a quick mood check. I'll come back to you in just a bit, Mr. Bhargav. I'd appreciate your patience. Abhi, what's going on? Lots of meetings underway, I believe, at Party President JP Nadda's residence. What's happening at the headquarters?
Well, currently it's a wait-and-watch situation as far as the BJP headquarters are concerned. There, of course, would be meetings which would be underway internally, but as far as the headquarters are concerned, the mood is quite somber out here. It's a wait-and-watch situation. Everyone is treading with trepidation as far as the BJP strategy is concerned. There are also subdued sort of celebrations. Of course, the BJP workers, the few of them we interacted with in course of the day, they had indicated that they, of course, are happy with BJP turning out to be the single largest party. However, the party is still short of a full majority. So it remains to be seen what exactly is going to be their strategy. And also, interestingly, as far as the results are concerned, based on the trends which have started solidifying already from the Election Commission, it has been indicated, of course, that in as many as 19 seats, there are parties who have won just a single seat. So, of course, a lot of fragmentation of seats which has been observed in this election particularly. There are as many as 19 seats which have seen a party win just one seat, which includes parties like the BJD and the Shiromani Akali Dal. Several other parties like the Aam Aadmi Party have also won 2 or 3 seats or are in course of winning that based on the leads which are available. So the vote has been fragmented across parties. It's not a majority, a clear majority for any party. And of course, both the NDA as well as the India Alliance are quoting not just their own allies, but also the alliance partners of the other alliance. So all parties, of course, are in a huddle mode and they are reaching out to all possible partners. And by the end of the day, of course, it would become clearer what exactly is the real picture.
Yes, Abhimanyu, we will come back to you. The counting still underway across many seats, though there are winners that have now been announced, including many in parts of India like Karnataka, Himachal, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and so on and so forth. Mr. Bhargav, coming back to you now, what would the expectation really be at this point in time if, in fact, it is coalition government with the BJP not being in majority? What do you think the likely policies could be? Do you believe that, for instance, they do have that dividend that's coming from the Reserve Bank of 1 lakh crore rupees as a buffer? Do you see the announcement, for instance, of more social schemes in the budget come July?
I think the BJP, as the largest party, will obviously be called upon to form the government. That's the tradition which has always been there. And I expect that the political management side of BJP will be strong enough to ensure that they make a very viable coalition with parties which are very much aligned to their way of thinking about where India should go and how India should go. So I'm not particularly worried that we will suddenly have a very big difference in the kind of government which we are going to have. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes, Mr. Bhargav, it's been an absolute pleasure. Many thanks for joining us today as we decode the electoral results. We are still, of course, waiting for the final results, but as we decode the direction that these elections have taken and the implications for India and for its economy. Many thanks for joining us. Let me go across to my colleague Timsy Jaipuria. She joins us as well. Timsy, it's going to be disappointment for the Aam Aadmi Party. They were hoping that this time around they would be able to open their account in Delhi. That's not been the case. It continues to be the BJP in pole position in Delhi and even in Punjab. So Arvind Kejriwal, who of course has returned to Tihar, not going to be a happy man today.
Well, as you rightly said, the Aam Aadmi Party was actually hoping to open their account in New Delhi. And to be precise, out of all the 7 seats, none of the seats are in favor where they actually came in alliance with Congress as well. When we talk of Punjab, a state where they are already forming the state government, where in these Lok Sabha elections they have won 3 seats is what the current estimates show, that they are ahead on 3 seats, where Congress in Punjab is ahead at 7 seats. When we talk of the 3 seats, one of the key seats here is Hoshiarpur, where Aam Aadmi Party is actually leading the space. And to be precise, Aam Aadmi Party was not hoping to be making big numbers, but yes, they were hoping some sort of a relief coming in Delhi, in Punjab, in Haryana, and some sort of a disappointment there. But yes, hoping for a better result next time. The party is saying that when it comes to the Delhi state elections, they will continue to hold the majority there. But yes, as of now, when it comes to the Lok Sabha elections, not that sort of a performance that the party was aiming, keeping in mind that the party leader Arvind Kejriwal got 21 days to campaign and he was in full swing
when it comes to campaigning, meeting the India bloc, the top leadership there, also holding a lot of rallies, be it Punjab, Haryana or Delhi. But yes, the magic seemed to be missing here.
Yes, it is missing indeed. It hasn't worked for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. It hasn't worked for the Congress either. Remember, they were in an alliance here in Delhi and it hasn't worked for them. But that is the nature of elections. Time for us to head into a short break. But up next, we will give you the latest tally. 296 for the NDA, 244 for the BJP, 231 for the India Alliance. We're back in a moment with more.
Do they get left behind? So I think the lens with which we view and implement our policies have to change. Is the lens that we want to bring in and retain female workers? Because if that is, then that's no longer enough. Because we're not here to stay. We've quoted enough Maya Angelou on this table. We're here to rise.
Yeah. What lesson have you learned that you wish you knew when you were starting your business, your career, and perhaps would like to advise to women entrepreneurs today?
I think, it would be don't shy away to ask for help. Don't shy away to speak out because, as someone was saying in the previous panel, we women, most of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Probably we are the ones who actually, do the best, but question ourselves so much and our abilities. So I would say, don't shy away to speak out and don't shy away to ask for help any given time.
All right. Go ahead.
I think just listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, I wish 9 years back we had some mentorship. We were aware about networking sessions, Sometimes, being in a smaller city, yes, you get some pros for the same, but there are some cons where you do miss out on these networking sessions. So I think looking up for a role model is very important and definitely trying to network with more like-minded entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay, Kavita.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is don't take anything personally, right? The second one is to always
That's hard to do, but yes,
no,
very
don't
important.
take. Even the procurement guy is telling you that you are overpriced. It's not you are not overpriced. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for the product, right? So that's one. Second is always stand in your competence. As women, we always focus on things that we don't have. Stand in your competence. And the third one, which is an extension of the second, is always operate from a position of abundance because you're enough, right? You don't have
All right.
to. Wow, that's a really good one.
That was wonderful. You're enough.
What's one piece of advice that's... Honestly, I think the era of building businesses just for profit is over. I think that we are living in a world that has a lot of social and environmental issues going on, and I think we have to build businesses with a soul and a conscience, and we have to build businesses for good. So I think thinking about environmental, social, and economic kind of goals that are all congruent to one another is the future of doing business.
They are your final words.
I'm in a very totally ecstatic mode now because what was so very impossible has become gloriously possible. I'll work for Kerala as a whole. I think my first pick will be to have the aims. If your chief minister will find the place which the central team, the medical council, the AIMS body will find suitable. If he buys up the land, then we'll have it there. Otherwise, we'll wait till the time when people will give us a proper mandate, not just governance, a proper mandate to decide. And then we'll pick that region.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes.
but that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support. It was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose. No, my commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission.
देखिए, संभव तो अवश्य है, क्योंकि इंडिया गठबंधन की कल बड़ी बैठक दिल्ली में होने वाली है। उसमें फैसला होगा कि क्या किसी और को जो हमारे गठबंधन में नहीं थे उन्हें कोई न्योता दिया जाए, उन्हें कोई पद दिया जाए। कौन कौन से लोग? जैसे नीतीश कुमार जी है, जैसे चंद्रबाबू नायडू, या और कोई लोग हो सकते हैं, क्योंकि मैं समझता हूँ कि अंतर बहुत कम रहेगा। एनडीए का और इंडिया गठबंधन का जो कुल संख्या आएगी तो अंतर बहुत ज्यादा नहीं रहेगा।
एक बार अंतिम रिजल्ट आ जाए, मैं मानता हूं बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी हार जीत का फैसला होना है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि एनडीए का प्रदर्शन पहले ही बहुत बेहतर रहा है। जो आंकलन लगाए जा रहे थे, जिस तरीके से विपक्षी दल दावा करते थे कि एक तरफा हो जाएगा, सूपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा, खाता तक नहीं खोलने देंगे, उसके बनिस्बत जो एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ रहा है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट आते आते हम लोग का बहुत बेहतर है।
Our entire party, cadre, our leaders, all of them, they have worked tirelessly, and under the people have also endorsed the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And as far as your next question is concerned, BJP as a whole, we are expecting more, but number of seats have come down. But NDA, we have got clear majority.
पार्टी जो है ना यूज टू है ये प्यार की, यहाँ नफरत की राजनीति चलती नहीं है। ठीक है, आप देखो मतदाता जो हमारा होता है वो हमारा मालिक होता है, तो अगर हम उसको नौकरी की तरह ट्रीट करने लग जाएंगे तो चीज़ें फिर सामान्य नहीं रहेंगी।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि स्मृति ईरानी की तरफ से ऐसा बिहेवियर ऐसा दिखाया गया उनकी तरफ से? जो
यार गांव में घूमी है ना, मतलब प्रधानों से बात करिए, कोटेदारों से बात की है, तो वो सारी स्थिति को बता देंगे आपको कि क्या है। क्योंकि मेरा कहना तो उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे सामने वो प्रत्याशी रही हैं, तो महिला हैं, तो मैं उनके सम्मान में कोई गलत बात नहीं बोलूँगा।
आज बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक दिन है जब हम पूरे देश के अंदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए गठबंधन को देश की जनता ने बहुमत देकर फिर से सरकार में आने का अवसर प्रदान किया है।
All women founders, but all you women out there, give yourselves the crown, right? Don't wait for someone else to put the crown on your head. Give yourselves the crown, feel good, and have fun.
So currently we're at 65% occupancy, and our focus this year is on increasing volumes, and that will get reflected in occupancy. While we're at 65%, we're looking at 68 to 70%. Having said that, our asset utilization has actually moved up because we've reduced our loss. So to give you an example, our hospitals, some of the metro hospitals which are at 80% occupancy have an R loss of 4. So when we've been decreasing the R loss, not only has the RPOB gone up, but it has also given us headroom to, to offer more beds.
markets have not just grown, they've broken several records in the last 25 years.
India's contribution to incremental global GDP was as low as 0.2% 25 years ago.
Over the last 25 years, CNBCTV18 has closely followed the remarkable ascent of India's pharmaceutical sector.
There was a time 25 years back that it was all about the FIIs. If FIIs would buy, markets would rally. If FIIs would sell, market would fall.
Earlier, we were net importers of steel.
From IT services to SaaS, from consumer electronics to space tech, from mere programming to AI ML.
Cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles have significantly become much more expensive than they were 2 decades ago.
Discounting is high there, but their focus is squarely on the 125cc segment.
Now it is contributing 16% of incremental global GDP.
Now we are looking at exporting the steel that's made here in India.
Welcome to the first ever India Business Leader Awards.
Cars, two-wheelers and vehicles generally being manufactured today are much lower on emissions and much higher on safety.
India's technology industry has been at the forefront of cutting-edge innovation over the last 25 years.
It's the retail which is the driving force for the market right now.
Clearly, we have arrived on the global economic stage.
Sensex and Nifty hit a record high.
The Nifty rallying to a record high. We invite you to join us as we persist in leading coverage of the pharmaceutical and healthcare domain, documenting India's expanding expertise in medicines.
25 years of excellence and unparalleled growth.
CNBC TV18, embarking on a quarter century of excellence.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
Hello and welcome to the Editors Roundtable. We're joining you from the CNBC TV18 HDFC Sky Election Headquarters with the big story today. The NDA has managed a majority, but the BJP has fallen short of the magic number of 272. In fact, it will be important to see whether it crosses 250 on its own. The opposition is still alive and kicking. The Congress has delivered its best ever Lok Sabha performance since 2009, so it's reclaimed and recouped the big reversal that it has seen, but of course a long distance to go for the Congress party still. The markets tumbled as the NDA tally came well below what the exit polls were projecting. Dalal Street has seen the biggest single-day drop in the last 4 years. Market capitalization were 30 lakh crore rupees being wiped out in a single day. It has been volatile and all over the place. Hello and welcome to the Editors Roundtable. I'm Shireen Bhan, and with me the team of CNBC TV18, Prashant Nair, Nigel D'Souza and Nimesh, and of course we'll be joined by our guests as well. Gentlemen, many thanks for joining us. Prashant, to you first. You know, as we've been discussing through the course of the day, it has been volatile to say the least. The market holding on to any little bit of information coming in as far as the elections are concerned. But, you know, on the back of the conversations that you've had with investors so far, where do we go from here?
I mean, there is still shock and disbelief. And Shireen, I mean, you know, I had from 3:30 till now, I had a couple of more calls with people. And there is still expectation that, you know, the numbers may turn, numbers can sort of increase. I mean, it can get closer to the 272 mark for the BJP alone. I mean, you know, it's I guess it's a combination of things. It's just, first of all, the fact that there's very strong recency bias, right? I mean, the BJP has been sort of this juggernaut in election after election after election. And of course, add to that the fact that the exit polls and expectations, etc., were so one-sided. So I think, you know, the first reaction is just sort of shock. And you heard many of the people who came on the program over the last many sort of hours talk about that as well. Now, from a market perspective, you know, as things stand right now, and this is still, of course, fluid because numbers are coming in, BJP is set to lose its outright majority in parliament. I think that's the big headline, which means that Prime Minister Modi, for the first time, will have to run a coalition government. And that is the natural implication. A coalition government then could mean potential changes to cabinet ministerial positions, etc., to coalition partners. That is, you know, the natural kind of progression in terms of the thinking which goes on. And of course, then you start to talk about what are the changes which can happen. You know, will they have to give in more to coalition partners to run things smoothly? So could policy, a lot of the policy initiatives, etc., go a little slow? It's nobody's case that if the NDA is at 300, we will see a sharp reversal if it's the same government going forward as well. But could they have to focus on other areas as well? And could this sort of, you know, very sharp focus on the build out of mainly infrastructure and sort of make in India and those kind of things? That's been, I mean, if you think about where is the big policy tailwind help markets, it's these two areas, infrastructure, and second is manufacturing, make in India. I mean, those are the broad themes, and everything kind of comes into that, right? Railways, defense, PLI, EMS companies, and so on and so forth, which have been some of the biggest wealth creators. So the fear is, I mean, could we see some dilution of focus in these areas so sort of to accommodate more views, which was not the case when the BJP had full majority. A lot of focus also sort of on, of course, what will happen, right? All eyes on the JDU, TDP. They, of course, could be kingmakers. And there is, Shireen, the realization that while this is, I mean, you know, the shock can only last once, of course. I mean, if the numbers are worse by the time they get settled and we come back tomorrow, there perhaps is going to be another reaction. But a shock of this magnitude usually gets digested in a day or two. And that realization is there that strong fundamentals for companies, the fact that the economy seems to be in a pretty good place, means that not immediately, but over the next couple of days, you know, this will turn into a bit of a buying opportunity. So that's the realization. But I must add, I don't think, I mean, if the numbers go any lower, or even, I mean, if they hold here, that, you know, anyone is expecting a big kind of V-shaped kind of a recovery, it'll be a lot of time to reassess, you know, reset expectations. So it's going to be a slow grind upwards whenever that starts to happen. But as they say, markets rarely reacts with the same intensity to the same event twice, right? So today we've had a big 4-5% kind of a cut, a complete reversal of yesterday and then some more. So I think the feeling is that it will settle down, but everyone's still very much glued to the screen and the politics, which is, of course, playing out right now. Shireen, back to you.
Yeah. Yes, everyone is glued to the screen, and the screen hasn't really changed much in the last hour or so. It's still 297 for the NDA, 245 for the BJP, 230 for India, and about 97 for the Congress. In fact, the Congress has been to the Election Commission saying that the counting process is far too slow. But we've got our guests with us, Yamini Iyer, former CEO at the Center for Policy Research, Syed Zafar Islam of the BJP, and Samajwadi Party spokesperson Abbas Haider. Yamini and gentlemen, many thanks for joining us here on the program. Zafar, to you first. Look, the expectation that was set by the BJP was 400 par. The exit polls seemed to come out there and reaffirm that, and we saw that massive rally in the stock markets come Monday. What we are seeing today is a very different picture, not just the overall number, but the expectations that the BJP had. For instance, the massive state of UP, where things have turned completely out of script or off script. Maharashtra, even states like Rajasthan, etc., where a clean sweep was expected, Karnataka, a clean sweep was expected, hasn't gone as per plan. What do you believe has gone wrong, Zafar?
Well, it is not the right time to pinpoint any particular reason for this kind of performance. But of course, once all the numbers are there, then maybe the leadership will definitely introspect and find out what is the reason, why it went wrong, why we have lost in some seats in Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, besides Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Certainly, these are the places where it has not gone in as per our expectation. The results are not suggesting that what we had spoken, and it is definitely beyond our own worst case estimates. So definitely we will wait for the final outcome to come. We'll wait for the final tally, and then of course we will take a call and understand where we have gone wrong. Because last half an hour I have seen that we were at 33 in Uttar Pradesh, now we are at 40. Definitely, slowly, needle is moving in our favor. That's why I'm thinking that best to comment on this once we have the full tally, final tally, and we know exactly what is our position, because we definitely, even now, we expect that our actual tally will definitely not be less than 350 or will settle somewhere between 325 and 350. But whatever it may be, but in terms of our performance, I'm sure that we are disappointed.
How are you saying that you believe, how do you still believe that you're going to get closer to 325 and 350? The tally so far, as I've been pointing out, and it hasn't changed, is still under 300 for the NDA, and it's about 245 for the BJP. So what is giving you the hope, or where do you believe you're going to get those numbers to take the NDA to 325 and 350?
Shireen, if you just see the Election Commission data, then they have not announced these are only the trend and indication. But in terms of the actual victory, there are only few seats where
we've lost that line with Zafar. He believes that there could still be a reversal and things could go in their favor. Yes, he's right. The Election Commission has not officially declared winners in many seats. In fact, very few seats where the actual winners have been declared. But let me bring Abbas Haider into the conversation. Abbas, many thanks for joining us. I would imagine that there is a sigh of relief in the camp, in the India Alliance camp, but particularly, jubilation as far as the Samajwadi Party camp is concerned. What do you believe has worked? And do you agree with Zafar that things could still turn in UP?
Yeah, certainly things will turn in the favor of India Alliance in UP, not just in UP, but across the country. I believe that, this election has, basically given certain messages. First of all, there is nothing called Modi magic in India. There is nothing called, there was overhyped Modi popularity across the country, which was nowhere, not just in Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, in fact, we have seen that Akhilesh Yadav ji is more popular than Narendra Modi. That's what the people's mandate is saying. Another thing, even in Varanasi, Prime Minister was tailing behind the India candidate initially. Now he is leading with a not a big margin. They were saying that we are going to win Varanasi with a margin of 10 lakh votes, which never happened. He's leading by just around 1 lakh vote. And even the Ayodhya seat, which was they were focused on Ayodhya seat. The Ayodhya seat, India Alliance Samajwadi Party has won. That is a very big message, not just across the country, but across the globe. The people of the country, the people of the state have shown that negative rhetoric won't work anymore. They want work on the ground. They need development, and they have voted for their fundamental issues in Uttar Pradesh. If you go across the issues of the India Alliance and Bharatiya Janata Party, the Prime Minister was talking from Mujra to Mangal Sutra, Mutton, Machli, and the India Alliance was talking on the fundamental issues. We were talking about jobs, we were talking about employment, we were talking about the legal guarantees on MSP to the farmers. So certainly this has worked for us, and Bharatiya Janata Party, I hope they have learned a lesson that people are no more going to get into those empty rhetorics, and they'll vote for their fundamental issues.
Abbas Haider, isn't that the beauty of democracy and the Indian voter? It teaches everyone a lesson or two, and today might be the time for the BJP to introspect. But we've seen what has happened to your own party and many of the others. But that really tells you that nobody should take the Indian voter for granted. But let me get Yamini Iyer into the conversation before I go back to Zafar. Yamini, many thanks for joining us. It looks at this point in time that it is going to be the NDA, but not with the BJP in a majority. How do you see a coalition government, a true coalition government this time around, with parties like the TDP, with parties like the JDU being able to enjoy higher leverage, changing the political and economic dynamic?
Shireen, indeed, this is going to be new for the BJP, and particularly new for the Prime Minister, whose governance style is so closely linked to the cult of his own personality and a style of centralization rather than delegation. And I think my reading of the result today is that the Indian electorate has told the BJP that it is indeed anxious and worried about its unbridled use of power, as it has been over the last 5 years in particular. It is really important to recognize that one of the most crucial issues in Uttar Pradesh, for instance, the big surprise state of this election, was a concern that 400 par meant constitutional change, meant a challenge to social justice and reservations, which are closely intertwined with people's understandings of social justice. Rural hinterlands, suddenly the constitution and abstract imagination enters into the domain of mass politics. This is a message from the Indian electorate that the BJP needs to put some constraints on its unbridled use of power. And each time through the election, as the Prime Minister himself, frankly, sought to use the bully pulpit of his rallies, etc., to try and polarize the electorate. In some senses, the tired electorate kept coming back and said, that's all very well, but respond to our concerns about jobs, our concerns about inflation, our concerns about governance, and crucially, our concern of not misusing excessive power. That's the message. How the coalition is managed going forward, if indeed the NDA coalition stays, will very much depend on how the BJP and the Prime Minister himself chooses to read the mandate. Will it read it as I have just articulated, or will it read it in some other way? And if it does, if it exposes its more pernicious tendencies again, I think we will see a lot more pushback from the Indian voter, perhaps not necessarily always in the electoral domain, but outside of formal institutions of democratic processes through protests and other such.
That's well put. Shireen, just an anecdote. I was talking to sort of a reporter who was on the ground covering elections here in Maharashtra. And this is, of course, after the exit polls, and I was talking to her, and she was saying that, she found, all the issues which have been there. I mean, farmer distress, and there was the onion issue here in Maharashtra, which was a big thing, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And her sort of sense, of course, was because, you see stuff when you travel extensively. And then, of course, the exit poll numbers came and they showed what they showed. She didn't know what to make of it. And I think there was a lot of conversation about, what you see on the ground and then the conversion of that into votes. So I think this is, and I was talking to her today, and, it's this kind of sort of validation that sometimes, at least, I mean, what you do see on the ground when you travel extensively, what you see firsthand does translate sometimes.
Right. Well, no, you're right in pointing that out, Prashant. And I think also, of course, the post-mortem of the election internals will be done. But again, going back to what we were discussing earlier, the exit polls had given the Congress at best a 20% vote share. And if you look at the numbers now, the Congress has done much better than that. The BJP is pretty much in line still with what the exit polls had suggested. And some pollsters had cautioned that it would not be appropriate perhaps to extrapolate seat share on the back of, what the vote share was suggesting. But, we got the numbers that we got, and today we have the numbers that we have. But let me go back to Zafar. Zafar, what now? What we are picking up is that phone calls have been made. The Prime Minister and the Home Minister have both called the TDP chief, Chandrababu Naidu, to ensure that the NDA stays together. There are reports suggesting that overtures are being made by the other side as well. So give us a sense of what we should expect from here. Are we seeing the Prime Minister at the BJP headquarters later this evening to start with? What's the plan from here on?
See, first of all, that's a rumor that they have been approached by other political parties or India Alliance or Congress for that matter. And also, let me tell you very candidly that we are a team united, the NDA partners, and there is absolutely no headroom for such rumors or for any other political party approaching any of our NDA partners. We are committed, united, and we will be forming the government. And of course, the Honorable Prime Minister is scheduled to come to the party headquarters from where we are all doing these live shows. He will, what we have heard, that he might come at around 7:30, and of course, will address the Karyakartas as he does after every victory. This is a victory for NDA partners, and we will form the government. We will continue to follow the same policy what have been followed in last 10 years to serve the people, serve the nation, and of course, in terms of the economic issues, I'm sure that the indication is very clear, and everybody knows in the marketplace that we will take definitely reform measures going forward to ensure that there is an accelerated approach as far as economy is concerned, and more economic activity should take place. And
the concerns, Zafar,
bring legislation.
Zafar, you know the markets. You know the markets well. Zafar, you know the markets well, and the concern at this point in time is that the kind of focus on reforms, etc., while that is likely to continue, perhaps there will be a larger dose of welfareism, to address some of the things that Yamini was talking about, the rural distress, and whether we are likely to see, for instance, in the coming budget, if the NDA were to stake claim to form government and form government, a change in or a change in prioritization. What do we make of that?
No, Shireen, let me tell you very with conviction that we are committed to people's welfare. That doesn't mean that we will take decision to somehow not address the concern in the economy and the marketplace. We will always prioritize market, economy, and that's what we have done. Our intention is very clear that we have to accelerate the process so that there is acceleration in the overall economic situation in the country. We must create India as a manufacturing hub. We must take action to ensure that lots more job is being created, and there will be absolutely no pushback from any of our alliance partners, because we are all like-minded. We all want the economy to grow. We all want India to grow at 8% and above, and we all want that more and more jobs should be created. We all want India should become an export hub, a manufacturing hub, and And welfare is, of course, is always a governance model. Any government has the governance model which always prioritize the concern of the citizen, and that we have prioritized in the last 10 years without compromising with the economic issues and where the structural or the policy reforms to be taken. We'll continue with that such worries should not be there at all. Let me.
Okay, that worry should not be there.
Let me
I'll come back to you
the
in just a second. Let me get Abbas into the...
Just as 10 seconds, I'll take this opportunity, Shireen, to assure everyone in the marketplace that there'll be absolutely no pushback from any quarter. We will continue to follow the 100 days plan and 125 days plan, where the focus will be to bring more and more FDI, bring acceleration in economy, take more reform measures, and ensure that the interest of the common man on the streets is safeguarded. So there will be absolutely there is absolutely no headroom for any worries. If anybody has worries, put them out of their mind, because India is going to be governed by the policy level decision to be taken by the Prime Minister.
Well, the worry is real, and the stock markets told you that today with the kind of wealth erosion that we've seen. But let me, before I go to Yamini, let me get Abbas back in. Abbas, we are given to understand that the India Alliance has a meeting tomorrow. Can you take us through what we should expect now? What are you looking at from here on?
Well, it's not just about India Alliance, it's about NDA now. Because, Zafar Saab was telling a lot about what they're going to happen. But that can only happen if they're coming to power, which I doubt. Because, if you look at the track record of the Bharatiya Janata Party, there's a trust deficit between the ally partner. None of the ally partner of NDA trust the Bharatiya Janata Party, because even we never heard of NDA. We never heard that any meeting of NDA happened in 10 years. It just happened 8 months back, first at Ashoka Hotel, when all the ally partner was sitting, lined up, and the Prime Minister and the BJP leader was sitting on a stage. So basically, there is nothing called NDA. 26 parties in the NDA don't even have a single member of parliament in Lok Sabha. Just 2 parties had 2 MPs. 2 MPs, that was the maximum. Now there are 2 parties which have been added up to the NDA fold, but I doubt, because there have been external pressure from the agencies on all the political parties, and I'm sure they would like to change, and the system will change on their own. Bharatiya Janata Party cannot reach 272 mark, that's for sure. And with the kind of trust deficit, with the kind of credibility they have with the allies and among the people, I don't think anybody is going to be with NDA anymore. That is the biggest challenge Bharatiya Janata Party will face. And as far as these markets are concerned, I believe that there has been artificial upsurge which was made by these exit poll, which have turned out to be totally fake, fraudulent. And I believe, now on, we are going to reform the economic policies of the country. We are going to end crony capitalism, which was flourishing during the time of the BJP rule, I would say, not NDA rule, because it is just a one-party, one-man show. Modi ji and the BJP, that's all. That is not going to be anymore. And there's like the vibrant democracy we are into. India Alliance is going to show that, how this vibrant democracy works with so many, parties, so many visions, and so many, beliefs.
Yes. Well, that, Abbas, I have to say that is also a concern. While you hold that up as, a sign of a vibrant democracy, I think that is also a concern that too many cooks sometimes spoil the broth. But we leave that discussion for another day. Yamini, I want to come to you for closing comments on the back of what you heard from both Zafar and Abbas, and, leave us with what you're going to be watching out for from here on.
Well, Shireen, I think one of the big stories of this election, well, there are 2. One is about the restoration of democracy and democratic legitimacy of our institutions. The second is on the economy. And I think this is a message for both the political formations in contention, NDA and the India Alliance. In that, for the reality, behind all the BJP bluster of third largest economy, shiny digital infrastructure, infrastructure, India is growing, and the Indian economy couldn't be doing better, is a reality of the real economy in which real wages have stagnated, jobs are scarce, or at least good quality jobs that raise incomes are scarce. Agriculture has been the largest producer of jobs in the last 4 years, a reversal of the structural transformation that politicians of all political parties have sort of been responding to for the moment through enhanced welfareism, a very peculiar kind of welfareism, not about health and education, but about cash transfers, private goods using public funds. And we are now in this election, I think, seeing the limits of these welfare coalitions. People in UP spoke of Rozgar, not Ration, or Rozgar and Ration rather. Jagan, who was one of the architects of the most largest cash transfer scheme targeted at women, has experienced a resounding defeat. The structural realities of the Indian economy need to be contended with. This means, regardless of NDA or India, probably NDA when it comes to power, please do the census. Please put out data on consumption expenditure survey, unit level data. Do not pretend that poverty has gone up or down and get away from the bluster. Let's get real and find answers to the deepest, most significant challenge that this country has. How do we grow in a way that lifts all boats genuinely by creating opportunity for all, not enhancing inequality as we've seen in the last decade?
Well, yes, that diagnosis and the data required for that diagnosis, as you point out, is essential. And we do hope that we will move forward with that census, which has been long pending. Yamini, Zafar and Abbas, thank you so much for joining us here on a big day for the Indian electorate, on a big day for Indian democracy. It is still moving. Actually, I haven't seen the needle turn at all in the last hour or so, but we will keep updating you with the details. But many thanks for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We are coming back with our editors roundtable. Nigel and Nimesh will take us through what is happening on the dealing desk and how sectoral indices are poised. All of that's coming back in just a bit. CNBC TV18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhan.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest running show on startups and entrepreneurship. Celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21. Only on CNBC TV18 and CNBCTV18.com.
Going forward, next 5 years, when we look at, if the economic growth continues to be in high single digit in real terms, call it 6 to 8%, and nominal GDP is in low double digits, profit cycle is on the up move, you should have base case low double digit, call it 11-12% kind of earnings growth. And if the profit cycle gains further momentum, we can approach mid-teens, in which case earnings can double over the next 5 years, and markets, if it remains where it is in terms of multiples, which while higher than most of the world, it is not unusual, it is not uncharacteristic of what India has been historically. And so we can see a market again, approaching a double over the next 5 years.
You are watching our special edition of Editors Roundtable as we decode the election impact and what it means for the markets. Nimesh is standing by with what dealing rooms are saying. What is tomorrow looking like, Nimesh?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a tough tomorrow as well, Shireen. Again, from a market perspective, the worst case scenario what the market was pricing in was 272 for BJP, and that's not been the case. And what we are seeing today is only a reversal of what happened yesterday. After the exit poll, there was a big rally, and what we saw today was just a reversal of that. So a lot of individual names within the PSU basket, a lot of the Adani Group stocks ended between 15 to 25% lower. But do remind that, all these stocks rallied, almost 20% in yesterday's state. So what I'm saying is this is just a reversal of what we saw yesterday. Still, I guess there is a lot of pain which could be there in the system. We saw a lot of margin calls as well, which got triggered for retail and HN investors in the afternoon trade when the individual stocks, hit 20% circuit, and then they were down 25 to 30% as well, a lot of the PSU names. But again, the big question would be how the first-time investors will react to, because if you remember, for us in the last 2-3 years, the big bull market was on the back of that money, of the retail money. They've not seen this kind of volatility yet over the last 4 years. So now it's going to be a litmus test on how the retail investors, the first-time investors, will react to this kind of volatility. From an institutional point of view, I still believe the FIs were net buyers in today's market. And remember, even domestic mutual funds are sitting a lot of cash. So they will come and do, buy at lower levels. That's the overall feedback. But the big thing is, what the outcome is going to be. The overall feedback is a lot of people have got a bit of a shock. It was a bit of a reality check as well. And now I think there will be a valuation reset as well for this market. We've seen a one-way rally for the last few years. Now it's a time when a lot of people will question about valuations as well. So that is something to watch out for, Shireen, going forward.
Yes, indeed, we will be watching that closely. But the markets, as we've been pointing out through the day, have seen a sharp fall today. They did stage a little bit of a recovery during, parts of the day. But FMCG stocks were the outliers. Nigel is standing by. Nigel, what's got them excited?
Well, Shireen, just one word, first of all, on the market action. Everyone says that, Nigel, you didn't see 2004. I say that maybe I didn't see it, but today I had some kind of an insight into what could have taken place in 2004. A bit of a surprise. And the markets today were very, very surprised. And that's why you had more than 2,000 stocks that were declining. You only had around 150 stocks that were advancing today. And out of the 150 stocks, close to around 10% of them came in from the FMCG consumption theme. So let's run you through a few reasons why, in fact, that was the pocket to hide, at least for today's session. Why? Because first up, the street believes that maybe now the government could shift its focus more towards consumption rather than capex. Remember, the last few years we're going heavy on capex, which may not be such a bad thing, but from a consumption perspective, well, things were lacking and rural economy was struggling. So that could be one point. The other factor is there's optimism that we see a good monsoon. If you have a good monsoon, then you see volumes as well picking up. The third factor is, the pricing trends for the last year, that's FY24 for FMCG companies, they were negative. Now, initial signs you're getting in FY25 that's turning around. You're seeing positive pricing trends. So higher volumes, better pricing, and lower input costs. That's what could help margins in the time to come. And that's why, in fact, profitability could look good. The other factor is that valuations, well, they are reasonable in this sector because some of those stocks haven't done anything. Case in point being an HUL. Last 4 years, zero returns. The markets have gone up. The Nifty has gone up 3x, while HUL hasn't moved at all. And there are pockets where, in fact, the valuations are a little lower than the 5-year average. HUL, Britannia, Dabur, Marico, as well as Asian Paints. And also, investors, they've been relatively underweight the FMCG stocks. So put all these factors together with regard to the government's potential, focus on consumption themes, input costs cooling off, volumes going up. Well, you had this pocket that did well on a day that the Nifty was down, more than 6%. You had the FMCG index itself that was up close to 100%, Shireen.
Well, Nigel, Nimesh and Prashant, we are going to take a break and come back to you with more. 295 for the NDA, 231 for the India Alliance, 99 for the Congress. Not really moving as we speak. As I said, this is what it seems like. It is probably where it will settle. That seems to be the situation as of now. We are going to take a break and return with more on the election exchange.
What we're seeing is typically, there is a lot of, just like in urban India, there is a lot of stigma as well as, say, lack of awareness. There's also a lot of belief in religious practices and faith healers. So we have to go into the system, be extremely patient in our approach, which is why I keep harping on 5 to 7 year period, right? So this is something that takes time. At the end of the day, social change and behavior cannot be achieved overnight. So this is what we're doing, and this past year alone, we've been running this program since 2016, and this past year alone, we've actually impacted about 13,000 people across 6 states. We've trained about 4,000 healthline workers, and about 20 to 25,000 caregivers have been provided psychosocial support, counseling, etc.
I think, like you said, and like many of us have said, the conversation about inclusion has to now go beyond policy, because it's no longer just about policy, it is about culture. It's all too well, I think most organizations of today, and especially those that want to be organizations of the future, will have policies in place. But have they translated into culture? So it's all too well that you're giving women maternity leave and they're going away for 6 months. But are you welcoming them back with challenging roles when they come back?
Yeah.
It's great to have flexi work hours, but to those who avail those flexi work hours, are you offering your high-value, high-learning projects?
Yeah, or do they get left behind?
Do they get left behind? So I think the lens with which we view and implement our policies have to change. Is the lens that we want to bring in and retain female workers? Because if that is, then that's no longer enough. Because we're not here to stay. We've quoted enough Maya Angelou on this table. We're here to rise.
Yeah.
What lesson have you learned that you wish you knew when you were starting your business, your career, and perhaps would like to advise to women entrepreneurs today?
I think, it would be don't shy away to ask for help.
Well, it does boil down to what is happening in terms of the outreach. Remember, the NDA's allies are going to be crucial. The BJP's allies, the TDP, the JDU will be crucial for the NDA to stake claim to government. Here's JDU MLC Khalid Anwar asking who can be a better Prime Minister than Nitish Kumar. Take a look.
नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है प्रधानमंत्री? और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जिस तरह बिहार को आगे बढ़ाया और देश के लिए जितना वो सोचते हैं, जब वो कृषि मंत्री थे, जो कृषि रोड मैप उन्होंने बनाया उस वक्त, आज भी उसी रोड मैप पे देश चल रहा है। जो रेलवे के लिए उन्होंने काम किया, आज भी देखिए लोग याद करते हैं नीतीश कुमार जी को। तो नीतीश कुमार एक सीजन और बहुत बेहतर पॉलिटिशियन है, जो समाज को समझते हैं, देश को समझते हैं, और अपने डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जितने हैं उनकी इज्जत करना और डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से आगे बढ़ना, लोगों को जोड़ के चलना, फैसले में सबको साझा करना, तो नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है। लेकिन बहरहाल हम लोग एनडीए अलायंस में हैं अभी, और ये सब इस वक्त कहने की बात नहीं है।
Well, we will have to wait to see what happens as far as those conversations are concerned. That is the JDU. Let's go across to Parikshit now. He's standing by at the election magic wall. Parikshit, take us through some of the interesting battles, some of the unexpected upsets, and some of the unexpected victories.
Well, it's a day of big upsets for the BJP and a day of major changes in the electoral landscape, also in state assemblies. Let me begin with the state of Odisha, which has seen a lot of change today. Biju Janata Dal and Naveen Patnaik, who have been in power since the year 2000, that is the year when Naveen Patnaik first became the chief minister. 24 years he headed the state. He has lost today. The Biju Janata Dal has lost to the BJP. The BJP has comfortably crossed the majority.
Well, we've lost that line with Parikshit, but we'll get back to him in just a second. And, you know, as Parikshit was pointing out, that is going to be a crucial headline from election 2024. what has happened in Orissa and the end of an era with Naveen Patnaik and the BJD losing now to the BJP in the assembly elections as well. Remember, there were a lot of questions. There were a lot of questions being raised about his health and so on and so forth. He is also expected to make a statement shortly, but we do have Parikshit back. Parikshit, you were giving us one of the key headlines of election 2024, and that is the end of an era with Naveen Patnaik being dislodged.
That's right. He is going to make a statement shortly. He's never tasted defeat. A big setback for all Biju Janata Dal leaders. I spoke to a leader a short while back and he was very disappointed. A good performance by the BJP in the state. 11 seats up compared to the last time. And the BJD, for the first time, Shireen, will have only one MP in the Lok Sabha. Let me also speak about the state of Gujarat. Here, the Congress has managed to
Well, Parikshit was pointing out that the Congress has actually managed to win a seat in Gujarat. Otherwise, it's been wiped out. But there is one seat which the Congress has managed to eke out in the state of Gujarat. Prashant, Nigel and Nimesh still with us. Prashant, going back to you now, and we've been seeing our market experts tell us through the day that, look, FIIs are not going to be interested in the micros and, which regional party has got how much and so on and so forth. They're going to look at the big picture. On the back of the big picture that is emerging at this hour, which looks like the NDA is going to be in that 300 ballpark and the BJP is not going to be at 272 or even close to that number. What is the big picture that FIIs will take away?
Shireen, the FIIs, and you're absolutely right. Somebody said that when FIIs are more sort of focused on the big picture, but I must tell you, the local guys, and Nimesh and Nigel, they are very much focused. I mean, Nimesh, you speak with a lot of HNIs, etc. They're very much focused on the intricacies as well. Absolutely. Because the basic broad theme which was supposed to play out was that, maybe the BJP holds on to, and that's what the exit polls kind of reaffirmed their expectation, that they'll hold on to the Hindi heartland states like UP, etc. And then they will add on to states like West Bengal, Odisha, which they've done, and a couple of other states as well. Now, this result, and at least someone I spoke to said that the fact that in a state like UP, it's turning out to be so close. I mean, I think that adds to nervousness, because then you got to compensate elsewhere in a much bigger fashion, which at least as these results show is not happening. So while FIIs, as Shireen said, and others have also pointed out, maybe they're focused on the bigger picture right now. But I think a lot of the large local guys, and they're now pretty substantial with their portfolios, etc. Were watching some of these sort of state level intricacies and etc. very closely. Also to the fact that this was supposed to kind of herald the fact that the BJP will hold the north and the west, and then it kind of spreads out. And it's not just like a Hindi heartland party. It becomes like a pan-India party, which is not happening, which I think is being watched closely.
The other problem is, I think, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu as well as Mr. Nitish Kumar, they were there in 2004 as well, right? And they were senior ministers at that point of time in the Vajpayee government. And now, in fact, earlier, they say in the last 10 years or so, their importance has been much lower, because our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken center stage. And suddenly you have to depend on those two players itself to pull you through. And that's what's making the investors a little bit skittish as well, because you're going to be depending on those two that have been rather flimsical in the last 2 terms of our Prime Minister.
Correct. Nigel, the big thing that one needs to focus on is, as I said in my opening remark as well, the first-time investors. They've been the biggest source of money for this bull market to thrive and strive, right? Now it's going to be a litmus test for them as well. They've not seen this kind of volatility. They've not seen this kind of pain. I mean, you've not seen 2004. I've seen down circuit as well in the market. So, people have not experienced those kind of markets in the last few years. So that's going to be a big litmus test. As you rightly pointed out, Prashant, a lot of the HNI investors have become so large in their portfolios, they've become forced to reckon with. Look at the FII numbers in the last 2 years. They've been net sellers every year, and still the markets have gone up. So the domestic liquidity is something we need to focus on very, very closely now. And that's something we need to track. Again, that's only time will tell whether they continue to put money on. So For the last 2 years, it was easy trade. Every dip buy and you'll make money. Now it's going to be quite different. And now people will start doubting about that buy on dip trade as well. So that's something to
you're right, because FIs in any case were not pulling
We're not putting money.
Right?
True.
So it was being countered by a strong local inflow.
Local money.
Right? 20,000 crores in SIPs now every month.
So, I want to give a couple of more points, Prashant. So, again, to put the current market into context, what we saw today was just a reversal, as I said, of what happened yesterday. But, need to do a reality check as well. If you look at from last October, November to now, post the state elections in October, November, and the Ram Mandir in January, the markets rallied from 19,000 on the Nifty to almost 23,000 on the Nifty. So what we've done is just a reversal of 2,000 points, so to speak, from the highs. We still haven't gone to those levels. So I'm not saying markets will go back to 19,000, but need to put this whole rally into the context that we've rallied pretty hard in anticipation that it's going to be Modi government and BJP is going to win. And as I said, the worst case expectation in the market was BJP 272. And even that's not turned out to be. Look at what UBS has written a note today afternoon. And it's very nicely explained, this, the election outcome and the market valuations are not aligning right now. India's expensive valuation was justified that there is stable government, stable policies, and which would mean that, India would continue to enjoy higher valuations. That's now going to be question mark as well. I was just looking at, let's look at the data as well. I was looking at overall brokerage notes, right? For FY25, the EPS estimates is around 1140, 1150. And at 22,000 Nifty, 22,000, we're still at 19 times. I was just looking up a small run check on the BSE 200 stocks. Prashant, at least 55 stocks are still trading above 50 multiple on FY25. So there is a lot of froth which is still there in the market. There are a lot of sectors which were just going up on liquidity. I think that's all going to change very soon now. And again, while we're talking about who's going to form the government, who's going to be the PM, the new cabinet, whatever, but the valuation reset is likely to happen, and that can happen very soon.
Samir put out a tweet. I noticed this, I think it was a couple of hours back. He said, looking at the way power stocks are falling, it was not so much a call on what power demand will look like, but rather who's in power.
Who's in power?
PFC, REC falling 22%. But I think you're right. It's a combination of things. Siddharth Bhaiya was with us, who is, of course, a long-time investor at Reliance Mutual Fund now, of course, runs his own portfolio. He's sitting on a lot of cash, and he said, same thing. He said, I ran a simple check on Screener. The software, there were, he said, 100 companies, 100 companies,
are
right?
trading at more than 100 times.
More than 100 times the earnings. So, yeah,
and 10 times price to book.
There is no doubt that, positioning, everything is essentially at a bit of an extreme. And then you get an event like this. The pullback also, of course, on the other side goes some distance. Shireen, do you want to comment?
No, I was just commenting on the beauty of electoral democracy and the lessons that it teaches you. Just look at the state of Odisha, for instance. It is, as we pointed out, the end of an era for Naveen Patnaik and personally as Chief Minister, and look at where the BJD finds itself. The BJD has in fact been one of the biggest allies of the BJP. It has stood by the BJP through many difficult periods, and today it finds itself in a position where it is out of power on account of the BJP. So that is how these things play out. So a lot of these a lot of this will also be kept in mind as alliances are struck, as talks are on. And I think that point that Yamini was making, that's also going to be interesting, because for the last 2 terms of the Modi government, it has been the Modi government. It has not been the BJP government. It has been the Modi government. Prime Minister Modi has been the currency, has been the face, has been the calling card as far as the government is concerned. It was not the BJP's guarantee, it was the Modi guarantee that they took to the electorate even this time around. So now, when you have to accommodate coalition compulsions, when you have to accommodate the aspirations of the TDP and the aspirations of the JDU, what will that mix look like? What will it result in? The kind of centralization that this regime has been used to, may no longer be the case, or at least it will change. So I think that is going to be the one to watch and the one to sort of see how that plays itself out. But these are all developing stories. This is going to work itself out over the next few days. But at this point in time, overtures being made. Jairam Ramesh just tweeting saying, look, it was the UPA that promised special status for the state of Andhra Pradesh, and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was the one who promised that. So all kinds of overtures being made at this point in time. But so far, the NDA firmly united and together, and the count for the NDA at 295, India at 231.
No, absolutely, and the count is it's been static, right, Shireen, for a while now. It's hardly moved. 295, 231. So I wonder.
Not for a while. It's been static for a very long time. So I'm not sure what is going on. I don't know when this election is finally going to be called, but it hasn't moved. As I said, we've barely seen a seat move here or there. It's been stuck at 295 for very, very long now. So waiting to see when this election is going to be called.
No, absolutely.
Well, a long day for you, Shireen.
Long day for
everyone.
I'm holding you guys back as well. I'm going to make sure that all of you are here also.
Nimesh nicely tried to slip it in. Long day for you.
He wants the US market open.
No, but I think we'll of course.
Well, guys, we have Priyanka Chaturvedi. Speaking of a long night and speaking of a long day, Priyanka Chaturvedi joins us. She's currently in the US. Priyanka, many thanks for joining us. It's a very early morning for you, and I would imagine that you've stayed up most through the night as well. But what do you make of the numbers that we're seeing on our screens? It hasn't been as per script of what the exit polls had thrown up, and not even as per the expectations of the BJP. What do you make of the verdict so far, and do you believe that it's going to change? The BJP spokespeople that we've been speaking to still believe that it is going to turn more in their favor by the end of the day.
They can keep living in hope, and I wouldn't want to burst their bubble, simply because we were seeing what was happening on ground. The kind of arrogance that had reeked in with regards to accountability, with regards to answering people's questions, the inflation, the joblessness, and the absolute disregard to people's lives, and just hoping that they would win on the back of the Ram Mandir, has clearly shown that BJP had totally lost the plot. And I would say people have given a good, have taken a good decision. And the results show that people were not too happy with the kind of governance that was being provided by Mr. Modi. And the results are for all to see. It is a pleasant surprise. But it is something that we were speaking of and we were tuned into in terms of the discontent amongst the people.
Priyanka, look, even at this point in time, the NDA is still firmly close to that 300 mark. So between 295 and 300 is where they might perhaps close their tally. The BJP at 244. So it is still the single largest party, and the NDA firmly in place together at this point in time by all accounts that we've heard from the JDU, the TDP, etc. So what is the India Alliance hoping for, at 231, which is the number that we currently have for the Alliance? What are you really hoping for? Because it looks like the Modi government will return for a third term, albeit as a coalition.
So again, I would just say one thing. From a government which was speaking of getting more than 400 seats, of a government which was totally reeking of arrogance, and Prime Minister giving various interviews saying that his third term would be better than the first two terms. And there's a surprise waiting for the people of this country. And with the sheer, I would say, contempt for the will of the people, has proven correct as far as these numbers are concerned. Having said that, as far as being the single largest party is concerned, of course, nobody is challenging that. However, the alliances that they had stitched up, all these alliances are not the alliances that have stood the test of time for the BJP. A party like Shiv Sena was with the alliance with the BJP for 25 years. But look what their arrogance did. They tried to break away our party, and today Maharashtra has responded to that. The people of Maharashtra have responded to this kind of arrogance. Similarly, we saw Shiromani Akali Dal, we saw AIADMK, And now they have an alliance of those people who they had arm-twisted through various agencies, they had arm-twisted to get into an alliance. And now we're seeing that very soon, if they do not reach even a simple majority, the Bharatiya Janata Party, we will continue to talk to all their alliance partners as well as those who haven't really chosen sides, picked sides. And we don't know what the outcome would be. But however, if we do not succeed in that, we'd at least be a very, very strong opposition. We wouldn't have demonetization overnight. We wouldn't have an unplanned GST dumped on people. We wouldn't have 2,000 rupee notes withdrawn. We wouldn't have decisions taken on the basis of whims and fancies of one person who started to call himself an avatar of Lord Vishnu himself.
Priyanka, you know, you said that you will, the India Alliance will reach out to allies of the BJP alliance partners within the NDA and others as well. But, you know, I want to understand from you about Maharashtra, because it looks like what happened in Maharashtra, which, by the way, the pollsters were saying would be one of the toughest states to poll. It looks like the NCP splitting, the Shiv Sena splitting has actually worked against the NDA. It's worked in favor of the India Alliance. Is there room, is there space for rapprochement as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned?
Let me repeat it like I've been repeating it all the time whenever this question is asked. Absolutely not. There is going to be no going back to a political party which backstabbed us at the time we were in alliance, which tried to split our party, which tried to decimate us, which tried to finish the existence of Shiv Sena, which went after our party leader Uddhav Thackeray ji. But we had the Prime Minister even call him the Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray. We had money power being used to decimate us. We had the central power being used to decimate us. We had even a Supreme Court verdict on our side, yet the central government, with the sheer arrogance, continuing to have an illegitimate government in power in the state of Maharashtra. There is absolutely no going back with a political party which tried to undermine the interests of Maharashtra. There's absolutely no going back with a political party which kept the, took industries away from Maharashtra. So we have fought this on our own. We saw the biggest betrayal come from the BJP, and we will continue to fight this fight. And assembly elections are not too far. Mahavikas Aghadi is coming to power with a thumping majority, and that would be the biggest response the people of Maharashtra will give to the arrogance of Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah.
Okay, so no rapprochement there as far as the UBT and the Shinde Shiv Sena is concerned. That is the unequivocal view there coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi. Priyanka, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV18. I know, as I pointed out, it's been a long night and an early morning for you. But speaking of early mornings, we're now joined by Richard Rosso, Senior Advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and Mukesh Aghi, the President of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us. Mukesh, coming to you first. Clearly an unexpected result, an unexpected verdict. The exit polls had suggested a picture that was firmly putting the BJP in pole position and, 400 plus for the NDA, but it hasn't turned out that way. How will foreign investors read this victory?
Well, the BJP is still the largest party, and we expect the Prime Minister to come back and form the government. And we expect the reform agenda to continue, because you have to understand, it's not just about political parties coming and going within India. India plays a very strategic role from global geopolitics perspective. It is a country which is going to provide market opportunity as a $4 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy, and growing until 2047 at a much, much larger number. It is a market which basically helps de-risk from China and the supply chain. So the investor sentiment on India is still very strong. It will continue, because when you look at the other geographies, they're also in turmoil. And so India provides a sense of growth and opportunity for the US companies itself.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone disputes the fact that India finds itself in a stable position. Growth is looking strong. We just got off a strong Q4 GDP print as well. And the expectation is that the reforms that have, of course, been amplified will continue, and there is likely to be a continuity of policy. Richard, good morning. Many thanks for joining us here. How would you read this result? And look, India has seen tough economic reforms go through when we've had a coalition government in the center. This time around, it is going to be a BJP-led NDA. The BJP unlikely to be a majority party, much lower than the 272 mark. So a coalition in its true essence. What is the expectation that you have now, Richard, of an NDA coalition for the third term of the Modi government?
Yeah, I look at both drivers as well as partners. And when you think about some of the drivers that's really pushed the Modi government in the past to take some of the steps they've taken on announcing Make in India, the GST, that's not going to change. India has an urgent need to create a lot of jobs, especially low-skilled jobs, for people that are going to be leaving agriculture, moving to cities, looking for formal employment. So I think a lot of reforms related to that are still going to be a front of mind, very much part of the agenda. And also, when you look at the partners, you think about the BJP's work in recent months to try to rebuild a few of the partnerships that had maybe flagged a little bit. The Janata Dal United, which generally hasn't meddled too much in international affairs and major reforms from Delhi, unlike some other regional parties they could have went with. And with the resurgence of the Telugu Desam Party, which I think, in my opinion, is actually the most reform-oriented political party in all of India. So having them part of the coalition, I don't suspect is going to put a brake on some of the aspirations, but the fact that it is a coalition, maybe some of the big ideas they might have had on, for instance, like major reforms to GST, that might get slowed down a little bit. And of course, the concern lingers overhead that, both the JDU and TDP have been in the coalition, out the coalition. They're going to have a very strong string. And if they don't like what's happening in Delhi, the ability to kind of pull that. So we'll be watching that, but you're right. I mean, the Vajpayee government got some big reforms like insurance and things like that. So coalitions can work if all the partners are pulling at the oars at the same time.
Well, as did the UPA coalition, did push ahead with many reforms as well, including that big FDI retail piece that was pending for long. But Mukesh, what, in terms of prioritization with the verdict that's come in, what would the expectation be of the next government? We do have that big budget coming up, the full budget that will be presented in July. From a foreign investor's perspective, what are you now going to be watching out for to build on the momentum that we've already seen?
Well, you have to look at it from the foreign investors. They're looking for a sense of stability. They're looking for a sense of transparency. They're looking for a sense of level playing field. And when the new budget comes in, we expect the budget to continue with the reform, managing the deficit, improving in the banking sector, improving on the reform on the labor side, on the agriculture side. So we basically are expecting the reform agenda to progress much more aggressively. You have to understand, we have to create jobs in India, almost 1 million new jobs a month itself. And you can only create by attracting technology and investment from around the world. And that's going to come in because India becomes a much more better place to invest vis-a-vis other geographies such as China. But more importantly, you have to understand the geopolitics also plays a critical role for India. US companies are basically looking at de-risking from China. And I think as India reforms further, India becomes much more attractive. So we do expect from a US company perspective, the reform agenda to continue. And we expect the US company to keep on investing in India in the mid to short term itself.
Richard, I know that you do a lot of work on Indian states as well, and not just the national election. We've had two crucial state elections as well, where we've seen upsets. We've seen an upset in the state of Odisha with the end of an era really there as far as Naveen Patnaik is concerned as Chief Minister, and for the BJD making way for the BJP. And in Andhra Pradesh, it's the return of Chandrababu Naidu, the man who wooed foreign investors in a big way when he was Chief Minister, man who was on the forefront of digitization and adopting the digital revolution. So Richard, how would you see these state wins and these state changes?
With Andhra, we may see more of a whipsaw, right? Because the last time that the TDP ran the state, talking about redeveloping the capital, a lot of aggressive tendering on renewable energy, and a lot of that got shredded and torn up when the YSR Congress won the state. I suspect, that the Naidu government will go back to its wishes to want to try to rebuild this national capital. It's smart reform, sure, but at the same time, investors like stability, and this back and forth that you see is kind of dangerous. Similar in Odisha. I mean, quietly, Odisha undertook one of the most significant reforms, bar any organization in all of India, by reforming and privatizing the entire power grid, something they tried and failed 30 years before. But the Patnaik government had done it again, and actually it's been a raging success. So just kind of hoping that you've got some level of policy stability, which is something that investors certainly want, not just reform, but stability. But the other angle to it that I wanted to touch on, and one of the areas I think the Modi government with this weekend hand is going to have a real problem with, most reform that has to happen in India is actually at the state level. And some of the work the Modi government had done on challenging states to do better, improving the business environment. Well, when you're in a coalition government and you're ranking states' business environment, what happens if Andhra, what happens if Bihar are at the bottom of the list? Some of those pressures that they felt, even when they didn't have a coalition, on actually challenging states to do better, I think those pressures are going to mount. So a lot of the reform work, I think, at the states have to do. The Delhi government's going to have, the central government's going to have less of a hand in pushing that. That's one reason I have to pause in terms of what we might see post-election.
Yes, but to be fair, all states at this point in time are trying to press ahead and draw in investors, both domestic as well as foreign investors, whether it is, the easy availability of land, all kinds of concessions. There is, in fact, almost a competition on between states on who they can woo and who they can bring onto their own shores. Mukesh, how are investors seeing that? As I said, you've got Tamil Nadu battling it out with Gujarat, Gujarat battling it out with Telangana, Telangana battling it out with Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, investors benefit because you're going to probably get a much better deal with this competitive federalism underway.
No, absolutely, Shireen. The states have tasted the blood, and they know that if they want to draw investors, if they want to create jobs, if they want to grow their state economy, they have to compete. And we keep on hosting on a monthly basis more and more of state investment delegation coming to the United States. So I believe from a state perspective, anybody who comes in will have to work to draw investments internationally. And for them to draw investment, they have to compete with other states. That means you got to have a much more aggressive package offer to those investors. You got to have a much more transparent policy making. You have to have a much more reform agenda. So I think it's not just about India competing on a global basis. Now it's states competing on a global basis, and that reform agenda continues. And you'll see a much more aggressive stance as the state government take their position in a global order.
Yes, but the next few days are going to be interesting to say the least. First, we need to close today. We need to call the election, which hasn't happened so far, and then the process of staking claim to form government, and then the process of actual government formation, the Council of Ministers, and so on and so forth. Richard, before I let you go, do you expect an even bigger Council of Ministers?
Yeah, I mean, the Modi government had consolidated, given ministers multiple portfolios. That becomes a lot more challenging when you have to hand out a number of other portfolios to coalition partners. So, I suspect it'll get broken up a little bit. And that's a bit unfortunate because, there's some natural complementarities on bringing together the Ministry of Power and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, for instance. So some of these areas, there were natural complementarities on having a single minister kind of running both. But such is the nature of coalitions. India is not unique that way. Again, we've seen times in coalition governments that's been a relatively successful model. It all depends on how the boss managed to manage a lot of divergent interests and keep them all moving in the same direction.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we will have to see how all of this plays itself out. Richard Rosso, Mukesh Aghi, always a pleasure for today on the big day for Indian democracy and the big day for our markets, for business and investors. Thanks very much for joining us to decode the election result. Well, what you are seeing on your screens is the Congress headquarters where Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Kharge will be addressing the press in just a short while from now. Remember, the Congress at this point in time, the tally at 99, the India Alliance at 233, So within the India Alliance, it's the Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav scripting that massive upset in the state of Uttar Pradesh. 36 for the Samajwadi Party and 29 for the TMC. The TMC again, Mamata Banerjee halting the BJP juggernaut in the state of West Bengal. And of course, you have the Uddhav Sena, which is also part of the India Alliance. You have the Sharat Pawar NCP, which is also part of the India Alliance. So all of those numbers adding up to that 233 mark that you see on your screens. We will listen in to Rahul Gandhi as he speaks. I think that those are visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. Let's just cut back to those visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi coming in to the BJP headquarters. Well, we'll take a break. Don't go anywhere. All the action coming up right after this.
Way to speak out, because as someone was saying in the previous panel, we women, most of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Probably we are the ones who actually do the best but question ourselves so much and our abilities. So I would say don't shy away to speak out and don't shy away to ask for help any given time.
All right, go ahead.
I think just listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, I wish 9 years back we had some mentorship. We were aware about networking sessions. Sometimes, being in a smaller city, yes, you get some pros for the same, but there are some cons where you do miss out on these networking sessions. So I think looking up for a role model is very important, and definitely trying to network with more like-minded entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay, Kavita.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is don't take anything personally, right? The second one is to always
That's
stand...
hard to do, but yes,
no,
very
don't
important.
take. Even the procurement guy is telling you that you are overpriced. It's not you are not overpriced. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for the product, right? So that's one. Second is always stand in your competence. As women, we always focus on things that we don't have. Stand in your competence. And the third one, which is an extension of the second, is always operate from a position of abundance, because you're enough, right? You don't have
All right.
to. Wow,
So
a really good one.
That was wonderful. You're enough.
What's one piece of advice that's... Honestly, I think the era of building businesses just for profit is over. I think that we are living in a world that has a lot of social and environmental issues going on, and I think we have to build businesses with a soul and a conscience, and we have to build businesses for good. So I think thinking about environmental, social, and economic kind of goals that are all congruent to one another is the future of doing business.
They are your final words.
This is not just to all women founders, but all you women out there. Give yourselves the crown, right? Don't wait for someone else to put the crown on your head. Give yourselves the crown, feel good, and have fun.
So currently we're at 65% occupancy, and our focus this year is on increasing volumes, and that will get reflected in occupancy. While we're at 65%, we're looking at 68 to 70%. Having said that, our asset utilization has actually moved up because we've reduced our loss. So to give you an example, our hospitals, some of the metro hospitals which are at 80% occupancy have an R loss of 4. So when we've been decreasing the R loss, not only has the RPOB gone up, but it has also given us headroom to, to offer more beds.
आपको संबोधित करेंगे। उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों ये इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi जी, राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूँगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया। इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया। और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा, हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है। प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। यह जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए। मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, सबसे कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, एक मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खड़गे साहब ये आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए।
हाँ, जयराम जी, राहुल जी, खड़गे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर 2 राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में, हाँ
नहीं, 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के आप और पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है। कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा ने
नहीं, देखिए ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया,
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है। शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को यह बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पीए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूँ न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं,
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी की जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं, आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल, और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया, हो गया।
सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
The Indian markets have not just grown, they've broken several records in the last 25 years.
India's contribution to incremental global GDP was as low as 0.2% 25 years ago.
Over the last 25 years, CNBC TV18 has closely followed the remarkable ascent of India's pharmaceutical sector.
There was a time 25 years back that it was all about the FIIs. If FIIs would buy, markets would rally. If FIIs would sell, market would fall.
Earlier, we were net importers of steel.
From IT services to SaaS, from consumer electronics to space tech, from mere programming to AI ML.
Cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles have significantly become much more expensive than they were 2 decades ago.
Discounting is high there, but their focus is squarely on the 125cc segment.
Now it is contributing 16% of incremental global GDP.
Now we are looking at exporting the steel that's made here in India.
Welcome to the first ever India Business Leader Awards.
cars, two-wheelers and vehicles generally being manufactured today are much lower on emissions and much higher on safety.
India's technology industry has been at the forefront of cutting-edge innovation over the last 25 years.
It's the retail which is the driving force for the market right now.
Clearly, we have arrived on the global economic stage.
Sensex and Nifty hit a record high.
The Nifty rallying to a record high.
We invite you to join us as we persist in leading coverage of the pharmaceutical and healthcare domain, documenting India's expanding expertise in medicines.
25 years of excellence and unparalleled growth.
CNBC TV18, embarking on a quarter century of excellence.
Well, it is the big day. The election results have come in. Of course, we still have to wait for the Election Commission to call the election. It's 292 for the NDA, 241 for the BJP, India 233.99 for the Congress. It is very clear that the BJP on its own will not get to that magic mark of 272. The NDA, the BJP and its allies will be able to stake claim to form government. That is the expectation as of now. Of course, conversations and talks on with allies, with partners like the TDP and JDU. Well, what is this going to mean for India? What is this going to mean for India's economic reforms? Joining us now is Christopher Clary, Associate Professor at the Rockefeller College. Mr. Clary, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV18. It has been an unexpected verdict, to say the least. If you go by what the BJP was projecting or what the exit polls were saying over the weekend, a very different story playing out for the BJP and for the NDA. An upset for the BJP not being able to get to that halfway mark on its own. The NDA, of course, closer to that 300 number. And it is a reversal and a reclamation of sorts for the Congress party. Of course, a long distance still to go. But what do you make of the election verdict?
You know, most of us that are observing the results are stuck with a bit of whiplash after the exit polls suggested Modi might be in reach of his 400-seat goal. Instead, he'll need his coalition partners, it appears, to cobble together a majority in the People's House. That's a big change. But outside observers have become increasingly comfortable with an India that has coalition politics. India has shown for the last several decades that it is able to thrive in coalition, and the BJP has some experience. It's a little perhaps rusty on how to manage a coalition under these circumstances, but it will remember it soon enough. So I think this will not be a major change in how outsiders view India, though I think Modi, in projecting such ambitious hopes, may have misplayed the expectations game.
Well, you know, that was nicely put, a little rusty when it comes to dealing with coalitions, because it really hasn't been a coalition for the last 10 years. It's been very centralized power, and it's been the Modi government. It has been about the Prime Minister on the ballot box and the Prime Minister making that a very presidential form of election as well. Mr. Clary, just hang in there for a second. We have Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, speaking. Remember, the TMC, Mamata Banerjee's party, has managed to halt the BJP in juggernaut. All the exit polls predicted that the BJP would make significant inroads, but the TMC has ensured that the bastion remains intact. Let's just listen into Mamata Banerjee before we come back.
अब देखिए जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा काम किया है, अयोध्या में हरा है। मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हरा था, मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था, अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहंबाद किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है। हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं। हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত करे दाও হে তোমার চরণ দুলার তলে, সকল অহংকার হে আমার ডুবাও চোখের জলে। আমাদের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নেই, সবটাই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব। আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি। 2.5 মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না। যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে, বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত, একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একবার লোকসভা, একবার विधानसभा, একবার बाई इलेक्शन, तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है। तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है, 147 एमपी को एक्सपेल करके, वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता। आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो न पता नहीं है। जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है। हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हारा गया है रुपया देके, मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूंगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा। जो जगह में हम जीता।
Well, that is the indomitable Mamata Banerjee, their Chief Minister of West Bengal, halting the BJP's inroads in the state, the TMC holding on to its seats there. Mr. Clary, coming back to you, a coalition led by the BJP, which at this point in time seems to have about 240 seats, so will be the single largest party. Nevertheless, what's the expectation, in terms of a reprioritization perhaps of the reforms that have been undertaken so far?
My expectation is that ambitions have been quite narrowed in the last 24 hours. All eyes turn to state assembly elections in Maharashtra later this year. I think the BJP will be intensely concerned to find a way to reverse the setbacks it's faced in the Lok Sabha election so far. Coalitions constrain what governments can do. Sometimes the markets like that because governments can be predatory when they are unconstrained, and the markets like those checks and balances for the center. But I do think we will have a very narrowed economic reform agenda. The possibility of amendments to the Constitution, as the Chief Minister of West Bengal was just saying, are out of reach now for this coalition. This will be a smaller stakes game that's being played as the BJP tries to figure out a way to reverse the setbacks from tonight and looks forward to important state assembly elections over the next year.
Yes, important state assembly elections are coming up, and you're right in pointing out that Maharashtra, where you actually saw two parties being split, the Shiv Sena being split and the NCP being split, and that hasn't worked in favor of the NDA. In fact, it's worked against them, at least as far as this election is concerned. So that is going to be a point of concern. But Christopher Clary, the other unexpected reversal for the BJP, and this is nobody was expecting anything like this, is the state of Uttar Pradesh and what has happened there with the resurgence of the India Alliance, particularly the Samajwadi Party. What do you make of what has happened in UP?
The Prime Minister is very popular, but ultimately he's one man. There's 543 constituencies, and UP, I think, shows that. And sometimes there's very local concerns, but also UP, I think, reflects troubles that afflict lots of constituencies across India. Unemployment, especially for the youth, is a serious concern in UP. Inflation, which is a problem globally, not just in India, is a serious concern in UP. And then the local coalition politics, I think, which sometimes have been favorable to the BJP in prior elections, went against the BJP this time. And those combination of, I think, economic headwinds that were felt more acutely in UP than some other places, combined with the vagaries of putting together constituency by constituency coalitions, those shifted in a way that was unfavorable in the BJP, it seems, in the last night of results.
Yeah, that's right. So, Christopher, in terms of the big takeaways from the election result, we've also got two assembly elections that we've seen the incumbents being dislodged. In Orissa, Naveen Patnaik's reign ending, the Biju Janata Dal making way for the BJP, and in Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu making a comeback and Jagan Reddy out. What do you make of those two states and the way that they have voted?
There's the delinking of the assembly elections, the Lok Sabha elections, mean that there's always this stream of assembly results, some of them that do end up coinciding with the national elections. And that mosaic means that even in a night where there are some setbacks for the NDA, for the BJP in particular, there are also some positive signs that they can grab onto of future green shoots that might grow into larger plants later on. I think we are in a situation where there's not overwhelming BJP dominance, and that's going to make these state assembly results more at the front of the mind of political professionals in Delhi in the coming months. And when I was in government previously, before I became an academic, there was a sense that sometimes India would have to wait for those state assembly results before it could make big choices. And I think we will again see the caution induced by a nearly permanent campaigning mode for India that is likely to set in for the next year. So I think these results, we saw the India Alliance leaders viewing them as a clear rebuke of the BJP, but I think instead we're in kind of muddied waters, and we're going to get some small ball politics for a bit as a consequence.
Yes, I would imagine that would be the case. You do have aspirational leaders, and there is space now for them to be able to exert their aspirations at this point in time with the BJP tally below not just 272 but below 250 as well. So it does give more leverage to the allies, to partners. But Christopher Clary, you were talking about a narrowing down of the ambitions as far as reforms were concerned. One of the big ones that the Modi government had promised was one nation, one election. With the electoral result that we're seeing today, do you think that that's now a thing of the past, at least for now?
Yes, I suspect that is a thing of the past, that we that was always going to be an ambitious reach, and there's certainly a logic to it. We just exited a very difficult and grueling 40+ day election. It is perhaps a little unhealthy to have elections so frequently that it makes it hard to have periods of governance in between. So the wisdom of the reform makes some sense. But in this climate, I think being able to link the assembly and national elections is going to be very challenging. That was already going to be a pretty daunting task, which is why they became delinked in the first place. I think the results will also lead people, as you were indicating, to think about what comes next. The prime minister is healthy, but he's in his 70s, and by the end of this term in office, he will be in his late 70s. And I think a lot of attention will now go to considering who will be the next BJP leader after him.
Yes, all of those questions will require answers. I suspect we're going to have to wait to first see what happens as far as government formation is concerned before we talk about succession planning within the BJP. But before I let you go, Mr. Clary, a quick word on the Congress party, of course, improving its tally significantly over 2019, almost at the 100 mark, but nowhere close to, what the Congress was and what its relevance was historically. But with this performance and with Rahul Gandhi having steered the Congress to this performance in many ways, how do you see that?
these are early days. I think we'll have to see seat by seat to try to figure out what happened here. It appears that the BJP vote share, according to the initial results, stayed very similar to the 2019 numbers. What's happened is we've had a increasing strike rate for Congress in India, and so the BJP gained vote share modestly in parts of the country that it didn't win, and then it lost vote share in some of its core areas and faced crucial setbacks as a consequence. So this doesn't seem to have been a dramatic change in the relationship of the Indian voter to the BJP, but we have seen a successful strategy, or perhaps just a happy accident from India's perspective, that they've been able to convert votes into seats at a rate that is more meaningful than they were able to in 2019 when they suffered such a historic defeat.
Yes, early days, of course, this election result will have to be digested not just by the ruling party, but of course by the opposition as well. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge saying that they cannot reveal much, but indicating that talks are on at this point in time with potential new allies. So it's game in play at this point in time. Though the BJP and the NDA do have the clear edge. Krista Kiplari, many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV18. Appreciate your time. We are going to take a break here, but we've got plenty more coming up for you on the election exchange. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a moment.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Grow on the go with CNBC TV18. Now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
CNBC TV18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros, and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhan.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV18 weeknights at 7 p.m.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out as an unknown and ending up as unforgettable. It takes more than 2 decades of celebrating the most influential and influencing the most celebrated entrepreneurs. From chronicling the stories of India's startup universe to becoming a success story in itself, as India's longest-running show on startups and entrepreneurship, celebrating 21 action-packed years of building India's biggest startup community. Young Turks at 21. Only on CNBC TV18 and CNBCTV18.com.
Going forward, next 5 years, when we look at, if the economic growth continues to be in high single digit in real terms, call it 6 to 8%, and nominal GDP is in low double digits, profit cycle is on the up move, you should have base case low double digit, call it 11-12% kind of earnings growth. And if the profit cycle gains further momentum, we can approach mid-teens.
मैं अपनी यूपी की जनता को ये कहना चाहूंगी कि उन्होंने बहुत ही विवेक दिखाया और मुझे सबसे ज्यादा गर्व
अपने यूपी पे है।
Well, that is the big story of election 2024, the reversal of fortunes for the BJP in that crucial battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. No one expected the result to go as it has in UP, and that has cost the BJP the expectation. And if you looked at the polls, every poll seemed to suggest that it would be close to a clean sweep, if not an entire clean sweep for the BJP. But it has been the India Alliance that has pulled off a stunning reversal, a stunning upset in UP. Samajwadi Party has managed to do the unthinkable. So at this point in time, you know, the big headlines for the viewers who are just tuning in, just to recap what we have seen, no party has emerged with a majority. The BJP is short of the 272 mark at 240. It is under the 250 number as well. The NDA treading between 290 and 295 at this point in time. So it does have a majority, the BJP and its allies. The Congress Party at about 100 at this point in time, and the India Alliance at 235. The two state elections, the comeback of Chandrababu Naidu emerging as a key kingmaker in elections 2024, that is going to be a key man to watch. Nitish Kumar, the other one, and already you're starting to see JDU MLAs talk about the possibility of Nitish Kumar getting a seat in Delhi. What will that be is the big question at this point in time. And of course, a change in the state of Odisha. It's the end of an era for Naveen Patnaik. And remember, the BJD has always been an ally of the BJP and the NDA. And today we're seeing the BJP dislodge Naveen Patnaik's BJD in the state assembly elections in Orissa, and Chandrababu Naidu replacing Jagan Mohan Reddy in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee has held on to her tough battle in West Bengal. The BJP juggernaut being stopped there, holding on to her bastion there in West Bengal. And that has changed the picture, the overall picture, the national picture for the BJP, because the expectations were that they would make inroads, they would gain ground in states like West Bengal. Maharashtra also not going as per script. This was going to be a tough one to start with the splitting of the Shiv Sena, the splitting of the NCP. It became a four-way fight between the Congress and its allies and the BJP. And of course, at this point in time, it is the India Alliance that has the advantage, that has the edge. Uddhav Thackeray reclaiming the Shiv Sena, Bal Sahib Thackeray legacy. Mumbai, the 4 seats that they contested, all 4 going in favor of the UBT at this point in time. So what does this election result mean for our politics? What does it mean for our economics? What does it mean for our fiscal trajectory? Joining us now is Rathin Roy, visiting senior fellow at Overseas Development Institute, and Brad Staples, the CEO of APCO Worldwide. Gentlemen, appreciate you joining us here on the program. Rathin, you know, we were chatting yesterday and you said, look, let's wait for the details, and we are still unraveling many of the details at this point in time. The fine print and the post-mortem is underway. But the headline numbers, Rathin, what do you make of the result?
Well, one, let me just say on a personal note, I'm absolutely delighted that the city I come from, which is Bombay, has voted to end bigotry in Maharashtra. It's quite remarkable. It's not happened since 2004 that 6 out of 7 seats in Bombay have gone to the India Alliance. And that sends a very strong signal, which I think is resonating across the country, that the attempt to gloss over the serious domestic economic difficulties India is in, headlined, in my view, by growth happening because of the excess profits made by a few Gujarati oligarchs. That is not acceptable now in rural North India and UP. It's not acceptable now in West Bengal. And in Maharashtra, I've seen that with my own eyes. Young people are fed up. They're fed up of large promises. They're fed up of charity. They're fed up of being labharthis, that is, you know, beneficiaries. They want to be participants in the growth process. So in my view, this is a verdict that is a warning to both sides, saying that the country, especially the young in the country, are no longer prepared to, accept exclusive, narrow, broad-based corporate sector profits growth at the expense of wages. And they want to see a more inclusive growth across the country. They want to participate in the great Indian dream of an aspirational transformation and not just be charitable recipients of India's prosperity. That, for me, is the major message.
You know, and I just want to build on that, Ratin, because, you know, it's still the BJP and the NDA in the lead. And, you know, the Prime Minister in his blog yesterday reiterating what his dream for India is and so on and so forth. When you talk about this great Indian dream and in the context of the fact that after 10 years, you now have a BJP-led real coalition government where you will have to make space and accommodate allies and coalition partners as opposed to the centralized way of the Modi government and the Prime Minister being the currency and the calling card for everything. How do you see a reshaping or a reimagination of this great Indian dream that you speak of in the context of the political verdict?
Well, there are two dimensions to that. The most immediate one is the fact that both these states have aligned with the BJP, other than the fact that, you know, they were being harassed by the police and that sort of thing, which has become a commonplace in our country. For one thing, for one word for your listeners, and that word is package. Andhra Pradesh has for a long time been demanding a special package, which I actually helped design in 2014 when the state was reorganized. And Nitish Kumar has been demanding a special package for Bihar. So the first thing that's going to happen here is a lot of pressure on the FISC to deliver packages to these two states with the concomitant political resistance that you will get from other states who might equally feel they deserve a package, or they can see that this package will come at their expense. So I think that's going to be the first and most immediate thing happening. I think that there is, in economic terms, the support of the TDP and of the JDU comes with a rather large price ticket. In the case of the TDP, I'd argue that the package they would aspire to would be 5-6 lakh crores, yeah? And that's a lot of money. It's going to have to come from somewhere. And if you give that to the TDP, given Bihar's size, you'll have to give that to Bihar as well. And this could set off a cascade, a very different cascade of fiscal demands, which I think the government will struggle to meet with. That is one. The second and most subtle thing is this, that when you don't have a majority, you have to learn, like Mr. Gadkari did, Mr. Parikar did at times long past, to do business with people who may sit at the same table as you, but may not share your views or acknowledge your superiority. You'll have to try and work with different stakeholders as peers. I think the BJP has lost that art as it has become a highly centralized, highly personalized party. And they will have to now try and reach out if they're really serious about dreams and do that. The third thing that has happened, which I'm very encouraged by, particularly because my state, Maharashtra, has voted emphatically against the BJP. Manufacturing state Tamil Nadu has voted against the BJP. India's biggest state, UP, has voted against the BJP. And in Karnataka, the BJP has not done as well as it boasted. So these are 4 economic powerhouses. And then you have underperforming states like Bengal, which have also voted against the BJP. Sure, you have Orissa, who has voted for the BJP. Telangana, who has voted for the BJP. But these are relatively small states. So what's going to happen now, I think, also, given that these large states have said this, is the option of ignoring the economy or lying about it and not delivering real participatory and inclusive growth. Not just charity, not just feeding 800 million people or throwing a few gas cylinders at people. Real inclusive growth, which is all about finding good quality jobs and finding opportunities for the large number of unemployed young people that exist in all these geographies. If that challenge is not addressed, I think the message I'm getting from everybody is that bigotry is not going to be enough anymore. It is neither going to be necessary nor sufficient, and it is going to be punished. So I think now this government will have to up its performance in the economy and deliver on the economy, for which it will have to reach out to a broader range of stakeholders than just 2 businessmen from Gujarat, and we shall see how that goes. On a side note there, I was talking to people today in Hyderabad, and they were saying that this could mark the return of the South Indian industrialist. You know, they have lost a lot of business since the 2 A's have become so prominent under this government, and that's not going to be acceptable anymore. The South will want to have its fair share in participating in growth, and they will want to have a greater voice in the design of economic policy, and I think that's a very good thing.
Well, those will be the implications. And, you know, important point that Ratin Roy was making there on the special packages, because we've already seen Jairam Ramesh tweeting saying, look, the Congress and the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised a special package for the state of Andhra Pradesh, and the India Alliance will do that. All of this, of course, with the with the opportunity of trying to woo Chandrababu Naidu at this point in time. But let's see how that goes. Nitish Kumar, I would imagine, would do the same. But Brad Staples, many thanks for joining us. How are foreign investors going to read this election verdict and what it means as far as future investments into India?
Well, one thing I would say, in a year of many elections, this election is of truly geopolitical significance, and I think second only to the US, perhaps, in terms of global economic significance and importance. What we're seeing happen in India is truly testament to a vibrant and thriving democracy, a real indication of democracy in action. I think there are also, the result points to several things which are crucial to investors. They look for stability, it counts. They'll want to see this new coalition government form a strong and sustainable leadership. India has a strong tradition of coalitions working in the past, and I think for those who will take an adjusted approach by the BJP and its leadership, there is a strong tradition of coalition governments. For investors, many investors know that states count in India as much as politics at a national level, providing incentives at a state level or implementing labor laws and in other areas. So that's another constant, irrespective of the outcome of the national election. I think there's also many policy areas that count to business and investors that may remain stable and consistent in the areas of climate change and sustainability. India has defined its path. Also in terms of trade policy and security, like-minded nations and US and other investors in the country see India as a crucial part of securing their futures, particularly given the realignment with China. And India has become the trusted partner for Western investors to counter China's influence, etc.
No, you're absolutely right. And that picture doesn't change. The fact that the world wants India to be part of the global supply chain in order to de-risk from China, that story doesn't change. And we're already starting to see that take shape. But and the other point that you made about states, that's a valid one as well. And, you are seeing state government after state government going all out to woo foreign investors and domestic investors. Rathin was talking about Tamil Nadu. I mean, there's a battle on between Tamil Nadu and the state of Gujarat to try and bring the semiconductor makers into their own states, offering them, as sweet a deal as possible. So I think this competitive federalism is playing out, and it benefits investors, it benefits foreign direct investors as well. But what would the expectation, the near-term expectation be? We do have that big event coming up with the budget in July. What would the near-term expectation be of this coalition as and when it is in office?
I think the expectation is going to be that the coalition will define a clear and certain path. That's what investors will be looking for. I think Narendra Modi will, let's not forget, Narendra Modi, if he's forming this next coalition government, will find himself very soon amongst G7 partners in Italy. And when you think about those that he will be with, setting the stage for India in a new government, he'll be alongside Macron and Scholz and other leaders for whom and Sunak for whom the future is much less certain. India's path with a new coalition government may look a little uncertain today, but in the context of global affairs and the elections that are taking place and politics on the global stage, India remains one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. It has a magnetic draw for investors, and the place that it's playing too in setting out a vision and an ambition for emerging economies across the globe is one that leading partner countries, like-minded nations, want to get behind, because there's a desire to see a new voice representing, or a strong voice representing, the interests of emerging economies around the world.
You're absolutely right. The Prime Minister is expected to be part of that G7 meeting on the 13th of June. So I would imagine that they will try and speed up government formation ahead of that as well. But, you know, elections across the world, you've seen that surprise verdict in South Africa. You've seen the surprise in Mexico. So, and, you know, you were talking about Sunak and, of course, that early election that's been called there. It is all happening at this point in time. But Ratan, you know, coming back to you now, and as far as the pressure on the fisc is concerned, you know, so far the government has sort of followed largely a prudent path on the fisc, in spite of COVID and so on and so forth. But you know, with coalition partners being accommodated, and if in fact they do need to dole out these special packages, etc., what would the expectation be as far as the fisc is concerned?
The fisc will undoubtedly be, the fisc will undoubtedly be under some pressure. It's a matter of political skill. There is no question that either side, probably Mr. Modi, has very little choice but to agree the terms and conditions under which a special package will be granted, and that package, as I said, will be fairly large. We're talking 3 to 4% of GDP for both the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. That being said, there are ways to do this across time. And the political skill will lie in making a choice, which I don't think this administration has been very good at doing. This administration has been very good at lying to state governments. They will have to stop doing that now, because they are sort of held by the short and curtains by these two state governments, Bihar and Andhra, which coincidentally are the two that demand the special package for historic reasons most stridently. And they will have to therefore negotiate something that is credible if it is going to be multi-year. If they're not able to do that, and it becomes a big bang in year 1 or year 2 of this government, then we will have some fiscal stress. But again, I mean, that can always be managed. 3 to 4% of GDP, there's enough elbow room in India to be able to manage that. But if I may, let me sort of take that to assure foreign investors and others that this election points to 3 very good things. One, what I said, we have learned how to manage fiscal stress, and our external debt is very low. So you're not going to see a typical emerging economy, Turkey, stroke Brazil, stroke Argentina, stroke Indonesia situation in India. India will have to make tough fiscal choices because the amount we can borrow domestically is limited. And anytime you have to spend more and you have to borrow more domestically, that has domestic ramifications. But that's our internal problem. It does not spin across our borders. So that is one. I want to reassure people that, of course, this will raise a demand for specific packages and raise temporary fiscal stress. But as an economist, as a public economist, I can assure the international community it's fully manageable. So when Mr. Modi goes to G7, I think which is also being held by a leader that's rather remarkably right-wing and populist, right, to put it politely, Prime Minister or President Meloni in Italy, he will find himself amongst people who are going to assess him very carefully. President Biden has probably formed a judgment of him by now. I think the French presidency will be taking a rain check. And I think he will have to be able to look at Mr. Starmer in the eye and articulate most clearly, and not in this sort of rather aggressive fashion, why the repeated overtures the UK has made on the free trade agreement, why there has not been progress on that, and try and close that fast. At the same time, he will have to pay far more close attention to the one weak spot that he has brought to India's international reputation, which is decline in freedoms, increase in bigotry, and all the things that the international community has noticed, and that his government has, or the past government, has frankly been very shrill and defensive about. They'll have to find a more sophisticated way of doing things. But I think the international community should be reassured that the opposition has come with the full blessing and mandate of the advanced economic states. It has also come with the hopes and aspirations of India's second poorest state and a state that has denationalized like West Bengal. That's a great package for a very competent opposition to make a value proposition to the Indian public that would necessarily involve a coherent, macroeconomically stable, and inclusive value proposition that international investors can get into and take advantage of. So I think the message they should get is that crony capitalism is now going to be limited. Bigotry is going to go down. So India, in fact, as a result of this election, is a far better place to do business than it was last week.
All right. The foreign investors, of course, FIIs particularly, will be looking at the Indian markets closely, which have seen a very, very volatile session today on the back of the fact that they went up, rocketed on the back of the exit polls. And today, when the actual verdict emerged, the market sold off quite sharply. So we will see that recalibration and resetting for the stock markets as well, digesting the electoral verdict over the next few days. But Brad Staples, Ratin Roy, always a pleasure. Many thanks for joining us here on CNBC TV18. Appreciate your time. We are going to take a break here, but don't go anywhere. The news will continue on Election Exchange. It's a big day for India. We're back in a moment.
Earnings can double over the next 5 years, and markets, if it remains where it is in terms of multiples, which while higher than most of the world, it is not unusual, it is not uncharacteristic of what India has been historically. And so we can see a market again, approaching a double over the next 5 years.
What we're seeing is typically, there is a lot of, just like in urban India, there is a lot of stigma as well as, say, lack of awareness. There's also a lot of belief in religious practices and faith healers. So we have to go into the system, be extremely patient in our approach, which is why I keep harping on 5 to 7 year period, right? So this is something that takes time. At the end of the day, social change and behavior cannot be achieved overnight. So this is what we're doing, and this past year alone, we've been running this program since 2016, and this past year alone, we've actually impacted about 13,000 people across 6 states. We've trained about 4,000 healthline workers, and about 20 to 25,000 caregivers have been provided psych.
देखिए, मैं डे 1 से कहता आया हूँ कि अधीर जी का मैं सम्मान करता हूँ, रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। सीनियर लीडर है और वो हमेशा सीनियर लीडर ही रहेंगे। ठीक है, वो हारे, लेकिन मेरे लिए उनके लिए जो सम्मान है वो मैं हमेशा उनका सम्मान बना रहेगा और मैं उनको हमेशा रिस्पेक्ट करता रहूँगा और मैं उनको बेस्ट विशेस कहता हूँ कि आगे जो भी फ्यूचर में वो काम करेंगे उसके लिए।
मैं आभारी हूँ हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र की जनता का, जिन्होंने 5वीं बार रिकॉर्ड मतों से फिर विजयी कराया है। मेरे अगले 5 वर्ष भी समर्पित होंगे हिमाचल हमीरपुर संसदीय क्षेत्र के लिए, गरीब कल्याण के लिए, यहाँ के विकास के लिए। और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत आभार, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी का, रक्षा मंत्री जी का, माननीय नितिन जी का, सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद। जो पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने अपना आशीर्वाद मुझ पर दिया है और आगे भी देंगे, इसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं।
जहां तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी।
मोदी जी देश के विकास के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, विकास का एजेंडा लेकर ये चुनाव लड़ रहे थे, लेकिन ये मोदी द्वेष जो है, उनके बारे में जो है, मोदी को हराना है, इनको तड़ीपार करना है, ऐसे जो सोचते थे, ऐसा जो जिनका सपना था, इस देश की जनता ने विकास को वोट किया है, डेवलपमेंट को वोट किया है, और जिन्होंने कहा था मोदी जी को तड़ीपार करो, उनको सत्ता से दूर रखकर इस देश की जनता ने तड़ीपार कर दिया है।
Our entire party, cadre, our leaders, all of them, they have worked tirelessly, and under the people have also endorsed the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And as far as your next question is concerned, BJP as a whole, we are expecting more, but number of seats have come down. But NDA, we have got clear majority.
Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the Super Over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Panyan Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end.
There has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past three are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you? And how do you see that campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened. And I hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents and at the same time to take them on the issues. And that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
Counseling, etc.
I think, like you said, and like many of us have said, the conversation about inclusion has to now go beyond policy, because it's no longer just about policy, it is about culture. It's all too well, I think most organizations of today, and especially those that want to be organizations of the future, will have policies in place. But have they translated into culture? So it's all too well that you're giving women maternity leave and they're going away for 6 months. But are you welcoming them back with challenging roles when they come back?
Yeah.
You know, it's great to have flexi work hours. But to those who avail those flexi work hours, are you offering your high value, high learning projects?
Yeah, or do they get left behind?
Do they get left behind? So I think the lens with which we view and implement our policies have to change. Is the lens that we want to bring in and retain female workers? Because if that is, then that's no longer enough. Because we're not here to stay. We've quoted enough Maya Angelou on this table. We're here to rise.
Yeah.
What lesson have you learned that you wish you knew when you were starting your business, your career, and perhaps would like to advise to women entrepreneurs today?
I think, it would be don't shy away to ask for help. Don't shy away to speak out, because, as someone was saying in the previous panel, we women, most of us suffer from imposter syndrome. Like, probably we are the ones who actually, do the best, but question ourselves so much and our abilities. So I would say, don't shy away to speak out and don't shy away to ask for help any given time.
All right. Go ahead.
I think just listening to the conversation, I'm thinking, I wish 9 years back we had some mentorship. We were aware about networking sessions. Sometimes, being in a smaller city, yes, you get some pros for the same, but there are some cons where you do miss out on these networking sessions. So I think looking up for a role model is very important, and definitely trying to network with more like-minded entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay, Kavita.
Okay, 3 things. The first one is don't take anything personally, right? The second one is to always
That's
stand...
hard to do, but yes,
No,
very
don't
important.
take. Even the procurement guy is telling you that you are overpriced. It's not you are not overpriced. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for the product, right? So that's one. Second is always stand in your competence. As women, we always focus on things that we don't have. Stand in your competence. And the third one, which is an extension of the second, is always operate from a position of abundance, because you're enough, right? You don't have
All right.
to. Wow,
It's
a really good one.
That was wonderful. You're enough.
What's one piece of advice that's... Honestly, I think the era of building businesses just for profit is over. I think that we are living in a world that has a lot of social and environmental issues going on, and I think we have to build businesses with a soul and a conscience, and we have to build businesses for good. So I think thinking about environmental, social, and economic kind of goals that are all congruent to one another is the future of doing business.
They are your final words.
This is not just to all women founders, but all you women out there. Give yourselves the crown, right? Don't wait for someone else to put the crown on your head. Give yourselves the crown, feel good, and have fun.
So currently we're at 65% occupancy, and our focus this year is on increasing volumes, and that will get reflected in occupancy. While we're at 65%, we're looking at 68 to 70% Having said that, our asset utilization has actually moved up because we've reduced our loss. So to give you an example, our hospitals, some of the metro hospitals which are at 80% occupancy have an loss of 4. So when we've been decreasing the loss, not only has the ARPOB gone up, but it has also given us headroom to, to offer more beds.
The Indian markets have not just grown, they've broken several records in the last 25 years.
India's contribution to incremental global GDP was as low as 0.2% 25 years ago.
Over the last 25 years, CNBCTV18 has closely followed the remarkable ascent of India's pharmaceutical sector.
There was a time 25 years back that it was all about the FIIs. If FIIs would buy, markets would rally.
Hello and welcome to our special election broadcast. I'm Shireen Bhan. The Indian voter has spoken. The headlines that we are tracking for you this evening. The NDA is set to retain power with a third consecutive victory, but the BJP falls short of a majority. Allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu likely to play kingmakers. The opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters eat humble pies. The India bloc is set to win over 230 seats. The Congress nearly touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Stock markets plunge as the BJP falls short of a majority. The Sensex and the Nifty down over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. A big jolt for the BJP in UP. Opposition set to win more than 40 out of the 80 seats. Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party emerges as the single largest. Smriti Irani loses Amethi. Rahul Gandhi wins Raebareli by nearly 4 lakh votes. Chandrababu Naidu storms back to power in Andhra Pradesh. Jagan Reddy gets dislodged as chief minister and the YSRCP barely manages a double-digit score. It's the end of an era in Odisha. Naveen Patnaik bows out after failing to win a 7th consecutive term. The BJP is set to form the next government in the state. Mamata Banerjee halts the saffron surge in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress is set to win 30 seats. BJP reduced to just 11. The opposition alliance gains over 75 seats across rural India. The NDA loses over 40 seats. India bloc gains over 20 seats in semi-urban areas. The NDA leads in urban India even after losing about 5 seats.
लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी।
It is a super Tuesday that no exit poll had predicted. The BJP-led NDA has crossed the halfway mark. It's done so comfortably, but the BJP has fallen short of that magic 272 number. Remember, No one expected the electoral result to turn this way. The BJP, which had won 303 seats in 2019, is currently leading in 240 seats. That's 60 short from the last time. The big headline is that the opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters have eaten humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. The Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Parikshit Luthra joining us from the Magic Wall. You've seen a lot of opinion, you've seen a lot of commentary coming in, but let's just recap the numbers for you, because all of this will be developing over the next few days as conversations happen, overtures are made, talks take place. So all of that will continue to happen in the background. But how did we get to this pass when every exit poll predicted a clear win, not just for the NDA, but a clear majority for the BJP itself? The big upset, the big story, the number one headline of election 2024 has come in from that crucial battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. That has changed the picture, and it has changed the picture dramatically. Now, if you look at the All India Lok Sabha picture for us, Parikshit, let's get the numbers now, and let's start with the All India picture before we go into the crucial battleground states and the impact that they've had on the national picture.
Right. There are lots of headlines from the national picture, Shireen. One, it is the day of regional parties, and the regional parties have stalled the growth of the NDA. Then, it's not a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress has resurfaced, revived itself in several key constituencies. Also, issues like the Ram Temple have had little impact on a national level basis. In Ayodhya, which comes under Faizabad constituency, it is a Samajwadi Party candidate who has won. So clearly, a lot of things went wrong for the BJP. And let's just break this down for our viewers. Look at the numbers. The BJP not getting a majority mark on its own with the NDA, it is 290. And this number, we have been at our magic wall since morning. We've not seen these numbers really changing since afternoon. The Congress at 99, they had 152 last time. But it is really the day of the regional parties. 37, just imagine, 37 for the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. That is a big jump. Trinamool Congress winning 30. That is a big jump from last time when they had won about 22 seats. The DMK, 22. The DMK, the Congress Alliance, have literally swept the whole of Tamil Nadu. No seats for the NDA. And TDP and JDU. Yes, TDP and JDU will be joining the NDA meeting tomorrow. But they are kingmakers. Who had thought that in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, regional parties could be kingmakers? And these parties, the opposition, are saying, are only a phone call away from all alliances. The game is not over. The field is still open, and we will reach out to the BJP allies to form the government. So the game is open. Let's look at the nationwide picture. In Kerala, the gain coming from Thrissur, the BJP was able to open its account, but they could not win the constituency of Thiruvananthapuram. Shashi Tharoor managed to win there. He was trailing during the day, but he managed to gain in the end and win this seat. Thrissur has been won by Suresh Gopi of the BJP by over 70,000 votes. But overall in Kerala, it was advantage UDF, the Congress-led UDF, which won 18 out of 20 seats. Let's also look at the other upsets for the BJP. When it comes to Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh was a big victory, so to say. They've swept the entire state, also winning the constituency of Chhindwara, which was the constituency of Nakul Nath, Kamal Nath's son. So overall, if we also look at the All India numbers and how the BJP performed in constituencies where the voter turnout was less. This year, this was a problem, and there were at least 108 constituencies where the voter turnout was low. And it has been advantage India Alliance. Look at this. It is the India Alliance which has gained 56 seats over here, a gain of 20. So more seats for the India Alliance. The BJP RSS voter has not turned out to vote. Even if you look at a national level picture, Shireen. Let me just get you a national level picture now. Rural seats. Even in rural seats, the India Alliance has done better. The NDA won 183, but they've lost their share of rural seats. 45 down compared to last time. So clearly, it has been an advantage India Alliance all over. It's not a matter of one state or two, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it West Bengal, be it Telangana, be it the South Zone, be it Rajasthan. They have gained across the country.
Well, that is right. And as part of the post-mortem that is going to happen with this verdict that's come in, why has the rural vote share dropped for the BJP? That is going to be something that one will have to address. Remember, there has been what we have seen is that the luxury end of all categories of consumption skyrocketing, but the pain has been felt in the rural parts, and you've seen that impacting whether it was two-wheeler sales, FMCG volume growth, and so on and so forth. And so perhaps what this electoral verdict is also telling you that distress has been real, that pain has been real, and maybe the voter felt that it has not been addressed adequately. Well, we will come to that in just a second, but here's Rahul Gandhi and the Congress top brass Mallikarjun Kharge on today's result and what it means.
ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे. As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there.
आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा. सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला. बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया. प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा. कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया.
Well, the Congress reacting to the results. Remember, it's best performance for the Congress party since 2009, but it's nowhere close to the historical relevance of the Congress and the power that it enjoyed with the voter. But nevertheless, the best performance since 2009 for the Congress party, getting to that 100 mark. What is going to now be important is to see the NDA allies, specifically the two big parties, the DDP, Chandrababu Naidu, the comeback king of election 2024, and JDU's Nitish Kumar. So far, all sides saying that they are firmly in alliance and that the alliance will stake claim to form government. But news just coming in that Chandrababu Naidu, he was meant to address the media later this evening, but that media briefing has been called off. Remember, the India bloc has already made overtures reminding Chandrababu Naidu of that promise of a special status, special package for the state of Andhra Pradesh, which was made by the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh during the UPA era. So all of these are moving parts, moving pieces that will need to come together over the next few days. And this is what the markets didn't like, because the markets went into this event with no indication of this verdict turning out as it has. It went in assuming that the polls, the exit polls that came in over the weekend would be proven right. And if you go by the historic performance of the exit polls had actually underestimated the NDA's performance. So the markets assumed that if anything, there would be more upside for the BJP and for the NDA, and hence they plunged as the BJP fell short of a majority on its own. The Sensex and the Nifty down over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization were 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. Prashant is standing by to wrap up the market action for us. A shock to the system. There is no other way of describing what went on today in the markets, Prashant. Extreme volatility, sharp cuts coming in, some degree of recovery, latching on to the conversations that were underway between various political parties. But from here, what does the market bake in now to do from here on?
I mean, it's a pretty sort of bad outcome from a purely stock market point of view, Shireen, in every which way. And I think the prices kind of show us that because, for the first time, so first of all, the actual results for both the BJP and the NDA falling far short of exit polls and expectations in general, which then means that, even if the NDA comes closer to 300, and I mean, those numbers are evolving as you were discussing, they'll have to run a government with the help and support of other parties, right? That I don't think that was in the base case of anyone out there. Even those who were saying, well, they'll they'll fall short of what they were able to do 303 last time. It was always the base case that they'll sort of get to about the bearish case was about 280, 285 in that zone, and then if you add the allies on, and you'll be somewhere in the 310, 315, 320 zone, right? That was the sort of bearish kind of base case. But the fact is that, they're well short. Even if the NDA gets to about 300, the BJP will be well short, unless and until these numbers really change. And then, of course, it could be a different story tomorrow. So I think that is the real worry. So, and what that means is there has to be a bit of reset in terms of expectations. First of all, the first level impact is uncertainty, because, till the government is formed and all the talk about that all of us heard from everyone, which was in the program from the morning, about whether there'll be a shift in policy, what kind of shift, whether there will be one, whether they'll go more populist, whether that is needed. We don't know. So that is one. First level is uncertainty. And I think the second level, of course, is, the fact that both positioning and valuations, the starting point for both those things has been at a bit of an extreme. All right. People have complained about valuations for a while now, but markets rarely just correct purely on that one front because valuations are too high, because something is trading at very high valuations. It usually needs a trigger, and this was the trigger, I guess, right? So I think that is the second level, which is a bit of derating in terms of multiples, reset in terms of growth expectations, return expectations sort of more powerfully. I think all of that, will be in the mix, it's a lot of it is, of course, psychological, and you'd wait for actual hard cues, but I think all of this will be going through the minds of many who are tracking what's happened to their portfolios today and beyond as well. PSUs, Shireen, right? I mean, just take a look at the cracks we've seen in the PSU index today. We've seen, 20% falls across the board. And there are a few of these indices themselves, PSC, PSU Bank, CPSE, and that tells you, and that's been the best performing part of the market for the last, I think, about 6 months, 8 months more, depending on when one got in. It's been clearly the leader, and the correction there tells you that there is a deep sense of disappointment looking at the election results.
Yes, there is a deep disappointment as far as the markets are concerned. But as Prashant was pointing out, reset and recalibration perhaps over the next few days. But where has that disappointment come from for the BJP? It's come from the crucial state of Uttar Pradesh. Just look at the upset that's been pulled off by Samajwadi Party and the India Alliance in the crucial state of BJP. The state which sends the most number of MPs to Parliament gave 43 of the 80 seats to the opposition bloc, to the India bloc. Akhilesh Yadav led Samajwadi Party has emerged as the single largest party. Parikshit, a stunning result in UP, totally unexpected. No exit poll was expecting anything like this. In fact, they were expecting it to be a complete walkover, a washout in favor of the BJP.
Till yesterday, the BJP was talking about increasing their seat share from 64 in 2019 to 68-71. Clearly, this is something that the BJP had not expected on the ground. And Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party told us earlier today that this only goes to show that you can try and talk up the markets. You can try and make a lot of predictions about 400 par, but clearly you didn't know the mind of the voter in Uttar Pradesh. You didn't understand what the voter really wanted. And when we say that the voter in Uttar Pradesh was a silent one, voter apna man nahi bata raha hai, apna mind nahi bol raha hai, this is exactly what political parties were worried about. It's the worst nightmare really coming true. Look at this. From winning over 70 seats in 2014 to winning 64 seats in 2019, the NDA is down to 36. The India Alliance, 43 seats, 37 up, more than 30 seats coming from Samajwadi Party, which has emerged as the giant killer. The Samajwadi Party has retained its family bastions of Mainpuri, which Dimple Yadav has won, Akhilesh Yadav winning from Kannauj, and a lot of the Samajwadi Party supported candidates. Let's just look at constituency number 38 for that matter. This is Menaka Gandhi's constituency of Pilibhit, her traditional family bastion. She lost from here to R. Nishad of the Samajwadi Party. In Pilibhit, thankfully, the BJP, which had replaced Varun Gandhi with Jitin Prasada, has managed to win from there, but not very good news for Menaka Gandhi and her family. Let's look at constituency number 37. This is really the biggest shocker for the BJP. Smriti Irani losing to KL Sharma of the Congress. He is known to be a family retainer, according to a lot of political experts. The poll pundits had said that the Congress has literally sent a bad message, has given Amethi away on a platter to Smriti Irani to the BJP. But the Congress always maintained that we can fight Smriti Irani with an ordinary party worker, and that's exactly what has happened. KL Sharma, a man from the ground, somebody who has always lived in this constituency, has managed to win. Another important constituency would be constituency number 36, which is Rahul Gandhi's constituency of Raebareli. He won from there by a record margin, defending his family bastion. Now he has to take a call whether he stays on from Raebareli or Wayanad. Also in Ayodhya, which falls under the Faizabad constituency, it was a Samajwadi Party candidate who won. So that was a big upset there as well. Did the Ram Temple poll plank actually help the BJP on a national level? It seems the relevance was limited to very few seats and it didn't really help them. Clearly, this goes to show that regional parties in India remain very strong, and they have once again, after 2014, come back to be real kingmakers, be it Samajwadi Party, be it the Trinamool Congress, be it the DMK, JDU, or for that matter, the TDP. All of them are kingmakers in this election.
Well, they certainly are, and there was no talk about the need for any kind of kingmakers as we went into this election. I mean, the exit polls had us believe that it was a done deal. It was sealed and delivered in favor of the BJP, but that really is the beauty and the magic of electoral politics. The voter will not allow you to take him or her for granted, and we've seen that play itself out in the many upsets that Parikshit was talking about. But speaking of UP, here the key newsmakers from that big state, starting with the man who defeated Smriti Irani in Amethi, Congress worker Kishori Lal Sharma.
अमेठी जो है ना यूज टू है ये प्यार की, यहाँ नफरत की राजनीति चलती नहीं है, ठीक है। आप देखो मतदाता जो हमारा होता है वो हमारा मालिक होता है, तो अगर हम उसको नौकरी की तरह ट्रीट करने लग जाएंगे तो चीज़ें फिर सामान्य नहीं रहेंगी।
तो क्या आपको लगता है कि स्मृति ईरानी की तरफ से ऐसा बिहेवियर ऐसा दिखाया गया उनकी तरफ से? जो आप
जरा गांव में घूमी है ना, मतलब प्रधानों से बात करी है, कोटेदारों से बात की है, तो वो सारी स्थिति को बता देंगे आपको कि क्या है। क्योंकि मेरा कहना तो उचित नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे सामने वो प्रत्याशी रही हैं, तो महिला हैं, तो मैं उनके सम्मान में कोई गलत बात नहीं बोलूँगा।
मैनपुरी के सभी लोगों को जिन्होंने समर्थन दिया समाजवादी पार्टी को और जिन्होंने नहीं भी दिया, सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी। और मैं समझती हूँ कि आज मैनपुरी ने एक सकारात्मक राजनीति को चुना है। हमेशा मैनपुरी सकारात्मक राजनीति को चुनते आई है, और जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा है, मैं ये अपनी बात दोहराती हूँ कि हमारी प्राथमिकता होगी कि मैनपुरी का विकास कैसे हो।
Well, that's Dimple Yadav there, and that is the state of Uttar Pradesh. We will move to the next battleground state, and that is Bihar, where you saw that change coming in with Nitish Kumar tying up with the BJP ahead of the election, and that now has gone in favor of Nitish Kumar's JDU. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister tweeting saying that this is an unprecedented moment for the country, that the people have expressed their trust in the NDA for the third consecutive term. It's an unprecedented moment in the history of India. I thank my family for this love and blessings. I assure the countrymen that we will fulfill their aspirations. We will move forward with new energy, new enthusiasm and new resolves. That is the Prime Minister reacting. This is the first reaction from the Prime Minister coming in to the election result. Bihar, Janata Dal United won 12 seats in the state. Parikshit, Nitish Kumar likely to play a kingmaker?
Yes, absolutely. And the opposition has said, look at Nitish Kumar's reputation. He has always changed sides when needed. What if he gets a better deal? In fact, there are some reports already suggesting that the India Alliance, that the Congress is willing to offer him the post of Deputy PM. Now, all of these are in the realm of speculation, but this just goes to show that it is, we are walking on a thin line right now, and no one really can actually say what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. Yes, the NDA has a majority. They've comfortably crossed the 270 mark. But if the Congress and the India Alliance partners start making a strong pitch to the TDP and also to Nitish Kumar, things could get difficult. And some in the opposition even saying that we're heading towards a hung parliament. It's not a clear majority. Let's just dissect the numbers here. 30 seats for the NDA out of 40. This is a drop from 9 seats last time around. The India Alliance gaining 8 seats. The India Alliance was an alliance of the RJD and the Congress. Let's just break down these numbers for our viewers with our magic filter over here. BJP contesting how many seats over here in the state of Bihar? They were contesting 17 seats on their own. They won 12. They lost 5. Let's also take a look. And this was advantage Congress and the India Alliance, by the way. Now, let's also look at seats which were being contested by the JDU and the LJP. Now, this is the state of it. You had the largest number of seats being won by the LJP and the JDU. That is 21. And that is why the JDU becomes very important. All these seats in green have been won by the JDU, and that makes them extremely important in this election. Let's just see how the RJD and the Congress performed in this election. Well, they fought 32 seats together. The India Alliance won 7, so it's a gain for them. Not as many as NDA, but it's a gain nevertheless. The big player who has emerged in Bihar right now, it is JDU and Nitish Kumar, who will be very crucial in any kind of government formation. And the NDA definitely needs both Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. Let's also not forget that at a national level, there are at least 95 to 96 other parties or independents who have won. What happens to their role? That also remains to be seen.
Yes, that does remain to be seen. But here are voices coming in from Bihar, starting with JDU MLC Khalid Anwar, who says, who can be a better Prime Minister than Nitish Kumar? Let's take a look.
नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है प्रधानमंत्री? और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जिस तरह बिहार को आगे बढ़ाया और देश के लिए जितना वो सोचते हैं, जब वो कृषि मंत्री थे, जो कृषि रोड मैप उन्होंने बनाया उस वक्त, आज भी उसी रोड मैप पे देश चल रहा है। जो रेलवे के लिए उन्होंने काम किया, आज भी देखिए लोग याद करते हैं नीतीश कुमार जी को। तो नीतीश कुमार एक सीजन और बहुत बेहतर पॉलिटिशियन है, जो समाज को समझते हैं, देश को समझते हैं और अपने डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन जितने हैं उनकी इज्जत करना और डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से आगे बढ़ना, लोगों को जोड़ के चलना, फैसले में सबको साझा करना, तो नीतीश कुमार जी से बेहतर कौन हो सकता है। लेकिन बहरहाल हम लोग एनडीए अलायंस में हैं अभी, और ये सब इस वक्त कहने की बात नहीं है।
एक बार अंतिम रिजल्ट आ जाए, मैं मानता हूं बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर बहुत कम मार्जिन से अभी भी हार जीत का फैसला होना है। ऐसे में मैं मानता हूं कि एनडीए का प्रदर्शन पहले ही बहुत बेहतर रहा है। जो आंकलन लगाए जा रहे थे, जिस तरीके से विपक्षी दल दावा करते थे कि एक तरफा हो जाएगा, सूपड़ा साफ हो जाएगा, खाता तक नहीं खोलने देंगे, उसके बनिस्बत जो एनडीए गठबंधन का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो काबिले तारीफ रहा है। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट आते आते हम लोग का बहुत बेहतर है।
जो तेजस्वी ने 17 महीनों में जो काम करके दिखाया, उसके प्रति विश्वास दिखा लोगों में, जो 5 लाख सरकारी नौकरी देने का काम किया है। और वहीं जो 10 सालों से त्रस्त थी, प्रधानमंत्री से लेकर स्थानीय सांसद महोदय से क्षेत्र की जनता आक्रोश था उसमें। इंडिया गठबंधन सरकार बनाने जा रही है और हम लोगों ने क्षेत्र की जनता के और देश की जनता को जो वादे किए हैं, वो सारे एक एक वादे हम लोग पूरा करने का काम करेंगे।
Misa Bharti there of the RJD. And do remember, you need to start factoring in the dynamics that will take place. Talks will be underway. We are given to understand that Chandrababu Naidu will be in the capital. He has called off a meeting that was slated to happen today to brief the media. He will be in the capital tomorrow to reach out and to meet with BJP leaders. We are given to understand. And similarly, the India Alliance will also be meeting in the capital. In fact, leaders like Stalin of the DMK and others will be in the capital as part of the meeting of the India Alliance. Now, let's talk about the big state of Maharashtra, where 6 parties were in the fray. One of the key battleground states for 2024, the alliance of Shiv Sena, UBT, Congress and Sharat Pawar-led NCP in pole position. Parikshit, this has been a complicated and a complex contest because you saw the Sena being split, you saw the NCP being split, and of course then the alliance of the Sena, the NCP and the Congress up against the BJP and the Shiv Sena faction, which broke away from Uddhav Thackeray. But it looks like the voters have decided that Uddhav Thackeray deserves to reclaim Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, and Sharat Pawar is the true godfather of the NCP.
You know, the Congress had always been saying that whatever happened in Maharashtra was not a natural political atmosphere. This was a jor tod ki sarkar. And that's exactly what has happened. The fragmentation of political parties, division in the Shiv Sena, division in the Sharat Pawar NCP camp, it's only gone on to help the India Alliance, not the BJP. Now, let's just look at the Maharashtra numbers over here. Look at all of this. India Alliance is the big gainer over here. It's not the NDA. The India Alliance gaining 21 seats in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha election. The likes of Supriya Sule, remember, she was fighting a battle to protect her father's legacy from Baramati against Sunetra Pawar. She managed to win this constituency. That has been a big victory. Similarly, the likes of Arvind Sawant, who were fighting on behalf of the Uddhav Bal Thackeray Shiv Sena, they also won. In fact, the larger number of seats have been won by the Shiv Sena UBT and the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, and the Sharat Pawar faction of the NCP, and not Ajit Pawar. Piyush Goyal has managed to win his seat. So has Ujjwal Nikam. Nitin Gadkari has managed to win as well. So these were some prestige battles that the BJP has managed to win. But yes, there have been gains. There have been gains for the Congress and the India Alliance partners. Let's just bring up some places which were being contested by the Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction. Let's have a look over here. So they contested about 21 seats and they have won 10 out of them. This is the victory of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Bal Thackeray faction, increasing the tally by about 5. So be it the Shiv Sena, be it the NCP Sharat Pawar faction, they've really come to the aid of the Congress. And today Sharat Pawar has also become very important. He also came out, addressed the media. There was speculation that he's speaking to Nitish Kumar, which was later denied. Let's see what happens in the next few hours. Sharat Pawar is an extremely clever politician, and no matter what turn the politics takes in the next few days, he will play a crucial role in the India Alliance.
Yes, will play a crucial role indeed. Here are the newsmakers from the crucial state of Maharashtra, starting with Sharat Pawar. Sahib.
I can say anything. We are not sure whether we will be able to found out. As I said, we will discuss with all three and decide next course of action.
400 पार, 350 पार, 300 पार. बीजेपी को 250 सीटें भी नहीं मिली है. मुंबई में, महाराष्ट्र में हमने मोदी जी को रोका है.
मोदी जी देश के विकास के बारे में बात कर, विकास का एजेंडा लेकर ये चुनाव लड़ रहे थे. लेकिन ये मोदी द्वेष जो है, उनके बारे में जो है, मोदी को हराना है, इनको तड़ीपार करना है, ऐसे जो सोचते थे, ऐसा जो जिनका सपना था, इस देश की जनता ने विकास को वोट किया है, डेवलपमेंट को वोट किया है. और जिन्होंने कहा था मोदी जी को तड़ीपार करो, उनको सत्ता से दूर रखकर इस देश की जनता ने तड़ीपार कर दिया है।
Well, from Maharashtra now to the battleground state of Gujarat, and this has gone as per script, where it has been the BJP all the way. But, and this is the interesting one, the Congress has won its first Lok Sabha seat after 2009. The BJP won 25 out of the 26 seats. This includes the seat of Surat, which the BJP had won unopposed. Parikshit, Gujarat, predictable, clean sweep for the BJP, with the exception of that one seat.
You know what Thrissur in Kerala is to the BJP, Banaskantha in Gujarat is for the Congress party. They never won in Gujarat after 2009. It was a clean sweep in 2019, clean sweep in 2014, and the BJP was looking at a hat trick. It was said that people here have only one issue in mind, and that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But something went wrong in Banaskantha, where you have Geniben Nagaji Thakur, who has actually won from the Congress party. This will be a big morale booster for Congress cadres. Imagine the Congress presence in the state was almost negligible. The Congress top brass was not really putting too much attention here. So this would come as a surprise to them as well, but a positive surprise nevertheless, and gives them a big morale booster on a national level as well, that they've managed to stop the BJP from having a hat trick. So the likes of Mansukh Mandavya, they've won from here. Amit Shah winning from Gandhinagar with strong record numbers. All of that is on predicted lines. They do help. Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh do help the BJP increase its numbers on a national level. But this will definitely come as a sore point to the BJP, losing this seat to the Congress party.
Yes, that's the state of Gujarat. We will head into a short break. But speaking of numbers, here are some numbers of our own. Our viewership on YouTube, CNBC TV18 has been well ahead of competition. We had 67,400 concurrent views this evening, which was the peak. This is 6 times more than our nearest competitor at just about 10,000 views. Our total views on YouTube today coming at 16 million and counting. So a big thank you to all of our viewers who have tuned into us on TV and on YouTube today on a big day. We will take a break, return with more.
Would fall. Earlier, we were net importers of steel.
From IT services to SaaS, from consumer electronics to space tech, from mere programming to AI ML.
Cars, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, commercial vehicles have significantly become much more expensive than they were 2 decades ago.
Discounting is high there, but their focus is squarely on the 125cc segment.
Now it is contributing 16% of incremental global GDP.
Now we are looking at exporting the steel that's made here in India.
Welcome to the first ever India Business Leader Awards.
Our counting day coverage began at 7:30 this morning, and we are still at it without a break. What a day it's turned out to be. As one of our guests said on the program, at one point it looked like, certainly for people who were in the markets, you would need an echocardiogram at the end of it. That is how volatile and quick changing things were. But let's now shift our focus to the southern parts of the country. First, to the big state of Andhra Pradesh, where TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu is back from political wilderness, and he's back with a bang. The TDP, which fought the state elections in alliance with the BJP and the Jan Sena, won 135 seats. It's won a majority of the Andhra Pradesh Lok Sabha seats as well. And if you move across to Tamil Nadu, it's seen a repeat of 2019. The DMK Congress left alliance have picked up all seats in the states. The AIDMK, which won a sole seat in 2019, has been decimated. The BJP with contested states in the state in an alliance with smaller parties has scored a duck as well. The big hope was Annamalai delivering in Coimbatore, but that didn't turn out either. The BJP-JDS alliance is in pole position in 19 out of the 28 seats in battleground Karnataka. Again, Karnataka going in favor of the BJP and the NDA, but again, the exit polls had suggested that it would be 0 for the Congress, but not quite so. Parikshit.
Well, absolutely, Shireen. And once again, the importance of regional parties we have to emphasize. You spoke about Andhra Pradesh. Let me begin with the Andhra Pradesh numbers over here. Andhra Pradesh was a crucial state that the BJP was counting on. And yes, the TDP, the Jan Sena, coming to the aid of the NDA. Just look at the numbers. The TDP, Jan Sena and the BJP all coming together to win 21 seats. The BJP has only won 9, 8 and 5 constituencies. So 3 constituencies going to the BJP. If it hadn't been for TDP and the alliance with the Jan Sena, they would have been pushed to the margins and the overall tally for the NDA would have come down. The YSR has been pushed to the margins this time. Remember, the fight for them was against YS Sharmila of the Congress party, who is the sister of Jagan Mohan Reddy, and somewhere the votes were divided, and it was seeming that, be it the issue of corruption, be it the issue of special status for Andhra Pradesh, be it the issue of jobs, somewhere YSR Congress was losing ground, and that's exactly what has happened. TDP has been the big gainer in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Let's also speak about Telangana. We've just got news that AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi has won and won big from Hyderabad. That was on expected lines. The BJP and the Congress almost neck to neck here. The Congress, because it is in power in the state, was hopeful of a strong victory. But just imagine, the BJP was hoping to make big gains and take over the entire vote share and seat share of the BRS. That's exactly not happened. The Congress has put up a tough fight and made sure that they are neck to neck with BJP in the state of Telangana. Let's also move on to other states. You spoke about Tamil Nadu. It's a very interesting state. It was the full state of Tamil Nadu that went to polls in phase 1. It is DMK and the Congress all the way. No seats for the ADMK, no seats for the NDA. The BJP did not fight the election with the ADMK thinking it will do better. There was a coalition of about 9 parties. It has not worked out. They were relying on at least 5 constituencies. All the time, the BJP spokespersons are saying that we will win at least 5, 0 to 3 in exit polls. That has not happened. They've surpassed the 10% vote share mark, but no seats, no inroads in the state of Tamil Nadu. Let's speak about some of the key constituencies here, such as Chennai. Chennai, which has Chennai North, Chennai South, Chennai Central. Dayanidhi Maran has won his seat. So has Tamachi Thangapandian of the DMK, defeating Tamilsai Soundarajan of the BJP from Chennai South. This is constituency number 3. Let me look at constituency number 4 of Chennai Central. Dayanidhi Maran of the DMK has won from here. The DMK relied on its old war horses, making sure they fight, making sure they win. So the Congress and the DMK is a time-tested alliance which has worked here. Also in Coimbatore, the BJP was counting on K. Annamalai not just to win this seat, but actually to change the fortunes of the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. And clearly, what became in Tamil Nadu was a personality contest between M.K. Stalin and the Prime Minister. And as we've seen in different states, wherever there is a strong Chief Minister or a strong regional leader or a strong party, the BJP has not been able to make those inroads. Odisha, of course, is an exception this time around. Let's move on to the state of Kerala. If we can quickly look at the state of Kerala, one seat that the BJP would take heart from, it is the constituency of Thrissur. Suresh Gopi winning this by over 60,000 votes. So some solace for the BJP. They could not win Trivandrum. Shashi Tharoor will be heaving a sigh of relief because he won by about 15 to 16,000 votes. But he was given a very tough fight by Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So we have to congratulate him for that. But it's literally a sea of blue. The Congress-led UDF winning big, winning 18 out of 20 seats in the state of Kerala. And finally, to the state of Karnataka, which was a very crucial battleground. And here, again, something that I would have to say that somewhere Siddaramaiah has managed to stall the BJP's performance. The BJP had literally swept the state in 2019. This time you had Siddaramaiah, who's a wily, clever, shrewd, strong chief minister, strong politician from the Congress party. He made sure that they make allegations against the centre over distribution of funds to the state, over the Prajwal Revanna case. They made so much of hue and cry, so many letters to the Ministry of External Affairs. Prajwal Revanna has been arrested. He also lost his own seat. The BJP got a very bad name. They had a lot of explaining to do as to how could you tie up with people who sexually abuse women and who have allegations going against them from so many years. So that has really come to haunt the BJP in the state of Karnataka. The NDA winning 19, their seat share coming down by 7, the Congress gaining ground by at least 8 seats. So the likes of Tejasvi Surya, they've won from here. That would be a solace for the BJP. But overall, the BJP's numbers coming down by at least 7 seats. So that's not a good news for the BJP in the state of Karnataka. And also, once again, showing that a strong regional leader can stop the performance of the BJP, and that becomes a problem. Remember, Siddaramaiah had also made those 5 guarantees, including guarantees to women, guarantees for youth, and somehow that has clicked with the imagination of the voter.
Well, yes, and also Mallikarjun Kharge playing a role there in the seats that the Congress has managed to bag in the state of Karnataka. But, you know, if today was volatile, chaotic, all over the place, well, tomorrow promises to be equally action-packed. You have the meeting, the TDP meeting with the BJP. You have the India Alliance meeting. You also have a cabinet meeting. The cabinet will be meeting at 11:30, and then you have a dinner that the president is going to be hosting for the outgoing Council of Ministers. And of course, hectic parlays will be underway as conversations continue on either side. But the big news makers from the state of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, starting with the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi, who won his contest in Dharwad.
Our entire party, cadre, our leaders, all of them, they have worked tirelessly. And under the people have also endorsed the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Modi. And as far as your next question is concerned, BJP as a whole, we are expecting more, but number of seats have come down. But NDA, we have got clear majority.
And also, when you look at the partners, you think about the BJP's work in recent months to try to rebuild a few of the partnerships that had maybe flagged a little bit. The Janata Dal United, which generally hasn't meddled too much in international affairs and major reforms from Delhi, unlike some other regional parties they could have went with. And with the resurgence of the Telugu Desam Party, which I think, in my opinion, is actually the most reform-oriented political party in all of India. So having them part of the coalition, I don't suspect is going to put a brake on some of the aspirations. But the fact that it is a coalition, maybe some of the big ideas they might have had on, for instance, like major reforms to GST, that might get slowed down a little bit.
हैदराबाद की पार्लिमानी हल्के की आवाम का शुक्रगुजार हूं कि उन्होंने यहां से अपने इत्तेहाद और अपनी मोहब्बत की बुनियाद पर 5वीं मर्तबा यहां से मजलिस के उम्मीदवार को कामयाब किया। मैं तमाम आवाम का शुक्रगुजार हूं, ख़ास तौर से ख़वातीन का, महिलाओं का, कि उन्होंने अपनी वोट से और अपनी मोहब्बतों से यहां से एक तारीखी कामयाबी MIM पार्टी को दिलवाई।
Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the Super Over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Panyan Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end.
There has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past 3 are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you? And how do you see that campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened. And I hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents and at the same time to take them on the issues. And that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
I'm in a very totally ecstatic mode now, because what was so very impossible has become gloriously possible. I'll work for Kerala as a whole. I think my first pick will be to have the aims. If your Chief Minister will find the place which the central team, the Medical Council, the aims body will find suitable, if he buys up the land, then we'll have it there. Otherwise, we'll wait till the time when people will give us a proper mandate, not just governance, a proper mandate to decide. And then we'll pick that region.
Well, that is South India. Remember, the Prime Minister made it his personal mission to not just get the BJP to open its account in many of those states, but to also ensure that they would see a vote share increase across southern India. From the south now to West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee halting the saffron surge. The Trinamool Congress is set to win 29 to 30 seats. Parishit voters in West Bengal continue to opt for Mamata Banerjee. No poll once again was indicating that Mamata Banerjee would be able to hold her turf, her territory. Most suggested that the BJP would make significant gains in West Bengal, but that's not how it's turned out.
Absolutely not. In fact, Mamata Banerjee has managed to do just the opposite. Look at this. Look at the numbers coming out of Bengal. Out of those 42 crucial seats, the BJP's tally coming down by 6. The TMC increasing its tally from 22 in 2019 to 29. That's a gain of 7 seats. That's a very good performance for the TMC. What has also worked out for the Viby politician that Mamata Banerjee is, she made sure there is no alliance with the Congress in the state of West Bengal. They could not come to an agreement on seat sharing. So Mamata Banerjee said that we're going to fight this alone, and it really worked in the TMC's favor. They won, and won big, almost winning 30 seats in the state of West Bengal. This was a fierce campaign. Even till the last phase, till the last votes were being counted, we were looking at a lot of violence in different places. There were places where the EVMs were thrown into water bodies. So there was a lot of chaos in West Bengal. A lot of allegations by the BJP over Sandesh Kali. That the BJP is not going to win. The BJP is choosing corrupt leaders, criminal candidates with sexual abuse antecedents into the BJP and the NDA. One seat that I was watching out very closely for is constituency number 10. This is the constituency of Behrampur. Behrampur is where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was fighting from, and he has been beaten by the TMC's Yusuf Pathan. So that was a big upset for the Congress party. They have been reduced to 1 seat as opposed to 2 what they were on last time. So even though India Alliance was not fighting together in West Bengal, TMC is supporting them at a national level. Mamata Banerjee may be attending future meetings, and that is another problem. Will Mamata Banerjee, in case the opposition gets a chance to be the kingmaker or form a government, will Mamata Banerjee really play ball? That is something we'll have to wait and see.
Well, yes, and here is the woman of the moment, Mamata Banerjee herself. Also, Mahua Moitra, remember, she was, in trouble and was suspended from Parliament. And of course, Mahua Moitra now will return to the Lok Sabha after winning from Krishnanagar. Yusuf Pathan, he's been the big giant killer there, taking down Adhir Chaudhary of the Congress, the big winners coming in from West Bengal today.
कानून मोदी जी ने किया है 147 एमपी को एक्सपेल करके वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता।
আমার নিজের জয় নিয়ে অতটা আমি হ্যাপি অফকোর্স ভেরি মাচ, কিন্তু যেটা মেইন জিনিস যেটা আমরা বলেছিলাম যে এই সাম্প্রদায়িক রাজনীতি যেটা ভারতবর্ষকে ধ্বংস করছে, আর মোদি তো বলেছিলেন উনি ক্যান্ডিডেট 543 সিটসে। তা আমি সবচেয়ে খুশি যে মোদি সাহেবের এগেনস্টে ভোটটা হয়েছে, আর মোদি সাহেব যে এই দুজন মিলে দেশটাকে নষ্ট করছিল তাদের এগেনস্টে যে ভোটটা হয়েছে আমি খুবই খুশি। বাংলায় মুখ থুবড়ে পড়েছে, আমরা বলেছিলাম 29-30টা অভিষেক আগেই বলেছিল, ফার্স্ট রাউন্ডে 22 হয়ে গিয়েছিল ফার্স্ট 6 রাউন্ডের পরে, ঠিক সেই হিসাবেই আপনারা দেখুন 30 क्रॉस 30 छुई होच्छे हमारे।
देखिए, मैं डे 1 से कहता आया हूँ कि अधीर जी का मैं सम्मान करता हूँ, रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। सीनियर लीडर है और वो हमेशा सीनियर लीडर ही रहेंगे। ठीक है, वो हारे, लेकिन मेरे लिए उनके लिए जो सम्मान है वो मैं हमेशा उनका सम्मान बना रहेगा और मैं उनको हमेशा रिस्पेक्ट करता रहूँगा और मैं उनको बेस्ट विशेस कहता हूँ उनके आगे जो भी फ्यूचर में वो काम करेंगे उसके लिए।
Yusuf Pathan there, and the big story really is Odisha as far as the BJP is concerned, and it is the end of an era for Naveen Patnaik, whose Biju Janata Dal held power in the state for 23 years. He is set to bow out. In fact, the BJP wrested power in the state, winning 77 seats in the 147-seat assembly. That's not all. The BJP also managed to win 19 of the 21 Lok Sabha seats. Naveen Patnaik had his eyes set on becoming the chief minister of the state for the 7th term, but voters had other thoughts. In fact, look at how it's ended for Naveen Patnaik. He's lost his own election to Parikshit.
Absolutely. The constituency of Kanta Banji, he has lost it. So a bad day, a sad day for Naveen Patnaik. He's been winning from Odisha. He's been the chief minister for 24 years, perhaps one of the longest serving chief ministers in the country. So in a way, it is an end of a era, so to say. There were a lot of allegations made by the Prime Minister, made by the BJP, about how he's being manipulated by Pandian, somebody who has been a very close aide of Naveen Babu for many, many years now. We could see he's not keeping well. But yes, Naveen Patnaik was putting up a very tough fight in this election. And somewhere there was a conspiracy theory floated by the BJP that someone is controlling him, who is signing all the papers. He doesn't seem to be in control. Has that strategy really worked on the ground, or was it just voters tired of one particular party for 24 years? Because there were a lot of women-friendly policies that Naveen Patnaik had been bringing year after year, but this time he could not capture the imagination of the voter. The candidates like Dharmendra Pradhan of the BJP winning big. Sambit Patra has won from Bhubaneswar by over 100,000 votes. So that is a big victory for Sambit Patra, so to say. That's a big jump, isn't it, Shireen? Let's look at the numbers. An 11-seat gain for the BJP in the state of Odisha, winning 19. The Biju Janata Dal for the first time will have only one MP in the Lok Sabha, one constituency going to the Congress party. So big gains for the BJP there. They've also comfortably crossed the halfway mark in Odisha. So Odisha was a project for the BJP that they wanted to get inroads in, make a big dent in, and they have managed to do it very, very successfully. So the project Odisha has worked for the BJP, but a lot of the other missions across the country have not really worked. The Prime Minister had put up a very strong campaign here, and it seems that the strategy seemed to have worked on the ground, maybe with the candidate selection, the choice of campaigning, targeting Naveen Patnaik, saying he's not in control. In fact, it seems that they may have managed to work on the voter, and anti-incumbency may have been a big factor against Naveen Babu.
Yes, and it is the end of an era, but of course Odisha has also changed as a state under Naveen Patnaik and the Biju Janata Dal's 23-year rule. So it is going to be interesting to see the BJP now taking charge of the state of Odisha. Jay Panda winning with a margin of 50,000 votes. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch, to see what position Jay Panda will take as far as the Orissa government is concerned. But what we are getting to understand is that perhaps, just perhaps, there could be a swearing-in ceremony this week itself. Rashtrapati Bhavan suggesting that it will be closed between the 5th and the 9th in preparation of a swearing-in ceremony for the new government. But of course, there is no official confirmation of that date just yet. So we are going to be tracking this development very closely. Well, we've tried to give you, without the noise, we've tried to give you a comprehensive view of what has happened today, what the electoral victory means state over state, and eventually what the numbers stack up to suggest. The markets, of course, will continue to digest this. The expectation is that largely there will be continuity because it still is the BJP-led NDA that will come to power. But the big question, it's been 2 terms of the Modi government. This is now going to be an NDA government in office. How will that change the complexion of the Council of Ministers, and what is that going to mean in terms of prioritization of reforms and spending? All of that is going to play out over the next few days. But with that, it is time for us to wrap up this special edition of Election Exchange. Thanks so much for joining us here on CNBC TV18 on TV and online, as we brought you not just the political action but also the market action. From all of us here for now, goodbye. Thanks for watching.
Cast
CNBC TV18, embarking on a quarter century of excellence.
Make informed decisions with comprehensive analysis on the go.
Strengthen your portfolio with real-time market updates on the go. Create effective strategies with insightful expert opinions on the go.
Hello and welcome to our special election broadcast. I'm Shireen Bhan. The Indian voter has spoken. The headlines that we are tracking for you this evening. The NDA is set to retain power with a 3rd consecutive victory, but the BJP falls short of a majority. Allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu likely to play kingmakers. The opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters eat humble pies. The India bloc is set to win over 230 seats. The Congress nearly touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Stock markets plunge as the BJP falls short of a majority. The Sensex and the Nifty down over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. A big jolt for the BJP in UP. Opposition set to win more than 40 out of the 80 seats. Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party emerges as the single largest. Smriti Irani loses Amethi. Rahul Gandhi wins Raebareli by nearly 4 lakh votes. Chandrababu Naidu storms back to power in Andhra Pradesh. Jagan Reddy gets dislodged as chief minister and the YSRCP barely manages a double-digit score. It's the end of an era in Odisha. Naveen Patnaik bows out after failing to win a 7th consecutive term. The BJP is set to form the next government in the state. Mamata Banerjee halts the saffron surge in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress is set to win 30 seats. BJP reduced to just 11. The opposition alliance gains over 75 seats across rural India. The NDA loses over 40 seats. India bloc gains over 20 seats in semi-urban areas. The NDA leads in urban India even after losing about 5 seats.
लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी।
It is a super Tuesday that no exit poll had predicted. The BJP-led NDA has crossed the halfway mark. It's done so comfortably, but the BJP has fallen short of that magic 272 number. Remember, no one expected the electoral result to turn this way. The BJP, which had won 303 seats in 2019, is currently leading in 240 seats. That's 60 short from the last time. The big headline is that the opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters have eaten humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. The Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Parikshit Luthra joining us from the Magic Wall. You've seen a lot of opinion, you've seen a lot of commentary coming in, but let's just recap the numbers for you, because all of this will be developing over the next few days as conversations happen, overtures are made, talks take place. So all of that will continue to happen in the background. But how did we get to this pass when every exit poll predicted a clear win, not just for the NDA, but a clear majority for the BJP itself? The big upset, the big story, the number one headline of election 2024 has come in from that crucial battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. That has changed the picture, and it has changed the picture dramatically. Now, if you look at the All India Lok Sabha picture for us, Parikshit, let's get the numbers now, and let's start with the All India picture before we go into the crucial battleground states and the impact that they've had on the national picture.
Right. There are lots of headlines from the national picture, Shireen. One, it is the day of regional parties, and the regional parties have stalled the growth of the NDA. Then, it's not a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress has resurfaced, revived itself in several key constituencies. Also, issues like the Ram Temple have had little impact on a national level basis. In Ayodhya, which comes under Faizabad constituency, it is a Samajwadi Party candidate who has won. So clearly, a lot of things went wrong for the BJP. And let's just break this down for our viewers. Look at the numbers. The BJP not getting a majority mark on its own with the NDA, it is 290. And this number, we have been at our magic wall since morning. We've not seen these numbers really changing since afternoon. The Congress at 99, they had 152 last time, but it is really the day of the regional parties. 37, just imagine, 37 for the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. That is a big jump. Trinamool Congress winning 30. That is a big jump from last time when they had won about 22 seats. The DMK 22. The DMK, the Congress Alliance, have literally swept the whole of Tamil Nadu. No seats for the NDA. And TDP and JDU. Yes, TDP and JDU will be joining the NDA meeting tomorrow. But they are kingmakers. Who had thought that in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, regional parties could be kingmakers? And these parties, the opposition are saying, are only a phone call away from all alliances. The game is not over. The field is still open, and we will reach out to the BJP allies to form the government. So the game is open. Let's look at the nationwide picture. In Kerala, the gain coming from Thrissur. The BJP was able to open its account, but they could not win the constituency of Thiruvananthapuram. Shashi Tharoor managed to win there. He was trailing during the day, but he managed to gain in the end and win this seat. Thrissur has been won by Suresh Gopi of the BJP by over 70,000 votes. But overall in Kerala, it was advantage UDF, the Congress-led UDF, which won 18 out of 20 seats. Let's also look at the other upsets for the BJP. When it comes to Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh was a big victory, so to say. They've swept the entire state, also winning the constituency of Chhindwara, which was the constituency of Nakul Nath, Kamal Nath's son. So overall, if we also look at the All India numbers and how the BJP performed in constituencies where the voter turnout was less. This year, this was a problem, and there were at least 108 constituencies where the voter turnout was low. And it has been advantage India Alliance. Look at this. It is the India Alliance which has gained 56 seats over here, a gain of 20. So more seats for the India Alliance. The BJP RSS voter has not turned out to vote. Even if you look at a national level picture, Shireen. Let me just get you a national level picture now. Rural seats. Even in rural seats, the India Alliance has done better. The NDA won 183, but they've lost their share of rural seats. 45 down compared to last time. So clearly, it has been an advantage India Alliance all over. It's not a matter of one state or two, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it West Bengal, be it Telangana, be it the South Zone, be it Rajasthan. They have gained.
Modi, 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 Modi. इतना जोरदार स्वागत तो बनता है जब तीसरी बार जनता चुन कर देती है, और इसलिए जिस सहर्ष से हम सब स्वागत कर रहे हैं, पूरी देश की दुनिया की लोग देख रहे हैं, देश की जनता देख रहे हैं, दुनिया के लोग देख रहे हैं, दुनिया के लोग देख रहे हैं। तीसरी बार जो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए चुने गए ऐसे व्यक्ति का कैसे स्वागत होता है, और विनम्रता से सभी कार्यकर्ता जनता का अभिवादन का स्वीकार करते हुए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी मंच की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। मोदी, मोदी, मोदी।
लग नहीं रहा है कि कोई माहौल में। तो ये तस्वीरें आप इस वक्त दिल्ली स्थित भाजपा मुख्यालय
सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का प्यार, सभी जनता का प्यार, इसका अभिवादन का स्वीकार करते हुए देश को प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए तीसरी बार चुने गए हमारे आदरणीय नेता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जोरदार स्वागत हम सब मिलकर कर रहे हैं। बीजेपी जिंदाबाद, एनडीए जिंदाबाद, एनडीए जिंदाबाद। सभी कार्यकर्ता अपने अपने स्थान ग्रहण करें, अपने स्थान पर बैठे। आदरणीय रक्षा मंत्री माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी भी भारी वोटों से फिर एक बार सांसद चुने गए हैं। उनका जोरदार तालियों से हम यहां पर अभिनंदन करेंगे। आदरणीय गृह मंत्री आदरणीय अमित भाई शाह जी का भी गुजरात से जोरदार वोटों से जनता ने चुनकर भेजा है। हम भी जोरदार तालियों से उनका अभिनंदन करेंगे।
All right, we have the Prime Minister at the BJP party headquarters in New Delhi. He's here to address the party workers. The Prime Minister was here in 2019 as well. In fact, this was around the same time that he had addressed party workers. This time, of course, the Prime Minister has thanked everyone, voters, for supporting the NDA for a third term. What the Prime Minister and the BJP would not be happy with is the fact that they could not form a majority on their own. The BJP in 2019 had won 303 seats on their own. The NDA together was 353. This time, the BJP has been reduced to 240 seats on their own, and the NDA is 290 plus. The Congress, the Samajwadi Party, the TMC, the DMK making big gains across the country. Here at the BJP headquarters, you've got Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, all party spokespersons, the entire top leadership of the BJP. There on your screens, you can see Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah greeting the Prime Minister. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is also there. Tonight and tomorrow will be crucial hours for government formation. JDU and TDP, their top leadership, Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu, will be in New Delhi for the NDA meet. India Alliance is also going to hold a very crucial meeting. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has taken pot shots at the BJP, saying that we will reach out to NDA allies such as Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar to form the government. Let's wait and see what has happened, what the Prime Minister says over the next few hours or so. Clearly, there will be a lot of introspection within the BJP. What went wrong in rural seats across the country, why they couldn't capture the imagination of voters, why was there a low voter turnout, why was the BJP voter not enthused enough? Because clearly in states, in seats where we saw a low voter turnout, and there were close to 150, 160, 180 such seats, it is the India Alliance which has gained. This was the worry of the BJP from day one. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is speaking right now. He will address party workers for about 5 minutes or so before calling on the Prime Minister to speak. Let's listen in to JP Nadda.
श्री प्रधानमंत्री सम्माननीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री आदरणीय राजनाथ सिंह जी, हमारे गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह जी, और यहां उपस्थित इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इस विजय उत्सव में आए हुए हमारे सभी समर्थक, कार्यकर्ता बंधु, मीडिया के मेरे साथी, प्रिंट मीडिया, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी, और देश भर से टेलीविजन के माध्यम से जुड़े हुए हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता और भारत की यशस्वी जनता, आज ये बहुत ही खुशी का विषय है कि आज इस धन्यवाद मोदी जी को देने के लिए और विजय उत्सव मनाने के लिए
इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उत्साह के साथ आए हुए हैं कार्यकर्ता, आप सब लोगों की तरफ से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से सबसे पहले इस कार्यक्रम में मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। हमें सबको स्मरण है कि चाहे चुनाव की बेला हो, चाहे देश को नेतृत्व करने की बात हो और देश को समस्याओं से निकालने का, अब जिसे हम कहते हैं कि आपदा को अवसर में बदलने में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने हमेशा देश को, पार्टी को, देश की जनता को फ्रंट से लीड किया है। ऐसे हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मैं आज सभी एनडीए के साथी दल और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, जिन्होंने अथक प्रयास के साथ पीछे कई महीनों से अथक प्रयास किया और एनडीए को जो जीत दिलाई है, उसके लिए मैं साथी दलों का और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का और साथी दलों के कार्यकर्ताओं का भी हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं और उनका भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से देश के करोड़ों हमारे देशवासियों को, जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विश्वास करते हुए एक ऐतिहासिक पल, एक ऐतिहासिक घड़ी के चश्मदीद गवाह बनने का हम सबको सौभाग्य दिया, ऐसे हमारे मतदाता बंधु, जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए को अपना आशीर्वाद दिया और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, ऐसे करोड़ों करोड़ों देशवासियों को मैं पार्टी की ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। हम जानते हैं देश ने एक नई करवट राजनीति में ली और एक नया इतिहास रचा है 2014 के पश्चात। हम जानते हैं कि 2014 के बाद मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक मजबूत सरकार बनकर के आई, मजबूत सरकार, और हमने देखा कि इस मजबूत सरकार को 2019 में फिर से भारत की जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला और देश के चाहे कोई आपदा आई, चाहे समस्याएं आई, चाहे गरीबों के उत्थान के विषय थे, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों को फिर से 2024 में आशीर्वाद देते हुए इस ऐतिहासिक घड़ी को हम देख रहे हैं, जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार लगातार प्रधानमंत्री बन रहे हैं। इस बात को भी हमने देखा, ये भी हम इसके अभी हम साक्षी हैं। मित्रों, एनडीए का गठन के पश्चात ये कोई भी गठबंधन पहली बार भारत के राजनीति में तीसरी बार लगातार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाने जा रही है और हम सब लोग खुशनसीब हैं कि हम उस ऐतिहासिक घड़ी के पल के चश्मदीद गवाह भी होंगे और साथ ही साथ उस पल को हम सब लोगों को देखने का सौभाग्य मिल रहा है। मैं यहां ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि जो लोग देश हित के लिए काम करते हैं, उन्हें चुनौतियां भी आती हैं और उन चुनौतियों को बखूबी लड़ करके देश प्रथम, देश को आगे बढ़ाना है, देश को आगे ले जाना है, इस कार्य के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। लेकिन कुछ लोग जिनके लिए खुद का स्वार्थ महत्वपूर्ण होता है और खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए स्वार्थपूर्ण गठबंधन करते हैं और स्वार्थपूर्ण तरीके से लोक लुभावने वायदे करके सरकार के नजदीक आना चाहते हैं, जहां ऐसे लोगों को देश की जनता सबक सिखाती है, वहीं इनका इकोसिस्टम जो देश के विकास के दृष्टि से जुड़ी हुई चीजें हैं उसको नकार देता है। बड़े बड़े राजनीतिक घटनाओं को दुनिया के सामने, देश के सामने उसको गलत तरीके से रखने का प्रयास करता है। हम बंगाल में 3 सीटों से बढ़कर के 77 सीट हो जाती हैं, उसकी चर्चा नहीं होती, कह देते हैं हम हार गए, भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे मत प्रतिशत कितने गुना बढ़े। और आज ही उड़ीसा में विशुद्ध पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और उनके कुशल नेतृत्व के कारण वहां बन रही है। लेकिन कुछ लोग 30-40 सीटें जीत ले तो धूम मचाने लग जाते हैं और वो भूल जाते हैं कि देश किस तरीके से मोदी जी के साथ खड़ा है। इस बात को भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मैं आज के दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी को इस बात के लिए भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व में नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हमने एक एक प्रदेश में अपना झंडा, एनडीए का झंडा गाड़ा। और आज मुझे खुशी होती है आपके साथ ये चर्चा करते हुए कि अरुणाचल प्रदेश में लगातार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार बन रही है, तीसरी बार सरकार। उड़ीसा में हमने 80 सीटें जीती हैं, 40% हमारा मत प्रतिशत रहा है और उसी तरीके से लोकसभा में भी एक तरफा फैसला लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के पक्ष में दिया है। मैं आपके साथ इस बात की भी चर्चा करना चाहता हूं कि आंध्र प्रदेश में हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर के साथ वहां भी एनडीए की सरकार बन रही है। इस तरीके से परिवर्तन हुआ है। मित्रों, केरल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अपना खाता खोला है, जहां हम कहीं दूर दूर तक नहीं दिखते थे, दूर दूर तक नहीं दिखते थे, उस केरल में कमल खिला है और वहां भी एनडीए की उपस्थिति हो गई है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। हमारे वोट शेयर बढ़े हैं, हमारे प्रदेशों में वोट का शेयर भी बढ़ा है। और इसके साथ साथ मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं, 2014 में यह बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक घटना घटी थी कि एक गरीब मां का बेटा भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बने थे और वो भारत की गुर्बत और भारत के अंदर रहने वाले गरीब लोगों की दुख उसको उन्होंने आत्मसात किया था। वो जानते थे गरीबी क्या है, वो जानते थे कि गरीबों का नेतृत्व करने की क्या आवश्यकता है, वह जानते थे कि देश को किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ाना है। और मुझे याद है कि 2014 में जब एनडीए की सरकार बनी तो आपने उस समय कहा था, मेरी सरकार गांव को, गरीब को, वंचित को, पीड़ित को, शोषित को, दलित को, महिला को, युवा को, किसान को समर्पित रहेगी और उनके विकास के लिए हम काम करेंगे। आज हम गौरव के साथ कह सकते हैं कि आज आयुष्मान भारत में 50 करोड़ लोगों को दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा हेल्थ कवरेज मिल रहा है और उनकी चिंता हुई है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुई है। और आगे 30 में इस देश का कोई भी नागरिक जो 70 साल से ऊपर का होगा उसको भी आयुष्मान भारत का कार्यक्रम से जोड़ा जाएगा। इस बात को हमको ध्यान रखना। उसी तरीके से चाहे बहनों को गैस का चूल्हा पहुंचाना हो, गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचाना हो, हर घर नल, हर घर जल, इसकी व्यवस्था करनी हो, हमारे भाइयों को बहनों को बैंक से जोड़ना हो, ये सारे काम प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हुई और गरीब की चिंता की गई, गरीब की चिंता की गई। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहूंगा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2014 में बागडोर संभाली थी तो भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था लड़खड़ा रही थी। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ साथ बैंकिंग व्यवस्था ये बिल्कुल लड़खड़ाई हुई थी, एक तरीके से ढह गई थी। और भारत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था के साथ साथ बैंकिंग व्यवस्था जब लड़खड़ाई तो दुनिया में भी हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था की ताकत कम हुई। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बैंकिंग व्यवस्था को मजबूती दी गई, अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती दी गई और बैंकिंग व्यवस्था के बारे में दुनिया ने भी सराहा कि आज भारत एक मजबूत बैंकिंग सिस्टम के साथ खड़ा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि 2014 में हम 11वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था थे, 11वें नंबर की। आज हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुदृढ़ तरीके से 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था है। और मोदी 30 में तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बन रहे हैं। भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था तीसरे नंबर की होने जा रही है, इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गांवों को मजबूती मिली, गरीबों को ताकत मिली, दलितों को सम्मान मिला, युवाओं की आशाएं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा किया, महिलाओं को सम्मान दिया और किसानों को मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम किया और वंचित पीड़ित लोगों को विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया। यह 10 साल का परिवर्तन हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिला है। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि विपक्ष नकारात्मक सोच, नेगेटिव सोच के साथ काम करता रहा। कोई भी सकारात्मक 10 साल में कोई भी सकारात्मक योगदान विपक्ष का नहीं रहा है। और मैं तो यह भी कहूंगा कि अभी भी उनको गुमान है, अभिमान है कि देश में एक ही परिवार राज करने लायक है। यानी रस्सी आपने बारंबार जलाई, रस्सी जल गई पर बल नहीं गया, इस तरीके का इनका व्यवहार रहा है। मैं यहां यह भी कहना चाहता हूं, चुनाव के दौरान इन्होंने झूठ फैलाया, इन्होंने फेक वीडियोस निकाले, जनता को बरगलाने का काम किया, गुमराह करने का काम किया, जनता को एक तरीके से झूठ बोल करके वास्तविकता से दूर रखने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इन्होंने चुनाव में प्रजातांत्रिक मर्यादाओं को भी ताक पर रखा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के लिए अपशब्द कहे, गालियां दी, एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार। ये विपक्ष का बौखलाहट बोलता है, ये विपक्ष की खिसियाहट बोलती है, ये विपक्ष का बारंबार हार देखने के कारण ये नतीजा हम सबको देखने को मिलता है। और ये अवसरवादी गठबंधन यह जिस तरीके से काम करता रहा है, लोगों ने इसको बारंबार खारिज किया है और 2024 में भी इनको खारिज किया, यह भी हम सबको मालूम है। ये तीसरी बार हार का सामना कर रहे हैं और उसके कारण ये बौखला गए हैं। मेरी इनको सलाह है कि आप अब अपना आत्मनिरीक्षण कीजिए, सेल्फ इंट्रोस्पेक्शन कीजिए। समय आ गया है कि बारंबार आपको भारत की जनता क्यों आपको गिरा रही है, क्यों आपका साथ नहीं दे रही है, इसका आपको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करने की आवश्यकता है। और मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहूंगा कि गठबंधन एनडीए का मजबूती से मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश का नेतृत्व करते हुए आगे बढ़ेगा और देश को आगे ले जाएगा, इस बात का हम सबको विश्वास है। मैं यहां प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और आपके बीच में ज्यादा समय नहीं रहूंगा, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी आपको मैं विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि एनडीए का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, हमारी पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता, जो आप हर पल, हर घड़ी, हर दिन, हर महीने, हर वर्ष पूरी ताकत के साथ देश की सेवा में जुटे हैं, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व में एनडीए का एक एक कार्यकर्ता भारत को सामर्थ्यवान बनाने के लिए, सक्षम बनाने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए, समृद्ध बनाने के लिए कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेगा और आपके नेतृत्व में उसको हम सपना को पूरा करेंगे और हम विकसित भारत की ओर आगे बढ़ेंगे। मैं इसके पहले कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हम सबको ऐसे ऐतिहासिक मौके पर मार्गदर्शन मिले, मैं उससे पहले देश के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की तरफ से, समग्र एनडीए परिवार की ओर से और देशवासियों की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का माल्यार्पण करके, माला पहनाकर उनका स्वागत हम सब लोग करेंगे, ये मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा।
Has been garlanded by JP Nadda, Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh. JP Nadda in fact highlighting all the achievements of the Narendra Modi government. Narendra Modi now taking the stage. He will be addressing the BJP workers shortly.
स्वागत है भाई, स्वागत है। मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो देश को संबोधित करें। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री।
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की जय जगन्नाथ, जय जगन्नाथ। आपका ये स्नेह, आपका ये प्यार, इस आशीर्वाद के लिए मैं सभी देशवासियों का ऋणी हूं। आज बड़ा मंगल है और इस पावन दिन एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है। हम सभी जनता जनार्दन के बहुत आभारी हैं। देशवासियों ने भाजपा पर, एनडीए पर पूर्ण विश्वास जताया है। आज की ये विजय दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये भारत के संविधान पर अटूट निष्ठा की जीत है। ये विकसित भारत के प्रण की जीत है। ये सबका साथ सबका विकास इस मंत्र की जीत है। ये 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की जीत है। भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आज देश के चुनाव आयोग का भी अभिनंदन करूंगा। चुनाव आयोग ने दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा चुनाव इतनी कुशलता के साथ संपन्न कराया। करीब 100 करोड़ मतदाता, 11 लाख पोलिंग स्टेशन, 1.5 करोड़ मतदान कर्मी, 55 लाख वोटिंग मशीनें, हर कर्मचारी ने इतनी प्रचंड गर्मी में अपने दायित्व को बखूबी निभाया। हमारे सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने अपने कर्तव्य भाव का शानदार परिचय दिया। भारत के चुनाव प्रोसेस, चुनाव के इस पूरे सिस्टम और चुनाव प्रक्रिया की क्रेडिबिलिटी पर हर भारतीय को गर्व है। इस स्केल पर चुनाव का, इस एफिशिएंसी के साथ चुनाव का दुनिया में कहीं कोई उदाहरण नहीं है। और मैं देशवासियों को कहूंगा, मैं इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को कहूंगा, मैं ओपिनियन मेकर्स को कहूंगा कि भारत की लोकतंत्र में ये चुनावी प्रक्रिया की ताकत है, एफिशिएंसी है। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा गौरव का विषय है। भारत की पहचान को 4 चांद लगाने वाली बात है। और ऐसे जो भी लोग हैं जो दुनिया में अपनी बात पहुंचा सकते हैं, उन सबसे मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि भारत के लोकतंत्र के इस सामर्थ्य को विश्व के सामने बड़े गर्व के साथ हमें प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए। इस बार भी भारत में जितने लोगों ने मतदान किया, वो अनेक बड़े लोकतांत्रिक देशों की कुल आबादी से भी ज्यादा है। जम्मू कश्मीर के मतदाताओं ने इस चुनाव में रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग कर अभूतपूर्व उत्साह दिखाया है और दुनिया भर में भारत को बदनाम करने वाली जो ताकतें हैं, उनको आईना दिखा दिया है। मैं देश के हर मतदाता को, जनता जनार्दन को विजय के इस पावन पर्व पर आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मैं देश भर के सभी दलों, सभी उम्मीदवारों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं। सभी की सक्रिय भागीदारी के बिना लोकतंत्र की ये विराट सफलता संभव नहीं थी। भाजपा के एनडीए के हर कार्यकर्ता साथी को भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, इस चुनाव के, इस जनादेश के कई पहलू हैं। 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है। राज्यों में जहां भी विधानसभा के चुनाव हुए, वहां पर एनडीए को भव्य विजय मिली है। चाहे वो अरुणाचल प्रदेश हो, आंध्र प्रदेश हो, उड़ीसा हो या फिर सिक्किम। और इन राज्यों में कांग्रेस का सुपड़ा साफ हो गया है। मेरे पास डिटेल तो नहीं है, लेकिन शायद उनको जमानत बचाना भी मुश्किल हो गया होगा। भाजपा उड़ीसा में सरकार बनाने जा रही है और लोकसभा चुनाव में भी उड़ीसा ने बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया है। ये पहली बार होगा जब महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ की धरती पर बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री होगा। बीजेपी ने केरला में भी सीट जीती है। हमारे केरल के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत बलिदान दिए हैं। कई पीढ़ियों से वो संघर्ष भी करते रहे, जन सामान्य की सेवा भी करते रहे। और पीढ़ियों से, मैं सालों से नहीं कह रहा हूं, पीढ़ियों से जिस क्षण का इंतजार किया, वो आज सफलता को चूमने लगी है। तेलंगाना में हमारी संख्या 2 गुना हो गई है। मध्य प्रदेश, गुजरात, छत्तीसगढ़, दिल्ली, उत्तराखंड, हिमाचल, ऐसे कई राज्यों में हमारी पार्टी ने लगभग क्लीन स्वीप किया है। मैं इन सभी राज्यों और अरुणाचल प्रदेश, ओडिशा, आंध्र प्रदेश और सिक्किम विधानसभा के मतदाताओं का भी विशेष आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं इन राज्यों की जनता को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि केंद्र सरकार आपके विकास के लिए कोई कोर कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ेगी। आंध्र प्रदेश में चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए ने शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है। बिहार में नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में भी एनडीए ने शानदार प्रदर्शन किया है। साथियों, 10 वर्ष पहले देश ने बदलाव के लिए जनादेश दिया था। तब देश ने हमें, क्योंकि वो समय था देश निराशा की गर्त में डूब चुका था। 2013-14 का कालखंड देखिए, देश निराशा की गर्त में डूब चुका था। फ्रेजाइल 5 शब्दों से मैं नवाजा जाता था। हर दिन अखबारों की हेडलाइन घोटालों से भरी रहती थी। देश की युवा पीढ़ी अपने भविष्य के संबंध में आशंकित हो गई थी। ऐसे समय देश ने हमें निराशा के गहरे सागर से आशा के मोती निकालने का जिम्मा सौंपा था। हम सभी ने पूरी ईमानदारी से प्रयास किया, काम किया। 2019 में इसी प्रयास पर विश्वास व्यक्त करते हुए देश ने दोबारा प्रचंड जनादेश दिया। इसके बाद एनडीए का दूसरा कार्यकाल विकास और विरासत की गारंटी बन गया। 2024 में इसी गारंटी के साथ हम जन जन का आशीर्वाद लेने देश के कोने कोने में गए। आज तीसरी बार जो आशीर्वाद एनडीए को मिला है, मैं इसके सामने, जनता जनार्दन के सामने विनय भाव से नतमस्तक हूं। साथियों, आज का यह पल निजी तौर पर मेरे लिए भी भावुक करने वाला पल है। मेरी मां के जाने के बाद ये मेरा पहला चुनाव था, लेकिन सच मानिए, देश की कोटि कोटि माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों ने मां की कमी मुझे खलने नहीं दी। मैं पूरे देश में जहां जहां भी गया, माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों ने अभूतपूर्व स्नेह और आशीर्वाद दिया। और यह आंकड़ों में नहीं दिख सकता है। देश के इतिहास में महिलाओं द्वारा वोटिंग के सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट गए। इस प्यार, इस अपनेपन को मैं शब्दों में बयान नहीं कर सकता। ये मेरे भावों में है। ये मेरे मन मस्तिष्क के कोने कोने में रचा बसा है। देश की कोटि कोटि माताओं बहनों ने मुझे नई प्रेरणा दी है। साथियों, पिछले 10 साल में देश ने बहुत बड़े फैसले लिए हैं। राष्ट्र प्रथम की भावना हमें असामान्य लक्ष्य हासिल करने का हौसला देती है। ये हम में कुछ कर गुजरने की इच्छा शक्ति उत्पन्न करती है। हमने दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं चलाई। आजादी के 70 साल बाद 12 करोड़ लोगों को नल से जल मिला। आजादी के 70 साल बाद 4 करोड़ गरीबों को पक्के घर मिले। देश के 80 करोड़ जरूरतमंदों को मुफ्त राशन की सुविधा मिली। करोड़ों गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा मिली। राष्ट्र प्रथम की इसी भावना की वजह से जम्मू कश्मीर से 370 हटी। जीएसटी और आईबीसी जैसे रिफॉर्म हुए, बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म हुए। हमने राष्ट्रहित को हमेशा सबसे आगे रखा। आप याद करिए, कोरोना का इतना बड़ा संकट आया, हमने वही फैसला लिया जो देश हित में था, जनहित में था। हमने हर दबाव से अलग हटकर कदम उठाया और इसी का नतीजा है आज भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से विकसित होती बड़ी इकोनॉमी है। राष्ट्र प्रथम की यही भावना भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। साथियों, हमारे सामने एक महान संकल्प है, विकसित भारत का संकल्प। 10 साल के बाद लगातार तीसरी बार जनता जनार्दन का प्यार, उनका आशीर्वाद हमारा हौसला बढ़ाता है, हमारे संकल्प को नई मजबूती देता है, नई ऊर्जा देता है। हमारे विरोधी एकजुट होकर भी उतनी सीटें नहीं जीत पाए जितनी इस लोकसभा चुनाव में अकेली बीजेपी ने जीती है। मैं देश के कोने कोने में उपस्थित बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को कहूंगा, देशवासियों को कहूंगा, आपकी मेहनत, इतनी गर्मी में आपका बहाया पसीना, ये मोदी को निरंतर काम करने की प्रेरणा देता है। और मैं देशवासियों का दोबारा दोहराना चाहता हूं, अगर आप 10 घंटे काम करेंगे तो मोदी 18 घंटे काम करेगा। आप 2 कदम चलेंगे तो मोदी 4 कदम चलेगा। हम भारतीय मिलकर चलेंगे, देश को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। तीसरे कार्यकाल में देश बड़े फैसलों का एक नया अध्याय लिखेगा। और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार की प्रतिबद्धता हमेशा ही समाज के हर क्षेत्र और हर वर्ग के विकास की रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने 25 करोड़ लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है और इसमें एक बड़ी संख्या एसटी, एसटी, ओबीसी की है। हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक गरीबी देश के अतीत का हिस्सा न हो जाए। वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट हमारी सरकार के गवर्नेंस मॉडल के केंद्र में रहा है। स्पोर्ट्स से स्पेस और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप तक हम हर क्षेत्र में माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों को नए अवसर देने के लिए काम करेंगे। बीते 10 वर्षों में आपने देखा है हमने मेडिकल कॉलेज की संख्या 2 गुनी की है, एम्स की संख्या 3 गुनी की है, स्वरोजगार और स्टार्टअप में ऐतिहासिक बढ़ोतरी हुई है। हमने भारत को दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चर बनाया है। अब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, सेमीकंडक्टर और ऐसे नए सेक्टर्स में और तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। हमने देश के डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने का प्रयास किया है। हम तब तक नहीं रुकेंगे जब तक देश का डिफेंस सेक्टर आत्मनिर्भर नहीं बन जाता। हम अपने युवाओं को शिक्षा, रोजगार, स्वरोजगार हर क्षेत्र में सशक्त करेंगे। किसानों के लिए बीज से बाजार तक आधुनिक नीतियों को बनाने का काम और प्राथमिकता पर होगा। दलहन से लेकर खाद्य तेल तक हम हमारे किसानों को हर क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए काम करते रहेंगे। साथियों, आने वाला समय ग्रीन एरा है, हरित युग का है। आज भी हमारी सरकार की नीतियां प्रगति, प्रकृति और संस्कृति के समागम की है। हम ग्रीन इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन पर निवेश बढ़ाएंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी हो या फिर ग्रीन मोबिलिटी, हम भारत को सबसे आगे ले जाएंगे। भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए एनडीए सरकार पूरी शक्ति से काम करेगी। भाई और बहनों, आज का भारत वैश्विक समाधान का हिस्सा भी बन रहा है। हमने कोरोना के दौरान देखा है कि कैसे भारत की वैक्सीन कैपेसिटी ने दुनिया को संकट से बचाने में मदद की। हमारे चंद्रयान ने चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पर लैंडिंग करके स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन के नए रास्ते खोले हैं। क्लाइमेट चेंज से लेकर फूड सिक्योरिटी तक जो भी विषय दुनिया के सामने है, भारत उनके लिए काम करना अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझता है। भारत ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन को स्टेबिलिटी और डायवर्सिटी देना भी अपना दायित्व समझता है। इसलिए भारत आज विश्व बंधु के रूप में सबको गले लगा रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है मजबूत भारत मजबूत दुनिया का एक मजबूत स्तंभ सिद्ध होगा। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत को आगे बढ़ना है तो उसे करप्शन पर भी लगातार तेज प्रहार करना ही होगा। डिजिटल इंडिया और टेक्नोलॉजी ने करप्शन के अनेक रास्ते बंद किए हैं, लेकिन ये भी सच है कि करप्शन के खिलाफ लड़ाई दिनों दिन कठिन हो रही है। राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए जब करप्शन का महिमा मंडन शुरू हो जाए और इसमें निर्लज्जता की सारी हदें पार हो जाए, तब करप्शन को बहुत ताकत मिल जाती है। इसलिए तीसरे कार्यकाल में एनडीए सरकार का बहुत ज्यादा जोर हर तरह के करप्शन को जड़ से उखाड़ फेंकने का होगा। भाइयों और बहनों, भाजपा के हर कार्यकर्ता के लिए हमेशा से दल से बड़ा देश रहा है। सेवा भाव से बड़ी राजनीति कोई नहीं हो सकती। इसलिए हमें सेवा भाव को सर्वोपरि रखने की परंपरा को निरंतर मजबूत करना है। भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता जन आकांक्षाओं, जन भावनाओं और जन अपेक्षाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है, और ये हम कभी भूल नहीं सकते हैं। जरूरी है कि समाज के हर वर्ग से और हर व्यक्ति से हम निरंतर संवाद करते रहे। साथियों, कुछ ही दिनों में देश छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के राज्याभिषेक की 350वीं वर्षगांठ मनाएगा। उनका जीवन अपने आप में इस बात की प्रेरणा है कि ध्येय पथ पर अड़ी कैसे रहा जाता है। अपने ध्येय पथ में भी हमारी मेहनत में कोई कमी ना रहे। हम पूरी निष्ठा से, पूरी ईमानदारी से देश की सेवा करते रहे। हमारे जीवन की बहुत बड़ी कसौटी होनी चाहिए। हम सभी मिलकर देश के लिए काम करें, हम देश हित को सर्वोपरि रखें, तभी हम अपने लक्ष्यों को हासिल कर पाएंगे। हमारा संविधान हमारी गाइडिंग लाइट है। इसी साल हमारे संविधान के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने जा रहे हैं। केंद्र की एनडीए सरकार सभी राज्यों के साथ, चाहे वो किसी भी दल की क्यों ना हो, मिलकर काम करेगी। विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य के लिए हम खूब मेहनत करेंगे, जमकर मेहनत करेंगे। हमारे पास रुकने का, थमने का समय नहीं है। ये राष्ट्र नीति के लिए एकजुट होकर आगे बढ़ने का समय है। विकसित भारत के हमें निरंतर बड़े फैसले लेने हैं। भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए उत्तम फैसले भी लेने हैं। 6 दशक के बाद देश के मतदाताओं ने एक नया इतिहास रचा है। 6 दशक बाद किसी गठबंधन को, एनडीए को लगातार तीसरी बार देश की सेवा करने का अवसर दिया है। जनता जनार्दन के साथ विश्वास का ये अटूट रिश्ता ये लोकतंत्र की बहुत बड़ी शक्ति है। आपका आशीर्वाद नए उत्साह, नए उमंग के साथ काम करने की हमारी ऊर्जा है। मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष श्रीमान नड्डा जी और संगठन की केंद्र की टीम, संगठन की राज्यों की टीम, जिले की टीम, मंडल की टीम, बूथ लेवल की कमेटी हो या पन्ना प्रमुख, नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में अनेक चुनौतियों के बीच जिस हिम्मत के साथ, जिस समर्पण भाव से राष्ट्र प्रथम के मंत्र को जीते हुए इस चुनावी जंग में एनडीए को विजय दिलाई है, वे सबके सब अनेक अनेक अभिनंदन के पात्र हैं। मैं आज देशवासियों ने मुझ पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है, एनडीए पर बहुत बड़ी कृपा की है। मैं 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का पुनः आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं हमारे एनडीए के सभी साथियों का भी हृदय से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं इस देश के महान लोकतंत्र को, महान संविधान को फिर श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Go with CNBC TV18, now streaming live 24/7 on YouTube.
CNBC TV18's most comprehensive and award-winning news show, India Business Hour, drops first on YouTube. So get the first access to the most influential architects of policies and politics, the key newsmakers of the day. Discover the big themes as we decode the business of markets, macros and more. Be the first to go to the heart of all the top stories that drive the day's agenda. Catch the award-winning India Business Hour live every night on YouTube with me, Shireen Bhan.
India Business Hour live on YouTube at CNBC TV18, weeknights at 7 p.m.
What does it take to build India's largest startup platform? It takes a journey of starting out. Hello and welcome to our special election broadcast. I'm Shireen Bhan. The Indian voter has spoken. The headlines that we are tracking for you this evening. The NDA is set to retain power with a third consecutive victory, but the BJP falls short of a majority. Allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu likely to play kingmakers. The opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters eat humble pies. The India bloc is set to win over 230 seats. The Congress nearly touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Stock markets plunge as the BJP falls short of a majority. The Sensex and the Nifty down over 5%, the biggest single-day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization worth 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. A big jolt for the BJP in UP. Opposition set to win more than 40 out of the 80 seats. Akhilesh Yadav Samajwadi Party emerges as the single largest. Smriti Irani loses Amethi. Rahul Gandhi wins Rae Bareli by nearly 4 lakh votes. Chandrababu Naidu storms back to power in Andhra Pradesh. Jagan Reddy gets dislodged as chief minister and the YSRCP barely manages a double-digit score. It's the end of an era in Odisha. Naveen Patnaik bows out after failing to win a 7th consecutive term. The BJP is set to form the next government in the state. Mamata Banerjee halts the saffron surge in West Bengal. Trinamool Congress is set to win 30 seats. BJP reduced to just 11. The opposition alliance gains over 75 seats across rural India. The NDA loses over 40 seats. India bloc gains over 20 seats in semi-urban areas. The NDA leads in urban India even after losing about 5 seats.
लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी।
मैं देश भर के सभी दलों, सभी उम्मीदवारों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं। सभी की सक्रिय भागीदारी के बिना लोकतंत्र की ये विराट सफलता संभव नहीं थी। भाजपा के, एनडीए के हर कार्यकर्ता साथी को भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, इस चुनाव के, इस जनादेश के कई पहलू हैं। 1962 के बाद पहली बार कोई सरकार अपने 2 कार्यकाल पूरे करने के बाद तीसरी बार वापस आई है।
It is a super Tuesday that no exit poll had predicted. The BJP-led NDA has crossed the halfway mark. It's done so comfortably, but the BJP has fallen short of that magic 272 number. Remember, no one expected the electoral result to turn this way. The BJP, which had won 303 seats in 2019, is currently leading in 240 seats. That's 60 short from the last time. The big headline is that the opposition is alive and kicking. Pollsters have eaten humble pie as the India bloc leads in over 230 seats. The Congress touching the triple-digit mark with its best performance since 2009. Parikshit Luthra joining us from the Magic Wall. You've seen a lot of opinion, you've seen a lot of commentary coming in, but let's just recap the numbers for you, because all of this will be developing over the next few days as conversations happen, overtures are made, talks take place. So all of that will continue to happen in the background. But how did we get to this pass when every exit poll predicted a clear win, not just for the NDA, but a clear majority for the BJP itself? The big upset, the big story, the #1 headline of election 2024 has come in from that crucial battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. That has changed the picture, and it has changed the picture dramatically. Now, if you look at the All India Lok Sabha picture for us, Parikshit, let's get the numbers now, and let's start with the All India picture before we go into the crucial battleground states and the impact that they've had on the national picture.
Right. There are lots of headlines from the national picture, Shireen. One, it is the day of regional parties, and the regional parties have stalled the growth of the NDA. Then, it's not a Congress Mukt Bharat. The Congress has resurfaced, revived itself in several key constituencies Also, issues like the Ram Temple have had little impact on a national level basis. In Ayodhya, which comes under Faizabad constituency, it is a Samajwadi Party candidate who has won. So clearly, a lot of things went wrong for the BJP. And let's just break this down for our viewers. Look at the numbers. The BJP not getting a majority mark on its own with the NDA, it is 290. And this number, we have been at our magic wall since morning. We've not seen these numbers really changing since afternoon. The Congress at 99, they had 152 last time. But it is really the day of the regional parties. 37, just imagine, 37 for the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. That is a big jump. Trinamool Congress winning 30. That is a big jump from last time when they had won about 22 seats. The DMK, 22. The DMK, the Congress Alliance, have literally swept the whole of Tamil Nadu. No seats for the NDA. And TDP and JDU. Yes, TDP and JDU will be joining the NDA meeting tomorrow. But they are kingmakers. Who had thought that in the 2024 Lok Sabha election, regional parties could be kingmakers? And these parties, the opposition are saying, are only a phone call away from all alliances. The game is not over. The field is still open, and we will reach out to the BJP allies to form the government. So the game is open. Let's look at the nationwide picture. In Kerala, the gain coming from Thrissur. The BJP was able to open its account, but they could not win the constituency of Thiruvananthapuram. Shashi Tharoor managed to win there. He was trailing during the day, but he managed to gain in the end and win this seat. Thrissur has been won by Suresh Gopi of the BJP by over 70,000 votes. But overall in Kerala, it was advantage UDF, the Congress-led UDF, which won 18 out of 20 seats. Let's also look at the other upsets for the BJP. When it comes to Madhya Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh was a big victory, so to say. They've swept the entire state, also winning the constituency of Chhindwara, which was the constituency of Nakul Nath, Kamal Nath's son. So overall, if we also look at the All India numbers and how the BJP performed in constituencies where the voter turnout was less. This year, this was a problem, and there were at least 108 constituencies where the voter turnout was low. And it has been advantage India Alliance. Look at this. It is the India Alliance which has gained 56 seats over here, a gain of 20. So more seats for the India Alliance. The BJP RSS voter has not turned out to vote. Even if you look at a national level picture, Shireen. Let me just get you a national level picture now. Rural seats. Even in rural seats, the India Alliance has done better. The NDA won 183, but they've lost their share of rural seats. 45 down compared to last time. So clearly, it has been an advantage India Alliance all over. It's not a matter of one state or two, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it West Bengal, be it Telangana, be it the South Zone, be it Rajasthan. They have gained across the country.
Well, that is right. And as part of the post-mortem that is going to happen with this verdict that's come in, why has the rural vote share dropped for the BJP? That is going to be something that one will have to address. Remember, there has been, what we have seen is that the luxury end of all categories of consumption skyrocketing, but the pain has been felt in the rural parts, and you've seen that impacting whether it was two-wheeler sales, FMCG volume growth, and so on and so forth. And so perhaps what this electoral verdict is also telling you, that that distress has been real, that pain has been real, and maybe the voter felt that it has not been addressed adequately. Well, we will come to that in just a second. But here's Rahul Gandhi and the Congress top brass Mallikarjun Kharge on today's result and what it means.
ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे.
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there.
आप जानते हैं
कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला। बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया।
Well, the Congress reacting to the results. Remember, it's best performance for the Congress party since 2009, but it's nowhere close to the historical relevance of the Congress and the power that it enjoyed with the voter. But nevertheless, the best performance since 2009 for the Congress party, getting to that 100 mark. What is going to now be important is to see the NDA allies, specifically the two big parties, the TDP, Chandrababu Naidu, the comeback king of election 2024, and JDU's Nitish Kumar. So far, all sides saying that they are firmly in alliance and that the alliance will stake claim to form government. But news just coming in that Chandrababu Naidu, he was meant to address the media later this evening, but that media briefing has been called off. Remember, the India bloc has already made overtures reminding Chandrababu Naidu of that promise of a special status, special package for the state of Andhra Pradesh, which was made by the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh during the UPA era. So all of these are moving parts, moving pieces that will need to come together over the next few days. And this is what the markets didn't like, because the markets went into this event with no indication of this verdict turning out as it has. It went in assuming that the polls, the exit polls that came in over the weekend would be proven right. And if you go by the historic performance of the exit polls had actually underestimated the NDA's performance. So the markets assumed that if anything, there would be more upside for the BJP and for the NDA, and hence they plunged as the BJP fell short of a majority on its own. The Sensex and the Nifty down over 5%, the biggest single day drop in 4 years. Market capitalization were 30 lakh crore rupees wiped out in a single day. Prashant is standing by to wrap up the market action for us. A shock to the system. There is no other way of describing what went on today in the markets, Prashant. Extreme volatility, sharp cuts coming in, some degree of recovery, latching on to the conversations that were underway between various political parties. But from here, what does the market bake in now to do from here on?
I mean, it's a pretty sort of bad outcome from a purely stock market point of view, Shireen, in every which way. And I think the prices kind of show us that because, for the first time, so first of all, the actual results for both the BJP and the NDA falling far short of exit polls and expectations in general, which then means that, even if the NDA comes closer to 300, and I mean, those numbers are evolving as you were discussing, they'll have to run a government with the help and support of other parties, right? That I don't think that was in the base case of anyone out there. Even those who were saying, well, they'll they'll fall short of what they were able to do 303 last time. It was always the base case that they'll sort of get to about maybe the bearish case was about 280, 285 in that zone, and then if you add the allies on, and you'll be somewhere in the 310, 315, 320 zone, right? That was the sort of bearish kind of base case. But the fact is that, they're well shot. Even if the NDA gets to about 300, the BJP will be well shot, unless and until these numbers really change. And then, of course, it could be a different story tomorrow. So I think that is the real worry. So, and what that means is there has to be a bit of reset in terms of expectations. First of all, the first level impact is uncertainty, because, till the government is formed and all the talk about that all of us heard from everyone, which was in the program from the morning, about whether there'll be a shift in policy, what kind of shift, whether there will be one, whether they'll go more populist, whether that is needed. We don't know. So that is one. First level is uncertainty. And I think the second level, of course, is, the fact that both positioning and valuations, the starting point for both those things has been at a bit of an extreme. All right. People have complained about valuations for a while now, but markets rarely just correct purely on that one front because valuations are too high, because something is trading at very high valuations. It usually